The CIA. A Forgotten History. US Global Interventions Since World War II. William Blum. 2. Adelheid Zofel. And Alexander Blum, without whose help this book would have been finished at least 1 year earlier. Contents. Introduction 1. 1 China 1945 to 1960s, was Mao Zedong just paranoid? 15. 2 Italy 1947 to 1948, free elections, Hollywood style 23. 3 Greece 1947 to early 1950s, from cradle of democracy to client state 31. 4 The Philippines 1940s and 1950s, America's oldest colony 37. 5 Korea 1945 to 1953, was it all what it appeared to be? 44. 6 Albania 1949 to 1953, the proper English spy 56. 7 Eastern Europe 1948 to 1956, Operation Splinter Factor 59. 8 Germany 1950s, everything from juvenile delinquency to terrorism 63-9. Iran 1953, making it safe for the King of Kings 67-10. Guatemala 1953 to 1954, while the world watched 77-11. Costa Rica mid-1950s, trying to topple an ally, Part 189-12. Syria 1956 to 1957, purchasing a new government 91-13. Middle East 1957 to 1958, the Eisenhower Doctrine claims another backyard for America 96-14. Indonesia 1957 to 1958, War and Pornography 108-15. Western Europe 1950s and 1960s, Fronts within Fronts 113-16. British Guyana 1953 to 1964, the CIA's International Labor Mafia 117-17. Soviet Union late 1940s to 1960s, from spy planes to book publishing 123-18. Italy 1950s to 1970s, supporting the Cardinals, orphans and techno-fascism 130-19. Vietnam 1950 to 1973, the Hearts and Minds Circus 133, the later phase 140-20. Cambodia 1955 to 1973, Prince Sihanouk walks the high wire of neutralism 147-21. Laos 1957 to 1973, L'Armée clandestine 155-22. Haiti 1959, the Marines land, again 162-23. Guatemala 1960, one good coup deserves another 163-24. France/Algeria 1960s, L'État, c'est la CIA 165-25. Ecuador 1960 to 1963, a textbook of dirty tricks 170-26. The Congo 1960 to 1964, the assassination of Patrice Lumumba 174. 27 Brazil 1961 to 1964, introducing the marvelous new world of death squads 181. 28 Peru 1960 to 1965, Fort Bragg moves to the jungle 191. 29 Dominican Republic 1960 to 1966, saving democracy from communism by getting rid of democracy 195. 30, the Unforgivable Revolution 206. 31 Indonesia 1965, liquidating President Sukarno. And 500,000 others 217 East Timor 1975, and 100,000 more 221. 32 Ghana 1966, Kwame Nkrumah steps out of line 223. 33 Uruguay 1964 to 1970, torture, as American as apple pie 225. 34 Chile 1964 to 1973, a hammer and sickle stamped on your child's forehead 232. 35 Greece 1964 to 1974, "Fuck your parliament and your constitution," said the President of the United States. 243. 36 Bolivia 1964 to 1975, tracking down Che Guevara in the land of coup d'état. 251. 37 Guatemala 1962 to 1980s, a less publicized final solution. 260. 38 Costa Rica 1970 to 1971, trying to topple an ally, Part 2. 272. 39 Iraq 1972 to 1975, covert action should not be confused with missionary work. 275. 40 Australia 1973 to 1975, another free election bites the dust. 278. 41 Angola 1975 to 1976, the Great Powers Poker Game. 284. 42 Zaire 1975 to 1978, Mobutu and the CIA, a marriage made in heaven. 292. 43 Jamaica 1976 to 1980, Kissinger's ultimatum. 299. 44 Seychelles 1979 to 1981, yet another area of great strategic importance. 304. 45 Grenada 1979 to 1983. Lying, one of the few growth industries in Washington. 306. 46 Morocco 1983, a video nasty. 315. 47 Suriname 1982 to 1984, once again, the Cuban bogeyman. 317. 48 El Salvador 1980, human rights, Reagan-style. 319 Military escalation. 323 A human face. 325 Outside agitators. 327. 49 Nicaragua 1981, destabilization in slow motion. 330. Notes. 345. Appendix I, this is how the money goes round. 410. Appendix II, instances of use of United States Armed Forces abroad, 1798 to 1945. 412. Index 423. Introduction. It was in the early days of the fighting in Vietnam that a Viet Cong officer said to his American prisoner, "You were our heroes after the war. We read American books and saw American films, and a common phrase in those days was to be as rich and as wise as an American. What happened?" An American might have been asked something similar by a Guatemalan, an Indonesian or a Cuban during the 10 years previous, or by a Uruguayan, a Chilean or a Greek in the decade subsequent. The remarkable international goodwill and credibility enjoyed by the United States at the close of the Second World War was dissipated country by country, intervention by intervention. The opportunity to build the war-ravaged world anew, to lay the foundations for peace, prosperity, and justice, collapsed under the awful weight of anti-communism. The weight had been accumulating for some time, indeed, since day one of the Russian Revolution. By the summer of 1918 some 3,000 American troops could be found in the newly born Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. 2 years and thousands of casualties later, the American troops left, having failed in their mission to strangle at its birth the Bolshevik state. As Winston Churchill put it, the young Churchill was Great Britain's Minister for War and Air during this period. Increasingly, it was he who directed the invasion of the Soviet Union by the Allies on the side of the counter-revolutionary White Army. Years later, Churchill the historian was to record his views of this singular affair for posterity. Were they at war with Soviet Russia? Certainly not, but they shot Soviet Russians at sight. They stood as invaders on Russian soil. They armed the enemies of the Soviet government. They blockaded its ports, and sunk its battleships. They earnestly desired and schemed its downfall. But war shocking. Interference shame. It was, they repeated, a matter of indifference to them how Russians settled their own internal affairs. They were impartial. Bang, carrot. What was there about this Bolshevik revolution that so alarmed the most powerful nations in the world? What drove them to invade a land whose soldiers had recently fought alongside them for over 3 years and suffered more casualties than any other country on either side of the World War? The Bolsheviks had had the audacity to make a separate peace with Germany in order to take leave of a war they regarded as imperialist and not in any way their war, and to try and rebuild a terribly weary and devastated Russia. But the Bolsheviks had displayed the far greater audacity of overthrowing a capitalist feudal regime and proclaiming the first socialist state in the history of the world. This was uppityness writ incredibly large. This was the crime the Allies had to punish, the virus which had to be eradicated lest it spread to their own people. The invasion did not achieve its immediate purpose, but its consequences were nonetheless profound and persist to the present day. Professor D.F. Fleming, the Vanderbilt University historian of the Cold War, has noted, "For the American people the cosmic tragedy of the interventions in Russia does not exist, or it was an unimportant incident long forgotten. But for the Soviet peoples and their leaders the period was a time of endless killing, of looting and rapine, of plague and famine, of measureless suffering for scores of millions, an experience burned into the very soul of a nation, not to be forgotten for many generations, if ever. Also for many years the harsh Soviet regimentations could all be justified by fear that the capitalist powers would be back to finish the job." It is not strange that in his address in New York, September 17, 1959, Premier Khrushchev should remind us of the interventions, the time you sent your troops to quell the revolution, as he put it. Asterisk. History does not tell us what a Soviet Union, allowed to develop in a normal way of its own choosing, would look like today. We do know, however, the nature of a Soviet Union attacked in its cradle, raised alone in an extremely hostile world, and, when it managed to survive to adulthood, overrun by the Nazi war machine with the blessings of the Western powers. The resulting insecurities and fears have inevitably led to deformities of character not that found in an individual raised in a similar life-threatening manner. We in the West are never allowed to forget the political shortcomings of the Soviet Union, at the same time we are never reminded of the history which lies behind it. The anti-communist propaganda campaign began even earlier than the military intervention. Before the year 1918 was over, expressions like Red Peril, the Bolshevik assault on civilization, and menace to world by Reds is seen had become commonplace in the pages of the New York Times. During February and March 1919, a U.S. Senate Judiciary Subcommittee held hearings before which many Bolshevik horror stories were presented. The character of some of the testimony presented can be gauged by the headline in the Times of February 12, 1919. Describe horrors under Red Rule. Re. Simons and W.W. Welsh tell senators of brutalities of Bolsheviki strip women in streets, people of every class except the scum subjected to violence by mobs. Introduction. Historian Frederick Lewis Schumann has written, the net result of these hearings was to picture Soviet Russia as a kind of bedlam inhabited by abject slaves completely at the mercy of an organization of homicidal maniacs whose purpose was to destroy all traces of civilization and carry the nation back to barbarism. Literally no story about the Bolsheviks was too contrived, too bizarre, too grotesque, or too perverted to be printed and widely believed, from women being nationalized to babies being eaten. The story about women, wrote Schumann, was broadcasted over the country through 1,000 channels and perhaps did more than anything else to stamp the Russian communists in the minds of most American citizens as criminal perverts. This tale continued to receive great currency even after the State Department was obliged to announce that it was a fraud by the end of 1919, when the defeat of the Allies and the White Army appeared likely. The New York Times treated its readers to headlines and stories such as the following. December 30, 1919, Red seek war with America. January 9, 1920. Official quarters describe the Bolshevist menace in the Middle East as ominous. 1 January 1, 1920, Allied officials and diplomats a possible invasion of Europe. January 13, 1920, Allied diplomatic circles fear an invasion of Persia. January 16, 1920, a page 1 headline, 8 columns wide, Britain facing war with Reds, calls council in Paris. Well-informed diplomats expect both a military invasion of Europe and a Soviet advance into Eastern and Southern Asia. The following morning, however, we could read, no war with Russia, allies to trade with her. February 7, 1920, Reds raising army to attack India. 1 February 1, 1920, fear that Bolsheviki will now invade Japanese territory. Readers of the New York Times were asked to believe that all these invasions were to come from a nation that was shattered as few nations in history have been, a nation still recovering from a bloody world war, in extreme chaos from a fundamental social revolution that was barely off the ground, engaged in a brutal civil war against forces backed by the major powers of the world, its industries, never advanced to begin with, in a shambles, and the country in the throes of a famine that was to leave many millions dead before it subsided. If this was reality as presented by the United States newspaper of record, one can imagine only with dismay the witch's brew the rest of the nation's newspapers were feeding to their readers. This, then, was the American people's first experience of a new social phenomenon that had come upon the world, their introductory education on the Soviet Union and this thing called communism. The students have never recovered from the lesson. Neither has the Soviet Union. The military intervention came to an end but, with the sole and partial exception of the Second World War period, the propaganda offensive has never let up. In 1943 Life magazine devoted an entire issue in honor of the Soviet Union's accomplishments, going far beyond what was demanded by the need for wartime solidarity, going so far as to call Lenin perhaps the greatest man of modern times. 2 years later, however, with Harry Truman sitting in the White House, such fraternity had no chance of surviving. Truman, after all, was the man who, the day after the Nazis invaded the Soviet Union, said, if we see that Germany is winning, we ought to help Russia, and if Russia is winning, we ought to help Germany, and that way let them kill as many as possible, although I don't want to see Hitler victorious in any circumstances. From the Red Scare of the 1920s to the McCarthyism of the 1950s to the Reagan crusade against the evil empire of the 1980s, the American people have been subjected to a relentless anti-communist indoctrination. It is imbibed with their mother's milk, pictured in their comic books, spelled out in their school books. Their daily paper offers them headlines that tell them all they need to know, ministers find sermons in it, politicians are elected with it, and Reader's Digest becomes rich on it. The fiercely held conviction inevitably produced by this insidious assault on the intellect is that a great damnation has been unleashed upon the world, possibly by the devil himself, but in the form of people. People not motivated by the same needs, fears, emotions, and personal morality that govern others of the species, but people engaged in an extremely clever, monolithic, international conspiracy dedicated to taking over the world and enslaving it. The reasons are not always clear perhaps, but evil needs no motivation save evil itself. Moreover, any appearance or claim by these people to be rational human beings seeking a better kind of world or society is a sham, a cover-up, to delude others. And proof only of their cleverness, the repression and cruelties which have taken place in the Soviet Union are forever proof of the bankruptcy of virtue and the evil intentions of these people in whichever country they may be found, under whatever name they may call themselves, and, most important of all, the only choice open to anyone in the United States is between the American way of life and the Soviet way of life, that nothing lies between or outside these two ways of making the world. This is how it looks to the simple folk of America. One finds that the introduction, sophisticated, when probed slightly beneath the surface of their academic language, see it exactly the same way. To the mind carefully brought to adulthood in the United States, the truths of anti-communism are self-evident as the flatness of the world once was to an earlier mind, as the Russian people believed that the victims of Stalin's purges were truly guilty of treason. The foregoing slice of American history must be taken into account if one is to make sense of the vagaries of American foreign policy since the end of World War II, specifically, the record, as presented in this book, of what the CIA and other branches of the U.S. government have done to the peoples of the world. In 1918, the barons of American capital needed no reason for their war against communism other than the threat to their wealth and privilege, although their opposition was expressed in terms of moral indignation. During the period between the two world wars, U.S. gunboat diplomacy operated in the Caribbean to make the American lake safe for the fortunes of United Fruit and W.R. Grace & Co., at the same time warning of the Bolshevik threat to the hemisphere and to righteousness, from the likes of Augusto Sandino. By the end of the Second World War, however, every American past the age of 40 had been subjected to some 25 years of anti-communist radiation, the average incubation period needed to produce a malignancy. Anti-communism had developed a life of its own, independent of its capitalist father. Increasingly, in the post-war period, middle-aged Washington policy-makers and diplomats saw the world out there as one composed of communists and anti-communists, whether of nations, movements, or individuals. This comic strip vision of the world, with American supermen fighting communist evil everywhere, had graduated from a cynical propaganda exercise to a moral imperative of U.S. foreign policy. Even the concept of non-communist, implying some measure of neutrality, has generally been accorded scant legitimacy in this paradigm. John Foster Dulles, one of the major architects of post-war U.S. foreign policy, expressed this succinctly in his typically simple, moralistic way: "For us there are two sorts of people in the world, there are those who are Christians and support free enterprise, and there are the others." Carrot. As several of the case studies in the present book confirm, Dulles put that creed into rigid practice. It is as true now as ever, that American multinationals derive significant economic advantages from third world countries due to their being under-industrialized, under-diversified, capitalist-orientated, and relatively powerless. It is equally true that the consequence of American interventions has frequently been to keep third world countries in just such an underdeveloped, impotent state. There is thus at least a prima facie case to be made for the contention that the engine of U.S. foreign policy is still fueled predominantly by imperialism. But that the consequence illuminates the intent does not necessarily follow. The argument that economic factors have continued to exert an important and direct influence upon United States interventionist policy in modern times does not stand up to close examination. When all the known elements of the interventions are considered, scarcely any cases actually emerge which conform to the economic model, and even in these the stage is shared with other factors. The upshot in the great majority of cases is that tangible economic gain, existing or potential, did not, and could not, play a determining role in the American decision to intervene. The economic model proves woefully inadequate not only as a means of explanation, but even more so as a tool of prediction. In each of the most recent cases, for example Grenada, El Salvador, and Nicaragua, American intervention was foreseen and warned of well in advance simply, and only, because of the communist nature of the targets. But no one seriously suggested that some treasure lay in these impoverished lands luring the American pirates. Indeed, after the conquest and occupation of Grenada, the U.S. business community displayed a marked indifference to setting up shop on the island, despite being implored to do so by Washington for political reasons. In other cases, where the American side failed to win a civil war, such as in China, Vietnam, and Angola, Washington put up barriers to American corporations having any commercial dealings with the new regimes which were actually eager to do business with the United States. Entirely without regard to financial considerations, CIA operations have been triggered by no more than a country receiving aid from the Soviet bloc, or refusing to break diplomatic relations with Cuba, or simply a leader using Marxist rhetoric. In other instances, in the absence of any special provocation, the CIA still engages in daily, routine subversion of local left-wing elements, whether these are in or out of power. This, then, is the agency's job, what its officers do for a living. Although at one level of U.S. foreign policy, anti-communism is pursued for its own sake, a moral imperative, as discussed above, at another level it is inextricably bound up with the far older seducer of men and nations, the lust for power, the acquisition, maintenance, use, and enjoyment of influence and prestige. In this scheme of things, communist is no more than the name ascribed to those people who stand in the way of the realization of such ambitions. It is another twist of the old adage, if communists didn't exist, the United States would have to invent them. And so they have. The word communist has been so overused and so abused by American leaders and the media as to render it virtually meaningless. But merely having a name for something which is or flying saucers establishes a certain credence to it. Introduction. At the same time, the American public, as we have seen, has been soundly conditioned to react Pavlovianly to the term. It means, still, the worst excesses of Stalin, from wholesale purges to Siberian slave labor camps. It means, as Michael Parenti has observed, that classic IR/SI-JQN/N/SI predictions are treated as statements of intent directing all present-day communist actions. It means us against them. And them can mean a peasant in the Philippines, a mural painter in Nicaragua, a legally elected prime minister in British Guyana, or a European intellectual, a Cambodian neutralist, an African nationalist, all, somehow, part of the same monolithic conspiracy, each, in some way, a threat to the American way of life, no land too small, too poor, or too far away to pose such a threat, the communist threat. The cases presented in this book illustrate that it has been largely irrelevant whether the particular targets of intervention be they individuals, political parties, movements, or governments called themselves communist or not. It has mattered little whether they were scholars of dialectical materialism or had never heard of Karl Marx, whether they were atheists or priests, whether a strong and influential communist party was in the picture or not, whether the government had come into being through violent revolution or peaceful elections. All have been targets, all communists. It has mattered still less that the Soviet KGB was in the picture. The assertion has been frequently voiced that the CIA carries out its dirty tricks largely in reaction to operations of the KGB which have been even dirtier. This is a lie made out of whole cloth. There may be an isolated incident of such in the course of the CIA's 38 years of life, but it has kept itself well hidden. The relationship between the two sinister agencies is marked by fraternization and respect for fellow professionals more than by hand-to-hand combat. Former CIA officer John Stockwell has written, "Actually, at least in more routine operations, case officers most fear the U.S. ambassador and his staff, then restrictive headquarters cables, then curious, gossipy neighbors in the local community, as potential threats to operations. Next would come the local police, then the press. Last of all is the KGB. In my 12 years of case officering I never saw or heard of a situation in which the KGB attacked or obstructed a CIA operation." Happy face. Stockwell later adds that the various intelligence services do not want their world to be complicated by murdering each other. It isn't done. If a CIA case officer has a flat tire in the dark of night on a lonely road, he will not hesitate to accept a ride from a KGB officer. Usually the two would detour to some bar for a drink together. In fact, CIA and KGB officers entertain each other frequently in their homes. The CIA's files are full of mention of such relationships in almost every African station. Happy face. Proponents of fighting fire with fire come perilously close at times to arguing that if the KGB, for example, had a hand in the overthrow of the Czechoslovak government in 1968, it is okay for the CIA to have a hand in the overthrow of the Chilean government in 1973. It's as if the destruction of democracy by the KGB deposits funds in a bank account from which the CIA is then justified in making withdrawals. What then has been the thread common to the diverse targets of American intervention which has brought down upon them the wrath, and often the firepower, of the world's most powerful nation? In virtually every case involving the Third World described in this book, it has been, in one form or another, a policy of self-determination, the desire, bomb of perceived need and principle, to pursue a path of development independent of U.S. foreign policy objectives. Most commonly, this has been manifested in a. The ambition to free themselves from political, economic, and often cultural subservience to the United States, b. The refusal to minimize relations with the socialist bloc, or to suppress the left at home, or to welcome an American military installation on their soil, in short, a refusal to be a pawn in the Cold War, or c. The attempt to alter or replace a government which held to neither of these aspirations. It cannot be emphasized too strongly that such a policy of independence has been viewed and expressed by numerous Third World leaders and revolutionaries as one not to be equated by definition to anti-Americanism or pro-communism, but as simply a determination to maintain a position of neutrality and non-alignment vis the two superpowers. Time and time again, however, it will be seen that the United States was not prepared to live with this proposition. Arbenz of Guatemala, Mossadegh of Iran, Sukarno of Indonesia, Nkrumah of Ghana, Jugun of British Guyana, Sihanouk of Cambodia. All, insisted Uncle Sam, must declare themselves unequivocally on the side of the free world or suffer the consequences. Nkrumah put the case for non-alignment as follows. 8. Introduction. The experiment which we tried in Ghana was essentially one of developing the country in cooperation with the world as a whole. Non-alignment meant exactly what it said. We were not hostile to the countries of the socialist world in the way in which the governments of the old colonial territories were. It should be remembered that while Britain pursued at-home coexistence with the Soviet Union, this was never allowed to extend to British colonial territories. Books on socialism, which were published and circulated freely in Britain, were banned in the British colonial empire, and after Ghana became independent it was assumed abroad that it would continue to follow the same restrictive ideological approach. When we behaved as did the British in their relations with the socialist countries, we were accused of being pro-Russian and introducing the most dangerous ideas into Africa. When Washington officials equate nationalism or self-determination with communism, there are times when they are correct. At other times, they are wrong. It doesn't particularly matter, for in either case they are referring to the same phenomenon. Although, in this book, the Soviet Union, China, various communist parties, etc. are sometimes referred to as communist, this is primarily a shorthand convenience and a bow to custom, and is not meant to infer a political ideology or practice necessarily different in any way from those governments or parties not referred to as communist. Emphasis is placed upon what these bodies have done, not upon reference to what Marx or Lenin wrote. Perhaps the most deeply ingrained reflex of knee-jerk anti-communism is the belief that the Soviet Union is a clandestine force lurking behind the facade of self-determination, stirring up the hydra of revolution, or just plain trouble, here, there and everywhere, yet another incarnation, although on a far grander scale, of the proverbial outside agitator, he who has made his appearance regularly throughout history. King George blamed the French for inciting the American colonies to revolt. Disillusioned veterans protesting about their circumstances after the revolution were branded as British agents out to wreck the Republic. Labor strikes in late 19th century America were blamed on anarchists and foreigners, during the First World War on German agents, after the war on Bolsheviks. And in the 1960s, said the National Commission on the Causes and Prevention of Violence, J. Edgar Hoover helped spread the view among the police ranks that any kind of mass protest is due to a conspiracy promulgated by agitators, often communists, who misdirect otherwise contented people. The last is the key phrase, one which encapsulates the conspiracy mentality of those in power, the idea that no people, except those living under the enemy, could be so miserable and discontent as to need recourse to revolution or even mass protest, that it is only the agitation of the outsider which misdirects them along this path. Accordingly, if Ronald Reagan were to concede that the masses of El Salvador have every good reason to rise up against their god-awful existence, it would bring into question his accusation, and the rationale for U.S. intervention, that it is principally the Soviet Union and its Cuban and Nicaraguan highs who instigate the Salvadorines, that seemingly magical power of communists everywhere who, with a twist of their red wrist, can transform peaceful, happy people into furious guerrillas. Moreover, and infinitely more threatening to the American position, it would raise the question, why does not the United States, if it must intervene, take the side of the rebels? Not only might this better serve the cause of human rights and justice and win the friendship of the new regime, but it would shut out the Russians from their alleged role. What better way to frustrate the international communist conspiracy? But this is a question that dares not speak its name in the Oval Office, a question that is relevant to many of the cases in this book. Instead, the United States remains committed to its all too familiar policy of establishing and/or supporting the most vile tyrannies in the world whose outrages against their own people confront us daily in the pages of our newspapers: brutal massacres, systematic, sophisticated torture, public whippings, soldiers and police firing into crowds, hunger, runaway unemployment, the homeless, the refugees, the tens of thousands of disappeared persons, a way of life that is virtually a monopoly held by America's allies, from Guatemala, Chile, and El Salvador to Turkey, Pakistan and Indonesia, all members in good standing of the holy war against communism, all members of the free world, that little-known region of which we hear so much and see so little. Clearly, the restrictions on civil liberties found in the communist bloc, as severe as they are, pale by comparison to the cottage industry Auschwitzes of the free world, and, except in that curious mental landscape inhabited by the complete anti-communist, can have little or nothing to do with the sundry American interventions supposedly in the cause of a higher good. It is interesting to note that as commonplace as it is for American leaders to speak of freedom and democracy while supporting dictatorships, so do Russian leaders speak of wars of liberation, anti-imperialism and anti-colonialism while doing extremely little to actually further these causes, American propaganda notwithstanding. The Soviets like to be thought of as champions of the Third World, but they have stood by doing little more than going tisk as progressive movements and governments, even communist parties, in Greece, Guatemala, British Guyana, Chile, Indonesia, the Philippines, and elsewhere have gone to the wall. The CIA, as we shall see, tried to spark mass revolt in China, Albania, Cuba, the Soviet Union, and elsewhere in Eastern Europe with a singular lack of success. The agency's scribes have laid the blame for these failures on the closed nature of the societies involved. But in non-communist countries, the CIA has had to resort to military coups or extra-legal chicanery to get its people into power. It has never been able to light the fire of popular revolution. 10. Introduction. During the early 1950s, the Central Intelligence Agency instigated several military incursions into communist China. In 1960, CIA planes, without any provocation, bombed the sovereign nation of Guatemala. In 1973, the agency encouraged a bloody revolt against the government of Iraq. In the American mass media at the time, and therefore in the American mind, these events did not happen. We didn't know what was happening, became a CHCHE used to ridicule those Germans who claimed ignorance of the events which took place under the Nazis. Yet, was their stock answer as far-fetched as we'd like to think? It is sobering to reflect that in our era of instant worldwide communications, the United States has, on many occasions, been able to mount a large or small-scale military operation or undertake another, equally blatant, form of intervention without the American public being aware of it until years later, if ever. Often the only report of the event or of U.S. involvement was a passing reference to the fact that a communist government had made certain charges, just the kind of thing the American public has been well conditioned to dismiss out of hand, and the press not to follow up, as the German people were taught that reports from abroad of Nazi wrongdoings were no more than communist propaganda. With few exceptions, the interventions never made the headlines or the evening TV news. With some, bits and pieces of the stories have popped up here and there, but rarely brought together to form a cohesive and enlightening whole, the fragments usually appear long after the fact, quietly buried within other stories, just as quietly forgotten, bursting into the foreground only when extraordinary circumstances have compelled it, such as the Iranian hostage crisis, which produced a rash of articles on the role played by the United States in the overthrow of the Iranian government in 195-3. It was as if editors had been spurred into thinking, just WHD did we do in Iran to make all those people hate us so. There have been a lot of Irans in America's recent past, but in the absence of the New York Daily News or the Los Angeles Times conspicuously grabbing the reader by the collar and pressing against his face the full implication of the deed, in the absence of NBC putting it all into real pictures of real people on the receiving end, in such absence the incidents become non-events for the large majority of Americans, and they can honestly say we didn't know what was happening. Former Chinese Premier Zhou Enlai once observed, "One of the delightful things about Americans is that they have absolutely no historical memory." Asterisk. To the foreign policy oligarchy in Washington, it is more than delightful. It is sine qua non. So obscured is the comprehensive record of American interventions that when, in 1975, the Congressional Research Service of the Library of Congress was asked to undertake a study of covert activities of the CIA to date, it was able to come up with but a very minor portion of the overseas incidents presented in this book for the same period. Yet, all the information is there for the reading. I have not had access to the secret archives of the CIA or other government agencies. The details of the interventions have been gathered from books, newspapers, periodicals, and U.S. government publications freely available in one library or another. But for all that has made its way into popular consciousness, or into school texts, encyclopedias, or other standard reference works, there might as well exist strict censorship in the United States. The reader is invited to look through the relevant sections of the three principal American encyclopedias, Americana, Britannica, and Collier's, after completing this book. The image of encyclopedias as the final repository of objective knowledge takes a beating. What is tantamount to a non-recognition of American interventions may very well be due to these esteemed works employing a criterion similar to that of Washington officials as reflected in the Pentagon Papers. The New York Times summarized this highly interesting phenomenon thus. Clandestine warfare against North Vietnam, for example, is not seen, as violating the Geneva Accords of 1954, which ended the French Indochina War, or as conflicting with the public policy pronouncements of the various administrations. Clandestine warfare, because it is covered, does not exist as far as treaties and public posture are concerned. Further, secret commitments to other nations are not sensed as infringing on the treaty-making powers of the Senate, because they are not publicly acknowledged. The de facto censorship which leaves so many Americans functionally illiterate about the history of U.S. foreign affairs may be all the more effective. Precisely because it is not official, heavy-handed or conspiratorial, but woven artlessly into the fabric of education and the media. No conspiracy is needed. The editors of Reader's Digest and U.S. News & World Report do not need to meet covertly with the man from NBC in an FBI safe house to plan next month's stories and programs, for the simple truth is that these men would not have reached the positions they hold if they themselves had not all been guided through the same tunnel of camouflaged history and emerged with the same selective memory. As extensive as the historical record presented here is, it is by no means meant to be a complete catalogue of every instance and every kind of American intervention since the Second World War. We are, after all, dealing largely with events which were covered when they occurred and which, for the most part, 12. Introduction. Remain officially classified. Moreover, with but a few exceptions, this study does not concern itself with espionage or counter-espionage other than in passing. These areas have been well documented in countless spy books. Generally speaking, the study is confined to the more significant or blatant cases of intervention, the use of armed aggression by American and/or native troops acting with the United States, an operation, successful or not, to overthrow a government, an attempt to suppress a popular rebellion or movement, an attempted assassination, gross interference in an election, or other flagrant manipulation of a country's political system. To serve these ends, the CIA over the years has made use of an extraordinary arsenal of weapons. Because of space considerations and to avoid repetition, only selected examples are given here and there amongst the cases. In actuality, at least one, and usually more, of these tactics was brought to bear in virtually every instance. Principal among them are the following. 1. CIA schools, in the United States and Latin America, where many tens of thousands of Third World military and police personnel have been taught modern methods of controlling insurgency and subversion. Instruction includes techniques of interrogation. Members of the labor movement learn the how and why of organizing workers within a framework of free enterprise and anti-communism. 2. Infiltration and manipulation of selected groups, political parties, women's organizations, professional, youth and cultural associations, etc. for electoral and propaganda purposes, the creation of unions, local, regional, national, and international organizations set up to counterpoise and weaken existing labor groups too closely oriented towards social change or controlled by the left. 3. NE/YFS manipulation, the hiring of foreign editors, columnists, and journalists. I guess I bought as much newspaper space as the A&P, chortled a former CIA officer one day. The creation and / or subsidizing of numerous periodicals, news services, radio stations, and book publishers. Considering all assets, the CIA, at least until the late 1970s, has probably run what amounts to the largest news organization in the world. Its propaganda / disinformation effect is routinely multiplied by worldwide replay. 4. Economic means, in cooperation with other U.S. government agencies, such as aid, private American corporations, and international lending institutions, the methods of manipulating and applying pressure to selected sectors of a country's economy or the economy as a whole are without number. 5. Dirty tricks department, bugging, wiretapping, forged documents, bogus personal letters, planting of evidence, disinformation, blackmail, etc., etc. to create incidents or obtain information to embarrass the left, locally and internationally, particularly to lend credence to charges of a Moscow or Havana conspiracy, to provoke the expulsion of communist bloc diplomats or the breaking of relations with those countries, to foster distrust and dissension within the left. 13. Although the cases which follow are presented as more or less discrete stories, fixed in time and with beginnings and ends, this is done mainly to keep the information within manageable bounds and to highlight the more dramatic turns of events, and is not meant to indicate that there was no significant CIA activity in the particular country before or after the years specified. The reader should therefore keep in mind that the above types of operation as well as others are all ongoing programs, carried out routinely in numerous countries, including many not listed in this book. This is, as mentioned earlier, what CIA officers do for a living. The upheaval in China is a revolution which, if we analyze it, we will see is prompted by the same things that prompted the British, French, and American revolutions. A cosmopolitan and generous sentiment of Dean Rusk, then Assistant Secretary for Far Eastern Affairs, later Secretary of State. At precisely the same time as Mr. Rusk's talk in 1950, others in his government were actively plotting the downfall of the Chinese revolutionary government. This has been a common phenomenon. For many of the cases described in the following pages, one can find statements of high or middle-level Washington officials which put into question the policy of intervention, which expressed misgivings based either on principle or concern that the intervention would not serve any worthwhile end, might even end in disaster. I have attached little weight to such dissenting statements as, indeed, in the final analysis, did Washington decision-makers who, in controversial world situations, could be relied upon to play the anti-communist card. In presenting the interventions in this manner, I am declaring that American foreign policy is what American foreign policy does. It should be rather obvious at this point that I am not neutral on the question of American interventions. I am opposed to them on both political and moral grounds. This bias certainly colors my language, but I have taken pains to keep it from coloring my selection of facts, that is, I have not knowingly omitted any facts which contradict in any significant way the information I have presented, or the implications of that information. Further, I have chosen not to take into account a number of intriguing disclosures concerning American interventions where I felt that the source could not be sufficiently trusted and/or the information was not presented or documented in a manner which made it credible to me. In any event, it is not demanded of the reader that he accept my biases, but that he reflect upon his own . William Blum. London, March 1986. 14. 1 China 1945 to 1960s. Was Mao Zedong paranoid? For 4 years, numerous Americans, in high positions and obscure, sullenly harbored the conviction that World War II was the wrong war against the wrong enemies. Communism, they knew, was the only genuine enemy on America's historical agenda. Was that not why Hitler had been ignored/tolerated/appeased? So that the Nazi war machine would turn east and wipe Bolshevism off the face of the earth once and for all? It was just unfortunate that Adolf turned out to be such a megalomaniac and turned west as well. But that war was over. These Americans were now to have their day in every corner of the world. The ink on the Japanese surrender treaty was hardly dry when the United States began to use the Japanese soldiers still in China alongside American troops in a joint effort against the Chinese communists. The communists in China had worked closely with the American military during the war, providing important intelligence about the Japanese occupiers, rescuing and caring for downed U.S. airmen. But no matter. Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek would be Washington's man. He headed what passed for a central government in China. The Office of Strategic Services estimated that the bulk of Chiang's military effort had been directed against the communists rather than the Japanese. He had also done his best to block the cooperation between the Reds and the Americans. Now his army contained Japanese units and his regime was full of officials who had collaborated with the Japanese and served in their puppet government. But no matter. The Generalissimo was as anti-communist as they come. Moreover, he was a bomb American client. His forces would be properly trained and equipped to do battle with the men of Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai. President Truman was out front about what he described as using the Japanese to hold off the communists. It was perfectly clear to us that if we told the Japanese to lay down their arms immediately and march to the seaboard, the entire country would be taken over by the communists. We therefore had to take the unusual step of using the enemy as a garrison until we could airlift Chinese national troops to South China and send Marines to guard the seaports. 15. The deployment of American Marines had swift and dramatic results. 2 weeks after the end of the war, Peking was surrounded by communist forces. Only the arrival of the Marines in the city prevented the Reds from taking it over. And while Mao's forces were pushing into Shanghai suburbs, U.S. transport planes dropped Chiang's troops in to seize the city. In a scramble to get to key centers and ports before the communists, the U.S. transported between 400,000 and 500,000 nationalist troops by ship and plane all over the vastness of China and Manchuria, places they could never have reached otherwise. As the Civil War heated up, the 50,000 Marines sent by Truman after the close of the war were used to guard railway lines, coal mines, ports, bridges, and other strategic sites. Inevitably, they became involved in the fighting, sustaining dozens, if not hundreds of casualties. U.S. troops, the communists charged, attacked areas controlled by the Reds, directly opened fire on them, arrested military officers, and disarmed soldiers. The Americans found themselves blasting a small Chinese village unmercifully, wrote a Marine to his congressman, not knowing how many innocent people were slaughtered. United States planes regularly made reconnaissance flights over communist territory to scout the position of their forces. The communists claimed that American planes frequently strafed and bombed their troops and in one instance machine-gunned a communist-held town. To what extent, if any, these attacks were carried out by U.S. airmen is not known. There were, however, American survivors in some of the many crashes of United States aircraft. Surprisingly, the Reds continued to rescue them, tend to their wounds, and return them to U.S. bases. It may be difficult to appreciate now, but at this time the mystique and the myth of America still gripped the imagination of peoples all over the world, and Chinese peasants, whether labeled communist or not, were no exception. During the war the Reds had helped to rescue scores of American flyers and transported them through Japanese lines to safety. The communists, wrote the New York Times, did not lose one airman taken under their protection. They made a point of never accepting rewards for saving American airmen. When 1946 arrived, about 100,000 American military personnel were still in China, still supporting Chiang. The official United States explanation for the presence of its military was that they were there to disarm and repatriate the Japanese. Though this task was indeed carried out eventually, it was secondary to the military's political function, as Truman's later statement cited above makes abundantly clear. The American soldiers in China began to protest about not being sent home, a complaint echoed round the world by other GIs kept overseas for political purposes. They ask me, too, why they're here, said a Marine lieutenant in China at Christmas time, 1945. As an officer I am supposed to tell them, but you can't tell a man that he's here to disarm Japanese when he's guarding the same railway with Japanese. Strangely enough, the U.S. attempted to mediate in the Civil War, this, while being an active, powerful participant on one side. Harry Truman sent General 16. China 1945 to 1960s. George Marshall to China to try and arrange a ceasefire and a coalition government. While some temporary success was achieved in an on and off truce, the idea of a coalition government was doomed to failure, as unlikely as a marriage between the Tsar and the Bolsheviks. As the historian D.F. Fleming has pointed out, one cannot unite a dying oligarchy with a rising revolution. What American motivation lay behind this move can only be guessed at, perhaps a public relations exercise to obscure its interventionist role, or a realization that it was either compromise with the communists or see all of China fall under their sway. Not until early 1947 did the United States begin to withdraw some of its military forces, although aid and support to the Chiang government continued in one form or another long afterward. At about this same time, the Flying Tigers began to operate. The legendary American Air Squadron under the leadership of General Claire Chennault had fought for the Chinese against the Japanese before and during the World War. Now Chennault, Jiang's former Air Force advisor, had reactivated the squadron, and its pilots of fortune soon found themselves in the thick of the fray, flying endless supply missions to nationalist cities under siege, dodging communist shell bursts to airlift food, ammunition, and supplies of all kinds, or to rescue the wounded. Technically, CAT was a private airline hired by the Chiang government, but before the Civil War came to an end, the airline had formally interlocked with the CIA to become the first link in the agency's sprawling air empire to be, best known for the Air America line. By 1949, United States aid to the nationalists since the war amounted to almost $2 billion in cash and $1 billion worth of military hardware. 39 nationalist army divisions had been trained and equipped. Yet the Chiang dynasty was collapsing all around in bits and pieces. It had not been only the onslaught of Jiang's communist foes, but the hostility of the Chinese people at large to his tyranny, his wanton cruelty, and the extraordinary corruption and decadence of his entire bureaucratic and social system. By contrast, the large areas under communist administration were models of honesty, progress, and fairness. Entire divisions of Jiang's forces defected to the communists. The nationalist forces, said General David Barr, head of the U.S. military mission in China, were under the world's worst leadership. Asterisk. The Generalissimo, his cohorts and soldiers fled to the Chinese island of Taiwan. They had prepared their entry 2 years earlier by terrorizing the islanders into submission, a massacre which took the lives of an estimated 5,000 to 20,000 people. 5 In the wake of the communist success, China scholar Felix Green has observed, Americans simply could not bring themselves to believe that the Chinese, however rotten their leadership, could have preferred a communist government. Happy face, it must have been the handiwork of a conspiracy, an international conspiracy, at the control panel of which sat, not unexpectedly, the Soviet Union. The evidence for this was thin to the point of transparency. Indeed, ever since Stalin's credo of socialism in one country won out over Trotsky's internationalism in the 1920s, the Russians had sided with Chiang more than with Mao, advising the latter more than once to dissolve his army and join Jiang's government. Particularly in the post-World War II years, when the Soviet Union was faced with its own staggering crisis of reconstruction, did it not relish the prospect of having to help HFT, the world's most populous nation, into the modern age? In 1947, General Marshall stated publicly that he knew of no evidence that the Chinese Communists were being supported by the USSR. But in the United States this did not prevent the rise of an entire mythology of how the US had lost China, Soviet intervention, State Department communists, White House cowards, military and diplomatic folly, communist dupes and fellow travelers in the media. Treachery everywhere. The Truman administration, said Senator Joseph McCarthy with characteristic charm, was composed of egg-sucking phony liberals who protected the communists and queers who had sold China into atheistic slavery. Yet, short of an all-out invasion of the country by large numbers of American troops, it is difficult to see what more the U.S. government could have done to prevent Jiang's downfall. Even after Chiang fled to Taiwan, the United States pursued a campaign of relentless assaults against the communist government, despite a request from Zhou Enlai for aid and friendship. The Red leader saw no practical or ideological bar to this. Degree Many nationalist soldiers had taken refuge in northern Burma in the Great Exodus of 1949, much to the displeasure of the Burmese government. There, the CIA began to regroup this stateless army into a fighting force, and during the early 1950s a number of large and small-scale incursions into China were carried out. In one instance, in April 1, 1951, a few thousand troops, accompanied by CIA advisors and supplied by airdrops from American C-46S and C-47S, crossed the border into China's Yunnan province, but they were driven back by the communists in less than a week. The casualties were high and included several CIA advisors who lost their lives. Another raid that summer took the invaders 65 miles into China, where they reportedly held a 100-mile-long strip of territory. Instead, the U.S. evidently conspired to assassinate Zhou on several occasions. August 24, 1985. 18. China J945 to J960s. While the attacks continued intermittently, the CIA proceeded to build up the force's capabilities. American engineers arrived to help construct and expand airstrips in Burma, fresh troops were flown in from Taiwan, other troops were recruited from amongst Burmese hill tribes, CIA air squadrons were brought in for logistical services, and enormous quantities of American heavy arms were ferried in. Much of the supply of men and equipment came in via nearby Thailand. The army soon stood at more than 10,000 men. By the end of 1952, Taiwan claimed that over 41,000 communists had been killed and more than 3,000 wounded. The figures were most likely exaggerated, but even so, it was clear that the raids would not lead to Jiang's triumphant return to the mainland, although this was not their sole purpose. On the Chinese border, two greater battles were raging, in Korea and Vietnam. It was the hope of the United States to force the Chinese to divert troops and military resources away from these areas. The infant People's Republic of China was undergoing a terrible test. In between raids on China, the Chinits found time to clash frequently with Burmese troops, indulge in banditry, and become the opium barons of the Golden Triangle, that slice of land encompassing parts of Burma, Laos, and Thailand, which was the world's largest source of opium and heroin. CIA pilots flew the stuff all over, to secure the cooperation of those in Thailand who were important to the military operation, as a favor to their nationalist clients, perhaps even for the money, and, ironically, to serve as cover for their more illicit activities. The Chinese in Burma kept up their harassment of the Chinese until 1961, and the CIA continued to supply them militarily, but at some point the agency began to phase itself out of a more direct involvement. When the CIA, in response to repeated protests by the Burmese government to the United States and the United Nations, put pressure on the Chinese to leave Burma, Chiang responded by threatening to expose the agency's covert support of his troops there. At an earlier stage, the CIA had entertained the hope that the Chinese would be provoked into attacking Burma, thereby forcing the strictly neutral Burmese to seek salvation in the Western camp. The Chinese did just that, in January 1, 1961, but as part of a combined force with the Burmese to overwhelm the nationalists' main base and mark finus to their Burmese adventure. Burma subsequently renounced American aid and moved closer to Peking. For many of the Chinese, unemployment was only short-lived. They soon signed up with the CIA again, this time to fight with the agency's Grand Army in Laos. Burma was not the only jumping-off site for CIA-organized raids into China. The islands of Quemoy and Matsu, about 5 miles off the Chinese coast, were used as bases for hit-and-run attacks, often in battalion strength, for occasional bombing forays, and to blockade mainland ports. Chiang was brutally pressured by the U.S. to build up his troops on the islands beginning around 1953 as a demonstration of Washington's new policy of unleashing him. The Chinese retaliated several times with heavy artillery attacks on Quemoy, on one occasion killing 2 American military officers. The prospect 19. of an escalated war led the U.S. later to have second thoughts and to ask Chiang to abandon the islands, but he then refused. The suggestion has often been put forward that Chiang's design was to embroil the United States in just such a war as his one means of returning to the mainland. Many incursions into China were made by smaller, commando-type teams airdropped in for intelligence and sabotage purposes. In November 1952, 2 CIA officers, John Downey and Richard Fecteau, who had been engaged in flying these teams in and dropping supplies to them, were shot down and captured by the Communists. Only 2 years later did Peking announce their capture and sentencing. The State Department broke its own 2-year silence with indignation. The department claimed that the 2 men had been civilian employees of the U.S. Department of the Army in Japan who were presumed lost on a flight from Korea to Japan in November 1952. How they came into the hands of the Chinese Communists is unknown to the United States. The continued wrongful detention of these American citizens furnishes further proof of the Chinese Communist regime's disregard for accepted practices of international conduct. Happy face. Fecteau was released in December 1971, shortly before President Nixon's trip to China. Downey was not freed until March 1973, soon after Nixon publicly acknowledged him to be a CIA officer. The Peking announcement in 1954 also revealed that 11 American airmen had been shot down over China in January 1953 while on a mission which had as its purpose the airdrop of special agents into China and the Soviet Union. These men were luckier, being freed after only V/I years. All told, said the Chinese, it had killed 106 American and Taiwanese agents who had parachuted into China between 1951 and 1954 and had captured 124 others. Although the CIA had little, if anything, to show for its commando actions, it reportedly maintained the program until at least 1960. There were many other CIA flights over China for purely espionage purposes, carried out by high-altitude U-2 planes, pilotless drones, and other aircraft. These overflights began around the late 1950s and were not discontinued until 1997, to coincide with Henry Kissinger's first trip to Peking. The operation was not without incident. Several U-2 planes were shot down and even more of the drones, 19 of the latter by Chinese count between 1964 and 1969. China registered hundreds of serious warnings about violations of its airspace, and on at least one occasion American aircraft crossed the Chinese border and shot down a MiG-17 Carrot. It would seem that no degree of failure or paucity of result was enough to deter the CIA from seeking new ways to torment the Chinese in the decade following their revolution. Tibet was another case in point. The Peking government claimed Tibet as part of China, as had previous Chinese governments for more than 2 centuries, although many Tibetans still regarded themselves as autonomous or independent. The United States made its position clear during the war. The government of the United States has borne in mind the fact that the Chinese 20. China 1945 to 1960s. Government has long claimed suzerainty over Tibet and that the Chinese constitution lists Tibet among areas constituting the territory of the Republic of China. This government has at no time raised a question regarding either of these claims. Happy face. After the Communist Revolution, Washington officials tended to be more equivocal about the matter. But U.S. actions against Tibet had nothing to do with the niceties of international law. Beginning in 1957 or 1958, the CIA began to recruit Tibetan refugees and exiles in neighboring countries such as India and Nepal. Amongst their number were members of the Dalai Lama's Guard, referred to picturesquely as the fearsome Kamba horsemen, and others who had already engaged in some guerrilla activity against Peking rule or the profound social changes being instituted by the revolution. Those selected were flown to the United States, to an unused military base high in the Colorado Mountains, an altitude approximating that of their mountainous homeland. There, hidden away as much as possible from the locals, they were trained in the fine points of paramilitary warfare. After completing training, each group of Tibetans was flown to Taiwan or other friendly Asian countries, thence to be infiltrated back into Tibet, or elsewhere in China, where they occupied themselves in activities such as sabotage, mining roads, cutting communication lines, and ambushing small communist forces. Their actions were supported by CIA aircraft and on occasion led by agency contract mercenaries. The operation in Colorado was maintained until sometime in the 1960s. How many thousands of Tibetans passed through the course of instruction will probably never be known. Even after the formal training program came to an end, the CIA continued to finance and supply their exotic clients and nurture their hopeless dream of reconquering their homeland. In 1961, when the New York Times got some wind of the operation, it acceded to a Pentagon request to be no further. The matter was particularly sensitive because the CIA is expressly forbidden to conduct anything of the sort within the United States. Happy face. Above and beyond the bedevilment of China on its own merits, there was the spillover from the Korean War. There were the numerous bombings and strafings by American planes which, the Chinese frequently reported, took civilian lives and destroyed homes. And there was the matter of germ warfare. The Chinese devoted a great deal of effort to publicizing their claim that the United States, particularly during January to March 1952, had dropped quantities of bacteria and bacteria-laden insects over Korea and northeast China. It presented testimony of about 38 captured American airmen who had purportedly flown the planes with the deadly cargo. Many of the men went into voluminous detail about the entire operation, the kinds of bombs and other containers dropped, the types of insects, the diseases which they carried, etc. At the same time, photographs of the alleged germ bombs and insects were published. 21. Then, in August, an international scientific committee was appointed, composed of scientists from Sweden, France, Great Britain, Italy, Brazil, and the Soviet Union. After an investigation in China of more than 2 months, the committee produced a report of some 600 pages, many photos, and the conclusion that the peoples of Korea and China have indeed been the objectives of bacteriological weapons. These have been employed by units of the USA Armed Forces, using a great variety of different methods for the purpose, some of which seem to be developments of those applied by the Japanese during the Second World War. O. It should be noted that some of the American airmen's statements contained so much technical biological information and were so full of communist rhetoric, imperialist, capitalist, Wall Street warmonger and the like that their personal authorship of the statements must be seriously questioned. Moreover, it was later learned that most of the airmen had confessed only after being subjected to physical abuse. But in view of what we have since learned about American involvement with chemical and biological weapons, the Chinese claims cannot be dismissed out of hand. In 1970, for example, the New York Times reported that during the Korean War, when U.S. forces were overwhelmed by human waves of Chinese, the army dug into captured Nazi chemical warfare documents describing sarin, a nerve gas so lethal that a few pounds could kill thousands of people in minutes. By the mid-1950s, the army was manufacturing thousands of gallons of sarin. Happy face, and during the 1950s and 1960s, the Army and the CIA conducted numerous experiments with biological agents within the United States. To cite just two examples, in 1955, there is compelling evidence that the CIA released whooping cough bacteria into the open air in Florida. There was an accompanying extremely sharp increase in the incidence of the disease in the state that year. The following year, another toxic substance was disseminated in the streets and tunnels of New York City. We will also see in the chapter on Cuba how the CIA conducted chemical and biological warfare against Fidel Castro's rule. In May 1966, Secretary of State Dean Rusk spoke before a congressional committee about American policy toward China. Mr. Rusk, it seems, was perplexed that at times the communist Chinese leaders seemed to be obsessed with the notion that they are being threatened and encircled. He spoke of China's imaginary, almost pathological, notion that the United States and other countries around its borders are seeking an opportunity to invade mainland China and destroy the Peeping regime. The secretary then added, "How much Peeping's fear of the United States is genuine and how much it is artificially induced for domestic political purposes only the Chinese Communist." 22. China 1945–1960s. Leaders themselves know. I am convinced, however, that their desire to expel our influence and activity from the Western Pacific and Southeast Asia is not motivated by fears that we are threatening them. 2 Italy 1947–1948 free elections, Hollywood style. Those who do not believe in the ideology of the United States shall not be allowed to stay in the United States, declared the American Attorney General, Tom Clark, in January 1948. In March, the Justice Department, over which Clark presided, determined that Italians who did not believe in the ideology of the U.S. would not be allowed to emigrate to, or even enter, the United States. This was but one tactic in a remarkable American campaign to ensure that Italians who did not believe in the ideology of the United States would not be allowed to form a government of a differing ideology in Italy in their election scheduled for April 18, 1948. 2 years earlier, the Italian Communist Party, the largest in the world outside the Soviet Union, and the Socialist Party had garnered more votes and more seats in the Constituent Assembly election than the Christian Democrats. But the two parties of the left had run separate candidates and thus had to be content with some ministerial posts in a coalition cabinet under a Christian Democrat premier. The results, nonetheless, spoke plainly enough to put the fear of Marx into the Truman administration. For the 1948 election, the PCI and Psi united to form the Popular Democratic Front and in February won municipal elections in Pescara with a 10% increase in their vote over 1946. The Christian Democrats ran a poor second. The prospect of the left winning control of the Italian government loomed larger than ever before. It was at this point that the U.S. began to train its big economic and political guns upon the Italian people. All the good old Yankee know-how, all the Madison Avenue savvy in the art of swaying public opinion. All the Hollywood razzmatazz would be brought to bear on the target market. Pressing domestic needs in Italy, such as agricultural and economic reform, the absence of which produced abysmal extremes of wealth and poverty, were not to be the issues of the day. The lines of battle would be drawn around the question of democracy vs. communism. The fact that the communists had been the single most active anti-fascist group in Italy during the war, undergoing ruthless 23. persecution, while the Christian Democrat government of 1948 and other electoral opponents on the right were riddled through with collaborators, monarchists, and plain unreconstructed fascists. This too would be ignored, indeed, turned around. It was now a matter of communist dictatorship versus their adversaries' love of freedom. This was presumed a priori. As one example, a group of American congressmen visited Italy in summer 1947 and concluded that the country is under great pressure from within and without to veer to the left and adopt a totalitarian collective national organization. To make any of this at all credible, the whole picture had to be pushed and squeezed into the frame of the American way of life vs. the Soviet way of life, a specious proposition which must have come as somewhat of a shock to leftists who regarded themselves as Italian and neither Russian nor American. In February, after non-communist ministers in Czechoslovakia had boycotted cabinet meetings over a dispute concerning police hiring practices, the communist government dissolved the coalition cabinet and took sole power. The Voice of America pointed to this event repeatedly, as a warning to the Italian people of the fate awaiting them if Italy went communist. Yet, by all appearances, the Italian Christian Democrat government and the American government had conspired the previous year in an even more blatant usurpation of power. In January 1947, when UN Premier Alcide de Gasperi visited Washington at the United States' invitation, his overriding concern was to plead for crucial financial assistance for his war-torn, impoverished country. American officials may have had a different priority. 3 days after returning to Italy, de Gasperi unexpectedly dissolved his cabinet, which included several communists and socialists. The press reported that many people in Italy believed that de Gasperi's action was related to his visit to the United States and was aimed at decreasing leftist, principally communist influence in the government. After 2 weeks of tortuous delay, the formation of a center or center-right government sought by de Gasperi proved infeasible. The new cabinet still included communists and socialists, although the left had lost key positions, notably the ministries of Foreign Affairs and Finance. From this point until May, when de Gasperi's deputy, Ivan Lombardo, led a mission to Washington to renew the request for aid, promised loans were frozen by the United States for reasons not very clear. On several occasions during this period, the Italian left asserted their belief that the aid was being held up pending the ouster of leftists from the cabinet. The New York Times, not going quite as far, noted that, some observers here feel that a further leftward swing in Italy would retard aid. As matters turned out, the day Lombardo arrived in Washington, de Gasperi again dissolved his entire cabinet and suggested that the new cabinet would manage without the benefit of leftist members. This was, indeed, what occurred, and over the ensuing few months, exceedingly generous American financial aid flowed into Italy, in addition to the cancellation of the nation's $1 billion debt to the United States *-. 24. Italy 1947 to 1948. As the last month of the 1948 election campaign began, Time magazine pronounced the possible leftist victory to be the brink of catastrophe. It was primarily this fear, William Colby, former director of the CIA, has written, that had led to the formation of the Office of Policy Coordination, which gave the CIA the capability to undertake covert political, propaganda, and paramilitary operations in the first place. But covert operations, as far as is known, played a distinctly minor role. It was the very overtness of the American campaign, without any apparent embarrassment, that stamps the whole endeavor with such uniqueness and arrogance, one might say swagger. The fortunes of the FDP slid downhill with surprising acceleration during the final month in the face of an awesome mobilization of resources such as the following: A massive letter-writing campaign from Americans of Italian extraction to their relatives and friends in Italy, at first written by individuals in their own words or guided by sample letters in newspapers, soon expanded to mass-produced, pre-written, postage-paid form letters, cablegrams, educational circulars, and posters, needing only an address and signature. And from a group calling itself the Committee to Aid Democracy in Italy, 500,000 picture postcards illustrating the gruesome fate awaiting Italy if it voted for dictatorship or foreign dictatorship. In all, an estimated 10 million pieces of mail were written and distributed by newspapers, radio stations, churches, the American Legion, wealthy individuals, etc., and business advertisements now included offers to send letters airmail to Italy even if you didn't buy the product. All this with the publicly expressed approval of the acting Secretary of State and the Post Office, which inaugurated special freedom flights to give greater publicity to the dispatch of the mail to Italy. The form letters contained messages such as, "A communist victory would ruin Italy. The United States would withdraw aid and a world war would probably result. We implore you not to throw our beautiful Italy into the arms of that cruel despot communism. America hasn't anything against communism in Russia, but why impose it on other people, other lands, in that way, putting out the torch of liberty? If the forces of true democracy should lose in the Italian election, the American government will not send any more money to Italy, and we won't send any more money to you, our relatives." These were by no means the least sophisticated. Other themes emphasized were Russian domination of Italy, loss of religion and the church, loss of family faith, loss of home and land. Veteran newsman Howard K. Smith pointed out at the time that for an Italian peasant a telegram from anywhere is a wondrous thing, and a cable from the terrestrial paradise of America is not lightly to be disregarded. The letters threatening to cut off gifts may have been equally intimidating. Such letters, wrote a Christian Democrat official in an Italian newspaper, struck home in southern Italian and Sicilian villages with the force of lightning. A 1949 poll indicated that 16% of Italians claimed relatives in the United States with whom they were in touch. This, apparently, was in addition to friends there. The State Department backed up the warnings in the letters by announcing that if the communists should win, there would be no further question of assistance from the United States. The Italian left felt compelled to regularly assure voters that this would not really happen. This, in turn, inspired American officials, including Secretary of State George Marshall, to repeat the threat. A daily series of direct shortwave broadcasts to Italy backed by the State Department and featuring prominent Americans. The Attorney General assured the Italian people that the election was a choice between democracy and communism, between God and godlessness, between order and chaos. Willem Donovan, the wartime head of the OSS, warned that under a communist dictatorship in Italy, many of the nation's industrial plants would be dismantled and shipped to Russia, and millions of Italy's workers would be deported to Russia for forced labor. If this were not enough to impress the Italian listeners, a parade of unknown but passionate refugees from Eastern Europe went before the microphone to recount horror stories of life behind the Iron Curtain. Several commercial radio stations broadcast to Italy special services held in American Catholic churches to pray for the Pope in this, his most critical hour. On one station, during an entire week, hundreds of Italian Americans from all walks of life delivered one-minute messages to Italy, which were relayed through the shortwave station. Station WOV in New York invited Italian war brides to transcribe a personal message to their families back home. The station then mailed the recordings to Italy. Voice of America daily broadcasts into Italy were sharply increased, highlighting, of course, news of American assistance or gestures of friendship to Italy. A skyful of showbiz stars, including Frank Sinatra and Gary Cooper, recorded a series of radio programs designed to win friends and influence the vote in Italy. 5 broadcasts of Italian-American housewives were aired, and Italian Americans with some leftist credentials were also enlisted for the cause. 26. Italy 1947–1948. Labor leader Luigi Antonini called upon Italians to smash the Muscovite Fifth column, which follows the orders of the ferocious Moscow tyranny, or else Italy would become an enemy totalitarian country. To counter communist charges in Italy that Negroes in the United States were denied opportunities, the VOA broadcast the story of a Negro couple who had made a fortune in the junk business and built a hospital for their people in Oklahoma City. Italian radio stations carried a one-hour show from Hollywood put on to raise money for the orphans of Italian pilots who died in the war. American officials in Italy widely distributed leaflets extolling U.S. economic aid and staged exhibitions among low-income groups. The U.S. Information Service presented an exhibition on the worker in America and made extensive use of documentary and feature films to sell the American way of life. It was estimated that in the period immediately preceding the election more than 5 million Italians each week saw American documentaries. The 1939 Hollywood film Ninotchka, which satirized life in Russia, was singled out as a particularly effective feature film. It was shown throughout working-class areas and the Communists made several determined efforts to prevent its presentation. After the election, a pro-communist worker was reported as saying that what licked us was Ninotchka. The Justice Department served notice that Italians who joined the Communist Party would be denied that dream of so many Italians, emigration to America. The State Department then ruled that any Italians known to have voted for the Communists would not be allowed to even enter the terrestrial paradise. It was urged that this information be emphasized in letters to Italy. President Truman accused the Soviet Union of plotting the subjugation of Western Europe and called for universal military training in the United States and a resumption of military conscription to forestall threatened communist control and police state rule. During the campaign, American and British warships were frequently found anchored off Italian ports. Time, in an edition widely displayed and commented upon in Italy shortly before the election, gave its approval to the sentiment that the U.S. should make it clear that it will use force, if necessary, to prevent Italy from going communist. The United States and Italy signed a 10-year treaty of friendship, commerce, and navigation. This was the first treaty of its kind entered into by the U.S. since the war, a point emphasized for Italian consumption. A friendship train toured the United States gathering gifts and then traveled round Italy distributing them. The train was, naturally, painted red, 27, white and blue, and bore large signs expressing the friendship of American citizens toward the people of Italy. The United States government stated that it favored Italian trusteeship over some of its former African colonies, such as Ethiopia and Libya, a wholly unrealistic proposal that could never come to pass in the post-war world. The US, Great Britain and France maneuvered the Soviet Union into vetoing, for the third time, a motion that Italy be admitted to the United Nations. The same three Allied nations proposed to the Soviet Union that negotiations take place with a view to returning Trieste to Italy. Formerly the principal Italian port on the Adriatic coast, bordering Yugoslavia, Trieste had been made a free city under the terms of the peace treaty. The approval of the Soviet Union was necessary to alter the treaty, and the Western proposal was designed to put the Russians on the spot. The Italian people had an intense sentimental attachment to Trieste, and if the Russians rejected the proposal it could seriously embarrass the Italian communists. A Soviet acceptance, however, would antagonize their Yugoslav allies. The US prodded the Russians for a response, but none was forthcoming. From the Soviet point of view, the most obvious and safest path to follow would have been to delay their answer until after the election. Yet they chose to announce their rejection of the proposal only 5 days before the vote, thus hammering another nail into the FDP coffin. A manifesto of peace to freedom-loving Italians, calling upon them to reject communism, was sent to Premier de Gasperi. Its signatories included 2 former U.S. Secretaries of State, a former Assistant Secretary of State, a former Attorney General, a former Supreme Court Justice, a former Governor of New York, the former First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt, and many other prominent personages. This message was, presumably, suitably publicized throughout Italy, a task easy in the extreme inasmuch as an estimated 82% of Italian newspapers were in the hands of those unsympathetic to the leftist bloc. More than 200 American labor leaders of Italian origin held a conference, out of which came a cable sent to 23 daily newspapers throughout Italy similarly urging thumbs down on the Reds. At the same time, the Italian-American Labor Council contributed $50,000 to anti-communist labor organizations in Italy. The CIA was already secretly subsidizing such trade unions to counteract the influence of leftist unions. But this was, and is, standard agency practice independent of electoral considerations. 28. Italy 1947 to 1948. The CIA, by its own later admission, gave $1 million to Italian center parties, a king's ransom in Italy 1948. An American group featuring noted Italian-American musicians traveled to Rome to present a series of concerts. President Truman chose a month before the election as the time to transfer 29 merchant ships to the Italian government as a gesture of friendship and confidence in a democratic Italy. 4 days later, the House Appropriations Committee acted swiftly to approve $18.7 million in additional interim aid funds for Italy. 2 weeks later, the United States gave Italy $4.3 million as the first payment on wages due to 60,000 former Italian war prisoners in the U.S. who had worked voluntarily for the Allied cause. This was a revision of the peace treaty which stipulated that the Italian government was liable for such payments. 6 days before Election Day, the State Department made it public that Italy would soon receive $31 million in gold in return for gold looted by the Nazis. 2 days later, the U.S. government authorized 2 further large shipments of food to Italy, one for $8 million worth of grains. A number of the aid ships, upon their arrival in Italy during the election campaign, had been unloaded amid ceremony and a speech by the American ambassador. A poster prominent in Italy read, "The bread that we eat 40% Italian flour 60% American flour sent free of charge." The poster neglected to mention whether the savings were passed on to the consumer or served to line the pockets of the baking companies. The American ambassador, James Clement Dunn, traveled constantly throughout Italy pointing out to the population on every possible occasion what American aid has meant to them and their country. At the last unloading of food, Dunn declared that the American people were saving Italy from starvation, chaos, and possible domination from outside. His speeches usually received wide coverage in the non-left press. By contrast, the Italian government prohibited several of its own ambassadors abroad from returning home to campaign for the FDP. April 15 was designated Free Italy Day by the American sympathizers for a Free Italy with nationwide observances to be held. The American Commission for the Restoration of Italian Monuments Incorporated announced, 4 days before Election Day, an additional series of grants to the Italian Ministry of Fine Arts. In his historic speech of March 12, 1947, which came to be known as the Truman Doctrine, the President had proclaimed, 29. I believe it must be the policy of the United States to support free peoples who are resisting attempted subjugation by armed minorities or by outside pressures. I believe that we must assist free peoples to work out their own destinies in their own way. It scarcely needs to be emphasized how hollow this promise proved to be. But the voices which spoke out in the United States against their government's crusade were few and barely audible above the roar. The Italian-American Committee for Free Elections in Italy held a rally to denounce the propaganda blitz, declaring that thousands of Americans of Italian origin feel deeply humiliated by the continuous flow of suggestions, advice, and pressure put on the Italians, as though they were unable to decide for themselves whom to elect. 2. The Progressive Party also went on record, stating, "As Americans we repudiate our government's threat to cut off food from Italy unless the election results please us. Hungry children must not go unfed because their parents do not vote as ordered from abroad." The party's candidate for president in 1948 was Henry Wallace, the former vice president who was an outspoken advocate of genuine détente with the Soviet Union. History did not provide the opportunity to observe what the reaction would have been amongst those who saw nothing wrong with what the United States was doing in Italy if a similar campaign had been launched by the Soviet Union in the United States on behalf of Wallace. Though some Italians must have been convinced at times that Stalin himself was a candidate for the presidency, the actual Soviet intervention in the election hardly merited a single headline. The American press engaged in speculation that the Russians were pouring substantial sums of money into the Communist Party's coffers. However, a survey carried out by the Italian Bureau of the United Press revealed that the anti-communist parties spent IV times as much as the FDP on all forms of propaganda, the Christian Democrats alone spending 4 times as much. As for other Soviet actions, Howard K. Smith's observation is to the point. The Russians tried to respond with a few feeble gestures for a while. Some Italian war prisoners were released, some newsprint was sent to Italy and offered to all parties for their campaign. But there was no way of resisting what amounted to a tidal wave. There is evidence that the Russians found the show getting too rough for them and actually became apprehensive of what the American and British reaction to a communist victory at the polls might be. The evidence Smith was alluding to was the Soviet rejection of the Trieste. 30. Italy 1947–1948. Proposal. By its timing, reported the New York Times, the unexpected procedure caused some observers to conclude that the Russians had thrown the Italian Communist Party overboard. The party's newspaper had a difficult time dealing with the story. Washington did as well, for it undermined the fundamental premise of the Italian campaign, that the Italian Communist Party and the Soviet Union were indistinguishable as to ends and means, that if you buy the one, you get the other as well. Thus the suggestion was put forth that perhaps the Soviet rejection was only a tactic to demonstrate that the US could not keep its promise on Trieste. But the Soviet announcement had not been accompanied by any such propaganda message, and it would not explain why the Russians had waited several weeks until near the crucial end to deliver its body blow to their Italian comrades. In any event, the United States could only come out smelling a lot sweeter than the Russians. When the Broadway show had ended its engagement in Italy, the Christian Democrats stood as the clear winner with 48% of the vote. The leftist coalition had been humiliated with a totally unexpected polling of but 31%. It had been a crusade of the kind which Aneurin Bevan had ascribed to the Tories, the whole art of conservative politics in the 20th century, the British Labour leader wrote, is being deployed to enable wealth to persuade poverty to use its political freedom to keep wealth in power. 3 Greece 1947 to early 1950s. From cradle of democracy to client state. Jorge Semprún is a Spaniard, a Frenchman, a novelist and film writer, former communist, former inmate of Buchenwald. He was at the infamous Nazi concentration camp in 1944 with other party members when they heard the news. For some days now, we had talked of nothing else. At first some of us had thought it was a lie. It had to be an invention of Nazi propaganda, to raise the morale of the people. We listened to the news bulletins on the German radio, broadcast by all the loudspeakers, and we shook our heads. A trick to raise the morale of the German people, it had to be. But we soon had to face up to the evidence. Some of us listened in secret to the Allied broadcasts, which confirmed the news. There was no doubt about it, British troops really were crushing the Greek resistance. In Athens, battle was raging, British troops were retaking the city from the Elos forces, district by district. It was an unequal fight, Elis had neither tanks nor planes. But Radio Moscow had said nothing, and this silence was variously interpreted. 31. The British Army had arrived in Greece in October 1, 944, shortly after the bulk of the Germans had fled, an evacuation due in no small part to Elis, the People's Liberation Army. Founded during the course of 1941–42 on the initiative of the Greek Communist Party, Elis, and its political wing EAM, cut across the entire left side of the political spectrum, numbering many priests and even a few bishops amongst its followers. The guerrillas had wrested large areas of the country from the Nazi invaders who had routed the British in 1941. ELA/EAM partisans could be ruthless and coercive toward those Greeks who did not cooperate with them or who were suspected of collaboration with the Germans. But they also provided another dramatic example of the liberating effects of a world war. The encrusted ways of the Greek old guard were cast aside. In their place arose communities which had at least the semblance of being run by the local residents, inchoate institutions and mechanisms which might have been the precursor of a regenerated Greek society after the war. Education, perhaps geared toward propaganda, but for the illiterate education nonetheless, fighting battalions of women. Housewives called upon for the first time to act independently of their husband's control, a phenomenon which spread irrepressibly until EAM came to number some 1 to 2 million Greeks out of a population of 7 million. This was hardly the kind of social order designed to calm the ulcers of the British old guard who had long regarded Greece as their private manor. The great man was determined that the Greek king should be restored to his rightful place, with all that implied, and the British military in Greece lost no time in installing a government dedicated to that end. Monarchists, quislings, and conservatives of all stripes found themselves in positions of political power, predominant in the new Greek army and police. Members of EAM/ELAs found themselves dead or in prison. Fighting broke out in December 1944 between ELAs and the British forces and their Greek comrades in arms, many of whom had fought against ELAs during the war and, in the process, collaborated with the Germans. Others had simply served with the Germans. Further support for the campaign against ELAs came from the U.S. Air Force and Navy, which transported more than 2 British divisions into Greece. All this while the war against Germany still raged in Europe. In mid-January 1945 ELAs agreed to an armistice, one that had much of the appearance and the effect of a surrender. There is disagreement amongst historians as to whether ELAs had been militarily defeated or whether the communists in the ELAs and EAM hierarchy had received the word from Stalin to lay down the gun. If the latter were the case, it would have been consistent with the famous agreement between Stalin and Churchill, in October 1944, whereby spheres of influence in Eastern Europe were allocated between the two powers. In this cynical monopoly game Britain had landed on Greece. Churchill later wrote that Stalin had adhered 32. Strictly and faithfully to our agreement of October, and during all the long weeks of fighting the communists in the streets of Athens not one word of reproach came from Pravda or Izvestia. It is essential to remember, Professor D.F. Fleming has pointed out in his eminent History of the Cold War, that Greece was the first of the liberated states to be openly and forcibly compelled to accept the political system of the occupying great power. It was Churchill who acted first and Stalin who followed his example, in Bulgaria and then in Romania, though with less bloodshed. A succession of Greek governments followed, serving by the grace of the British and the United States, thoroughly corrupt governments in the modem Greek tradition, which continued to terrorize the left, tortured them in notorious island prison camps, and did next to nothing to relieve the daily misery of the war-torn Greek people. There are few modem parallels for government as bad as this, CBS's chief European correspondent Howard K. Smith observed at the time. In the fall of 1946 the inevitable occurred, leftists took to the hills to launch Phase 2 of the Civil War. The communists had wrenched Stalin's strangulating hand from their throats, for their very survival was at stake and everything that they believed in. The British were weighed down by their own post-war reconstruction needs, and in February 1, 1947 they informed the United States that they could no longer shoulder the burden of maintaining a large armed force in Greece nor provide sizable military and economic aid to the country. Thus it was that the historic task of preserving all that is decent and good in Western civilization passed into the hands of the United States. Several days later, the State Department summoned the Greek charge d'affaires in Washington and informed him that his government was to ask the U.S. for aid. This was to be effected by means of a formal letter of request, a document, it turned out, to be written essentially by the State Department. The text of the letter, the charge d'affaires later reported, had been drafted with a view to the mentality of Congress. It would also serve to protect the U.S. government against intemal and extemal charges that it was taking the initiative of intervening in a foreign state or that it had been persuaded by the British to take over a bad legacy from them. The note would also serve as a basis for the cultivation of public opinion which was under study. In July, in a letter to Dwight Griswold, the head of the American mission to aid Greece, Secretary of State George Marshall said, "It is possible that during your stay in Greece you and the ambassador will come to the conclusion that the effectiveness of your mission would be enhanced if a reorganization of the Greek government could be effected. If such a conclusion is reached, it is hoped that you and the ambassador will be able to bring about such a reorganization indirectly through discreet suggestion and otherwise in such a manner that even the Greek political leaders will have a feeling that the reorganization has been effected largely by themselves and not by pressure from without." 33. The secretary spelled out a further guideline for Griswold, a man the New York Times shortly afterwards called the most powerful man in Greece: "During the course of your work you and the members of your mission will from time to time find that certain Greek officials are not, because of incompetence, disagreement with your policies, or for some other reason, extending the type of cooperation which is necessary if the objectives of your mission are to be achieved. You will find it necessary to effect the removal of these officials." These contrivances, however, were not the most cynical aspects of the American endeavor. Washington officials well knew that their new client government was so venal and so abusive of human rights that even confirmed American anti-communists were appalled. Stuart Alsop for one. On February 23, 1947, the noted journalist had cabled from Athens that most of the Greek politicians had no higher ambition than to taste the profitable delights of a free economy at American expense. The same year, an American investigating team found huge supplies of food aid rotting in warehouses at a time when an estimated 75% of Greek children were suffering from malnutrition. So difficult was it to gloss over this picture, that President Truman, in his address to Congress in March 1, 1947, asking for aid to Greece based on the Greek request, attempted to preempt criticism by admitting that the Greek government was not perfect and that it has made mistakes. Yet, somehow, by some ideological alchemy best known to the president, the regime in Athens was democratic, its opponents the familiar terrorists. There was no mention of the Soviet Union in this particular speech, but that was to be the relentless refrain of the American rationale over the next 2 years. The Russians were instigating the Greek leftists so as to kidnap yet another free country and drag it kicking and screaming behind the Iron Curtain. The neighboring communist states of Bulgaria, Albania, and particularly Yugoslavia, in part motivated by old territorial claims against Greece, did aid the insurgents by allowing them important sanctuary behind their borders and furnishing them with military supplies. The USSR, however, in the person of Joseph Stalin, was adamantly opposed to assisting the Greek comrades. At a meeting with Yugoslav leaders in early 1948, described by Milovan, second in command to Tito, Stalin turned to the foreign minister Edvard Kardelj and asked, "Do you believe in the success of the uprising in Greece?" Kardelj replied, "If foreign intervention does not grow, and if serious political and military errors are not made." Stalin went on, without paying attention to Kardelj's opinion, if no, they have no prospect of success at all. What, do you think that Great Britain and the United States, the most powerful state in the world, will permit you to break their MNE of communication in the Mediterranean? 34. Nonsense. And we have no navy. The uprising in Greece must be stopped, and as quickly as possible carried. The first major shiploads of military assistance under the new American operation arrived in the summer of 1947. By the end of the year the Greek military was entirely supported by American aid, down to and including its clothing and food. The nation's war-making potential was transformed, continual increases in the size of the Greek armed forces. Fighter bombers, transport squadrons, airfields, newly invented napalm bombs, recoilless rifles, naval patrol vessels, communication networks, docks, railways, roads, bridges. Hundreds of millions of dollars of supplies and equipment, approaching $1 billion in total since the end of the World War. The U.S. military mission took over the development of battle plans for the army from the ineffective Greek generals. The mission, related British military writer Major Edgar O. Ballance, took a tough line and insisted that all its recommendations be carried into effect, at once and in full. Eventually, more than 250 American Army officers were in the country, many assigned to Greek Army divisions to ensure compliance with directives, others operated at the brigade level. Another 200 or so U.S. Air Force and Navy personnel were also on active duty in Greece. All military training methods and programs were revised, revitalized, and tightened up under American supervision. Infantry units made more mobile, with increased firepower, special commando units trained in anti-guerrilla tactics, training in mountain warfare, augmented by some 4,000 mules shipped to Greece by the United States. At American insistence, whole sections of the population uprooted to eliminate the guerrillas' natural base of operation and source of recruits. Both on the ground and in the air, American support was becoming increasingly active, observed C.M. Woodhouse, the British colonel who served in Greece during the mid-1940s, and the theoretical line between advice, intelligence, and combat was a narrow one. Happy face, the Greek leftists held out for 3 terrible years. Despite losses of many tens of thousands, they were always able to replenish their forces, even increase their number. But by October 1, 949, foreseeing nothing but more loss of lives to a vastly superior destruction machine, the guerrillas announced over their radio a ceasefire. It was the end of the Civil War. The extent of American hegemony over Greece from 1947 onwards can scarcely be exaggerated. We have seen Marshall's directives to Griswold, and the American management of the military campaign. There were many other manifestations of the same phenomenon, of which the following are a sample. In August/September 1947, Prime Minister Chaldaris agreed to enter a broad coalition and hand over the premiership to someone else. In doing so, said the 35 New York Times, Chaldaris had surrendered to the desires of Dwight P. Griswold, of Ambassador McVeigh, and also of the king. Before Chaldaris addressed the Greek legislature on the matter, McVeigh stepped in to make changes to the speech. Over the next several years, each of the frequent changes of prime minister came about only after considerable American input, if not outright demand. One example of the latter occurred in 1950 when the then American ambassador Henry Grady sent a letter to Prime Minister Venizelos threatening to cut off U.S. aid if he failed to carry out a government reorganization. Venizelos was compelled to step down. The American influence was felt in regard to other high positions in Greek society as well. Andreas Papandreou, later to become prime minister himself, has written of this period that cabinet members and army generals, political party leaders and members of the establishment, all made open references to American wishes or views in order to justify or to account for their own actions or positions. Before undertaking a new crackdown on dissidents in July 1947, Greek authorities first approached Ambassador McVeigh. The ambassador informed them that the U.S. government would have no objection to preventive measures if they were considered necessary. Reassured, the Greeks went ahead and rounded up 4,000 people in 1 week. An example of what could land a Greek citizen in prison is the case of the EAM member who received an 18-month sentence for printing remarks deemed insulting to Dwight Griswold. He had referred to the American as the official representative of a foreign country. Happy face. In the economic sphere, Andreas Papandreou noted, the United States exercised almost dictatorial control during the early 50s, requiring that the signature of the chief of the U.S. economic mission appear alongside that of the Greek Minister of Coordination on any important documents. Happy face. Earlier, American management of the economy may have been even tighter. A memorandum from Athens dated November 17, 1947, From the American mission to aid Greece to the State Department in Washington, read in part, we have established practical control over national budget, taxation, currency issuance, price and wage policies, and state economic planning, as well as over imports and exports, the issuance of foreign exchange and the direction of military reconstruction and relief expenditures. And then there was the creation of a new internal security agency, named and modeled after the CIA. Before long, KYP was carrying out all the endearing practices of secret police everywhere, including systematic torture. By the early 1950s, Greece had been molded into a supremely reliable ally client of the United States. It was staunchly anti-communist and well integrated into the NATO system. It sent troops to Korea to support the United States' pretense that it was not simply an American war. It is safe to say that had the left come to power, Greece would have been much more independent of the United States. Greece would likely have been 36. Independent as well of the Soviet Union, to whom the Greek left owed nothing. Like Yugoslavia, which is also free of a common border with the USSR, Greece would have been friendly towards the Russians, but independent. When, in 1964, there came to power in Greece a government which entertained the novel idea that Greece was a sovereign nation, the United States and its Greek cohorts, as we shall see, quickly and effectively stamped out the heresy. For the Philippines 1940s and 1950s America's oldest colony. I walked the floor of the White House night after night until midnight. And I am not ashamed to tell you, gentlemen, that I went down on my knees and prayed to Almighty God for light and guidance more than one night. And one night it came to me this way, I don't know how it was, but it came, that we could not give them back to Spain, that would be cowardly and dishonorable, that we could not turn them over to France or Germany, our commercial rivals in the Orient, that would be bad business and discreditable, that we could not leave them to themselves, they were unfit for self-government and they would soon have anarchy and misrule over there worse than Spain's was, and that there was nothing left for us to do but to take them all, and to educate the Filipinos, and uplift and civilize and Christianize them, and by God's grace do the very best we could by them, as our fellow men for whom Christ also died. William McKinley, President of the United States, 1899. William McKinley's idea of doing the very best by the Filipinos was to employ the United States Army to kill them in the tens of thousands, subject them to torture, bomb down their villages, and lay the foundation for an economic exploitation which was proudly referred to at the time as imperialism by leading American statesmen and newspapers. After the Spanish had been driven out of the Philippines in 1898 by a combined action of the US and the Filipinos, Spain agreed to cede the islands to the United States for $20 million. But the Filipinos, who had already proclaimed their own independent republic, did not take kindly to being treated like a plot of uninhabited real estate. Accordingly, an American force, numbering at least 50,000, proceeded to instill in the population a proper appreciation of their status. 37. Thus did America's longest-lasting and most conspicuous colony ever come into being. Nearly half a century later, the U.S. Army again landed in the Philippines to find a nationalist movement fighting against a common enemy, this time the Japanese. While combating the Japanese, the American military took many measures aimed at quashing this resistance army, the Hook. Guerrilla forces organized and led by American officers and composed of U.S. and Filipino soldiers attacked the Hooks, spread disparaging rumors about them to erode their support amongst the peasants, and allowed the Japanese to assault them unmolested. This, while the Hooks were engaged in a major effort against the Japanese invaders and Philippine collaborators and frequently came to the aid of American soldiers. In the closing days of the Second World War, American and Philippine officials arrested leaders of the Hooks and the Philippine Communist Party, reportedly on the orders of General MacArthur, forcibly disarmed many Hook soldiers, and removed their followers from local governments which they had set up in areas of Hook popular support. In much of this anti-Hook campaign, the United States made use of Filipinos who were collaborating with the Japanese, such as landlords, large estate owners, many police constables, and other officials. In the post-war period, the U.S. restored to power and position many of those tainted with collaboration, much to the distaste of other Filipinos. The Hook guerrilla forces had been organized in 1942, largely at the initiative of the Communist Party, in response to the Japanese occupation of the islands. Amongst American policy makers, there were those who came to the routine conclusion that the Hooks were thus no more than a tool of the international communist conspiracy, to be opposed as all such groups were to be opposed. Others in Washington and Manila, whose reflexes were less knee-jerk, but more cynical, recognized that the Hook movement, if its growing influence was not checked, would lead to sweeping reforms of Philippine society. The centerpiece of the Hook political program was land reform, a crying need in this largely agricultural society. The other side of the Hook coin was industrialization, which the United States had successfully thwarted for so long to provide American industries with a veritable playground in the Philippines. From the Hook's point of view, such changes were but prologue to raising the islanders from their state of backwardness, from illiteracy, grinding poverty, and the diseases of poverty like tuberculosis and beriberi. The communist Hukbalahap rebellion, reported the New York Times, is generally regarded as an outgrowth of the misery and discontent among the peasants of central Luzon, the main island. Unmistakably, the Hook movement was a threat to the neocolonial condition of the Philippines, the American sphere of influence, and those Philippine interests which benefited from the status quo. The gunsmoke of the war had scarcely cleared when the United States began training and equipping the first force of 50,000 Filipino soldiers in 38. The Philippines 1940s and 1950s. Testimony before a congressional committee, Major General William Arnold of the U.S. Army candidly stated that this program was essential for the maintenance of internal order, not for external difficulties at all. None of the congressmen present publicly expressed any reservation about the international propriety of such a foreign policy. At the same time, American soldiers were kept on in the Philippines, and in at least one infantry division combat training was re-established. This led to vociferous protests and demonstrations by the GIs who wanted only to go home. Their war, after all, was over. The inauguration of combat training, the New York Times disclosed, was interpreted by soldiers and certain Filipino newspapers as the preparation for the repression of possible uprisings in the Philippines by disgruntled farm tenant groups. The soldiers had a lot to say on the subject of American armed intervention in China and the Netherlands Indies, which was occurring at the time. To what extent American military personnel participated directly in the suppression of dissident groups in the Philippines after the war is unrecorded history. The Hooks, though not trusting Philippine and U.S. authorities enough to voluntarily surrender their arms, did test the good faith of the government by taking part in the April 1946 national elections as part of a democratic alliance of liberal and socialist peasant political groups. As matters turned out, the commander-in-chief of the Hooks, Luis Tarrac, and several other alliance members and reform-minded candidates who won election to Congress were not allowed to take their seats under the transparent fiction that coercion had been used to influence voters. No investigation or review of the cases had even been carried out by the appropriate body, the Electoral Tribunal. The purpose of denying these men was equally transparent. The less than autonomous government was then able to push through Congress the controversial Philippine-US Trade Act, passed by 2 votes more than required in the House, and by nothing to spare in the Senate, which yielded to the United States bountiful privileges and concessions in the Philippine economy, including equal rights in the development of the nation's natural resources and the operation of its public utilities. This parity provision was eventually extended to every sector of the Philippine economy. The debasement of the electoral process was followed by a wave of heavy brutality against the peasants carried out by the military, the police, and landlord goon squads. According to Luis Tarrac, in the months following the election, peasant villages were destroyed, more than 500 peasants and their leaders killed, and about 3 times that number jailed, tortured, maimed, or missing. The Hooks and others felt they had little alternative but to take up arms once again, if only in self-defense. Certainly, independence was not going to change much of significance. American historian George E. Taylor, of impeccable establishment credentials. 39. In a book which bears the indication of CIA sponsorship, was yet moved to state that independence was marked by lavish expressions of mutual goodwill, by partly fulfilled promises, and by a restoration of the old relationship in almost everything except in name. Many demands were made of the Filipinos for the commercial advantage of the United States, but none for the social and political advantage of the Philippines. The American military was meanwhile assuring a home for itself in the Philippines. A 1947 agreement provided sites for 23 U.S. military bases in the country. The agreement was to last for 99 years. It stipulated that American servicemen who committed crimes outside the bases while on duty could be tried only by American military tribunals inside the bases. By the terms of a companion military assistance pact, the Philippine government was prohibited from purchasing so much as a bullet from any arms source other than the U.S., except with American approval. Such a state of affairs, necessarily involving training, maintenance, and spare parts, made the Philippine military extremely dependent upon their American counterparts. Further, no foreigners other than Americans were permitted to perform any function for or with the Philippine Armed Forces without the approval of the United States. By early 1950, the United States had provided the Philippines with over $200 million of military equipment and supplies, a remarkable sum for that time, and was in addition to the construction of various military facilities. The Joint U.S. Military Advisory Group reorganized the Philippine Defense Department, put its chosen man, Ramon Magsaysay, at its head, and formed the Philippine Army into battalion combat teams trained for counterinsurgency warfare. The Philippines was to be a laboratory experiment for this unconventional type of combat. The methods and the terminology, such as search and destroy and pacification, were later to become infamous in Vietnam. By September, when Lt. Col. Edward G. Lansdale arrived in the Philippines, the Civil War had all the markings of a long, drawn-out affair, with victory not in sight for either side. Ostensibly, Lansdale was just another American military advisor attached to JUSMAG, but in actuality he was the head of CIA clandestine and paramilitary operations in the country. His apparent success was to make him a recognized authority in counterinsurgency. In his later reminiscences about this period in his life, Lansdale relates his surprise at hearing from informed Filipino civilian friends about how repressive the Quirino government was, that its atrocities matched those of the Hooks, that the government was rotten with corruption, that Quirino himself had been elected the previous year through extensive fraud, and that the Hooks were right, they were the wave of the future, and violence was the only way for the people to get a government of their own. 40. The Philippines 1940s and 1950s. Lansdale was undeterred. He had come to do a job. Accordingly, he told himself that if the Hooks took over there would only be another form of injustice by another privileged few, backed by even crueler force. By the next chapter, he had convinced himself that he was working on the side of those committed to defend human liberty in the Philippines. As a former advertising man, Lansdale was no stranger to the use of market research, motivation techniques, media, and deception. In CIA parlance, such arts fall under the heading of psychological warfare. To this end, Lansdale fashioned a unit called the Civil Affairs Office. Its activities were based on the premise, one both new and suspect to most American military officers, that a popular guerrilla army cannot be defeated by force alone. Lansdale's team conducted a careful study of the superstitions of the Filipino peasants. Their lore, taboos, and myths in Hook areas were examined for clues to the appropriate appeals that could wean them from supporting the insurgents. In one operation, Lansdale's men flew over these areas in a small plane hidden by a cloud cover and broadcast in Tagalog mysterious curses on any villagers who dared to give the Hooks food or shelter. The tactic reportedly succeeded into starving some Hook units into surrender. Another Lansdale-initiated Psy-War operation played on the superstitious dread in the Philippine countryside of the Azuan, a mythical vampire. A Psy-War squad entered a town and planted rumors that an Azuan lived on in the neighboring hill where the Hooks were based, a location from which government forces were anxious to have them out. 2 nights later, after giving the rumors time to circulate among Hook sympathizers in the town and make their way up the hill, the Psy-War squad laid an ambush for the rebels along a trail used by them. When a Hook patrol passed, the ambusher silently snatched the last man, punctured his neck vampire fashion with 2 holes, held his body by the heels until the blood drained out, and put the corpse back on the trail. When the Hooks, as superstitious as any other Filipinos, discovered the bloodless comrade, they fled from the region. Happy Face, Lansdale regularly held coffee clatches with Filipino officials and military personnel in which new ideas were freely tossed back and forth, a la Madison Avenue brain session. Out of this came the Economic Development Corps to lure Hooks with a program of resettlement on their own patch of farmland, with tools, seeds, cash loans, etc. It was an undertaking wholly inadequate to the land problem, and the number that responded was very modest, but like many Psy-War techniques, a principal goal was to steal from the enemy his most persuasive arguments. Among other tactics introduced or refined by Lansdale were, production of films and radio broadcasts to explain and justify government actions, infiltration of government agents into the ranks of the Hooks to provide information and sow dissension, attempts to modify the behavior of government soldiers so as to curtail their abuse of people in rural areas, but on other occasions, government soldiers were allowed to run amok in villages disguised as Hooks. 41. This last, revealed L. Fletcher Prouty, was a technique developed to a high art in the Philippines in which soldiers were set upon the unwary village in the grand manner of a Cecil B. DeMille production. Happy Face, Prouty, a retired U.S. Air Force colonel, was for 9 years the focal point officer for contacts between the Pentagon and the CIA. He has described another type of scenario by which the Hooks were tarred with the terrorist brush, serving to obscure the political nature of their movement and mar their credibility. In the Philippines, lumbering interests and major sugar interests have forced tens of thousands of simple, backward villagers to leave areas where they have lived for centuries. When these poor people flee to other areas, it should be quite obvious that they in turn then infringe upon the territorial rights of other villagers or landowners. This creates violent rioting or at least sporadic outbreaks of banditry, that last lowly recourse of dying and terrorized people. Then when the distant government learns of the banditry and rioting, it must offer some safe explanation. The last thing that regional government would want to do would be to say that the huge lumbering or paper interests had driven the people out of their ancestral homeland. In the Philippines it is customary for the local/regional government to get a 10% rake off on all such enterprise and for national politicians to get another 10%. So the safe explanation becomes communist-inspired subversive insurgency. The word for this in the Philippines is hook. The most insidious part of the CIA operation in the Philippines was the fundamental manipulation of nation's political life, featuring stage-managed elections and disinformation campaigns. The high point of this effort was the election to the presidency, in 1953, of Ramon Magsaysay, the cooperative former Defense Department head. Lansdale, it was said, invented Magsaysay. Happy Face, his CIA front organizations ran the Filipinos campaign with all the license, impunity, and money that one would expect from the Democratic or Republican national committees operating in the U.S., or perhaps more to the point, Mayor Daley operating in Chicago. One of these front organizations, the National Movement for Free Elections, was praised in a New York Times editorial for its contribution to making the Philippines the showcase of democracy in Asia. Happy Face, once Magsaysay was in office, the CIA wrote his speeches, carefully guided his foreign policy, and used its press assets to provide him with a constant clack of support for his domestic programs and his involvement in the US-directed anti-communist crusade in Southeast Asia, as well as to attack anti-US newspaper columnists. So beholden was Magsaysay to the United States, disclosed Presidential Assistant Sherman Adams, that he sent word to Eisenhower that he would do anything the United States wanted him to do, even though his own foreign minister took the opposite view. One inventive practice of the CIA on behalf of MAGSESE was later picked up by agency stations in a number of other third world countries. This particular piece of chicanery consisted of selecting articles written by CIA writer agents for the provincial press and republishing them in a monthly Z/C5/. 42. The Philippines 1940s and 1950s. Of the provincial press. The digest was then sent to congressmen and other opinion makers in Manila to enlighten them as to what the provinces were thinking. After MAGSESE died in a plane crash in 1957, various other Filipino politicians and parties were sought out by the CIA as clients, or offered themselves as such. One of the latter was Diosdado Macapagal, who was to become president in 1961. Macapagal provided the agency with political information for several years and eventually asked for, and received, what he felt he deserved: heavy financial support for his campaign. Reader's Digest called his election, certainly a demonstration of democracy in action. Ironically, Macapagal had been the bitterest objector to American intervention. In the MAGSESE election in 1953, quoting time and again from the Philippine law that no foreigner shall aid any candidate directly or indirectly or take part in or influence in any manner any election. Happy face, perhaps even more ironic, in 1957 the Philippine government, at American urging, adopted an anti-subversion law which prohibited organizations which have the intent of turning the Philippines over to the control of a foreign power. By 1953 the hooks were scattered and demoralized, no longer a serious threat, although their death would be distributed over the next few years. It is difficult to ascertain to what extent their decline was due to traditional military force, or to Lansdale's more unorthodox methods, or to the eventual debilitation of many of the hooks from malnutrition and disease, brought on by the impoverishment of the peasantry. Long before the end, many hooks were also lacking weapons, proper military equipment, even sufficient ammunition, bringing into question the oft-repeated charge of Soviet and Chinese aid to them made by Philippine and American authorities. Since the destruction of hook military power, noted George Taylor, the social and political program that made the accomplishment possible has to a large extent fallen by the wayside. Fortress America, however, was securely in place in Southeast Asia. From the Philippines would be launched American air and sea actions against Korea and China, Vietnam, and Indonesia. The Philippine government would send combat forces to fight alongside the United States in Vietnam and Korea. On the islands' bases, the technology and art of counterinsurgency warfare would be imparted to the troops of America's other allies in the Pacific. 43. 5. Korea 1945 to 1953. Was it all what it appeared to be? To die for an idea, it is unquestionably noble. But how much nobler it would be if men died for ideas that were true. H.L. Mencken, 1919. How is it that the Korean War escaped the protests which surrounded the war in Vietnam? Everything we've come to love and cherish about Vietnam had its forerunner in Korea: the support of a corrupt tyranny, the atrocities, the mass slaughter of civilians, the cities and villages laid to waste, the calculated management of the news, the sabotaging of peace talks. But the American people were convinced that the war was an unambiguous case of one country invading another without provocation. A case of the bad guys attacking the good guys who were being saved by the even better guys, none of the historical, political, and moral uncertainty that was the dilemma of Vietnam. The Korean War was seen to have begun in a specific manner. North Korea attacked South Korea in the early morning of June 25, 1950, while Vietnam, no one seemed to know how it all began, or when, or why. And there was little in the way of accusations about American imperialism in Korea. The United States, after all, was fighting as part of a United Nations army. What was there to protest about? There were, in fact, rather different interpretations to be made of what the war was all about and how it was being conducted, but these quickly succumbed to the heat of war fever. Shortly after the close of the Second World War, the Soviet Union and the United States occupied Korea in order to expel the defeated Japanese. A demarcation line between the Russian and American forces was set up along the 38th parallel. This line in no way had the explicit or implicit intention of establishing two separate countries, but the Cold War was soon to intrude. Both powers insisted that unification of North and South was the principal and desired goal. However, they also desired to see this carried out in their own ideological image, and settled thereby into a routine of proposal and counter-proposal, accusation and counter-accusation, generously intermixed with deviousness, and produced nothing in the way of an agreement during the ensuing years. Although both Moscow and Washington and their hand-picked Korean leaders were not always displeased about the division of the country, officials and citizens of both sides 44. Continued to genuinely call for unification on a regular basis. That Korea was still one country, with unification still the goal, at the time the war began, was underscored by the chief U.S. delegate to the UN, Warren Austin, in a statement he made shortly afterwards. The artificial barrier which has divided North and South Korea has no basis for existence either in law or in reason. Neither the United Nations, its Commission on Korea, nor the Republic of Korea that was not a fascist, he is 2 centuries before fascism a pure Bourbon. Happy face, describing the government's anti-guerrilla campaign in 1948, pro-Western political scientist John Ki-Chang-O of Marquette University has written. In these campaigns, the civil liberties of countless persons were often ignored. Frequently, hapless villagers, suspected of aiding the guerrillas, were summarily executed. A year later, when a committee of the National Assembly launched an investigation of collaborators, had his police raid the assembly, 22 people were arrested, of whom 16 were later found to have suffered either broken ribs, skull injuries, or broken eardrums. At the time of the outbreak of war in June 1950, there were an estimated 14,000 political prisoners in South Korean jails. Happy face, even during the height of the war, in February 1, 1995, reported Professor O, there was the Kukang incident, again involving suspicion of aiding guerrillas, in which about 600 men and women, young and old, were herded into a narrow valley and mowed down with machine guns by a South Korean army unit. Throughout the war, a continuous barrage of accusations was leveled by each side at the other, charging the enemy with engaging in all manner of barbarity and atrocity, against troops, prisoners of war, and civilians alike, in every part of the country, trying to outdo each other in a verbal war of superlatives almost as heated as the combat. In the United States this produced a body of popular myths, not unlike those emerging from other wars which are widely supported at home, eventually influencing the mass media to do the same. There was, for example, the consensus that the brutality of the war in Korea must be laid overwhelmingly on the doorstep of the Communists. The Kukang incident mentioned above may be relevant to providing some counterbalance to this belief. Referring to the incident, the British Korea scholar John Halliday observed, "This account not only serves to indicate the level of political violence employed by the UN side, but also confers inherent plausibility on DPRK and Southern opposition accusations of atrocities and mass executions by the UN forces and RE officials during the occupation of the DPRK in late 1950. After all, if civilians could be mowed down in the South on suspicion of aiding guerrillas, what about the North, where millions could reasonably be assumed to be communists, or political militants? O's account is but one of a number of reports of slaughter carried out by 51. The South Koreans against their own people during the war. The New York Times reported a wave of government executions in Seoul in December 1, 950. Renee Cudforth, a correspondent for the BBC in Korea, later wrote of the shooting without trial of civilians, designated by the police as communist. These executions were done, usually at dawn, on any patch of waste ground where you could dig a trench and line up a row of prisoners in front of it. And Gregory Henderson, a U.S. diplomat who served 7 years in Korea in the 1940s and 50s, has stated that probably over 100,000 were killed without any trial whatsoever by Ri's forces in the South during the war. One of the North Korean charges was that following some of the massacres of civilians in the South, the Ri government turned around and attributed them to Northern troops. One way in which the United States contributed directly to the war's brutality was by introducing a weapon which, although used in the last stage of World War II, and in Greece, was new to almost all observers and participants in Korea. It was called napalm. Here is one description of its effect from the New York Times. A napalm raid hit the village 3 or 4 days ago when the Chinese were holding up the advance, and nowhere in the village have they buried the dead because there is nobody left to do so. The inhabitants throughout the village and in the fields were caught and killed and kept the exact postures they had held when the napalm struck a man about to get on his bicycle. 50 boys and girls playing in an orphanage, a housewife strangely unmarked, holding in her hand a page torn from a Sears Roebuck catalog crayoned at mail order no 3,81 1294 for a $2.98 bewitching bed jacket coral. There must be almost 200 dead in the tiny hamlet. Happy face. The United States may also have waged germ warfare against North Korea and China, as was discussed earlier in the chapter on China. Another widely held belief in the United States during the war was that American prisoners in North Korean camps were dying off like flies because of communist neglect and cruelty. The flames of this very emotional issue were fanned by the tendency of U.S. officials to exaggerate the numbers involved. During November 1951, for example, long before the end of the war, American military announcements put the count of POW deaths at between 5,000 and 8,000. However, an extensive study completed by the U.S. Army 2 years after the war revealed that the POW death toll for the entire war was 2,730. The study concluded that there was evidence that the high death rate was not due primarily to communist maltreatment. It could be accounted for largely by the ignorance or the callousness of the prisoners themselves. Callousness. 52. Refers here to the soldiers' lack of morale and collective spirit. Although not mentioned in the study, the North Koreans, on several occasions, claimed that many American POWs also died in the camps as a result of the heavy U.S. bombing. The study of course could never begin to catch up with all the scare headlines to which the Western world had been treated for 3 years. Obscured as well was the fact that several times as many communist prisoners had died in US/South Korean camps halfway through the war. The official figure stood at 6,600 *. Though these camps did hold many more prisoners than those in the north. The American public was also convinced, and probably still is, that the North Koreans and Chinese had brainwashed U.S. soldiers. This story arose to explain the fact that as much as 30% of American POWs had collaborated with the enemy in one way or another, and 1 man in every 7, or more than 13%, was guilty of serious collaboration, writing disloyal tracts, or agreeing to spy or organize for the communists after the war. Another reason the brainwashing theme was promoted by Washington was to increase the likelihood that statements by returning prisoners which questioned the official version of the war would be discounted. In the words of Yale psychiatrist Robert J. Lifton, brainwashing was popularly held to be an all-powerful, irresistible, unfathomable, and magical method of achieving total control over the human mind. Happy face. Although the CIA experimented for a decade or so after the war to develop just such a magic, neither they nor the North Koreans or Chinese before them ever possessed it. Brainwashing, said the Army study, has become a catchphrase, used for so many things that it no longer has any precise meaning, and a precise meaning is necessary in this case. The prisoners, as far as Army psychiatrists have been able to discover, were not subjected to anything that could properly be called brainwashing. Indeed, the communist treatment of prisoners, while it came nowhere near fulfilling the requirements of the Geneva Convention, rarely involved outright cruelty, being instead a highly novel blend of leniency and pressure. The communists rarely used physical torture. And the army has not found a single verifiable case in which they used it for the specific purpose of forcing a man to collaborate or to accept their convictions. According to the study, however, some American airmen, of the 90 or so who were captured, were subjected to physical abuse in an attempt to extract confessions about germ warfare. This could reflect either a greater communist resentment about the use of such a weapon, or a need to produce some kind of corroboration of a false claim. American soldiers were instead subjected to political indoctrination by their jailers. Here is how the U.S. Army saw it. In the indoctrination lectures, the communists frequently displayed global charts dotted with our military bases, the names of which were of course known to many of the captives. "See those bases," the instructor would say, tapping them on the chart with his pointer. "They are American, full of war material. You know /, they are American. And you can see they are ringing Russia and China. Russia and China do not have one base outside their own territory. From this it's clear which side is the warmonger. Would America have these bases and spend millions to maintain them were it not preparing to war on Russia and China?" This argument seemed plausible to many of the prisoners. In general, they had no idea that these bases showed not the United States' wish for war, but its wish for peace, that they had been established as part of a series of treaties aimed not at conquest, but at curbing red aggression. The Chinese communists, of course, did not invent this practice. During the American Civil War, prisoners of both the South and the North received indoctrination about the respective merits of the two sides. And in the Second World War, democratization courses were held in U.S. and British POW camps for Germans, and reformed Germans were granted privileges. Moreover, the U.S. Army was proud to state that communist prisoners in American camps during the Korean War were taught what democracy stands for. The predicted Chinese aggression manifested itself about 4 months after the war in Korea began. The Chinese entered the war after American planes had violated their airspace on a number of occasions, had bombed and strafed Chinese territory several times, when hydroelectric plants on the Korean side of the border, vital to Chinese industry, stood in great danger, and U.S. or South Korean forces had reached the Chinese border, the Yalu River, or come within a few miles of it in several places. The question must be asked, how long would the United States refrain from entering a war being waged in Mexico by a communist power from across the sea, which strafed and bombed Texas border towns, was mobilized along the Rio Grande, and was led by a general who threatened war against the United States itself? 4 months? Or 4 hours? American air power in Korea was fearsome to behold. As would be the case in Vietnam, its use was celebrated in the wholesale dropping of napalm, the destruction of villages suspected of aiding the enemy, bombing cities so as to leave no useful facilities standing, demolishing dams and dikes to cripple the irrigation system, wiping out rice crops. And in those moving expressions like scorched earth policy, saturation bombing, and Operation Killer. "You can kiss that group of villages goodbye," exclaimed Captain Everett L. Hundley of Kansas City, Kansas after a bombing raid. 54. I would say that almost the entire Korean peninsula is just a terrible mess, testified Major General Emmett O'Donnell before the Senate when the war was 1 year old. "Everything is destroyed. There is nothing standing worthy of the name." And here, the words of the venerable British military guide, Brassey's Annual, in its 1951 yearbook. It is no exaggeration to state that South Korea no longer exists as a country. Its towns have been destroyed, much of its means of livelihood eradicated, and its people reduced to a sullen mass dependent upon charity and exposed to subversive influences. When the war ends, no gratitude can be expected from the South Koreans, but it is to be hoped that the lesson will have been learned that it is worse than useless to destroy to liberate. Certainly, Western Europe would Never accept such a liberation. Happy face, the worst of the bombing was yet to come. That began in the summer of 1952 and was Washington's way of putting itself in a better bargaining position. In the truce discussions with the Communists, which had been going on for a full year while the battles raged, the extended and bitter negotiations gave rise to another pervasive Western belief that it was predominantly communist intransigence, duplicity, and lack of peaceful intentions which frustrated the talks and prolonged the war. This is a lengthy and entangled chapter of the Korean War story, but one does not have to probe too deeply to discover the unremarkable fact that the barriers were erected by the anti-communist side as well. Syngman Rhee, for example, was so opposed to any outcome short of total victory that both the Truman and Eisenhower administrations drew up plans for overthrowing him, which is not to suggest that the American negotiators were not plying the oily arts and voicing the rubbery words. The last thing they wanted to be accused of was having allowed the commies to make suckers of them. So successful were they at this, that in November of 1995 we could read in the H York Times the unadorned way that an apparently increasing number of them liaison to the CIA. In that capacity he served as a co-director of the CIA's task force engaged in planning the Albanian operation. The choice had fallen upon Albania because it was regarded as the most vulnerable of the socialist states, the smallest and the weakest, not sharing a border with the Soviet Union, isolated between a US-controlled Greece and a Yugoslavia that was a renegade from the Soviet bloc. The task force began by recruiting scattered Albanian émigrés who were living in Italy, Greece, and elsewhere. They were exposed to basic military training, with a touch of guerrilla warfare thrown in, at sites established on the 56. Albania 1949 to 1953. British island of Malta in the Mediterranean, in the American occupation zone of West Germany, and, to a lesser extent, in England itself. Whenever we want to subvert any place, confided Frank Wisner, CIA's head of covert operations, to Philby, we find that the British own an island within easy reach. Intermittently, for some 3.5 years, the émigrés were sent back into their homeland, slipping up into the mountains of Greece and over the border, parachuting in from planes which had taken off from bases in Western Europe, entering by sea from Italy. American planes and balloons dropped propaganda leaflets and goods as well, such items in scarce supply in Albania as flour, halva, needles, and razor blades, along with a note announcing that they were a gift from the Albanian National Liberation Front. Another instance of the subtle marketing touch that the CIA, bombed and raised in America, was to bring to so many of its operations. In outline, the plan, or the hope, was for the guerrillas to make for their old home regions and try to stir up anti-Soviet and anti-communist sentiments, eventually leading to uprisings. They were to distribute propaganda, obtain political, economic and military information, engage in sabotage, recruit individuals into cells, and supply them with equipment. Later infusions of men and material would expand these cells into centers of resistance. Cold War conventional wisdom dictated that the masses of Eastern Europe were waiting to be sparked into open rebellion for their freedom. Even if this were the case, the choice of ignition was highly dubious, for the guerrillas included amongst their numbers many who supported a reinstitution of the Albanian monarchy in the person of the exiled King Zog, who had been allied to Mussolini, and others who had collaborated with the Italians or Nazis during their wartime occupations of Albania. To be sure, there were those of Republican and Democratic leanings in the various émigré committees as well, but State Department papers, declassified some 30 years later, reveal that prominent Albanian collaborators played leading roles in the formation of these committees. These were individuals the State Department characterized as having somewhat checkered political backgrounds who might sooner or later occasion embarrassment to this government. They were admitted to the United States over the department's objections because of intelligence considerations. One of these men was Hassan Dusty, Albania's Minister of Justice in the Italian occupation, whom the CIA was hoping would take a leading role in the expected future Albanian. 57. Government. Dusty later became the head of the US-sponsored National Committee for a Free Albania. It was in the name of this same committee that a powerful underground radio station began broadcasting inside Albania, calling for the liberation of the country from the Soviet Union. In early 1951, several reports came out of Albania of open organized resistance and uprisings. To what extent these happenings were a consequence of the Western infiltration and agitation is impossible to determine. Overall, the campaign had little to show for its efforts. It was hounded throughout by logistical failures, and the grim reality that the masses of Albanians greeted the émigrés as something less than liberators, either from fear of the harsh Hakka regime, or because they supported the social changes taking place. Worst of all, the Albanian authorities usually seemed to know in which area the guerrillas would be arriving, and when. Kimfilby was not the only potential source of disclosure. The émigré groups were almost certainly infiltrated, and careless talk indulged in by the motley Albanians could have contributed to the fiasco. Filby, referring to the CIA's task force members' habit of poking fun at Albanians, wrote that, "Even in our more serious moments, we Anglo-Saxons never forgot that our agents were just down from the trees." So lax was security that New York Times correspondent Cyrus L. Sulzberger filed several dispatches from the Mediterranean area touching upon the intervention, which required virtually no reading between the lines. Despite one failure after another, and without good reason to expect anything different in the future, the operation continued until the spring of 1953, resulting in the death or imprisonment of hundreds of men. It was not simply the obsession with chopping off one of Stalin's fingers. Professional prestige and careers had been invested, a visible success was needed to recoup past losses and justify earlier decisions. And the men who were being lost were, after all, only Albanians, who spoke not a word of the Queen's English and did not yet walk upright properly. There was, however, the danger of the action escalating into conflict with the Soviet Union. The Soviets did in fact send some new fighter planes to Albania, presumably in the hope that they could shoot down the foreign aircraft making drops. The operation could not fail to remind Stalin, Hakka, and the entire socialist bloc of another Western intervention 30 years earlier in the Soviet Union. It could only serve to make them yet more paranoid about Western intentions and convince them to turn the screw of internal security yet tighter, because the capitalists may be back to finish the job. Indeed, every now and again over the ensuing years, Hakka mentioned the American and British invasion and used it to justify his policy of isolation. 58. 7 Eastern Europe 1948–1956 Operation Splinter Factor. Joseph Swiatlo surfaced at a press conference in Washington on September 28, 1954. Swiatlo was a Pole, he had been a very important one, high up in the Ministry of Public Security, the secret police. The story went that he had defected in West Berlin the previous December while on a shopping trip, and now the State Department was presenting him to the world to clear up the mystery of the Fields, the American citizens who had disappeared in 1949. Swiatlo revealed that Noel Field and his wife Herta had been arrested in Hungary, and that brother Herman Field had suffered the same fate in Poland at the hands of Swiatlo himself, all in connection with the trial of a leading Hungarian communist. The State Department had already dispatched strong letters to the governments of Hungary and Poland. There is a more expanded and more sinister version of the Joseph Swiatlo story. This story has Swiatlo seeking to defect to the British in Warsaw back in 1948 at a time when he was already in his high security position. The British, for various reasons, turned his case over to the United States and, at the request of Alan Dulles, Swiatlo was told to remain at his post until further notice. At this time Dulles was not yet director of the CIA, but was a close consultant to the agency, had his own men in key positions, and was waiting only until November for Thomas Dewey to win the presidential election and appoint him to the top position. Noel Field, formerly a State Department Foreign Service officer, was a longtime communist fellow traveler, if not a party member in the United States or Europe. During the Second World War, his path converged with Dulles in intrigue-filled Switzerland. Dulles was an OSS man. Field the representative of the Unitarian Church in Boston helping refugees from Nazi occupation. Field made it a point particularly to help communist refugees, of which there were many, inasmuch as communists were second only to Jews on the German persecution list. The OSS aided the operation financially. The communists in turn were an excellent source of information about happenings in Europe of interest to Washington and its allies. Toward the end of the war, Field induced Dulles to provide American support for a project which placed agents in various European countries to prepare the way for the advancing Allied troops. The men chosen by Field, unsurprisingly, were all communists and their placement in certain Eastern 59 European countries helped them to get their hands on the reins of power long before non-communist forces were able to regroup and organize themselves. It could be concluded from this that Allen Dulles had been duped. Added to this was the fact that the OSS, under Dulles' direction and again with Field involved, had financed the publication of a clandestine newspaper inside Germany, anti-fascist and left-wing. The paper was called A-U Deutschland, and immediately upon liberation became the official newspaper of the East German Communist Party. After the war these incidents served as jokes which intelligence services of both East and West could and did appreciate. Before long, the joke fell heavily upon Noel Field. In 1949, when Field visited Poland he was regarded with grave suspicion. He was seen to have worked during the war in a position which could easily have been a front for Western espionage, a position which brought him into regular contact with senior Communist Party members, and he had, after all, worked closely with Allen Dulles, famous already as a spymaster, and the brother of John Foster Dulles, prominent in Washington official circles and already making his calls for the liberation of the Soviet bloc nations. At the time of Field's arrival in Poland, Józef Swiatło was looking to implicate Jacob Berman, a high party and state official of whom Swiatło was suspicious, and detested. It was his failure to convince the Polish president to act against Berman that reportedly drove Swiatło to defect the year before. When Noel Field wrote to Berman asking his help in obtaining a job in Eastern Europe, Swiatło learned of the letter and saw his chance to nail Berman. But first Noel Field had to be established as an American spy. Given the circumstantial evidence pointing in that direction, that would not be too difficult for a man of Swiatło's high position and low character. Of course, if Field really was working with U.S. intelligence, Swiatło couldn't very well be exposing him since the Polish security officer was now himself an American agent. Accordingly, he sent his first message to the CIA, describing his plan about Berman and Field and the harm it could do to the Communist Party in Poland. He concluded with, "Any objections?" Allen Dulles had none. His reaction to Swiatło's message was one of pleasure and amusement. The time had come to settle accounts with Noel Field. More importantly, Dulles saw that Swiatło, using Noel Field, the American spy as a bludgeon, could knock off countless leading communist officials in the Soviet bloc. It could put the whole of the bloc into a state of acute paranoia and set off a wave of repression and Stalinist tyranny that could eventually lead to uprisings. Dulles called his plan, Operation Splinter Factor. Thus it was that Józef Swiatło was directed to find spies everywhere in Eastern Europe. He would uncover American plots and British plots, Trotskyist conspiracies and Titoist conspiracies. He would report to Soviet secret police chief Lavrenti Beria himself that at the center of the vast network was a man named Noel Haviland Field. Field was arrested and wound up in a prison in Hungary, as did his wife Herta when she came looking for him. And when his brother Herman Field, 60, Eastern Europe 1948 to 1956, sought to track down the two of them, he met the same fate in Poland. Swiatło was in a unique position to carry out Operation Splinter Factor. Not only did he have the authority and command, he had the files on countless Communist Party members in the bloc countries. Any connection they had had with Noel Field, anything that Field had done, could be interpreted to show the hand of American intelligence or an act of real or potential subversion of the socialist states. The Soviets, and Stalin himself, were extremely interested in the fieldists. Noel Field had known everyone who was anyone in the Soviet bloc. Just in case the level of paranoia in the infant, insecure governments of Eastern Europe was not high enough, a CIA double agent would corroborate a vital piece of information, or introduce the right rumor at the right time, or the agency's Radio Free Europe would broadcast certain tantalizing, seemingly coded messages, or the CIA would direct the writing of letters from East European expatriates in the United States to leading communists in their homelands, containing just the bit of information, or the phrase, carefully designed to lift the eyebrows of a security officer. Many of the victims of Swiatlow's purges were people who had spent the war years in the West rather than in the Soviet Union and thus had crossed Field's path. These were people who tended to be more nationalist communists, who wanted to put greater distance between their countries and the Soviet Union, as Tito had done, and who favored a more liberal regime at home. Dulles brushed aside the argument that these were people to be supported, not eliminated. He felt that they were potentially the more dangerous to the West because if their form of communism were allowed to gain a foothold in Eastern Europe, then communism might become respectable and accepted, particularly with Italy and France threatening to vote communists into power. Communism had to be shown at its worst. There were hundreds of trials all over Eastern Europe, show trials and lesser spectacles in which the name of Noel Field played an important part. What Operation Splinter Factor began soon took on a life of its own. Following the arrest of a highly placed person, others fell under suspicion because they knew him or had been appointed by him, or any other connection to an arrested person might serve to implicate some unlucky soul. Josef Swiatlow had his counterpart in Czechoslovakia, a man firmly entrenched in the upper rungs of the Czech security apparatus. The man, whose name is not known, had been recruited by General Reinhard Gehlen, the former Nazi intelligence chief who went to work for the CIA after the war. Czechoslovakia was the worst case. By 1951 an unbelievable 169,000 card-carrying members of the Czech Communist Party had been arrested, 10% of the entire membership. There were tens of thousands more in Poland, Hungary, East Germany, and Bulgaria. Hundreds were put to death, others died in prison or went insane. 61. After Swiatlow defected in December 1, 953, East European intelligence services came to realize that he had been working for the other side all along. 4 weeks after Swiatlow held his Washington press conference, the Polish government announced that it was releasing Herman Field because investigation had revealed that the charges which had been brought against him by an American agent and provocateur, Josef Swiatlow, were baseless. Field was paid $50,000 for his imprisonment as well as having his convalescence at a sanatorium paid for. 3 weeks later, Noel and Herta Field were released in Hungary. The government in Budapest stated that it could not justify the charges against them. They were also compensated and chose to remain in Hungary. Once Noel Field had been officially declared innocent, the cases of countless others in East Europe had to be reviewed. First in trickles, then in rushes, the prisoners were released. By 1956 the vast majority stood outside the prison walls. Throughout the decade following the war, the CIA was fanning the flames of discontent in Eastern Europe in many ways other than Operation Splinter Factor. Radio Free Europe, broadcasting from West Germany, never missed a trick. In January 1952, for example, after RFE learned that Czechoslovakia was planning to devalue its currency, it warned the population, thus stimulating a nationwide buying panic. RFE's commentaries about various European communists were described by Blanche Wiesen-Cook in her study of the period. The declassified Eisenhower. She wrote that the broadcasts involved a wide range of personal criticism, tawdry and slanderous attacks ranging from rumors of brutality and torture, to corruption, and to madness, perversion, and vice. Everything was used that could be imagined in order to make communists, whether in England or in Poland, look silly, undignified, and insignificant. One of the voices heard frequently over RFE on the subject of communist obnoxiousness was none other than Josef Swiatlo, who had earned the nickname of Butcher for his proclivity to torture. Needless to say, the Bomagane humanitarian made no mention of Splinter Factor or his double role, although some of his broadcasts reportedly shook up the Polish security system for the better. Any way the CIA could stir up trouble and nuisance. Supporting opposition groups in Romania. Setting up an underground radio station in Bulgaria. Dropping propaganda from balloons over Czechoslovakia, Poland, and Hungary. In 1955, Eastern Europeans could be found at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, training with the Green Berets, learning guerrilla warfare tactics, hopefully to be used in their native lands. 62. By the following year, hundreds of Hungarians, Romanians, Poles, and others were being trained by CIA paramilitary specialists at a secret installation in West Germany. When, in October 1956, the uprising in Hungary occurred. These men, according to the CIA, were not used because they were not yet ready, but the agency did send its agents in Budapest into action to join the rebels and help organize them. In the meantime, RFE was exhorting the Hungarian people to continue their resistance, implying that American military assistance was on the way. It never came. There is no evidence that Operation Splinter Factor contributed to the Hungarian uprising or to the earlier ones in Poland and East Germany. Nonetheless, the CIA could point to all the Cold War, anti-communist propaganda points it had won because of the witch hunts in the East. A moral victory. 8. Germany 1950s. Everything from juvenile delinquency to terrorism. Within a period of 30 years and 2 world wars with Germany, the Soviet Union suffered more than 40 million dead and wounded, and enormous devastation to its land. Its cities were razed to the ground. At the close of the Second World War, the Russians were not kindly disposed toward the German people. With their own country to rebuild, they placed the reconstruction of Germany far down on their list of priorities. The United States emerged from the war with relatively minor casualties and its territory completely unscathed. It was ready, willing, and able to devote itself to its main priority in Europe, the building of an anti-communist bulwark in the West, particularly in the strategic location of Germany. In 1945, official American policy was explicitly to bring home to the Germans that they could not escape the suffering they had brought upon themselves. To control German economy, to prevent any higher standard of living than in neighboring nations. From the outset, wrote former Secretary of State Dean Acheson, U.S. officials in Germany believed this plan to be unworkable. Acheson did not explain what lay behind this prognosis, but its correctness soon became apparent for 3 distinct reasons. 1. Influential American business and financial leaders, some of them occupying important government positions, had too great a stake in a highly industrialized Germany to allow the country to sink to the depths that some American policy makers advocated. 2. A revitalized West Germany. 63. Was seen as an indispensable means of combating Soviet influence in the eastern sector of the country, if not in all of Eastern Europe. West Germany was to become the showcase of Western democracy, dramatic, living proof of the superiority of capitalism over socialism. 3. In American conservative circles, and some liberal ones as well, wherein a Soviet invasion of Western Europe remained perpetually imminent, the idea of tying West Germany's industrial hands was one which came perilously close to being soft on communism, if not worse. Dwight Eisenhower echoed this last sentiment when he later wrote, "Had certain officials in the Roosevelt administration had their way, Germany would have been far worse off, for there were those who advocated the flooding of the Ruhr mines, the wrecking of German factories, and the reducing of Germany from an industrial to an agricultural nation." Among others, Harry Dexter White, later named by Attorney General Brownell as one who had been heavily involved in a Soviet espionage ring operating within our government, proposed exactly that. Thus it was that the deindustrialization of West Germany met the same fate as demilitarization, as the United States poured in massive economic assistance, $4 billion of Marshall Plan aid and an army of industrial and technical experts. At the same time, the Soviet Union was pouring massive economic assistance out of East Germany. The Soviets dismantled and moved back home entire factories with large amounts of equipment and machinery, and thousands of miles of railroad track. When added to war reparations, the toll reached into the billions of dollars. By the early 1950s, though social services, employment, and cultural life in East Germany were on a par or superior to that in West Germany, the Western sector had the edge in those areas of prosperity with the most sex appeal. Salaries were higher, the eating was better, consumer goods more available, and the neon lights emblazoned the nights along the Kurfürstendamm. American Cold Warriors, however, as if discontent with the game score or with leaving so much to chance, instituted a crude campaign of sabotage and subversion against East Germany designed to throw the economic and administrative machinery out of gear. The CIA and other U.S. intelligence and military services in West Germany recruited, equipped, trained, and financed German activist groups and individuals of West and East. Finding recruits for such a crusade was not difficult, for in post-war Germany, anti-communism lived on as the only respectable vestige of Nazism. The actions carried out by these operatives, most of whom were associated with organizations with names like Fighting Group Against Inhumanity, Association of Political Refugees from the East, and the Investigating Committee of Freedom-Minded Jurists of the Soviet Zone, ran the spectrum from juvenile delinquency to terrorism, anything to make the commies look bad. It added up to the following remarkable record: through explosives, arson, short-circuiting, and other methods they damaged power stations, shipyards, a dam, canals, docks, pub-HC buildings, petrol stations, shops, a radio station, outdoor stands, public transportation. Derailed freight trains, seriously injuring workers, burned 1-2 cars of a freight train and destroyed air pressure hoses of others. Blew up road and railway bridges, placed explosives on a railway bridge of the Berlin-Moscow line, but these were discovered in time hundreds would have been killed. Used special acids to damage vital factory machinery, put sand in the turbine of a factory, bringing it to a standstill, set fire to a tile-producing factory, promoted work slowdowns in factories, stole blueprints and samples of new technical developments. Killed 7,000 cows of a cooperative dairy by poisoning the wax coating of the wire used to bale the cows' calm fodder. Added soap to powdered milk destined for East German schools. Raided and wrecked left-wing offices in East and West Berlin, stole membership lists, assaulted and kidnapped leftists and, on occasion, murdered them. Set off stink bombs to disrupt political meetings. Floated balloons which burst in the air, scattering thousands of propaganda pamphlets down upon unsuspecting East Germans. Were in possession, when arrested, of a large quantity of the poison cantharidin with which it was planned to produce poisoned cigarettes to kill leading East Germans. Attempted to disrupt the World Youth Festival in East Berlin by sending out forged invitations, false promises of free bed and board, false notices of cancellations, carrying out attacks on participants with explosives, firebombs, and special tire puncturing equipment, setting fire to a wooden bridge on a main motorway leading to the festival. Forged and distributed large quantities of food ration cards, for example, for 60,000 pounds of meat to cause confusion, shortages, and resentment. Sent out forged tax notices and other government directives and documents to foster disorganization and inefficiency within industry and unions. Gave considerable aid and comfort to East Germans who staged an uprising on 1 June 7, 1953. During and after the uprising, the U.S. radio station in West Berlin, RIAS, issued inflammatory broadcasts into East Germany appealing to the populace to resist the government. RIAS also broadcast warnings to witnesses in at least one East German criminal case being monitored by the Investigating Committee of Freedom-Minded Jurists of the Soviet Zone that they would be added to the committee's files of accused persons if they lied. Although many hundreds of the American agents were caught and tried by East Germany, the ease with which they could pass back and forth between the two sectors and infiltrate different enterprises without any language barrier. 65. provided opportunities for the CIA unmatched anywhere else in Eastern Europe. These circumstances led, in May 1952, to the East Germans instituting the first tightening up of entry into the country from the West. Throughout the 1950s, the East Germans and the Soviet Union repeatedly lodged complaints with the Soviets' erstwhile allies in the West about specific sabotage and espionage activities and called for the closure of the offices in West Germany they claimed were responsible, and for which they provided names and addresses. In December 1956, East Germany filed a lengthy and detailed formal protest with the United Nations charging the United States with continually interfering in the internal affairs of the German Democratic Republic, and carrying on subversive activity in breach of the normal rules of international law. While staging their commando and fifth column attacks upon East Germany, American authorities and their German agents were apparently convinced that the Soviet Union had belligerent designs upon West Germany. On October 8, 1952, the Minister-President of the West German state of Hesse, George August Zinn, disclosed that the United States had created a secret Civil army in his state for the purpose of resisting a Russian invasion. This force of between 1,000 and 2,000 men belonged to the so-called Technical Service of the German Youth Federation, the latter described by the York Times as a right-wing youth group frequently charged with extremist activities. The stalwarts of the Technical Service were hardly youths, however, for almost all appeared to be between 35 and 50 and most, said Zinn, were former officers of the Luftwaffe, the Wehrmacht, and the S.S. For more than a year they had received American training in infantry weapons and explosives and political instruction in small groups at a secluded site in the countryside and at an American military installation. The intelligence wing of the Technical Service, the state president revealed, had drawn up lists and card indexes of persons who were to be put out of the way when the Soviet tanks began to roll. These records, which contained detailed descriptions and intimate biographical information, were of some 200 leading Social Democrats. Roosevelt of the CIA. There was scarcely any discussion among the high-powered men in the room, no probing questions, no legal or ethical issues raised. This was a grave decision to have made, Roosevelt later wrote. It involved tremendous risk. Surely it deserved thorough examination, the closest consideration, somewhere at the very highest level. It had not received such thought at this meeting. In fact, I was morally certain that almost half of those present, if they had felt free or had the courage to speak, would have opposed the undertaking. Roosevelt, the grandson of Theodore and distant cousin of Franklin, was expressing surprise more than disappointment at glimpsing American foreign policy making undressed. 67. The original initiative to oust Mossadegh had come from the British, for the elder Iranian leader had spearheaded the parliamentary movement to nationalize the British-owned Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, the sole oil company operating in Iran. In March 1951, the bill for nationalization was passed, and at the end of April Mossadegh was elected prime minister by a large majority of parliament. On May 1, nationalization went into effect. The Iranian people, Mossadegh declared, were opening a hidden treasure upon which lies a dragon. As the prime minister had anticipated, the British did not take the nationalization gracefully, although it was supported unanimously by the Iranian parliament and by the overwhelming majority of the Iranian people for reasons of both economic justice and national pride. The Mossadegh government tried to do all the right things to placate the British. It offered to set aside 25% of the net profits of the oil operation as compensation, it guaranteed the safety and the jobs of the British employees, it offered to sell its oil without disturbance to the tidy control system so dear to the hearts of the international oil giants. But the British would have none of it. What they wanted was their oil company back. And they wanted Mossadegh's head. A servant does not affront his lord with impunity. A military show of force by the British Navy was followed by a ruthless international economic blockade and boycott, and a freezing of Iranian assets which brought Iran's oil exports and foreign trade to a virtual standstill, plunged the already impoverished country into near destitution, and made payment of any compensation impossible. Nonetheless, and long after the British had moved to oust Mossadegh, they demanded compensation not only for the physical assets of the AIOC, but for the value of their enterprise in developing the oil fields, a request impossible to meet, and, in the eyes of Iranian nationalists, something which decades of huge British profits had paid for many times over. The British attempt at economic strangulation of Iran could not have got off the ground without the active cooperation and support of the Truman and Eisenhower administrations and American oil companies. At the same time, the Truman administration argued with the British that Mossadegh's collapse could open the door to the proverbial communist takeover. When the British were later expelled from Iran, however, they had no alternative but to turn to the United States for assistance in Top-HNG Mossadegh. In November 1952, the Churchill government approached Roosevelt, the de facto head of the CIA's Middle East Division, who told the British that he felt that there was no chance to win approval from the outgoing administration of Truman and Atchison. The New Republicans, however, might be quite different. John Foster Dulles was certainly different. The apocalyptic anti-communists saw in Dr. Mohammad Mossadegh the epitome of all that he detested in the Third World: unequivocal neutralism in the Cold War, tolerance of communists, and disrespect for free enterprise, as demonstrated by the oil nationalization. 68. Iran 1953. The Iranian leader was indeed an eccentric. And when the Secretary of State considered further that Iran was a nation exceedingly rich in the liquid gold, and that it shared a border with the Soviet Union more than 1,000 miles long, he was not unduly plagued by indecision as to whether Mossadegh should finally retire from public life. As matters turned out, the overthrow of the Iranian Prime Minister in August 1953 was an American-only operation. 26 years later, Kermit Roosevelt took the unusual step of writing a book about how he and the CIA carried through the operation. He called his book Counter-Coup to press home the idea that the CIA coup was staged only to prevent a takeover of power by the Iranian Communist Party closely backed by the Soviet Union. Roosevelt was thus arguing that Mossadegh had to be removed to prevent a communist takeover, whereas the Truman administration had felt that Mossadegh had to be kept in power to prevent one. It would be incorrect to state that Roosevelt offers little evidence to support his thesis of the communist danger. It would be more precise to say that he offers no evidence at all. Instead, the reader is subjected to mere assertions of the thesis which are stated over and over, apparently in the belief that enough repetition will convince even the most skeptical. Thus are we treated to variations on the theme such as the following. The Soviet threat indeed genuine, dangerous, and imminent. Mossadegh had formed an alliance with the Soviet Union to oust the Shah. The obvious threat of Russian takeover. The alliance between and the Russian-dominated today was taking on a threatening shape. Mossadegh's increasing dependence on the Soviet Union. The hand of the today, and behind them the Russians, is showing more openly every day. Russian backing of the today and today backing of became ever more obvious. The Soviet Union was ever more active in Iran. Their control over today leadership was growing stronger all the time. It was exercised often and, to our eyes, with deliberate ostentation. But none of this subversive and threatening activity was, apparently, ever open, obvious, or ostentatious enough to provide Roosevelt with a single example he could impart to a curious reader. In actuality, although the Today Party more or less faithfully followed the fluctuating Moscow line on Iran, the relation of the party to Mossadegh was much more complex than Roosevelt and other Cold War chroniclers have made it out to be. The Today felt very ambiguous about the wealthy, eccentric, land-owning prime minister who, nonetheless, was standing up to imperialism. On occasion it had supported his policies, more often it had attacked them bitterly, and in one instance, July 15, 1951, a Today-sponsored demonstration was brutally suppressed by Mossadegh, resulting in some 100 deaths and 5 injured. What, indeed, did Mossadegh have to gain by relinquishing any of his power to the Today and/or the Soviet Union? The idea that the Russians even desired the Today to take power is no more than speculation. There was just as much evidence, or as little, to conclude that the Russians, once again, were more 69 concerned about their relationship with Western governments than with the fate of a local communist party in a country outside the Soviet domain. A secret State Department intelligence report, dated January 9, 1953, in the closing days of the Truman administration, stated that Mossadegh had not sought any alliance with the Today, and that the major opposition to the National Front arises from the vested interests, on the one hand, and the Today party on the other. The Today party had been declared illegal in 1949 and Mossadegh had not lifted that ban, although he allowed the party to operate openly, at least to some extent because of his democratic convictions, and had appointed some Today sympathizers to government posts. Many of the Today's objectives paralleled those espoused by the National Front, the State Department report observed, but an open Today move for power would probably unite independents and non-communists of all political leanings and would result in energetic efforts to destroy Today by force. The National Front itself was a coalition of highly diverse political and religious elements, including right-wing anti-communists, held together by Mossadegh's personality and by nationalistic sentiments, particularly in regard to the nationalization of oil. In 1979, when he was asked about the State Department report, Roosevelt replied, "I don't know what to make of that." Loy Henderson thought that there was a serious danger that Mossadegh was going to, in effect, place Iran under Soviet domination. Happy Face, Henderson, as we shall see in the Middle East chapter, was a man given to alarmist statements about communist takeovers. One can but wonder what Roosevelt, or anyone else, made of a statement by John Foster Dulles before a Senate committee in July 1953, when the operation to oust Mossadegh was already in process. The Secretary of State, the press reported, testified that there was no substantial evidence to indicate that Iran was cooperating with Russia. On the whole, he added, Muslim opposition to communism is predominant, although at times the Iranian government appears to rely for support on the Today party, which is communistic. The young Shah of Iran had been relegated to little more than a passive role by Mossadegh and the Iranian political process. His power had been whittled away to the point where he was incapable of independent action, noted the State Department intelligence report. Mossadegh was pressing for control of the armed forces and more say over expenditures of the royal court, and the inexperienced and indecisive Shah, the King of Kings, was reluctant to openly oppose the Prime Minister because of the latter's popularity. The actual sequence of events instigated by Roosevelt, which culminated in the Shah's ascendancy, appears rather simple in hindsight, even ingenuous, and owed not a little to luck. The first step was to reassure the Shah that Eisenhower and Churchill were behind him in his struggle for power with Mossadegh and 70. Iran 1953 were willing to provide whatever military and political support he needed. Roosevelt did not actually know what Eisenhower felt, or even knew, about the operation, and went so far as to fabricate a message from the president to the Shah expressing his encouragement. At the same time, the Shah was persuaded to issue royal decrees dismissing Mossadegh as prime minister and replacing him with one Fazlollah Zahedi, a general who had been imprisoned during the war by the British for collaboration with the Nazis. Late in the night of 14-15 August, the Shah's emissary delivered the royal decree to Mossadegh's home, which was guarded by troops. Not surprisingly, he was received very coolly and did not get in to see the prime minister. Instead, he was obliged to leave the decree with a servant who signed a receipt for the piece of paper dismissing his master from power. Equally unsurprising, Mossadegh did not abdicate. The prime minister, who maintained that only parliament could dismiss him, delivered a radio broadcast the following morning in which he stated that the Shah, encouraged by foreign elements, had attempted a coup d'état. Mossadegh then declared that he was, therefore, compelled to take full power unto himself. He denounced Zahedi as a traitor and sought to have him arrested, but the general had been hidden by Roosevelt's team. The Shah, fearing that all was lost, fled with his queen to Rome via Baghdad without so much as packing a suitcase. Undeterred, Roosevelt went ahead and directed the mimeographing of copies of the royal decrees for distribution to the public, and sent 2 of his Iranian agents to important military commanders to seek their support. It appears that this crucial matter was left to the last minute, almost as an afterthought. Indeed, one of the 2 Iranians had been recruited for the cause only the same day, and it was only he who succeeded in winning a commitment of military support from an Iranian colonel who had tanks and armored cars under his command. Beginning on August 16, demonstrations supporting Mossadegh and attacking the Shah and the United States broke out in the capital city, Tehran. Roosevelt characterized the demonstrators simply as the Today, with strong Russian encouragement, once again failing to offer any evidence to support his assertion. The New York Times referred to the demonstrators as Today partisans and nationalist extremists, the latter term being one which could have applied to individuals comprising a wide range of political leanings. During the demonstrations, the Today raised their familiar demand for the creation of a democratic republic. They appealed to Mossadegh to form a united front and to provide them with arms to defend against the coup, but the Prime Minister refused. Instead, on August 18 the Prime Minister ordered the police and army to put an end to the demonstrations, which they did with considerable force. According to the accounts of Roosevelt and Ambassador Henderson, Mossadegh took this step as a result of a meeting with Henderson in which the ambassador complained of the extreme harassment being suffered. 71. By U.S. citizens at the hands of the Iranians. It is left unclear by both men how much of this harassment was real and how much manufactured by them for the occasion. In any event, Henderson told Mossadegh that unless it ceased, he would be obliged to order all Americans to leave Iran at once. Mossadegh, says Henderson, begged him not to do this for an American evacuation would make it appear that his government was not able to control the country, although at the same time the Prime Minister accused the CIA of being behind the issuance of the royal decrees. Happy face, whatever Mossadegh's motivation, his action was again in sharp contradiction to the idea that he was in alliance with the Today or that the party was in a position to grab the reins of power it did not take to the streets again. The following day, August 19, Roosevelt's Iranian agents staged a parade through Tehran. With a fund of some $1 million having been established in a safe in the American embassy, the extremely competent professional organizers, as Roosevelt called them, had no difficulty in buying themselves a mob, probably using but a fraction of the fund. Degree. Soon a line of people could be seen coming out of the ancient bazaar, led by circus and athletic performers to attract the public. The marchers were waving banners, shouting "Long live the Shah!" Along the edges of the procession, men were passing out Iranian currency adorned with a portrait of the Shah. The demonstrators gathered followers as they went, people joining and picking up the chants, undoubtedly for a myriad of personal and political reasons. The balance of psychology had swung against Mossadegh. Along the way, some marchers broke ranks to attack the offices of pro-Mossadegh newspapers and political parties, Today, and government offices. Presently, a voice broke in over the radio in Tehran announcing that the Shah's instruction that Mossadegh be dismissed has been carried out. The new Prime Minister, Fazlo Zahedi, is now in office. And His Imperial Majesty is on his way home. This was a lie, or a pre-truth as Roosevelt suggested. Only then did he go to fetch Zahedi from his hiding place. On the way, he happened to run into the commander of the Air Force who was among the marching throng. Roosevelt told the officer to get hold of a tank in which to carry Zahedi to Mossadegh's house in proper fashion. Kermit Roosevelt would have the reader believe that at this point it was all over, but the shouting and the champagne he was soon to uncork. Mossadegh had fled, Zahedi had assumed power, the Shah had been notified to return, a dramatic, joyful, and peaceful triumph of popular will. Inexplicably, he neglects to mention at all that in the streets of Tehran and in front of Mossadegh's house that day, a 9-hour battle raged, with soldiers loyal to Mossadegh on one side and those supporting Zahedi and the Shah on the other. Some 300 people were 72. Iran 1953. Reported killed and hundreds more wounded before Mossadegh's defenders finally succumbed. The U.S. military mission in Iran also played a role in the fighting, as Major General George C. Stewart later testified before Congress. Now, when this crisis came on and the thing was about to collapse, we violated our normal criteria, and among the other things we did, we provided the army immediately on an emergency basis, blankets, boots, uniforms, electric generators, and medical supplies that permitted and created the atmosphere in which they could support the Shah. The guns that they had in their hands, the trucks that they rode in, the armored cars that they drove through the streets, and the radio communications that permitted their control, were all furnished through the Military Defense Assistance Program. p. The latter part of the general's statement would, presumably, apply to the other side as well. It is conceivable that the today could have turned the fortunes of the day against the royalists, wrote Kenneth Love, a New York Times reporter who was in Tehran during the crucial days of August. But for some reason they remained aloof from the conflict. My own conjecture is that the today were restrained by the Soviet embassy because the Kremlin, in the first post-Stalin year, was not willing to take on such consequences as might have resulted from the establishment of a communist-controlled regime in Tehran. LX, VE's views, contained in a paper he wrote in 1960, may well have been inspired by information received from the CIA. By his own admission, he was in close contact with the agency in Tehran and even aided them in their operation. Earlier in the year, the New York Times had noted that prevailing opinion among detached observers in Tehran was that Mossadegh is the most popular politician in the country. During a period of more than 40 years in public life, Mossadegh had acquired a reputation as an honest patriot. Happy face. In July, the State Department Director of Iranian Affairs had testified that Mossadegh has such tremendous control over the masses of people that it would be very difficult to throw him out. Happy face. A few days later, at least 100,000 people filled the streets of Tehran to express strong anti-US and anti-Shah sentiments. Though sponsored by the Today, the turnout far exceeded any estimate of party adherents. Happy face, but popularity and masses, of the unarmed kind, counted for little, for in the final analysis what Tehran witnessed was a military showdown carried out on both sides by soldiers obediently following the orders of a handful of officers, some of whom were staking their careers and ambitions on choosing the winning side, others had a more political commitment. The New York Times characterized the sudden reversal of Mossadegh's fortunes as nothing more than a mutiny against pro-Mossadegh officers by the lower ranks who 73. Revered the Shah, had brutally quelled the demonstrations the day before, and refused to do the same on August 19, but instead turned against their officers. What connection Roosevelt and his agents had with any of these rebellious officers beforehand is not certain. In an interview given at about the same time that he finished his book, Roosevelt stated that a number of pro-Shah officers were given refuge in the CIA compound adjoining the U.S. Embassy at the time the Shah fled to Rome. But inasmuch as Roosevelt mentions not a word of this rather important and interesting development in his book, it must be regarded as yet another of his assertions to be approached with caution. In any event, it may be that the August 19 demonstration organized by Roosevelt's team was just the encouragement and spark these officers were waiting for. Yet, if so, it further illustrates how much Roosevelt had left to chance. In light of the questionable, contradictory, and seemingly devious statements which emanated at times from John Foster Dulles, Kermit Roosevelt, Lloyd Henderson and other American officials, what conclusions can be drawn about American motivation in the toppling of Mossadegh? The consequences of the coup may speak eloquently to this. For the next 25 years, the Shah of Iran stood fast as the United States' closest ally in the Third World, to a degree that would have shocked the independent and neutral Mossadegh. The Shah literally placed his country at the disposal of U.S. military and intelligence organizations to be used as a Cold War weapon, a window and a door to the Soviet Union, Electronic listening and radar posts were set up near the Soviet border. American aircraft used Iran as a base to launch surveillance flights over the Soviet Union. Espionage agents were infiltrated across the border. Various American military installations dotted the Iranian landscape. Iran, along with South Korea and the Philippines, had become a vital HNK in the chain being forged by the United States to contain the Soviet Union. In a telegram to the British Acting Foreign Secretary in September, Dulles said, "I think if we can in coordination move quickly and effectively in Iran we would close the most dangerous gap in the line from Europe to South Asia." Degree. In February 1955, Iran became a member of the Baghdad Pact, set up by the United States, in Dulles' words, to create a solid band of resistance against the Soviet Union. 1 year after the coup, the Iranian government completed a contract with an international consortium of oil companies which left Iran as the owner of the oil industry in name only, for obvious public consumption, and the consortium as the de facto owners. The sole ownership the British had enjoyed previously was reduced to 40%, another 40% now going to American oil firms, the remainder elsewhere. The British, however, received an extremely generous compensation for their former property. Happy face. In 1958, Kermit Roosevelt left the CIA and presently went to work for Gulf Oil Co., one of the American oil firms in the consortium. In this position, Roosevelt was director of Gulf's relations with the U.S. government and foreign. 74. Iran 1953. Governments and had occasion to deal with the Shah. In 1960, Gulf appointed him a vice president. Subsequently, Roosevelt formed a consulting firm, Downes and Roosevelt, which, between 1967 and 1970, reportedly received $116,000 a year above expenses for its efforts on behalf of the Iranian government. Another client, the Northrop Corporation, a Los Angeles-based aerospace company, paid Roosevelt $75,000 a year to aid in its sales to Iran, Saudi Arabia, and other countries. Another American member of the new consortium was Standard Oil Co. of New Jersey, a client of Sullivan and Cromwell, the New York law firm of which John Foster Dulles had long been the senior member. Brother Allen, director of the CIA, had also been a member of the firm. Syndicated columnist Jack Anderson reported some years later that the Rockefeller family, who controlled Standard Oil and Chase Manhattan Bank, helped arrange the CIA coup that brought down Mossadegh. Anderson lists a number of ways in which the Shah demonstrated his gratitude to the Rockefellers, including heavy deposits of his personal fortune in Chase Manhattan, and housing developments in Iran built by a Rockefeller family company. Happy face. Despite all the evidence to the contrary, the standard textbook account of what took place in Iran in 1953 is that whatever else one might say for or against the operation, the United States saved Iran from a Soviet/communist takeover. Yet, during the 2 years of American and British subversion of a bordering country, the Soviet Union did nothing that would support such a premise. When the British Navy staged the largest concentration of its forces since World War II in Iranian waters, the Soviets took no belligerent steps, nor when Great Britain instituted draconian international sanctions which left Iran in a deep economic crisis and extremely vulnerable, did the oil fields fall hostage to the Bolshevik menace. This, despite the whole of the Today party at its disposal as agents, as Roosevelt put it, not even in the face of the coup, which clearly showed the imprint of foreign hands, did Moscow make a threatening move, neither did Mossadegh at any point ask for Russian help. 1 year later, however, the New York Times could editorialize that Moscow counted its chickens before they were hatched and thought that Iran would be the next people's democracy. At the same time, the newspaper warned, with surprising arrogance, that underdeveloped countries with rich resources now have an object lesson in the heavy cost that must be paid by one of their number which goes berserk with fanatical nationalism. Happy face. A decade afterward, Allen Dulles solemnly stated that communism had achieved control of the governmental apparatus in Iran. And a decade after that, the prestigious Fortune magazine, to cite one of many examples, kept the story alive by writing that Mossadegh plotted with the Communist Party of Iran, the THIRD, to overthrow Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi and hook up with the Soviet Union. *. 75. And what of the Iranian people? What did being saved from communism do for them? For the preponderance of the population, life under the Shah was a grim tableau of grinding poverty, police terror, and torture. Thousands were executed in the name of fighting communism. Dissent was crushed from the outset of the new regime with American assistance. Kenneth Love wrote that he believed that CIA officer George Carroll, whom he knew personally, worked with General Farhat Dadsatan, the new military governor of Tehran, on preparations for the very efficient smothering of a potential dissident movement emanating from the Bazaar area and the Today in the first 2 weeks of November, 1953. The notorious Iranian secret police, Savak, created under the guidance of the CIA and Israel, spread its tentacles all over the world to punish Iranian dissidents. According to a former CIA analyst on Iran, Savak was instructed in torture techniques by the agency. Amnesty International summed up the situation in 1976 by noting that Iran had the highest rate of death penalties in the world, no valid system of civilian courts, and a history of torture which is beyond belief. No country in the world has a worse record in human rights than Iran. When to this is added a level of corruption that startled even the most hardened observers of Middle Eastern thievery, it is understandable that the Shah needed his huge military and police force, maintained by unusually large U.S. aid and training programs, to keep the lid down for as long as he did. Said Senator Hubert Humphrey, apparently with some surprise. Do you know what the head of the Iranian army told one of our people? He said the army was in good shape, thanks to U.S. aid it was now capable of coping with the civilian population. That army isn't going to fight the Russians. It's planning to fight the Iranian people. Where force might fail, the CIA turned to its most trusted weapon, money. To ensure support for the Shah, the agency began making payments to Iranian religious leaders, always a capricious bunch. The payments to the Ayatollahs and mullahs began in 1953 and continued regularly until 1977 when President Carter abruptly halted them. One informed intelligence source estimated that the amount paid reached as much as $400 million a year, others thought that figure too high, which it certainly seems to be. The cut-off of funds to the holy man, it is believed, was one of the things which precipitated the beginning of the end for the King of Kings. 76. 10 Guatemala 1953 to 1954. While the world watched. Whom do you turn to for help when the police are assaulting you? The old question. To whom does a poor banana republic turn when a CIA army is advancing upon its territory and CIA planes are bombing the country? The leaders of Guatemala tried everyone: the United Nations, the Organization of American States, other countries individually, the world press, even the United States itself, in the desperate hope that it was all a big misunderstanding, that reason would prevail in the end. Nothing helped. Dwight Eisenhower, John Foster Dulles and Allen Dulles had decided that the legally elected government of Jacobo Arbenz was communist, therefore must go, and go it did, in June 1954. In the midst of the American preparation to overthrow the government, the Guatemalan foreign minister, Guillermo Torriello, lamented that the United States was categorizing as communism every manifestation of nationalism or economic independence, any desire for social progress, any intellectual curiosity, and any interest in progressive liberal reforms. Torriello was close to the truth, but Washington officials retained enough contact with reality and world opinion to be aware of the inappropriateness of coming out against nationalism, independence, or reform. Thus it was that Secretary of State Dulles asserted that Guatemalans were living under a communist type of terrorism. President Eisenhower warned about the communist dictatorship establishing an outpost on this continent to the detriment of all the American nations. The U.S. ambassador to Guatemala, John Purifoy, declared that we cannot permit a Soviet republic to be established between Texas and the Panama Canal. Others warned that Guatemala could become a base from which the Soviet Union might actually seize the canal. Senator Margaret Chase Smith hinted, unmistakably, that the unjustified increases in the price of coffee imported from Guatemala were due to communist control of the country, and called for an investigation. And so it went. The Soviet Union could be excused if it was somewhat bewildered by all the rhetoric, for the Russians had scant interest in Guatemala, did not provide the country with any kind of military assistance, did not even maintain diplomatic relations with it, thus did not have the normally indispensable embassy from which to conduct such nefarious schemes. With the exception of one occasion, the countries of Eastern Europe had as little to do with Guatemala as did the Soviet Union. A month before the coup, that is, long after Washington had begun preparation for it, Czechoslovakia made a single-arm sale to Guatemala for cash, something the Czechs would no doubt have done for any other country willing to pay the price. The American propaganda mill made much of this transaction. Less publicized was the fact that Guatemala had to seek arms from Czechoslovakia because the United States had refused to sell it any since 1948, due to its reformist governments, and had pressured other countries to do the same despite Arbenz' repeated pleas to lift the embargo. Like the Soviets, Arbenz had reason to wonder about the American charges. The Guatemalan president, who took office in March 1, 1995 after being elected by a wide margin, had no special contact or spiritual/ideological ties with the Soviet Union or the rest of the communist bloc. Although American policymakers and the American press, explicitly and implicitly, often labeled Arbenz a communist, there were those in Washington who knew better, at least during their more dispassionate moments. Under Arbenz's administration, Guatemala had voted at the United Nations so closely with the United States on issues of Soviet imperialism that a State Department group occupied with planning Arbenz's overthrow concluded that propaganda concerning Guatemala's UN record would not be particularly helpful in our case. And a State Department analysis paper reported that the Guatemalan president had support not only from communist-led labor and the radical fringe of professional and intellectual groups, but also among many anti-communist nationalists in urban areas. Nonetheless, Washington repeatedly and adamantly expressed its displeasure about the presence of communists working in the Guatemalan government and their active participation in the nation's political life. Arbenz maintained that this was no more than proper in a democracy, while Washington continued to insist that Arbenz was too tolerant of such people not because of anything they had done which was intrinsically threatening or offensive to the U.S. or Western civilization, but simply because they were of the species communist, well known for its infinite capacity for treachery. Ambassador Purifoy, a diplomat whose suit might have been pinstriped, but whose soul was a loud check, warned Arbenz that US-Guatemalan relations would remain strained so long as a single communist remained on the public payroll. Degree. Time magazine pooh-poohed the newspaper's report and cited U.S. military men giving a better appraisal of the weapons. Clearly, neither Time nor the military men could conceive that one member of the international communist conspiracy could do such a thing to another member. 78I. Guatemala 1953–1954. The centerpiece of Arbenz's program was land reform. The need for it was clearly expressed in the all-too-familiar underdeveloped country statistics. In a nation overwhelmingly rural, 2.2% of the landowners owned 70% of the arable land. The annual per capita income of agricultural workers was $87. Before the Revolution of 1944, which overthrew the Ubico dictatorship, farm laborers had been roped together by the army for delivery to the lowland farms where they were kept in debt slavery by the landowners. The expropriation of large tracts of uncultivated acreage, which was distributed to approximately 100,000 landless peasants, the improvement in union rights for the workers, and other social reforms, were the reasons Arbenz had won the support of communists and other leftists, which was no more than to be expected. When Arbenz was criticized for accepting communist support, he challenged his critics to prove their good faith by backing his reforms themselves. They failed to do so, thus revealing where the basis of their criticism lay. The party formed by the Communists, the Guatemalan Labor Party, held 4 seats in Congress, the smallest component of Arben's ruling coalition, which commanded a total of 51 seats in the 1953-54 legislature. Communists held several important sub-cabinet posts, but none was ever appointed to the cabinet. In addition, there were communists employed in the bureaucracy, particularly in the administration of land reform. Lacking anything of substance they could accuse the Guatemalan left of, Washington officials were reduced to condemnation by semantics. Thus, communists, unlike normal human beings, did not take jobs in the government, they infiltrated the government. Communists did not support a particular program, they exploited it. Communists did not back Arbenz, they used him. Moreover, communists controlled the labor movement and land reform, but what type of person is it who devotes himself in an underdeveloped country to furthering the welfare of workers and peasants? None other than the type that Washington calls communist. The basic idea behind the employment of such language was to deny the idea that communists could be people sincerely concerned about social change. American officials denied it to each other as well as to the world. Here, for example, is an excerpt from a CIA report about Guatemala, prepared in 1952 for the edification of the White House and the intelligence community. Communist political success derives in general from the ability of individual communists and fellow travelers to identify themselves with the nationalist and social aspirations of the Revolution of 1944. In this manner, they have been successful in infiltrating the administration and pro-administration political parties and have gained control of organized labor. Is essentially an opportunist whose politics are largely a matter of historical accident. The extension of influence has been facilitated by the applicability of Marxist clichés to the anti-colonial and social aims of the Guatemalan Revolution. 79. The first plan to topple Arbenz was a CIA operation approved by President Truman in 1952, but at the 11th hour, Secretary of State Dean Acheson persuaded Truman to abort it. However, soon after Eisenhower became president, in January 1953, the plan was resurrected. Both administrations were pressured by executives of United Fruit Company, much of whose vast and uncultivated land in Guatemala had been expropriated by the Arbenz government as part of the land reform program. The company wanted nearly $16 million for the land, the government was offering $525,000, United Fruit's own declared valuation for tax purposes. United Fruit functioned in Guatemala as a state within a state. It owned the country's telephone and telegraph facilities, administered its only important Atlantic harbor and monopolized its banana exports. A subsidiary of the company owned nearly every mile of railroad track in the country. The fruit company's influence amongst Washington's power elite was equally impressive. On a business and/or personal level, it had close ties to the Dulles brothers, various State Department officials and congressmen, the American ambassador to the United Nations, and others. Ann Whitman, the wife of the company's public relations director, was President Eisenhower's personal secretary. Under-Secretary of State Walter Bedell Smith was seeking an executive position with United Fruit at the same time he was helping to plan the coup. He was later named to the company's board of directors. Under Arbenz, Guatemala constructed an Atlantic port and a highway to compete with United Fruit's holdings, and built a hydroelectric plant to offer cheaper energy than the US-controlled electricity monopoly. Arbenz's strategy was to limit the power of foreign companies through direct competition rather than through nationalization, a policy not feasible of course when it came to the question of land. In his inaugural address, Arbenz stated that foreign capital will always be welcome as long as it adjusts to local conditions, remains always subordinate to Guatemalan laws, cooperates with the economic development of the country, and strictly abstains from intervening in the nation's social and political life. This hardly described United Fruit's role in Guatemala. Amongst much else, the company had persistently endeavored to frustrate Arbenz's reform programs, discredit him and his government, and induce his downfall. Arbenz was, accordingly, wary of multinationals and could not be said to welcome them into his country with open arms. This attitude, his expropriation of United Fruit's land, and his tolerance of communists were more than enough to make him a marked man in Washington. The United States saw these policies as being interrelated, that is, it was communist influence, not any economic or social exigency of Guatemalan life, which was responsible for the government's treatment of American firms. 80. Guatemala 1953–1954. In March 1953, the CIA approached disgruntled right-wing officers in the Guatemalan army and arranged to send them arms. United Fruit donated $64,000 in cash. The following month, uprisings broke out in several towns but were quickly put down by loyal troops. The rebels were put on trial and revealed the fruit company's role in the plot, but not the CIA's. Happy face, the Eisenhower administration resolved to do the job right the next time around. With cynical glee, almost an entire year was spent in painstaking, step-by-step preparation for the overthrow of Jacobo Arbenz Guzman. Of the major CIA undertakings, few have been as well documented as has the coup in Guatemala. With the release of many formerly classified government papers, the following story has emerged. Headquarters for the operation were established in Opalx, Florida, on the outskirts of Miami. The Nicaraguan dictator Anastasio Somoza lent/leased his country out as a site for an airstrip and for hundreds of men, Guatemalan exiles and U.S. and Central American mercenaries, to receive training in the use of weapons and radio broadcasting, as well as in the fine arts of sabotage and demolition. 30 airplanes were assigned for use in the liberation, stationed in Nicaragua, Honduras, and the Canal Zone, to be flown by American pilots. The Canal Zone was set aside as a weapons depot from which arms were gradually distributed to the rebels who were to assemble in Honduras under the command of Colonel Carlos Castillo Armas before crossing into Guatemala. Soviet-marked weapons were also gathered for the purpose of planting them inside Guatemala before the invasion to reinforce U.S. charges of Russian intervention. And, as important as arms, it turned out, hidden radio transmitters were placed in and around the perimeter of Guatemala, including one in the U.S. Embassy. An attempt was made to blow up the trains carrying the Czech weapons from portside to Guatemala City. However, a torrential downpour rendered the detonators useless, whereupon the CIA paramilitary squad opened fire on one train, killing a Guatemalan soldier and wounding 3 others, but the convoy of trains made it safely to its destination. After the Czech ship had arrived in Guatemala, Eisenhower ordered the stopping of suspicious foreign flag vessels on the high seas off Guatemala to examine cargo. Happy face, the State Department's legal advisor, wrote a brief which concluded in no uncertain terms that such action would constitute a violation of international law. No matter. At least 2 foreign vessels were stopped and searched, one French and one Dutch. It was because of such actions by the British that the United States had fought the War of 1812. The Guatemalan military came in for special attention. The U.S. ostentatiously signed mutual security treaties with Honduras and Nicaragua, both countries hostile to Arbenz, and dispatched large shipments of arms to them in the hope that this would signal a clear enough threat to the Guatemalan military to persuade it to withdraw its support of Arbenz. Additionally, the U.S. Navy dispatched 2 submarines from Key West, saying only that they were going south. Several days later, the Air Force, amid considerable fanfare, sent 3 B-360 bombers on a courtesy call to Nicaragua. 81. The CIA also made a close study of the records of members of the Guatemalan officer corps and offered bribes to some of them. One of the agency's clandestine radio stations broadcast appeals aimed at military men, as well as others, to join the liberation movement. The station reported that Arbenz was secretly planning to disband or disarm the armed forces and replace it with a people's militia. CIA planes dropped leaflets over Guatemala carrying the same message. Eventually, at Ambassador Purifoy's urging, a group of high-ranking officers called on Arbenz to ask that he dismiss all communists who held posts in his administration. The president assured them that the communists did not represent a danger, that they did not run the government, and that it would be undemocratic to dismiss them. At a second meeting, the officers also demanded that Arbenz reject the creation of the People's Militia. Arbenz himself was offered a bribe by the CIA, whether to abdicate his office or something less is not clear. A large sum of money was deposited in a Swiss bank for him, but he, or a subordinate, rejected the offer. On the economic front, contingency plans were made for such things as cutting off Guatemalan credit abroad, disrupting its oil supplies, and causing a run on its foreign reserves. Happy face, but it was on the propaganda front that American ingenuity shone at its brightest. Inasmuch as the Guatemalan government was being overthrown because it was communist, the fact of its communism would have to be impressed upon the rest of Latin America. Accordingly, the U.S. Information Agency began to place unattributed articles in foreign newspapers labeling particular Guatemalan officials as communist and referring to various actions by the Guatemalan government as communist-inspired. In the few weeks prior to Arbenz's fall alone, more than 200 articles about Guatemala were written and placed in scores of Latin American newspapers. Employing a method which was to become a standard CIA/USIA feature all over Latin America and elsewhere, as we shall see, articles placed in one country were picked up by newspapers in other countries, either as a result of CIA payment or unwittingly because the story was of interest. Besides the obvious advantage of multiplying the potential audience, the tactic gives the appearance that independent world opinion is taking a certain stand and further obscures the American connection. The USIA also distributed more than 100,000 copies of a pamphlet entitled Chronology of Communism in Guatemala throughout the hemisphere, as well as 27,000 copies of anti-communist cartoons and posters. The American Propaganda Agency, moreover, produced 3 films on Guatemala, with predictable content, and newsreels favorable to the United States for showing free in cinemas. Francis Cardinal Spellman of New York, a prelate possessed of anti-communism, a man who feared social change more than he feared God, was visited by the CIA. Would His Reverence arrange CIA contact with Archbishop Mariano Rosal Arellano of Guatemala? The Cardinal would be delighted. Thus it came to pass that on April 9, 1954, a pastoral letter was read. 82. Guatemala 1953–1954. In Guatemalan Catholic churches calling to the attention of the congregations. The presence in the country of a devil called communism and demanding that the people rise as a single man against this enemy of God and country, or at least not rally in Arbenz's defense. To appreciate the value of this, one must remember that Guatemala's peasant class was not only highly religious, but that very few of them were able to read, and so could receive the Lord's word only in this manner. For those who could read, many thousands of pamphlets carrying the Archbishop's message were airdropped around the country. In May, the CIA covertly sponsored a Congress against Soviet intervention in Latin America in Mexico City. The same month, Somoza called in the diplomatic corps in Nicaragua and told them, his voice shaking with anger, that his police had discovered a secret Soviet shipment of arms near the Pacific coast, and suggested that the communists wanted to convert Nicaragua into a new Korean situation. A few weeks later, an unmarked plane parachuted arms with Soviet markings onto Guatemala's coast. On such fare as that dispensed by the American propaganda campaign have the people of Latin America dined for decades. By such tactics have they been educated about communism. In late January 1954 the operation appeared to have suffered a serious setback when photostat copies of liberation documents found their way into Arbenz's hands. A few days later, Guatemala's newspapers published copies of correspondence signed by Castillo Armas, Somoza, and others under banner headlines. The documents revealed the existence of some of the staging, training, and invasion plans, involving, amongst others, the government of the North ***. The State Department labeled the accusations of a U.S. role ridiculous and untrue and said it would not comment further because it did not wish to give them a dignity they did not deserve. Said a department spokesperson, "It is the policy of the United States not to interfere in the internal affairs of other nations. This policy has repeatedly been reaffirmed under the present administration. Time magazine gave no credence whatsoever to the possibility of American involvement in such a plot, concluding that the whole expose had been masterminded in Moscow. Happy face, the New York Times was not so openly cynical, but its story gave no indication that there might be any truth to the matter. Latin American observers in New York, reported the newspaper, said the plot charges savored of communist influence. This article was followed immediately on the page by one headed Red Labor Chiefs Meet, Guatemalan Confederation opens its Congress. And the CIA continued with its preparations as if nothing had happened. The offensive began in earnest on 1 June 8 with planes dropping leaflets over Guatemala demanding that Arbenz resign immediately or else various sites would be bombed. CIA radio stations broadcast similar messages. That 83 afternoon, the planes returned to machine gun houses near Mihari Barracks, dropped fragmentation bombs and strapped the National Palace. Over the following week, the air attacks continued, daily strafing or bombing ports, fuel tanks, ammunition dumps, military barracks, the international airport, a school, and several cities. 9 persons, including a 3-year-old girl, were reported wounded. An unknown number of houses were set afire by incendiary explosives. During one nighttime raid, a tape recording of a bomb attack was played over loudspeakers set up on the roof of the U.S. Embassy to heighten the anxiety of the capital's residents. When Arbenz went on the air to try and calm the public's fear, the CIA radio team jammed the broadcast. Meanwhile, the agency's army had crossed into Guatemala from Honduras and captured a few towns, but its progress in the face of resistance by the Guatemalan army was unspectacular. On the broadcasts of the CIA's Voice of Liberation the picture was different. The rebels were everywhere and advancing, they were of large numbers and picking up volunteers as they marched, war and upheaval in all corners, fearsome battles and major defeats for the Guatemalan army. Some of these broadcasts were transmitted over regular public and even military channels, serving to convince some of Arbenz's officers that the reports were genuine. In the same way, the CIA was able to answer real military messages with fake responses. All manner of disinformation was spread and rumors fomented. Dummy parachute drops were made in scattered areas to heighten the belief that a major invasion was taking place. United Fruit Company's publicity office circulated photographs to journalists of mutilated bodies about to be buried in a mass grave as an example of the atrocities committed by the Arbenz regime. The photos received extensive coverage. Thomas McKen of the company's publicity office later revealed that he had no idea what the photos represented. They could just as easily have been the victims of either side or of an earthquake. The point is, they were widely accepted for what they were purported to be, victims of communism. In a similar vein, Washington officials reported on political arrests and censorship in Guatemala without reference to the fact that the government was under siege, that suspected plotters and saboteurs were the bulk of those being arrested, or that, overall, the Arbenz administration had a fine record on civil liberties. The performance of the American press in this regard was little better. The primary purpose of the bombing and the radio broadcasts, as well as other propaganda, was to make it appear that military defenses were crumbling, that resistance was futile, thus provoking confusion and division in the Guatemalan armed forces and causing some elements to turn against Arbenz. The psychological warfare conducted over the radio was directed by E. Howard Hunt, later of Watergate fame, and David Atlee Phillips, a newcomer to the 84. Guatemala 1953 to 1954. CIA. When Phillips was first approached about the assignment, he asked his superior, Tracy Barnes, in all innocence, but Arbenz became president in a free election. What right do we have to help someone topple his government and throw him out of office? For a moment, wrote Phillips later, I detected in his face a flicker of concern, a doubt, the reactions of a sensitive man. But Barnes quickly recovered and repeated the party line about the Soviets establishing an easily expandable beachhead in Central America. Phillips never looked back. When he retired from the CIA over 20 years later, he founded the Association of Retired Intelligence Officers, an organization formed in the mid-1970s to counteract the flood of unfavorable publicity which was sweeping over the agency at the time. American journalists reporting on the events in Guatemala continued to exhibit neither an investigative inclination nor a healthy conspiracy mentality. But what was obscure to the U.S. press was patently obvious to large numbers of Latin Americans. Heated protests against the United States broke out during this week in June in at least 11 countries and was echoed by the governments of Ecuador, Argentina, Uruguay, and Chile, which condemned American intervention and aggression. Life magazine noted the events by observing that world communism was efficiently using the Guatemalan show to strike a blow at the U.S. It scoffed at the idea that Washington was behind the revolt. Newsweek reported that Washington officials interpreted the outcry as an indication of the depth of Red penetration into the Americas. A State Department memo at the time, however, privately acknowledged that much of the protest emanated from non-communist and even pro-American moderates. On 21 and June 22, Guatemalan Foreign Minister Torriello made impassioned appeals to the United Nations for help in resolving the crisis. American UN Ambassador Henry Cabot Lodge tried to block the Security Council from discussing a resolution to send an investigating team to Guatemala, characterizing Torriello's appeals as communist maneuvers. But under heavy pressure from UN Secretary-General Dag Hammarskjöld, the council was convened. Before the vote, while Lodge worked on the smaller nations represented on the council, Eisenhower and Dulles came down hard on France and Great Britain, both of whom favored the resolution. Said the President of the United States to his Secretary of State about Britain, "Let's give them a lesson." As matters turned out, the resolution was defeated by 5 votes to 4, with Britain and France abstaining, although their abstentions were not crucial inasmuch as 7 votes were required for passage. Hammarskjöld was so upset with the American machinations, which he believed undercut the strength of the United Nations, that he considered resigning. During this same period, the CIA put into practice a plan to create an incident. Agency planes were dispatched to drop several harmless bombs on 85 Honduran territory. The Honduran government then complained to the UN and the Organization of American States, claiming that the country had been attacked by Guatemalan planes. Happy face, Arbenz finally received an ultimatum from certain army officers: resign or they would come to an agreement with the invaders. The CIA and Ambassador Purifoy had been offering payments to officers to defect, and one army commander reportedly accepted $60,000 to surrender his troops. With his back to the wall, Arbenz made an attempt to arm civilian supporters to fight for the government, but army officers blocked the disbursement of weapons. The Guatemalan president knew that the end was near. The Voice of Liberation meanwhile was proclaiming that 2 large and heavily armed columns of invaders were moving towards Guatemala City. As the hours passed, the further advance of the mythical forces was announced, while Castillo Armas and his small band had actually not progressed very far from the Honduran border. The American disinformation and rumor offensive continued in other ways as well, and Arbenz, with no one he could trust to give him accurate information, could no longer be certain that there wasn't at least some truth to the radio bulletins. Nothing would be allowed to threaten the victory so near at hand. A British freighter docked in Guatemala and suspected of having arrived with fuel for Arbenz's military vehicles, was bombed and sunk by a CIA plane after the crew had been warned to flee. It turned out that the ship had come to Guatemala to pick up a cargo of coffee and cotton. A desperate Torriello pleaded repeatedly with Ambassador Purifoy to call off the bombings, offering even to reopen negotiations about United Fruit's compensation. In a long cable to John Foster Dulles, the foreign minister described the aerial attacks on the civilian population, expressed his country's defenselessness against the bombings, and appealed to the United States to use its good offices to put an end to them. In what must have been a deeply humiliating task, Torriello stated all of this without a hint that the United States was, or could be, a party to any of it. The pleas were not simply too late. They had always been too late. The Castillo Armas forces could not have defeated the much larger Guatemalan army, but the air attacks, combined with the belief in the invincibility of the enemy, persuaded Guatemalan military officers to force Arbenz to resign. No communists, domestic or foreign, came to his aid. He asked the head of the officers, Army Chief of Staff Col. Carlos Diaz, only that he give his word not to negotiate with Castillo Armas, and Diaz, who despised the rebel commander as much as Arbenz did, readily agreed. What Diaz did not realize was that the United States would not be satisfied merely to oust Arbenz. Castillo Armas had been groomed as the new head of government, and that was not negotiable. A CIA official, Eno Hobbing, who had just arrived in Guatemala to help draft a new constitution for the incoming regime, told Diaz that he had made a big mistake in taking over the government. "Colonel," said Hobbing, "you're just not convenient for the requirements of American foreign policy." 86. Guatemala 1953 to 1954. Presently, Purifoy confronted Diaz with the demand that he deal directly with Castillo Armas. At the same time, the ambassador showed Diaz a list of communists he wanted shot within 24 hours. Although the Guatemalan officer was willing to eliminate communist influence in the country, he refused both requests, and indicated that the struggle against the invaders would continue. Purifoy left, livid with anger. He then sent a simple cable to CIA headquarters in Florida, "We have been double-crossed." Bomb. Within hours, a CIA plane took off from Honduras, bombed a military base and destroyed the government radio station. Col. Castillo Armas, whose anti-communism the United States could trust, was soon the new leader of Guatemala. The propaganda show was not yet over. In reaction to skepticism in Latin America and elsewhere, the United States took foreign and American newsmen on a tour of Arbenz's former residence where they could see for themselves rooms filled with school textbooks published in, yes, the Soviet Union. The New York Times correspondent, Paul Kennedy, considered to be strongly anti-Arbenz, concluded that the books had been planted and did not bother to report the story. Happy face, Time made no mention of the books either, but somehow came upon the story that mobs had plundered Arbenz's home and found stacks of communist propaganda and 4 bags of earth, one each from Russia, China, Siberia, and Mongolia. Happy face, Times article made it clear enough that it now knew of the American role in Arbenz's downfall, but the magazine had nothing to say about the propriety of overthrowing a democratically elected government by force. Castillo Armas celebrated the liberation of Guatemala in various ways. In July alone, thousands were arrested on suspicion of communist activity. Many were tortured or killed. Happy face, further implementation of the agrarian reform law was stopped and all expropriations of land already carried out were declared invalid. United Fruit Company not only received all its land back, but the government banned the banana workers' unions as well. Moreover, 7 employees of the company who had been active labor organizers were found mysteriously murdered in Guatemala City. The new regime also disenfranchised 3/4 of Guatemala's voters by barring illiterates from the electoral rolls and outlawed all political parties, labor confederations, and peasant organizations. To this was added the closing down of opposition newspapers and the burning of subversive books, including Victor Hugo's Les Miserables, Dostoevsky novels, and the works of Guatemala's Nobel Prize-winning author Miguel Angel Asturias, a biting critic of United Fruit. Meanwhile, John Foster Dulles, who was accused by Torriello of seeking to establish a banana curtain in Central America, was concerned that some communists might escape retribution. In cables he exchanged with Ambassador 87. Purifoy, Dulles insisted that the government arrest those Guatemalans who had taken refuge in foreign embassies and that criminal charges be brought against them to prevent them leaving the country, charges such as having been covert Moscow agents. The Secretary of State argued that communists should be automatically denied the right of asylum because they were connected with an international conspiracy. The only way they should be allowed to leave, he asserted, was if they agreed to be sent to the Soviet Union. but Castillo Armas refused to accede to Dulles' wishes on this particular issue, influenced perhaps by the fact that he, as well as some of his colleagues, had been granted political asylum in an embassy at one time or another. One of those who sought asylum in the Argentine embassy was a 25-year-old Argentine doctor named Escobedo Che Guevara. Guevara, who had been living in Guatemala since sometime in 1953, tried to spark armed resistance to the invading forces, but without any success. Guevara's experience in Guatemala had a profound effect upon his political consciousness. His first wife, Hilda Guidi, whom he met there, later wrote, "Up to that point, he used to say, he was merely a sniper, criticizing from a theoretical point of view the political panorama of our America. From here on he was convinced that the struggle against the oligarchic system and the main enemy, Yankee imperialism, must be an armed one, supported by the people." Asterisk. On June 30, while the dust was still settling, Dulles summed up the situation in Guatemala in a speech which was a monument to Cold War speak. Expose the evil purpose of the Kremlin to destroy the inter-American system. Having gained control of what they call the mass organizations, moved on to take over the official press and radio of the Guatemalan government. They dominated the Social Security Organization and ran the agrarian reform program. Dictated to the Congress and to the President. Arbenz was openly manipulated by the leaders of communism. The Guatemalan regime enjoyed the full support of Soviet Russia. Situation is being cured by the Guatemalans themselves. When it came to rewriting history, however, Dulles' speech had nothing on these lines from a CIA memo written in August 1954 and only for internal consumption no less. When the communists were forced by outside pressure to attempt to take over Guatemala completely, they forced Arbenz to resign. They then proceeded to establish a communist junta under Col. Carlos Diaz. 3. In October, John Purifoy sat before a congressional committee and told them, "My role in Guatemala prior to the revolution was strictly that of a diplomatic observer. The revolution that overthrew the Arbenz government was engineered and instigated by those people in Guatemala who rebelled against the policies and ruthless oppression of the communist-controlled government." 88. Guatemala 1953 to 1954. Later, Dwight Eisenhower was to write about Guatemala in his memoirs. The former president chose not to offer the slightest hint that the United States had anything to do with the planning or instigation of the coup, and indicated that his administration had only the most tangential of connections to its execution. Thus it was that the educated, urbane men of the State Department, the CIA, and the United Fruit Company, the pipe-smoking, comfortable men of Princeton, Harvard, and Wall Street, decided that the illiterate peasants of Guatemala did not deserve the land which had been given to them, that the workers did not need their unions, that hunger and torture were a small price to pay for being rid of the scourge of communism. The terror carried out by Castillo Armas was only the beginning. It was, as we shall see, to get much worse in time. It has continued with hardly a pause for over 30 years. In 1955, the New York Times reported from the United Nations that the United States has begun a drive to scuttle a section of the proposed Covenant of Human Rights that poses a threat to its business interests abroad. This section dealt with the right of peoples to self-determination and to permanent sovereignty over their natural wealth and resources. Said the newspaper, it declares in effect that any country has the right to nationalize its resources. Happy face. 11 Costa Rica mid-1950s trying to topple an ally, Part 1. If ever the CIA maintained a love-hate relationship, it was with José Figueres. 3 times the head of state of Costa Rica. On the one hand, Figueres, by his own admission in 1975, worked for the CIA in 20,000 ways. All over Latin America for 30 years. I collaborated with the CIA when we were trying to topple Trujillo, he divulged, speaking of the Dominican Republic dictator *. When Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev's memoirs were published in the West, the publisher saw fit to employ a noted criminologist to annotate the work, pointing out errors of omission and commission. 89. On the other hand, Figueres revealed that the agency had twice tried to kill him. He did not elaborate, although he stated at the same time that he had tried for 2 years to get the Bay of Pigs invasion called off. This may have precipitated one or both of the assassination attempts. The CIA also tried to overthrow the Figueres government. In 1964, the first significant expose of the agency, the Invisible Government, disclosed that in the mid-1950s CIA agents intruded deeply into the political affairs of Costa Rica, the most stable and democratic republic in Latin America. Knowledgeable Costa Ricans were aware of the CIA's role. The CIA's purpose was to promote the ouster of José Figueres, the moderate socialist who became president in a fair and open election in 1953. Figueres remained in office until 1958. In this his first term as president, he had headed a liberal junta in the late 1940s. The agency's major grievance, related the expose, was that Figueres had scrupulously recognized the right of asylum in Costa Rica for non-communists and communists alike. The large influx of questionable characters complicated the agency's job of surveillance and forced it to increase its staff. The CIA's problems with Figueres actually went somewhat deeper. Costa Rica was a haven for hundreds of exiles fleeing from various Latin American right-wing dictatorships, such as in the Dominican Republic, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, and Figueres was providing groups of them with material and moral support in their plans to overthrow these regimes. To Figueres, this was entirely in keeping with his anti-totalitarian beliefs, directed against the left as well as the right. The problem was that the targets for overthrow were all members in good standing in the United States anti-communist, Free World Club. Moreover, Figueres had on occasion expressed criticism of the American policy of supporting such dictatorships while neglecting the economic and social problems of the hemisphere. These considerations could easily outweigh the fact that Figueres had established his anti-communist credentials, albeit not of the ultra variety, and was no more a socialist than Hubert Humphrey. Although Figueres spoke out strongly at times against foreign investment, as president he was eminently accommodating to Central America's bêtes noires, the multinational fruit companies. In addition to providing support to Figueres' political opponents, the CIA, reported the Invisible Government, tried to stir up embarrassing trouble within the Communist Party in Costa Rica, and to attempt to link Figueres with the communists. An effort to produce evidence that Figueres had been in contact with leading communists during a trip to Mexico was unsuccessful. But CIA agents had better luck with the first part of their strategy, stirring up trouble for the communists. They succeeded in planting a letter in a communist newspaper. The letter, purportedly from a leading Costa Rican communist, put him on record in opposition to the party. 90. Costa Rica mid-1950s. Line on the Hungarian Revolution. Unaware that the letter was a CIA plant, the leading officials in the American embassy held an urgent meeting to ponder its meaning. The political officer then dispatched a long classified report to Washington, alerting top policy makers to the possibility of a startling turn in Latin American communist politics. In 1955 the agency carried out an action against Figueres that was more immediately threatening. A deep personal and political animosity between Figueres and Nicaraguan dictator Anastasio Somoza had escalated into violence. An attempt against Somoza's life, launched from Costa Rica with Figueres' support, was countered by an invasion from Nicaragua by land and air. Figueres' biographer, Charles Amering has related that Figueres accused the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency of aiding the Somoza movement against him. He claimed that the CIA felt indebted to Somoza for the help he had given in overthrowing the Arbenz regime. He asserted that the same pilots and planes that had participated in the attack upon Guatemala, afterwards came from Nicaragua and machine-gunned 11 defenseless towns in our territory. According to Figueres, at the same time that the U.S. Department of State arranged the sale of fighter planes for Costa Rica's defense, CIA planes and pilots were flying sorties for the rebels. It is interesting to note that during this period, when little had yet been revealed about such blatant CIA-covered activities. The fact that the agency had been caught red-handed tapping Figuere's telephone was worthy of condemnatory editorial comment by the Washington Post and a like statement by Senator Mike Mansfield on the floor of the Senate. José Figueres did not regain the presidency of Costa Rica until 1970, at which time a renewed CIA effort to overthrow him was undertaken, for not very different reasons. 12. Purchasing a new government. Neutrality, proclaimed John Foster Dulles in 1956, has increasingly become an obsolete conception, and, except under very exceptional circumstances, it is an immoral and short-sighted conception. The short-sightedness of the neutralist government lay perhaps in its inability to perceive that its neutralism would lead to John Foster Dulles attempting to overthrow it. 91. Syria had shied away from U.S. economic and military assistance because it feared the strings which came attached * when the Syrians tried, in 1955, to purchase American tanks through commercial channels. The United States blocked the transaction. Syria then turned around and purchased Russian tanks from Czechoslovakia. Subsequently, when the Syrians endeavored to make some military purchases directly from the U.S. government, Dulles refused them, apparently for no other reason than moral indignation. Syria had not nationalized any American-owned companies, nor did it harbor any potent left-wing party or movement in or outside of Parliament threatening to capture the reins of government. But the U.S. Embassy had reports of leftist tendencies among some of the younger military officers, truly an incongruous phenomenon to the American mind. What exactly the motivations of these officers were, whether their objectives were more nationalistic than revolutionary, whether they were even anti-Western, none of this was terribly clear. What was clear was that the leftist tendencies button had been pushed in Washington, and that the Syrian government, although conservative and anti-communist, could not be relied upon to do anything about the threat posed by these officers, who, in fact, had done nothing themselves. In the formula-prone minds of the Secretary of State and other State Department officials, the Syrians were now in danger of becoming leftist, communist, dependent upon the Soviet Union for military equipment, a Soviet satellite, and so on. Nor was this all. A leftist-oriented Syria would threaten American interests in neighboring Turkey, which, in turn, could outflank all the states of the NATO alliance, and so forth and so on. And the Soviet Union itself was not far away. To this we add the usual Middle Eastern intrigue, in this case, Iraq plotting with the British to topple the governments in both Syria and Nasser's Egypt, the British pressuring the Americans to join the conspiracy, and the CIA compromising leave Nasser alone, at least for the time being, and will do something about Syria. An implausible scenario, scandalous, but in the time-honored tradition of the Middle East. The British were old hands at it. Dulles and the Americans, still exulting in their king-making in Iran, were looking to further remake the oil region in their own image. Wilbur Crane Eveland was a staff member of the National Security Council, the high-level interagency group in Washington which, in theory, monitors and controls CIA clandestine activities. Because of Eveland's background and experience in the Middle East, the CIA had asked that he be lent to the agency for a series of assignments there. Archibald Roosevelt was, like his cousin Kermit Roosevelt, a highly placed official of the CIA. Both were grandsons of Teddy. Kermit had masterminded the overthrow of the Iranian government in 1953. Archie had fond hopes of doing the same in Syria. Mikhail Bey-Ilyin had once served as Syria's foreign minister. In 1956 he was the leader of the Conservative Populist Party. At a meeting of these three men in Damascus, Syria on July 1, 1956, as described by Eveland in his memoirs, Roosevelt asked Ilyin what would be needed to give the Syrian conservatives enough control to purge the communists and their leftist sympathizers. Ilyin responded by ticking off names and places, the radio stations in Damascus and Aleppo, a few key senior officers, and enough money to buy newspapers now in Egyptian and Saudi hands. Roosevelt probed further. Could these things, he asked Ilyin, be done with US money and assets alone, with no other Western or Near Eastern country involved. Without question, Ilian replied, nodding gravely. On July 26, Egyptian President Gamal Abdul Nasser announced that his government was taking over the operation of the Suez Canal. The reaction of the British and French was swift and inflamed. The United States was less openly hostile, though it was critical, and Egyptian government funds in the US were frozen. This unexpected incident put a crimp in the CIA's plans, for as Ilian explained to Eveland in despair, Nasser was now the hero of the Arab world, and collaboration with any Western power to overthrow an Arab government was politically indefensible. Eventually the coup was scheduled for October 25. The logistics, as outlined by Ilian, called for senior colonels in the Syrian army to take control of Damascus, Aleppo, Horns, and Hama. The frontier posts with Jordan, Iraq, and Lebanon would also be captured in order to seal Syria's borders until the radio stations announced that a new government had taken over under Colonel Kabani, who would place armored units at key positions throughout Damascus. Once control had been established, Ilian would inform the civilians he'd selected that they were to form a new government, but in order to avoid leaks none of them would be told until just a week before the coup. For this operation, money would have to change hands. Ilian asked for and received £500,000 Syrian pounds. This sum occasioned no problem for the CIA regional finance officer in Beirut. When Eveland put forth his request, the officer hardly blinked. Did I need new money, old money, a mixture? Bundled or boxed? The officer suggested a combination of old and new Syrian bills from various banks in Syria, so that their Lebanese origin could not be traced from the bands on the bundles. Give me 2 days, he said, and I'll have it for you in a nice suitcase purchased in Damascus. 93. Ilian further stipulated that to guarantee their participation the Syrian plotters would require assurance from the highest level of the American government that the US would both back the coup and immediately grant recognition to the new government. This, Ilian explained, could be communicated as follows. In April, President Eisenhower had said that the United States would oppose aggression in the Middle East, but not without congressional approval. Could the president repeat this statement, in HGHT of the Suez Crisis, he asked, on a specified date when Ilian's colleagues would be told to expect it? Eisenhower's words would provide proof of US support and intent to recognize the new government in Syria once it had been formed. An affirmative reply to Ilian's plan arrived in Damascus from Washington the next day. A proper occasion for the requested statement would have to be found, and Secretary Dulles would be the one to use it. The scheme was for Dulles to make public reference to Eisenhower's statement between 16 and October 18, thus giving Ilian the week he needed to assemble his civilian team. Ilian accepted this proposal and received a nice suitcase filled with money. Before long, John Foster Dulles held a press conference. In light of recent Israeli attacks on Jordan, one of the reporters present asked whether the United States might come to Jordan's aid for our declaration of April 9. Yes, replied the Secretary of State, repeating the reference to the April statement. The date was October 16. But following close on the heels of this was a message from Ilian in Damascus to Eveland in Beirut postponing the date of the coup for 5 days to October 30 because Colonel Kabani had told Ilian that his people weren't quite ready. The postponement was crucial. On the morning of the 30th, before dawn, Eveland was roused from his sleep by the persistent ringing of his doorbell. It was Michael Ilian, his face flushed with anger. "Thanks to God I'm alive to see you," he cried, "and say what a terrible thing you and your government did." Eveland was startled but understood all too soon what had happened. "Last night," Ilian continued, "the Israelis invaded Egypt and are right now heading for the Suez Canal. How could you have asked us to overthrow our government at the exact moment when Israel started a war with an Arab state? Carried." By the following spring, however, the CIA officers in Beirut and Damascus had, apparently, nothing better to do than try their hands again at stage managing a Syrian coup. On this occasion, Kermit Roosevelt, rather than cousin Archibald, was pulling the strings. he arranged for one Howard Stone to be transferred to Damascus from the Sudan to be sure that the engineering was done by a pro. Stone was, at 32, already a legend in the CIA's clandestine service as the man who'd helped Kim Roosevelt overthrow the Iranian government 4 years earlier. The proposed beneficiary of this particular plot was to be Adib Shizhakli. T. 94. Sinna 1956–1957. Former right-wing dictator of Syria, living covertly in Lebanon. Shishakli's former chief of security, Colonel Ibrahim Husseini, now Syrian military attaché in Rome, was secretly slipped into Lebanon under cover of a CIA-fabricated passport. Husseini was then to be smuggled across the Syrian border in the trunk of a U.S. diplomatic car in order to meet with key Syrian CIA agents and provide assurances that Shizhakli would come back to rule once Syria's government had been overthrown. But the coup was exposed before it ever got off the ground. Syrian army officers who had been assigned major roles in the operation walked into the office of Syria's head of intelligence, Colonel Sarraj, turned in their bribe money and named the CIA officers who'd paid them. Lieutenant Col. Robert M. O'Woy, the American Army attaché, Francis Jetton, a career CIA officer, officially vice consul at the U.S. Embassy, and the legendary Howard Stone, with the title of Second Secretary for Political Affairs, were DTOSTVQD persona non grati and expelled from the country in August. Col. Malloy was determined to leave Syria in style. As his car approached the Lebanese border, he ran his Syrian motorcycle escort off the road and shouted to the fallen rider that Colonel Sarraj and his commie friends should be told that Malloy would beat the shit out of them with one hand tied behind his back if they ever crossed his path again. The Syrian government announcement which accompanied the expulsion order stated that Stone had first made contact with the outlawed Social Nationalist Party and then with the army officers. When the officers reported the plot, they were told to continue their contacts with the Americans and later met Shizhakli and Husseini at the homes of U.S. Embassy staff members. Husseini reportedly told the officers that the United States was prepared to give a new Syrian government between $300 and $400 million in aid if the government would make peace with Israel. An amusing aside to the affair occurred when the Syrian defense minister and the Syrian ambassador to Italy disputed the claim that Husseini had anything to do with the plot. The ambassador pointed out that Husseini had not been in Syria since July 20 and his passport showed no indication that he had been out of Italy since that time. The State Department categorized the Syrian charge as complete fabrications and retaliated by expelling the Syrian ambassador and a second secretary and recalling the American ambassador from Syria. It marked the first time since 1915 that the United States had expelled a chief of mission of a foreign country. In the wake of the controversy, the New York Times reported that there are numerous theories about why the Syrians struck at the United States. One is that they acted at the instigation of the Soviet Union. Another is that the government manufactured an anti-U.S. spy story to distract public attention from the significance of Syria's negotiations with Moscow. In the same issue, a Times editorial speculated upon other plausible-sounding explanations. Neither in its news report nor in its editorial did the New York 95 Times seem to consider even the possibility that the Syrian accusation might be true. President Eisenhower, recalling the incident in his memoirs, offered no denial to the accusation. His sole comment was, "The entire action was shrouded in mystery, but the suspicion was strong that the communists had taken control of the government." Happy face. Syria's neutralism continued to obsess the United States. Indeed, Washington still worries about it today, though Syria has not yet gone communist. As an example, in 1962, President Kennedy and British Prime Minister Macmillan agreed, according to a CIA report, on penetration and cultivation of disruptive elements in the Syrian armed forces, particularly in the Syrian army, so that Syria can be guided by the West. Happy face. 13. The Middle East 1957–1958. The Eisenhower Doctrine claims another backyard for America. On March 9, 1957, the United States Congress approved a presidential resolution which came to be known as the Eisenhower Doctrine. This was a piece of paper, like the Truman Doctrine and the Monroe Doctrine before it, whereby the U.S. government conferred upon the U.S. government the remarkable and enviable right to intervene militarily in other countries. With the stroke of a pen, the Middle East was added to Europe and the Western Hemisphere as America's field of play. The resolution stated that the United States regards as vital to the national interest and world peace the preservation of the independence and integrity of the nations of the Middle East. 1 month later, as we have seen, the CIA initiated its operation to overthrow the government of Syria. The business part of the resolution was contained in the succinct declaration that the United States is prepared to use armed forces to assist any Middle East country requesting assistance against armed aggression from any country controlled by international communism. Nothing was set forth about non-communist or anti-communist aggression which might endanger world peace. Wilbur Crane Eveland, the Middle East specialist working for the CIA at the time, was present at a meeting in the State Department 2 months earlier called to discuss the resolution. Eveland read the draft which stated that many 96. The Middle East 1957 to 1958. If not all of the Middle East states are aware of the danger that stems from international communism. Later he wrote, I was shocked. Who, I wondered, had reached this determination of what the Arabs considered a danger? Israel's army had just invaded Egypt and still occupied all of the Sinai Peninsula and the Gaza Strip. And, had it not been for Russia's threat to intervene on behalf of the Egyptians, the British, French, and Israeli forces might now be sitting in Cairo, celebrating Nasser's ignominious fall from power. The simplistic and polarized view of the world implicit in the Eisenhower Doctrine ignored not only anti-Israeli sentiments but currents of nationalism, pan-Arabism, neutralism and socialism prevalent in many influential quarters of the Middle East. The framers of the resolution saw only a Cold War battlefield and, in doing so, succeeded in creating one. In April, King Hussein of Jordan dismissed his prime minister, Suleiman Nabulsi, amidst rumors, apparently well-founded, of a coup against the king encouraged by Egypt and Syria and Palestinians living in Jordan. It was the turning point in an ongoing conflict between the pro-West policy of Hussein and the neutralist leanings of the Nabulsi regime. Nabulsi had announced that in line with his policy of neutralism, Jordan would develop closer relations with the Soviet Union and accept Soviet aid if offered. At the same time, he rejected American aid because, he said, the United States had informed him that economic aid would be withheld unless Jordan severs its ties with Egypt and consents to settlement of Palestinian refugees in Jordan, a charge denied by the State Department. Nabulsi added the commentary that communism is not dangerous to the Arabs. Hussein, conversely, stated his position as one to keep Arab land for the Arabs and to stand in the way of new ideas and beliefs that are not required in the Arab world where we have our religion and traditions and history. He accused international communism and its followers of direct responsibility for efforts to destroy my country. When pressed for the specifics of his accusation, he declined to provide any. When rioting broke out in several Jordanian cities, and civil war could not be ruled out, Hussein showed himself equal to the threat to his continued rule. He declared martial law, purged the government and military of pro-Nasser and leftist tendencies, and abolished all political opposition. Jordan soon returned to a state of relative calm. The United States, however, seized upon Hussein's use of the expression international communism to justify rushing units of the 6th Fleet to the eastern Mediterranean, a super aircraft carrier, 2 cruisers, and 15 destroyers, followed shortly by a variety of other naval vessels and a battalion of Marines which put ashore in Beirut to prepare for possible future intervention in Jordan. Despite the fact that nothing resembling armed aggression from any country controlled by international communism had taken place, the State Department openly invited the king to invoke the Eisenhower Doctrine. But 97. Hussein, who had not even requested the show of force, refused, knowing that such a move would only add fuel to the fires already raging in Jordanian political life. He survived without it? Sometime during this year the CIA began making secret annual payments to King Hussein, initially in the millions of dollars per year. The practice was to last for 20 years, with the agency providing Hussein female companions as well. As justification for the payment, the CIA later claimed that Hussein allowed American intelligence agencies to operate freely in Jordan. Hussein himself provided intelligence to the CIA and distributed part of his payments to other government officials who also furnished information or cooperated with the agency. A few months later, it was Syria which occupied the front stage in Washington's melodrama of international communism. The Syrians had established relations with the Soviet Union via trade, economic aid, and military purchases and training. The United States chose to see something ominous in this, although it was a state of affairs engendered in no small measure by John Foster Dulles, as we saw in the previous chapter. American antipathy toward Syria was heightened in August 1957 following the Syrian government's exposure of the CIA-directed plot to overthrow it. Washington officials and the American media settled easily into the practice of referring to Syria as a Soviet satellite or quasi-satellite. This was not altogether objective or spontaneous reporting. Kenneth Love, a New York Times correspondent in close contact to the CIA, later disclosed some of the background. The U.S. Embassy in Syria connived at false reports issued in Washington and London through diplomatic and press channels to the effect that Russian arms were pouring into the Syrian port of Latakia, that not more than 123 MiGs had arrived in Syria, and that Lieutenant Colonel Abdelhamid Siraj, head of Syrian intelligence, had taken over control in a communist-inspired coup. I traveled all over Syria without hindrance in November and December and found there were indeed not more than 123 MiGs. There were none. And no Russian arms had arrived for months. And there had been no coup, although some correspondents in Beirut, just a 2-hour drive from Damascus, were dispatching without attribution false reports fed to them by embassy visitors from Damascus and a roving CIA man who worked in the guise of a U.S. Treasury agent. Siraj, who was anti-communist, had just broken the clumsy British-Iraqi-supported plot. Syria was quiet but worried lest the propaganda presage a new coup d'état or a Western-backed invasion. As if to further convince any remaining skeptics, Eisenhower dispatched a personal emissary, Lloyd Henderson, on a tour of the Middle East. Henderson, not surprisingly, returned with the conclusion that there was a fear in all Middle East countries that the Soviets might be able to topple the regimes in each of their countries through exploiting the crisis in Syria. He gave no indication as to whether the Syrians themselves thought they were going. 98. The Middle East 1957 to 1958. Through a crisis. In early September, the day after Henderson returned, the United States announced that the Sixth Fleet was once again being sent to the Mediterranean and that arms and other military equipment were being rushed to Jordan, Lebanon, Iraq, and Turkey. A few days later, Saudi Arabia was added to the list. The Soviet Union replied with arms shipments to Syria, Egypt, and Yemen. The Syrian government accused the U.S. of sending warships close to her coast in an open challenge and said that unidentified planes had been flying constantly over the Latakia area day and night for 4 days. Latakia is a Syrian seaport where supplies arrived from the Soviet Union. Syria further claimed that the U.S. had incited Turkey to concentrate an estimated 50,000 soldiers on Syria's border. The Syrians ridiculed the explanation that the Turkish troops were only on maneuvers. Eisenhower later wrote that the troops were at the border with the readiness to act and that the United States had already assured the leaders of Turkey, Iraq, and Jordan that if they felt it necessary to take actions against aggression by the Syrian government, the United States would undertake to expedite shipments of arms already committed to the Middle Eastern countries and, further, would replace losses as quickly as possible. The president had no quarrel with the idea that such action might be taken to repel, in his words, the anticipated aggression of Syria, for it would thus be basically defensive in nature. The American role here was apparently more active than Eisenhower suggests. Under-Secretary of State Christian Herter, later to replace an ailing John Foster Dulles as Secretary, reviewed in rueful detail to author and administration colleague Emmett John Hughes, some recent clumsy clandestine American attempts to spur Turkish forces to do some vague kind of battle with Syria. Dulles gave the impression in public remarks that the United States was anxious to somehow invoke the Eisenhower Doctrine, presumably as a justification for taking further action against Syria. But he could not offer any explanation of how this was possible. Certainly Syria was not going to make the necessary request. The only solution lay in Syria attacking another Arab country which would then request American assistance. This appears to be one rationale behind the flurry of military and diplomatic activity directed at Syria by the U.S. Indeed, a study carried out for the Pentagon some years later concluded that in the 1957 Syrian crisis, Washington seemed to seek the initial use of force by target. Throughout this period, Washington officials alternated between striving to enlist testimonials from other Arab nations that Syria was indeed a variety of Soviet satellite and a threat to the region, and assuring the world that the United States had received a profusion of just such testimony. But Jordan, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia all denied that they felt threatened by Syria. Egypt, Syria's closest ally, of course concurred. At the height of the crisis, King Hussein of 99. Jordan left for a vacation in Europe. The Iraqi premier declared that his country and Syria had arrived at a complete understanding, and King Saud of Saudi Arabia, in a message to Eisenhower, said that U.S. concern over Syria was exaggerated and asked the president for renewed assurances that the United States would refrain from any interference in the internal affairs of Arab states. Saud added that efforts to overturn the Syrian regime would merely make the Syrians more amenable to Soviet influence, a view shared by several observers on all sides. At the same time, the New York Times reported that from the beginning of the crisis over Syria's drift to the left, there has been less excitement among her Arab neighbors than in the United States. Foreign diplomats in the area, including many Americans, felt that the stir caused in Washington was out of proportion to the cause. Eventually, Dulles may have been influenced by this lack of support for the American thesis, for when asked specifically to characterize what the relation is between Soviet aims in the area and the part that Syria adds to them, he could only reply that the situation internally in Syria is not entirely clear and fluctuates somewhat. Syria, he implied, was not yet in the grip of international communism. The next day, Syria, which had no desire to isolate itself from the West, similarly moderated its tone by declaring that the American warships had been 15 miles offshore and had continued quickly on their way. It appears that during this same restless year of 1957, the United States was also engaged in a plot to overthrow Nasser and his troublesome nationalism, although the details are rather sketchy. In January, when King Saud and Iraqi Crown Prince Abdullah were in New York at the United Nations, they were approached by CIA Director Allen Dulles and one of his top aides, Kermit Roosevelt, with offers of CIA-covered planning and funding to topple the Egyptian leader whose radical rhetoric, nebulous though it was seen by the royal visitors as a threat to the very idea of monarchy. Abdullah, wrote Eveland, insisted on British participation in anything covered, but the Saudis had severed relations with Britain and refused. As a result, the CIA dealt separately with each, agreeing to fund King Saud's part in a new area scheme to oppose Nasser and eliminate his influence in Syria, and to the same objective, coordinating in Beirut a covert working group composed of representatives of the British, Iraqi, Jordanian, and Lebanese intelligence services. Nasser and other army officers had overthrown King Farouk of Egypt in 1952. Ironically, Kim Roosevelt and the CIA have traditionally been given credit for somehow engineering this coup. However, that they did this is by no means certain. 100 /I. The Middle East 1957 to 1958. The conspiracy is next picked up in mid-spring at the home of Ghosn Zogby in Beirut. Zogby, of Lebanese ancestry and name, was the chief of the CIA Beirut station. He and Kim Roosevelt, who was staying with him, hosted several conferences of the clandestine planners. So obvious, Eveland continued, were their covert gyrations, with British, Iraqi, Jordanian and Lebanese liaison personnel coming and going nightly, that the Egyptian ambassador in Lebanon was reportedly taking bets on when and where the next US coup would take place. At one of these meetings, the man from the British Secret Intelligence Service informed the gathering that teams had been fielded to assassinate Nasser. Shortly afterwards, Eveland learned from a CIA official that John Foster Dulles, as well as his brother Alan, had directed Roosevelt to work with the British to bring down Nasser. Roosevelt now spoke in terms of a palace revolution in Egypt. From this point on we're fishing in murky waters, for the events which followed produced more questions than answers. With the 6 countries named above, plus Turkey and Israel apparently getting in on the act, and less than complete trust and love existing amongst the various governments, a host of plots, subplots and side plots inevitably sprang to life. At times it bordered on low comedy, though some would call it no more than normal Middle East diplomacy. Between July 1957 and October 1958, the Egyptian and Syrian governments and media announced the uncovering of what appears to be at least 8 separate conspiracies to overthrow one or the other government, to assassinate Nasser, and / or prevent the expected merger of the two countries. Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and the United States were most often named as conspirators, but from the entanglement of intrigue which surfaced it is virtually impossible to unravel the particular threads of the U.S. role typical of the farcical going-ons. It seems that at least one of the plots to assassinate Nasser arose from the Dulles brothers taking Eisenhower's remark that he hoped the Nasser problem could be eliminated to be an order for assassination, when the president, so the story goes, was merely referring to improved US-Egyptian relations. Upon realizing the error, Secretary Dulles ordered the operation to cease. Official American pronouncements during this entire period would have had the world believe that the Soviet Union was the eminence grise behind the strife in Jordan, the crisis in Syria, and unrest generally in the Middle East, that the Soviet aim was to dominate the area, while the sole purpose of U.S. policy was to repel this Soviet thrust and maintain the independence of the Arab nations. Yet, on 3 separate occasions during 1957 in February, April, and September the Soviet Union called for a 4-power declaration renouncing the use of 101 force and interference in the internal affairs of the Middle Eastern countries. The February appeal had additionally called for a 4-power embargo on arms shipments to the region, withdrawal of all foreign troops, liquidation of all foreign bases, and a conference to reach a general Middle East settlement. The Soviet strategy was clearly to neutralize the Middle East, to remove the threat it had long felt from the potentially hostile control of the oil region by, traditionally, France and Great Britain, and now the United States, which sought to fill the power vacuum left by the Deccan of the 2 European nations as Middle East powers. History does not relate what a Middle East free from big power manipulation would have been HKE, for neither France, Great Britain, nor the United States was amenable to even calling the Soviet bluff if that, indeed, was what it was. The New York Times summarized the attitude of the 3 Western nations to the first 2 overtures as one that deprecated the Soviet proposals as efforts to gain recognition of a Soviet right to a direct voice in the affairs of the Middle East. They have told the Russians to take up their complaints through the United Nations. Following the September proposal, John Foster Dulles, replying to a question at a press conference, said that the United States is skeptical of these arrangements with the Soviet Union for hands-off. What they are apt to mean is our hands off and their hands under the table. This appears to be the only public comment that the U.S. government saw fit to make on the matter. It may be instructive to speculate upon the reaction of the Western nations if the Soviet Union had announced a Khrushchev doctrine, ceding to itself the same scope of action in the Middle East as that stipulated in the Eisenhower doctrine. In January 1958, Syria and Egypt announced their plans to unite, forming the new nation of the United Arab Republic. The initiative for the merger had come from Syria, who was motivated in no small part by her fear of further American power plays against her. Ironically, under the arrangement, the Communist Party, already outlawed in Egypt, was dissolved in Syria, an objective which a year and a half of CIA covert activity had failed to achieve. 2 weeks after the birth of the UAR, and in direct response to it, Iraq and Jordan formed the Arab Union, with the United States acting as midwife. This union was short-lived, for in July a bloody coup in Iraq installed a new regime which promptly renounced the pact. The trumpets of Armageddon could once more be heard distinctly in the Oval Office. "We feared the worst," wrote Eisenhower. "This somber turn of events could, without vigorous response on our part, result in a complete elimination of Western influence in the Middle East, where Iraq, once the gunsmoke cleared, would land on the international political spectrum could not be predicted with any certainty at that moment. But the United States did not wait to find out." 102. The Middle East 1957 to 1958. The time for a mere show-offery was over. The very next day, the Marines, along with the American Navy and Air Force, were sent in not to Iraq, but to Lebanon. Of all the Arab states, Lebanon was easily the United States' closest ally. She alone had supported the Eisenhower Doctrine with any enthusiasm or unequivocally echoed Washington's panic about Syria. To be more precise, it was the President of Lebanon, Camille Kamoun, and the Foreign Minister Charles Malik, a Harvard Ph.D. in philosophy, who had put all their Cold War eggs into the American basket. Kamoun had ample reason to be beholden to the United States. The CIA apparently played a role in his 1952 election, and in 1957 the agency, with the approval of the National Security Council, furnished generous sums of money to Kamoun to use in support of candidates in the Chamber of Deputies' June elections who would back him. And, presumably, U.S. policies. Funds were also provided to specifically oppose, as punishment, those candidates who had resigned in protest over Kamoun's adherence to the Eisenhower Doctrine. As is customary in such operations, the CIA sent an election specialist, one Vandeleur, to Beirut to assist in the planning. American officials in Washington and Lebanon proceeded on the assumption, they told each other, that Egypt, Syria and Saudi Arabia would also intervene financially in the elections. The American ambassador to Lebanon, Donald Heath, argued as well, apparently without ironic intention, that with both the President and the new Chamber of Deputies supporting American principles, we'd also have a demonstration that representative democracy could work in the Middle East. To what extent the American funding helped, or even how the money was spent, is not known, but the result was a landslide for pro-government deputies, so much so, that it caused considerable protest within Lebanon, including the charge that Kamoun had stacked the parliament in order to amend the constitution to permit him to seek an otherwise prohibited second 6-year term of office the following year. By late April 1958, tensions in Lebanon had reached bursting point. The inordinate pro-American orientation of Kamoun's government and his refusal to dispel rumors that he would seek a second term incensed both Lebanese nationalists and advocates of the Arab nationalism which Nasser was promoting throughout the Middle East. Demands were made that the government return to the strict neutrality provided for in the National Pact of 1943 at the time of Lebanon's independence from France. A rash of militant demonstrations, bombings, and clashes with police took place, and when, in early May, the editor of an anti-government newspaper was murdered, armed rebellion broke out in several parts of the country, and U.S. information agency libraries in Tripoli and Beirut were sacked. Lebanon contained all the makings of a civil war. Behind everything, wrote Eisenhower, was our deep-seated conviction that the Communists were principally responsible for the trouble and that President Kamoun was motivated only by a strong feeling of patriotism. 103. The President did not clarify who or what he meant by Communists. However, in the next paragraph he refers, without explanation, to the Soviet Union as stirring up trouble in the Middle East. On the following page, the old soldier writes that there was no doubt in our minds about Kamaun's charge that Egypt and Syria had been instigating the revolt and arming the rebels. 2. In the midst of the fighting, John Foster Dulles announced that he perceived international communism as the source of the conflict, and for the third time in a year the Sixth Fleet was dispatched to the eastern Mediterranean, POHCE supplies to help quell rioters, as well as tanks and other heavy equipment were airlifted to Lebanon. At a subsequent news conference, Dulles declared that even if international communism were not involved, the Eisenhower Doctrine was still applicable because one of its provisions stated that the independence of these countries is vital to peace and the national interest of the United States. That is certainly a mandate, he said, to do something if we think that our peace and vital interests are endangered from any quarter. Happy face. Thus did one of the authors of the doctrine bestow upon himself a mandate. Egypt and Syria, from all accounts, certainly supported the rebels' cause with arms, men, and money, in addition to inflammatory radio broadcasts from Cairo. The extent of the material support is difficult to establish. A UN observation group went to Lebanon in June at the request of Foreign Minister Malik, with no objection in the UN from either the UAR or the Soviet Union, and reported that they found no evidence of UAR intervention of any significance. A second UN report in July confirmed this finding. It is open to question, however, what degree of reliance can be placed upon these reports, DHNG, as they do with so thorny an evaluation and issued by a body in the business of promoting compromise. In any event, the issue was whether the conflict in Lebanon represented a legitimate, homegrown civil war, or whether it was the doing of the proverbial outside agitators. On this point, historian Richard Baymet has observed, no doubt the observation group did minimize the extent of UAR participation. But essentially they were correct. Nasser was trying to exploit the political turmoil in Lebanon, but he did not create it. Lebanon, which had always abounded in clandestine arsenals and arms markets, did not need foreign weapons for its domestic violence. Egyptian intervention was neither the stimulus nor the mainstay of the civil strife. Once again a government that had lost the power to rule effectively was blaming its failure on foreign agents. Happy face. Camille Kamaun had sacrificed Lebanon's independence and neutrality on the altar of personal ambition and the extensive American aid that derived from subscribing to the Eisenhower Doctrine. Lebanese Muslims, who comprised most of Kamaun's opposition, were also galled that the Christian president had once again placed the country outside the mainstream of the Arab world, as he had done in 1956 when he refused to break relations with France and Great Britain following their invasion of Egypt. 104. The Middle East 1957 to 1958. Kamaun himself had admitted the significance of his pro-American alignment in a revealing comment to Wilbur Crane Eveland. Eveland writes that in late April, I'd suggested that he might ease tensions by making a statement renouncing a move for re-election. Kamaun had snorted and suggested that I look at the calendar. March 23 was a month behind us, and no amendment to permit another term could legally be passed after that date. Obviously, as he pointed out, the issue of the presidency was not the real issue. Renunciation of the Eisenhower Doctrine was what his opponents wanted. Instead of renouncing the doctrine, Kamaun invoked it. Although scattered fighting, at times heavy, was continuing in Lebanon, it was the coup in Iraq on July 14 that tipped the scales in favor of Kamaun making the formal request for military assistance and the United States immediately granting it. A CIA report of a plot against King Hussein of Jordan at about the same time heightened even further Washington's seemingly unceasing sense of urgency about the Middle East. Kamaun had, by this time, already announced his intention to step down from office when his term expired in September. He was now concerned about American forces helping him to stay alive until that date, as well as their taking action against the rebels. For the previous 2 months, fear of assassination had kept him constantly inside the presidential palace, never so much as approaching a window. The murder of the Iraqi king and prime minister during the coup was not designed to make him feel more secure. The Eisenhower Doctrine was put into motion not only in the face of widespread opposition to it within Lebanon, but in disregard of the fact that, even by the doctrine's own dubious provisions, the situation in Lebanon did not qualify. It could hardly be claimed that Lebanon had suffered armed aggression from any country controlled by international communism. If further evidence of this were needed, it was provided by veteran diplomat Robert Murphy, who was sent to Lebanon by Eisenhower a few days after the U.S. troops had landed. Murphy concluded, he later wrote, that communism was playing no direct or substantial part in the insurrection. Yet, Eisenhower could write that the American government was moving in accord with the provisions of the Middle East resolution, but, he added, if the conflict expanded into something that the resolution did not cover, I would, given time, go to the Congress for additional authorization. Apparently, the president did not place too much weight on Dulles, having already determined that the resolution's mandate was open-ended. Thus it was that American Marines and Army forces were dispatched to Lebanon, totaling over 14,000 at peak strength, more than the entire Lebanese army and gendarmerie combined. Some 70 American naval vessels and hundreds of aircraft took part in the operation, many remaining as part of the visible American presence. He was certain, would ensure that there were no provocations on the Lebanese side. That, Murphy told me, ended the conversation. It now seemed that the general had regained control of his troops. Happy face. Civil warfare in Lebanon increased in intensity during the 2 weeks following the American intervention. During this period, CIA transmitters in the Middle East were occupied in sending out propaganda broadcasts of disguised origin, a tactic frequently employed by the agency. In the case of one broadcast which has been reported, the apparent aim was to deflect anti-US feelings onto the Soviet Union and other targets. But the residents of the Middle East were not the only ones who may have been taken in by the spurious broadcast, for it was picked up by the American press and passed on to an unwitting American public. The following appeared in U.S. newspapers. Beirut, July 23. A second mysterious Arab radio station went on the air yesterday calling itself the Voice of Justice and claiming to be broadcasting from Syria. Its program heard here consisted of bitter criticism against Soviet Russia and Soviet Premier Khrushchev. Earlier, the Voice of Iraq went on the air with attacks against the Iraqi revolutionary government. The Voice of Justice called Khrushchev the hangman of Hungary and warned the people of the Middle East they would suffer the same fate as the Hungarians if the Russians got a foothold in the Middle East. On July 1, the Chamber of Deputies easily chose General Shiap to succeed Kamoun as president in September, an event that soon put a damper on the fighting in Lebanon and marked the beginning of the end of the conflict, which, in the final analysis, appears to have been more a violent protest than a civil war. Tension was further eased by the U.S. announcement shortly afterwards of its intention to withdraw a Marine battalion as a prelude to a general withdrawal. 106. The Middle East 1957 to 1958. The last American troops left Lebanon on October 25 without having fired a shot in anger. What had their presence accomplished? The authors of the Pentagon study referred to earlier concluded, a balanced assessment of U.S. behavior in the Lebanon crisis is made difficult by the suspicion that the outcome might have been much the same if the United States had done nothing. Even Eisenhower expressed some doubt on this score. The case of Iraq, where no intervention took place, can only reinforce such suspicions. Eisenhower, we have seen, feared the worst about Iraq. Yet, only a few days after the coup, the president noted that Iraq expressed a desire to protect commercial and other commitments and to establish good terms with the United States and Great Britain, and had been cooperative in protecting United States and British lives and property when we evacuated some of our nationals. Happy face. 10 days later, the U.S. recognized the new Iraqi regime. The significance of the Lebanese intervention, as well as the shows of force employed in regard to Jordan and Syria, extended beyond the immediate outcomes. In the period before and after the intervention, Eisenhower, Dulles, and other Washington officials offered numerous different justifications for the American military action in Lebanon, protecting American lives, protecting American property, the Eisenhower Doctrine, with various interpretations, Lebanese sovereignty, integrity, independence, etc., U.S. national interest, world peace, collective self-defense, justice, international law, law and order, fighting Nasserism, the need to do something. In summing up the affair in his memoirs, President Eisenhower seemed to settle upon one rationale in particular, and this is probably the closest to the truth of the matter. This was to put the world and specifically the Soviet Union and Nasser on notice that the United States had virtually unlimited power, that this power could be transported to any corner of the world with great speed, that it could and would be used to deal decisively with any situation with which the United States was dissatisfied, for whatever reason. At the same time, it was a message to the British and the French that there was only one Western superpower in the post-war world, and that their days as commanding powers in the Middle East were over. 107. 14 Indonesia 1957–1958 War and Pornography. I think it's time we held Sukarno's feet to the fire, said Frank Wisner, the CIA's deputy director of plans, one day in autumn 1956. Wisner was speaking of the man who had led Indonesia since its struggle for independence from the Dutch following the war. A few months earlier, in May, Sukarno had made an impassioned speech before the U.S. Congress asking for more understanding of the problems and needs of developing nations like his own. The ensuing American campaign to unseat the flamboyant leader of the fifth most populous nation in the world was to run the gamut from large-scale military maneuvers to seedy sexual intrigue. A year earlier, Sukarno had organized the Bandung Conference as an answer to the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, the US-created political military alliance of area states to contain communism. At Bandung, the doctrine of neutralism had been proclaimed the faith of the underdeveloped world. To the men of the CIA station in Indonesia the conference was heresy, so much so that their thoughts turned toward assassination as a means of sabotaging it. In 1975, the Senate committee which was investigating the agency heard testimony that CIA officers stationed in an East Asian country had suggested that an East Asian leader be assassinated to disrupt an impending communist conference in 1955. But, said the committee, cooler heads prevailed at CIA headquarters in Washington and the suggestion was firmly rejected. Elsewhere the committee reported that it had received some evidence of CIA involvement in plans to assassinate President Sukarno of Indonesia, and that planning had proceeded to the point of identifying an agent whom it was believed might be recruited for the job. Whether the two items referred to the same assassination plan or two separate ones is not clear. To add to the concern of American leaders, Sukarno had made trips to the Soviet Union and China, he had purchased arms from Eastern European countries. He had nationalized many private holdings of the Dutch, and, perhaps most disturbing of all, the Indonesian Communist Party had made impressive gains electorally and in union organizing, thus earning an important role in the coalition government. It was a familiar third world scenario, and the reaction of Washington policymakers was equally familiar. Once again, they were unable, or unwilling, to distinguish nationalism from pro-communism, neutralism from wickedness. By any definition of the word, Sukarno was no communist. He was an Indonesian nationalist and a Sukarnoist who had crushed the PKI forces in 1948 after the independence struggle had been won. He ran what was largely his own show by granting concessions to both the PKI and the army, balancing one against the other. As to excluding the PKI, with its more than 1 million members, from the government, Sukarno declared, "I can't and won't ride a three-legged horse." To the United States, however, Sukarno's balancing act was too precarious to be left to the vagaries of the Indonesian political process. It mattered not to Washington that the Communist Party was walking the legal, peaceful road, or that there was no particular crisis or chaos in Indonesia, so favored as an excuse for intervention. Intervention there would be. It would not be the first. In 1955, during the national election campaign in Indonesia, the CIA had given $1 million to the Muslimai Party, a centrist coalition of Muslim organizations, in a losing bid to thwart Sukarno's Nationalist Party as well as the PKI. According to former CIA officer Joseph Burkholder Smith, the project provided for complete write-off of the funds, that is, no demand for a detailed accounting of how the funds were spent was required. I could find no clue as to what the Muslimai did with the $1 million. In 1957, the CIA decided that the situation called for more direct action. It was not difficult to find Indonesian colleagues in arms, for there already existed a clique of army officers and others who, for personal ambitions and because they disliked the influential position of the PKI, wanted Sukarno out, or at least out of their particular islands. The military operation the CIA was opting for was of a scale that necessitated significant assistance from the Pentagon, which could be secured only for a political action mission approved by the National Security Council's Special Group. The manner in which the agency went about obtaining this approval is a textbook example of how the CIA sometimes determines American foreign policy. Joseph Burkholder Smith, who was in charge of the agency's Indonesian desk in Washington from mid-1956 to early 1958, has described the process in his memoirs. Instead of first proposing the plan to Washington for approval, where premature mention might get it shot down, we began to feed the State and Defense Department's intelligence that no one could deny was a useful contribution to understanding Indonesia. When they had read enough alarming reports, we planned to spring the suggestion we should support the colonel's plans to reduce Sukarno's power. This was a method of operation which became the basis of many of the political action adventures of the 1960s and 1970s. In other words, the statement is false that CIA undertook to intervene in the affairs of countries like Chile only after being ordered to do so by the Special Group. In many instances, we made the action programs up ourselves after we had collected enough intelligence to make them appear required by the circumstances. Our activity in Indonesia in 1957 to 1958 was one such instance. Happy face. When the Communist Party did well again in local elections held in July, the CIA viewed it as a great help to us in convincing Washington authorities how serious the Indonesian situation was. The only person who did not seem terribly alarmed at the PKI victories was Ambassador Alsun. This was all we needed to convince John Foster Dulles finally that he had the wrong man in Indonesia. The wheels began to turn to remove this last stumbling block in the way of our operation. John Allison, wrote Smith, was not a great admirer of the CIA to begin with. In early 1958, after less than a year in the post, he was replaced as ambassador by Howard Jones, whose selection pleased the CIA Indonesia staff. 2. On November 30, 1957, several hand grenades were tossed at Sukarno as he was leaving a school. He escaped injury, but 10 people were killed and 48 children injured. The CIA in Indonesia had no idea who was responsible, but it quickly put out the story that the PKI was behind it at the suggestion of their Soviet contacts in order to make it appear that Sukarno's opponents were wild and desperate men. As it turned out, the culprits were a Muslim group not associated with the PKI or with the agency's military plotters. The theme of Sukarno's supposed hand-in-glove relationship with communists was pushed at every opportunity. The CIA decided to make capital of reports that a good-looking blonde stewardess had been aboard Sukarno's aircraft everywhere he went during his trip in the Soviet Union, and that the same woman had come to Indonesia with Soviet President Kliment Voroshilov and had been seen several times in the company of Sukarno. The idea was that Sukarno's well-known womanizing had trapped him in the spell of a Soviet female agent. He had succumbed to Soviet control, CIA reports implied, as a result of her influence or blackmail, or both. This formed the foundation of our flights of fancy, wrote Smith. We had, as a matter of fact, considerable success with this theme. It appeared in the 110. Indonesia 1957 to 1958. Press around the world, and when Round Table, the serious British quarterly of international affairs, came to analyze the Indonesian revolt in its March 1, 958 issue. It listed Sukarno's being blackmailed by a Soviet female spy as one of the reasons that caused the uprising. Seemingly, the success of this operation inspired CIA officers in Washington to carry the theme one step further. A substantial effort was made to come up with a pornographic film or at least some still photographs that could pass for Sukarno and his Russian girlfriend engaged in his favorite activity. When scrutiny of available porno films Los Angeles failed to turn up a couple who could pass for Sukarno and a beautiful blonde Russian woman, the CIA undertook to produce its own films, the very films with which the Soviets were blackmailing Sukarno. One outcome of this effort was a film produced for the agency by Robert Maheu, former FBI agent and intimate of Howard Hughes. Maheu's film starred an actor who resembled Sukarno. The ultimate fate of the film, which was entitled Happy Days, has not been reported. The CIA also developed a face mask of the Indonesian leader which was sent to Los Angeles where the police were to pay some porno film actor to wear it during his big scene. This project resulted in some photographs, although they apparently were never used. In other parts of the world, at other times, the CIA has done better in this line of work, having produced sex films of target subjects caught in flagrante delicto who had been lured to agency safe houses by female agents. Sex could be used at home as well to further the goals of American Foreign Policy. Under the cover of the U.S. Foreign Aid Program, at that time called the Economic Cooperation Administration, Indonesian policemen were trained and then recruited to provide information on Soviet, Chinese and PKI activities in their country. Some of the men singled out as good prospects for this work were sent to Washington for special training and to be softened up for recruitment. Like Sukarno, reportedly, these police officers invariably had an obsessive desire to sleep with a white woman. Accordingly, during their stay they were taken to Baltimore's shabby sex district to indulge themselves. The special group's approval of the mission was forthcoming in November, 1957. The CIA's paramilitary wheels began to spin. In this undertaking, as in so many others, the agency enjoyed the advantage of the United States' far-flung military empire. Headquarters for the operation were established in neighboring Singapore, training bases set up in the Philippines, airstrips laid out in various parts of the Pacific to prepare for bomber and transport missions. Indonesians, Filipinos, Taiwanese, Americans, and other soldiers of fortune were assembled in Okinawa and the Philippines along with vast quantities of arms and equipment. For this, the CIA's most ambitious military operation to date, tens of thousands of rebels were armed, equipped and trained by the U.S. Army. U.S. Navy submarines, patrolling off the coast of Sumatra, the main island, put over the beach parties ashore along with supplies and communications equipment. The U.S. Air Force set up a considerable air transport force which airdropped many thousands of weapons deep into Indonesian territory. And a fleet of 15 B-26 bombers was made available for the conflict after being sanitized to ensure that they were non-attributable and that all airborne equipment was deniable. In the early months of 1958, rebellion began to break out in one part of the Indonesian island chain, then another. CIA pilots took to the air to carry out bombing and strafing missions in support of the rebels. In Washington, Col. Alex Kaelarung, the Indonesian military attaché, was persuaded by the agency to defect. He soon showed up in Indonesia to take charge of the rebel forces. Yet, as the fighting dragged on into spring, the insurgents proved unable to win decisive victories or take the offensive, although the CIA bombing raids were taking their toll. Sukarno later claimed that on a Sunday morning in April, a plane bombed a ship in the harbor of the island of Ambon, all hands aboard going down as well as hitting a church, which demolished the building and took the lives of all those inside. He stated that 700 casualties resulted from this single run. On 1 May 5, a CIA plane bombed the Ambon marketplace, killing a large number of civilians on their way to church on Ascension Thursday. The Indonesian government had to act to suppress public demonstrations. 3 days later, During another bombing run over Ambon, a CIA pilot, Alan Lawrence Pope, was shot down and captured. 30 years old, from Perrine, Florida, Pope had flown 55 night missions over communist lines in Korea for the Air Force. Later he spent 2 months flying through communist flak for the CIA to drop supplies to the French at Dien Bien Phu. Now his luck had run out. He was to spend 4 years as a prisoner in Indonesia before Sukarno acceded to a request from Robert Kennedy for his release. Pope was captured carrying a set of incriminating documents, including those which established him as a pilot for the U.S. Air Force and the CIA airline CAT. Like all men flying clandestine missions, Pope had gone through an elaborate procedure before taking off to sanitize him, as well as his aircraft. But he had apparently smuggled the papers aboard the plane, for he knew that to be captured as an anonymous, stateless civilian meant having virtually no legal rights and ran the risk of being shot as a spy in accordance with custom. A captured U.S. military man, however, becomes a commodity of value for his captors while he remains alive. The Indonesian government derived immediate material concessions from the United States as a result of the incident. Whether the Indonesians thereby agreed to keep silent about Pope is not known, but on May 27, the pilot and his 112 Indonesia J957-1958 documents were presented to the world at a news conference, thus contradicting several recent statements by high American officials. Notable amongst these was President Eisenhower's declaration on April 30 concerning Indonesia. Our policy is one of careful neutrality and proper deportment all the way through so as not to be taking sides where it is none of our business. And on May 9, an editorial in the New York Times had stated, "It is unfortunate that high officials of the Indonesian government have given further circulation to the false report that the United States government was sanctioning aid to Indonesia's rebels. The position of the United States government has been made plain, again and again. Our Secretary of State was emphatic in his declaration that this country would not deviate from a correct icutrally, the United States is not ready to step in to help overthrow a constituted government. Those are the hard facts. Jakarta does not help its case, here, by ignoring them." With the exposure of Pope and the lack of rebel success in the field, the CIA decided that the light was no longer worth the candle, and began to curtail its support. By the end of June, Indonesian army troops loyal to Sukarno had effectively crushed the dissident military revolt. The Indonesian leader continued his adroit balancing act between the communists and the army until 1965, when the latter, likely with the help of the CIA, finally overthrew his regime. 15 Western Europe 1950s and 1960s fronts within fronts. At the British Labour Party conference in 1960, Michael Foot, the party's future leader and a member of its left wing, was accused of being a fellow traveller by then-leader Hugh Gaitskell. Foot responded with a reference to Gaitskell and others of the party's right wing, but who, he asked, are they travelling with? They, it turned out, had been travelling with the CIA for some years. Fellow passengers were Frenchmen, Germans, Dutch, Italians, and a host of other West Europeans, all taking part in a CIA operation to win the hearts and minds of liberals, social democrats, and assorted S-EAlists, to keep them from the clutches of the Russian bear. It was an undertaking of major proportions. For some 20 years, the agency used dozens of American foundations, charitable trusts and the like, including a 113 few of its own creation, as conduits for payments to all manner of organizations in the United States and abroad, many of which, in turn, funded other groups. So numerous were the institutions involved, so many were the interconnections and overlaps, that it is unlikely that anyone at the CIA had a grasp of the full picture, let alone exercised broad control over it or proper accounting. The ultimate beneficiaries of this flow of cash were political parties, magazines, news agencies, journalists' unions, other unions, and labor organizations, student and youth groups, lawyers' associations, and any other enterprises already committed to the free world which could be counted upon to spread the gospel further if provided with sufficient funding. The principal front organization set up by the CIA in this period was the grandly named Congress for Cultural Freedom. In June 1950, prominent literati and scientists of the United States and Europe assembled in the Tiziana Palace Theater, in the U.S. zone of Berlin, before a large audience to launch the organization whose purpose was to defend freedom and democracy against the new tyranny sweeping the world. The CCF was soon reaching out in all directions with seminars, conferences, and a wide program of political and cultural activities in Western Europe as well as India, Australia, Japan, Africa and elsewhere. It had, moreover, some 20 periodicals under its financial wing, including Socialist Commentary, Censorship, Survey and Encounter in Great Britain, Der Monat in Germany, Proofs and the China Quarterly in Paris, Forum in Vienna, Tempo Present in Rome, and Vision in Switzerland, as well as the New Leader, Africa Report, and Atlas in New York, Thought and Quest in India, and El Mundo Nuevo in Latin America. Well-written, political and intellectual magazines which, in the words of former CIA executive Racine, would not have been able to survive financially without CIA funds. Amongst the other media-related organizations subsidized by the CIA in Europe at this time were the West German news agency DINA, the International Association of Writers PEN, located in Paris, certain French newspapers, the International Federation of Journalists, and Forum World Features, a news feature service in London whose stories were bought by some 140 newspapers around the world, including about 30 in the United States, amongst which were the Washington Post and 4 other major dailies. The Church Committee of the U.S. Senate reported that major U.S. dailies which took the service were informed that Forum World Features was CIA-controlled. The Guardian and the Sunday Times of Great Britain also used the service which earlier had been called Forum Service. By 1967, according to one of Forum's leading writers, the news service had become perhaps the principal CIA media effort in the world, no small accomplishment when one considers that the CIA, in its heyday, was devoting a reported 29% of its budget to media and propaganda. Another important recipient of CIA beneficence was Axel Springer, the West German press baron who was secretly funneled about $7 million in the Western Europe 1950s and 1960s. Early 1950s to help him build up his vast media empire. Springer, Bummel he died in 1985, was the head of the largest publishing conglomerate in Western Europe, one which still stands as a tower of pro-Western and anti-communist sentiment. The publisher of the influential weekly Der Spiegel, Rudolf Augstein, has observed, no single man in Germany, before or after Hitler, with the possible exception of Bismarck or the 2 emperors, has had so much power as Springer. His relationship with the CIA reportedly continued until at least the early 1978. The originator of the American program, the head of the CIA's International Organizations Division, Tom Braden, has said that the agency placed one agent in the CCF and that another became an editor of Encounter. Presumably there was at least one CIA agent or officer in each of the funded groups. Braden states that the agents could propose anti-communist programs to the official leaders of the organizations. He adds that it was a policy to protect the integrity of the organization by not requiring it to support every aspect of official American policy. The cultural freedom journals appealed to the non-Marxist left, generally eschewing the class struggle and excessive nationalization of industry. They were proponents of Daniel Bell's The End of Ideology, the raison d'etre of which was that since no one could call for dying for capitalism with a straight face, the idea of dying for socialism had to be discredited. At the same time, the journals advocated a reformed capitalism, a capitalism with a human face. To the cold warriors in Washington who were paying the bills, however, the idea of reforming capitalism was of minimal interest. What was of consequence was the commitment of the magazines to a strong, well-armed, and united Western Europe, allied to the United States, which would stand as a bulwark against the Soviet bloc, support for the common market, advancing the cause of NATO, accompanied by warnings of the growing danger of international communism, skepticism of the disarmament, pacifism and neutralism espoused by the likes of the campaign for nuclear disarmament in Great Britain. Criticism of U.S. foreign policy took place within the framework of Cold War assumptions, for example, that a particular American intervention was not the most effective way of combating communism, not that there was anything wrong with intervention per se or that the US was supporting the wrong side. Private publications such as these could champion views which official US government organs like the Voice of America could not, and still be credible. The same was true of the many other private organizations on the CIA payroll at this time. In 1960, CND and other elements of the Labour Party's left wing succeeded in winning over the party's conference to a policy of complete, unilateral nuclear 115 disarmament and neutrality in the Cold War. In addition, 2 resolutions supporting NATO were voted down. Although the Labour Party was not in power at the time, the actions carried considerable propaganda and psychological value. Washington viewed the turn of events with not a little anxiety, for such sentiments could easily spread to the major parties of other NATO countries. The right wing of the Labour Party, which had close, not to say intimate, connections to the Congress for Cultural Freedom, Encounter, New Leader, and other CIA fronts, undertook a campaign to reverse the disarmament resolution. The committee set up for the purpose issued an appeal for funds, and soon could report that many small donations had been received, together with a large sum from a source that wished to remain anonymous. Over the next year, there was sufficient funding for a permanent office, a full-time, paid chairman and paid staff, field workers, traveling expenses, tons of literature sent to a large mailing list within the movement, a regular bulletin sent free, etc. Their opponents could not come close to matching this propaganda blitz. At the 1961 conference, the unilateralist and neutralist decisions were decisively overturned and the Labour Party returned to the NATO fold. Supporters of the CIA have invariably defended the agency's sundry activities in Western Europe on the grounds that the Russians were the first to be so engaged there and had to be countered. Whatever truth there may be in this assertion, the fact remains, as Tom Braden has noted, that the American effort spread to some fields where they had not even begun to operate. Braden doesn't specify which fields, but it seems that political parties was one. The CIA had working/financial relationships with leading members of the West German Social Democratic Party, 2 parties in Austria, the Christian Democrats of Italy, the Liberal Party, in addition to the Labour Party, in Britain, and probably at least 1 party in every other Western European country, all of which purported to be independent of either superpower, something the various communist parties, whether supported by the Soviet Union or not, could never get away with. The media provides another case in point. Neither Braden, nor anyone else apparently, has cited examples of publications or news agencies in Western Europe pro-communist or anti-NATO, etc., which, ostensibly independent, were covertly funded by the Soviet Union. More importantly, it should be borne in mind that all the different types of enterprises and institutions supported by the CIA in Western Europe have been supported by the agency all over the Third World for decades on a routine basis without a Russian counterpart in sight. The growing strength of the left in post-war Europe was motivation enough for the CIA to develop its covert programs, and this was a circumstance deriving from World War II and the economic facts of life, not from Soviet propaganda and manipulation. 116. 16 British Guiana 1953 to 1964 The CIA's International Labour Mafia. For a period of 11 years, 2 of the oldest democracies in the world, Great Britain and the United States, went to great lengths to prevent a democratically elected leader from occupying his office. The man was Dr. Chetty Jugun. The grandson of indentured immigrants from India, Jugun had become a dentist in the United States, then returned to his native Guyana. In 1953, at the age of 35, he and the People's Progressive Party were elected by a large majority to head the government of the British colony. Jagan's victory was due in part to the fact that Indians comprised about 46% of the population, those of African origin made up about 36%. The PP peace program in office was hardly revolutionary. It encouraged foreign investment in the mining sectors and attempted to institute liberal reforms such as strengthening the rights of unionists and tenant farmers, and removing a ban on the import of undesirable publications, films, and records. But the British Conservative government was not prepared to live with a man who talked suspiciously like a socialist. The government and the British media subjected the Jagan administration to a campaign of Red Scare accusations and plain lies in the fashion of Senator McCarthy, whose ism was then all the rage in the United States. 4.5 months after Jagan took office, the government of Winston Churchill flung him out. The British sent naval and army forces, suspended the constitution and removed the entire Guianese government. At the same time, they drew up some papers which the Queen signed, so it was all nice and legal. Her Majesty's government, said the British Colonial Secretary during a debate in Parliament, are not prepared to tolerate the setting up of communist states in the British Commonwealth. The American attitude toward the slap in the face of democracy can be surmised by the refusal of the U.S. government to allow Jagan to pass in transit through the United States when he tried to book a Fiat to London to attend the parliamentary debate. According to Jagan, Pan Am would not even sell him a ticket. By this time the CIA had already got its foot in the door of the British Guiana labor movement, by means of the marriage of the agency to the American. 117. Federation of Labor in the United States. One of the early offsprings of this union was the Inter-American Regional Labor Organization. In 1953, it was instrumental in the conversion of the leading confederation of unions in Guyana, the Trades Union Council, from a militant labor organization to a vehicle of anti-communism. This was to have serious repercussions for Jagan in later years. In 1957, Jagan, running on a program similar to that of 4 years earlier, won the election again. This time the British deemed it wiser to employ more subtle methods for his removal, and the CIA was brought into the picture, one of the rare instances in which the agency has been officially allowed to operate in a British bailiwick. The CIA has done so, unofficially, on numerous occasions, to the displeasure of British authorities. The CIA set to work to strengthen those unions which already tended somewhat toward support of Lagan's leading political opponent, Forbes Bumham of the African Party. One of the most important of these was the Civil Servants Union, dominated by blacks. Consequently, the CIA turned to Public Services International in London, an international trade union secretariat for government employees, one of the international networks which exist to export the union know-how of advanced industrial countries to less developed countries. According to a study undertaken by the Sunday Times, by 1958 the CIA's finances were low, and its stocks were low with its own parent body, the International Confederation of Free Trade Unions. It needed a success of some kind. The financial crisis was resolved, quite suddenly, by the CIA's main American affiliate union, the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. Its boss, Dr. Arnold Zander, told the CIA executive that he had been shopping and had found a donor. The spoils were modest at first, only a couple of £1,000 in 1958. It was, the kind donor had said, for Latin America. The money went towards a CIA recruiting drive in the northern countries of Latin America by one William J. Doherty, Jr., a man with some previous acquaintance of the CIA. The donor was presumably pleased, because next year, 1959, Zander was able to tell the CIA that his union was opening a full-time Latin American section in the CIA's behalf. The CIA was charmed. The CIA's representative, said Zander, would be William Howard McCabe. McCabe, a stocky, bullet-headed American, appeared to have no previous union history, but the CIA liked him. When he came to its meetings, he distributed cigarette lighters and photographs of himself doling out food parcels to the peasants. The lighters and the parcels were both inscribed with the compliments of the PSR. In 1967, in the wake of numerous revelations about CIA-covered financing. 118. British Guyana 1953 to 1964. The new head of AFSCME admitted that the union had been heavily funded by the agency until 1964 through a foundation conduit. It was revealed that AFSCME's International Affairs Department, which had been responsible for the British Guyana operation, had actually been run by two CIA aides. CIA work within third world unions typically involves a considerable educational effort, the basic premise of which is that all solutions will come to working people under a system of free enterprise, class cooperation and collective bargaining, and by opposing communism in collaboration with management and government, unless, of course, the government, as in this case, is itself communist. The most promising students, those perhaps marked as future leaders, are singled out to be sent to CIA schools in the United States for further education. The CIA, said the Sunday Times, also appears to have had a good deal of success in encouraging politicians to break away from Jugun's party and government. Their technique of financing sympathetic figures was to take out heavy insurance policies for them. During the 1961 election campaign, the CIA's ongoing program was augmented by ad hoc operations from other American quarters. The U.S. Information Service took the most unusual step of showing its films, depicting the evils of Castroism and communism, on streetcomers of British Guyana. And the Christian anti-communist crusade brought its traveling road show down and spent a reported $76,000 on electoral propaganda which lived up to the organization's name. One historian has described this as a questionable activity for a private organization, which the State Department did nothing to discourage. On the other hand, the activities of U.S. government agencies in British Guyana were no less questionable. Despite the orchestrated campaign directed against him, Jugun was re-elected by a comfortable majority of legislative seats, though with only a plurality of the popular vote. A month later, at his request, Jugun was received at the White House in Washington. He had come to talk about assistance for his development program. President Kennedy and his advisors, however, were interested in determining where Jugun stood on the political spectrum before granting any aid. Oddly, the interview, as described by Arthur Schlesinger, Jr., who was present, seemed to be conducted as if the Kennedy men were totally unaware of American destabilization activities in British Guyana. To Jugun's expressed esteem for the politics of British Labour leader Aneurin Bevan, those in the room all responded agreeably. To Jugun's professed socialism, Kennedy asserted that we are not engaged in a crusade to force private enterprise on parts of the world where it is not relevant. But when Jugun, perhaps naively, mentioned his admiration for the Scholarii, m/siumde, monthly revy / he crossed an ideological line which silently and effectively sealed his country's fate. No economic aid was given to British Guyana while Jugun remained in power, and the Kennedy administration pressured the British to delay granting. 119. The country its independence, which had been scheduled to occur within the next year or two. Not until 1966, when Jugun no longer held office, did British Guyana become the independent nation of Guyana. In February 1962, the CIA helped to organize and finance anti-Jugun protests which used the newly announced budget as a pretext. The resulting strikes, riots and arson were wholly out of proportion to the alleged instigation. A Commonwealth Commission of Inquiry later concluded that there is very little doubt that, despite the loud protestations of the trades union leaders to the contrary, political affinities and aspirations played a large part in shaping their policy and formulating their program of offering resistance to the budget and making a determined effort to change the government in office. The CIA arranged, as it has on so many similar occasions, for North American and Latin American labor organizations, with which it had close ties, to support the strikers with messages of solidarity and food, thus enhancing the appearance of a genuine labor struggle. Happy Face, the centerpiece of the CIA's program in British Guyana, was the general strike which began in April 1, 1963. It lasted for 80 days, the longest general strike in history. It is said ****. This strike, as in 1962, was called by the Trades Union Council, which, as we have seen, was a member in good standing of the CIA's international labor mafia. The head of the TUC was one Richard Ishmael, who had been trained in the U.S. at the CIA's American Institute of Free Labor Development along with other Guyanese labor officials. The strike period was marked by repeated acts of violence and provocation, including attacks on Jugun's wife and some of his ministers. Ishmael himself was later cited in a secret British police report as having been part of a terrorist group which had carried out bombings and arson attacks against government buildings during the strike. No action was taken against Ishmael and others in this group by British authorities, who missed no opportunity to exacerbate the explosive situation, hoping that it would culminate in Jugun's downfall. Meanwhile, CIA agents were giving advice to local union leaders on how to organize and sustain the strike, the New York Times subsequently reported. They also provided funds and food supplies to keep the strikers going and medical supplies for pro-Bumham workers injured in the turmoil. At one point, one of the agents even served as a member of a bargaining committee from a Guyana dike workers union that was negotiating with Dr. Jugun. This agent was later denounced by Jugun and forbidden to enter the country. This is probably a reference to Gene Meekins, one of the CIA's main labor operatives, who had been serving as public relations advisor and education officer to the TUC. Meekins edited a weekly paper and broadcast a daily radio program by means of which he was able to generate a great deal of anti-Jugun propaganda. 120. British Guyana 1953 to 1964. The Sunday Times study concluded that Jugun seems to have thought that the unions could hold out a month. But McCabe was providing the bulk of the strike pay, plus money for distress funds, for the strikers' daily 15 minutes on the radio and their propaganda, and considerable traveling expenses. All over the world, it seemed brother unions were clubbing together. The mediator sent from London, Robert Willis, the General Secretary of the London Typographical Society and a man not noted for his mercy in bargaining with newspaper managements, was shocked. "It was rapidly clear to me that the strike was wholly political," he said. Jugun was giving in to everything the strikers wanted, but as soon as he did, they erected more demands. Financial support for the strike alone, channeled through the SI and other labor organizations by the CIA, reached the sum of at least $1 million. American oil companies provided a further example of the multitude of resources the U.S. can bring to bear upon a given target. The companies cooperated with the strikers by refusing to provide petroleum, forcing Jugun to appeal to Cuba for oil. During Jugun's remaining year in office, in the face of a general U.S. economic embargo, he turned increasingly to the Soviet bloc. This practice of course provided ammunition to those critics of Jugun in British Guyana, the United States and Great Britain, who insisted that he was a communist and thus fraught with all the dangers that communists are fraught with. The strike was maintained primarily by black supporters of Forbes Bumham and by employers who locked out many of Jugun's Indian supporters. This inevitably exacerbated the already existing racial tensions, although the Sunday Times asserted that the racial split was fairly amicable until the 1963 strike divided the country. Eventually, the tension broke out into bloodshed, leaving hundreds dead and wounded and a legacy of racial bitterness. Jugun was certainly aware, to some extent at least, of what was transpiring around him during the general strike. After it was over, he charged that the United States, in spite of protestations to the contrary by some of its leaders, is not prepared to permit a socialist government or a government committed to drastic and basic reforms to exist in this hemisphere, even when this government has been freely elected. It is all too clear that the United States will only support a democratic government if it favors a classic private enterprise system. In an attempt to surmount the hurdle of U.S. obsession with the Soviet Union and another Cuba in the Western Hemisphere, Jugun proposed that British Guyana be neutralized by an agreement between the United States and the Soviet Union, as the two powers had done in the case of Austria. Officials in Washington had no comment on the suggestion. Chetty Jugun's government managed to survive all the provocations and humiliations. With elections on the agenda for 1964, the British and their American cousins turned once again to the gentlemanly way of the pen. 121. The British Colonial Secretary, Duncan Sandys, who had been a leading party to the British CIA agreement, cited the strike and general unrest as proof that Jugun could not run the country or offer the stability that the British government required for British Guyana to be granted its independence. Happy face, this was, of course, a contrived position. Syndicated American columnist Drew Pearson, writing about the meeting between President Kennedy and British Prime Minister Macmillan in the summer of 1963, stated that the main thing they agreed on was that the British would refuse to grant independence to Guyana because of a general strike against pro-communist Prime Minister, Chetty Jugun. That strike was secretly inspired by a combination of U.S. Central Intelligence money and British intelligence. It gave London the excuse it wanted. Happy face. The excuse was used further to justify an amendment to the British Guyana Constitution providing for a system of proportional representation in the election, a system that appeared certain to convert Jugun's majority of legislative seats into a plurality. Subsequently, the British-appointed governor of British Guyana announced that he would not be bound to call on the leader of the largest party to form a government if it did not have a majority of seats, a procedure in striking contrast to that followed in Great Britain. When, in October 1964, the Labour Party succeeded the Conservative Party to power in Great Britain, Jugun had hopes that the conspiracy directed against him would be squashed, for several high-ranking Labour leaders had stated publicly, and to Jugun personally, their opposition to the underhanded and anti-democratic policy of their Conservative Party foes. Within days of taking office, however, the Labour Party dashed these hopes. Bowing to United States wishes, the New York Times disclosed, the Labour Party ruled out early independence for British Guyana and was going ahead with the proportional representation elections. Secretary of State Dean Rusk, it was reported, had left the new British Foreign Secretary, Gordon Walker, in no doubt that the United States would resist a rise of British Guyana as an independent Castro-type state. On a previous occasion, Rusk had urged Walker's Conservative predecessor, Lord Home, to suspend the British Guyana Constitution again and revert to direct colonial government. Happy face, the intensive American lobbying effort against British Guyana, led Conservative MP and former Colonial Secretary, Ian MacLeod, to observe in the House of Commons, there is an irony which we all recognize in the fact of America urging us all over the world towards colonial freedom except when it approaches her own doorstep. Happy face, the day before the election of December 7, a letter appeared in a British Guyana newspaper, a bogus pro-communist letter, a tactic the CIA has used successfully the world over. The letter was purportedly written by Jugun's wife Janet to Communist Party members, in which she stated, "We can take comfort in the thought that the PNC will not be able to stay in power long. Our communist comrades abroad will continue to help us win eventual total victory." 122. British Guyana 1953–1964. Ms. Jugun quickly retorted that she would not be so stupid as to write a letter like that, but, as in all such cases, the disclaimer trailed weakly and too late. Behind the accusation as expected, Jugun won only a plurality of the legislative seats, 24 of 53. The governor then called upon Forbes Bumham, who had come in second, to form a new government. Bumham had also been named as a terrorist in the British police report referred to earlier, as had several of his new government ministers. Jugun refused to resign. British Army troops were put on full alert in the capital city of Georgetown. A week later, Her Majesty's government waved its hand over a piece of paper, thereby enacting another amendment to the British Guiana Constitution and closing a loophole which was allowing Jugun to stall for time. He finally surrendered to the inevitable. Happy face. 17 Soviet Union late 1940s to 1960s from spy planes to book publishing. Information. Hundreds of young Americans and émigré Russians gave their lives so that the United States could amass as much information as possible about the Soviet Union. Almost any information at all about the land Churchill had described as a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. There is no evidence, however, that any of the information collected ever saved any lives, or served any other useful purpose for the world. Today, tons of files stuffed with reports, volumes of computer printouts, tapes, photographs, etc., lie in filing cabinets, gathering dust in warehouses in the United States and West Germany. Probably a good part of the material has already been burnt. Much of it has never been looked at, and never will be. Beginning in the late 1940s, the U.S. military, the CIA and the National Security Agency regularly sent aircraft along the borders of the Soviet Union to collect visual, photographic, and electronic data of a military or industrial nature, particularly to do with Soviet missile and nuclear capability. The increasingly sophisticated planes and equipment, as well as satellites, submarines, and electronic listening posts in Turkey and Iran, produced vast amounts of computer input. At times, the planes would unintentionally drift over Soviet territory. At other times, they would do so intentionally in order to photograph a particular target, or to activate radar installations so as to capture their signals, or to evaluate the reaction of Soviet ground defenses against an attack. It was a dangerous game of aerial chicken, and on many occasions the planes were met by anti-aircraft fire or Soviet fighter planes. 123. In 1950 and 1951, 2 espionage airplanes, each with a crew of 10, were shot down, with no survivors. In 1969, a crew of 3 was lost, this time to North Korean fighters over the Sea of Japan. During the intervening years, there were dozens of air incidents involving American aircraft and communist firepower, arising from hundreds, if not thousands, of espionage flights. Some of the spy planes made it safely back to base after being attacked, and even hit, others were downed with loss of life or with crew members captured by the Soviets. To this day, there are at least 20 of these men still held prisoner in the Soviet Union. The most notable of these incidents was of course the downing of the U-2 piloted by Francis Gary Powers on May 1, 1960. The ultra-high-flying U-2 had been developed because of the vulnerability to being shot down of planes flying at normal altitudes. The disappearance of Powers and his U-2 somewhere in the Soviet Union ensnared the United States government publicly in an entanglement of a false cover story, denials, and amendments to denials. Finally, when the Russians presented Powers and his plane to the world, President Eisenhower had no alternative but to admit the truth. He pointedly added, however, that flights such as the U-2s were distasteful but vital, given the Russian fetish of secrecy and concealment. One of Eisenhower's advisers, Emmett John Hughes, was later to observe that it thus took the administration only 6 days to transform an unthinkable falsehood into a sovereign right. Over the years, the Soviet Union had lodged numerous complaints about the overflights, both to the United States and the United Nations, and many of these had been reported in the U.S. press, but this incident marked the first official American confirmation that the government engaged in air espionage, the first time, it has been said, that the American government had admitted to any kind of spying since the case of Nathan Hale in 1776. The resulting embarrassment led to a discontinuation of U-2 flights over the USSR, but not of other spy planes. Such are the niceties and logic of international politics. The United States, on the other hand, had protested to the Soviet Union on several occasions about Soviet attacks on American planes which were not actually over Soviet territory, but over the Sea of Japan, for example. Though engaged in espionage, such flights, strictly speaking, appear to be acceptable under international law. The most serious repercussion of the whole U-2 affair was that it doomed to failure the Eisenhower-Khrushchev summit meeting, which took place 2 weeks later in Paris, and upon which so much hope for peace and détente had been placed by people all over the world. Was the U-2 affair the unfortunate accident of timing that history has made it out to be? Colonel L. Fletcher Prouty, U.S. Air Force, RET suggests otherwise. From 1955 to 1963, Prouty served as the liaison between the CIA and the Pentagon on matters concerning military support of special operations. In his book, The Secret Team, Prouty suggests that the CIA and certain of the 124 Soviet Union late 1940s to 1960s agencies' colleagues in the Pentagon sabotaged this particular U-2 flight, the last one scheduled before the summit. They did this, presumably, because they did not relish a lessening of Cold War tensions, their raison d'etre. The method employed, Prouty surmises, was remarkably simple. The U-2's engine needed infusions of liquid hydrogen to maintain the plane's incredible altitude, which placed it outside the range of Soviet firepower and interceptor aircraft. If the hydrogen container were only partly filled upon takeoff from Turkey, it would be simply a matter of time calculable to coincide with the plane being over Soviet territory before the U-2 was forced to descend to a lower altitude. At this point, whether the plane was shot down or powers bailed out, allowing it to crash, is not certain. The Soviet Union claimed that it had shot down the U-2 at its normal high altitude with a rocket, but this was probably a falsehood arising from 4 years of frustrating failure to shoot a single U-2 from the sky. In any event, the Russians were able to present to the world a partially intact spy plane along with a fully intact spy pilot, complete with all manner of incriminating papers on him, and an unused suicide needle. The presence of identification papers was no oversight, says Prouty, deliberately. Neither pilot nor plane were sanitized on this flight as was required on other flights. In light of the furor raised by the shooting down of a South Korean commercial airliner by the Soviet Union in 1983, which the Russians claimed was spying, it is interesting to note that Prouty also makes mention of the United States at one time using a seemingly clean national commercial airline of an unspecified foreign country to do some camera spying or other clandestine project. To the Russians, the spy planes were more than simply a violation of their airspace, and they rejected the notion put forth by the US that the flights were just another form of espionage. The Russians stated that they viewed the flights as particularly provocative because airplanes are a means of conducting warfare, they can be considered as the beginning of hostilities, and may even be carrying bombs. The Russians could not forget that the Nazis had preceded their invasion of the Soviet Union with frequent reconnaissance overflights. Neither could they forget that in April 1958, U.S. planes carrying nuclear bombs had flown over the Arctic in the direction of the USSR due to a false warning signal on American radar. The planes were called back when only 2 hours flying time separated them from the Soviet Union. No American plane dropped bombs on the Soviet Union, but many of them dropped men assigned to carry out hostile missions. The men who fell from the sky were Russians who had emigrated to the West, where they were recruited by the CIA and other Western intelligence organizations. The leading émigré organization was known as National Alliance of Russian Solidarists, or the National Union of Labor. It was largely composed of two distinct groups of émigrés, the sons of the Russians who had gone to the West following the revolution, and those Russians who wound up in Western Europe at the close of the Second World War after the Germans had occupied their town or taken them prisoner. Both groups had collaborated with the Nazis during the war. Although NTS was generally classified in the right wing of the various émigré organizations, the collaboration had been motivated more by anti-Stalinism than by pro-Nazi sentiments. NTS was based primarily in West Germany, where, throughout the 1950s, the CIA was the organization's chief benefactor, often its sole support. At a CIA school set up in Bad Hamburg, under the imposing name of the Institute for the Study of the USSR, as well as at schools in Great Britain and the United States, The agency provided NTS members with extensive training before airdropping them into Soviet territory. The men landed on their native soil elaborately equipped, with everything from weapons to collapsible bicycles, frogman suits, and rubber mats for crossing electrically charged barbed wire fences. The Russians were returned to their homeland for a variety of reasons: to gather intelligence about military and technological installations, to commit assassinations, obtain current samples of identification documents, assist Western agents to escape, engage in sabotage, for which they were well trained, set up spy rings or instigate armed political struggle against communist rule by linking up with supposed resistance movements, a wholly unrealistic goal, but one which some NTS fanatics swore by. It will never be known just how many men the CIA infiltrated into the Soviet Union, not only by air but by border crossings and by boat as well, many hundreds at least. As to their fate, the Soviet Union published a book in 1996 called Caught in the Act, in which were published the names and other details of about 24 infiltrators the Soviet Union claimed to have captured, often almost immediately upon landing. Some were executed, others received prison sentences. The book asserts that there were many more caught who were not listed. This may have been a self-serving statement, although it was a relatively simple matter for the Russians to infiltrate the émigrés' ranks and learn the entire operation. The Russians claimed that some of those smuggled in were furnished with special radio beacons to guide planes where to land other agents, and which could also be used to direct U.S. bombers in the event of war. One of the captured émigrés, the book said, was an individual who had taken part in a mass execution of Jews in German-occupied Soviet territory. Some of the émigrés made it back to Western Europe with their bits and pieces of information, or after attempting to carry out some other assignment. 126. Soviet Union, late 1940s to 1960s. Others, provided with a complete set of necessary documents, were instructed to integrate themselves back into Soviet society and become agents in place. Still others, caught up in the emotions of being home, turned themselves in. The Soviet government made this choice easier by announcing, in January 1960, an amendment to the criminal code which read: a citizen of the USSR enlisted by a foreign intelligence service to conduct hostile activities against the USSR shall not be liable to criminal prosecution, if he has committed no acts in pursuance of the criminal assignment given to him, and has voluntarily reported to the authorities about his connections with a foreign intelligence service. Degree: no American operation against the Soviet Union would be complete without its propaganda side, bringing the gospel to the heathen, in a myriad of ways that displayed the creativity of the CIA and its team of émigrés. Novel mechanisms were developed to enable airplanes and balloons to drop anti-communist literature over the Soviet Union. When the wind was right, countless leaflets and pamphlets were scattered across the land, or quantities of literature were floated downstream in waterproof packages. Soviet citizens coming to the West were met at every turn by NTS people handing out their newspapers and magazines in Russian and Ukrainian. From North Africa to Scandinavia, the CIA network confronted Soviet seamen, tourists, officials, athletes, even Soviet soldiers in East Germany, to present them with the truth as seen by the free world, as well as to pry information from them, to induce them to defect, or to recruit them as spies. Hotel rooms were searched, phones tapped, bribes offered, or blackmail threatened in attempts to reach these ends. Actions were also undertaken to entrap or provoke Soviet diplomatic personnel so as to cause their expulsion and or embarrass the Soviet Union. The propaganda offensive led the U.S. government into the book publishing business. Under a variety of arrangements with American and foreign publishers, distributors, literary agents, and authors, the CIA and the United States Information Agency produced, subsidized, or sponsored well over 1,000 books by 1967 which were deemed to serve a propaganda need. Many of the books were sold in the United States as well as abroad. None bore any indication of U.S. government involvement. Of some, said the USIA, we control the things from the very idea down to the final edited manuscript. Carrot. These were books that would not otherwise be put out, especially those books with a strong anti-communist content. Asterisk. Other books were published, and at times written, only after the USIA or the CIA agreed to purchase a large number of copies. There is no way of determining what effect this financial incentive had upon a publisher or author concerning a book's tone and direction. In some cases, Washington released classified information to an author to assist him in writing the book. 127. In 1967, following revelations about CIA domestic activities, this practice purportedly came to an end in the U.S. although it continued abroad. A Senate committee in 1976 stated that during the preceding few years, the CIA was connected with the publication of some 250 books, mostly in foreign languages. Happy face, undoubtedly, some of these were later reprinted in the United States. The actual identity of most of the books, however, is still classified. Among those which have been revealed are, The Dynamics of Soviet Society by Walt Rostow, The New Class by Milovan Gilas, Concise History of Communist Party by Robert A. Burton, The Foreign Aid Programs of Soviet Bloc and Communist China by Kurt Muller, In Pursuit of World Order by Richard N. Gardner, Peking and People's Wars by Major General Sam Griffith, a parody of the quotations of Mao, entitled Quotations from Chairman Liu, The Politics of Struggle, The Communist Front and Political Warfare by James D. Atkinson, From Colonialism to Communism by Huang Van-Chi, Why Vietnam? By Frank Tridger, and Terror in Vietnam by J. Mallon. In addition, the CIA financed and distributed throughout the world the animated cartoon film of George Orwell's Animal Farm. The most pervasive propaganda penetration of the socialist bloc was by means of the airwaves. Numerous transmitters, tremendous wattage, and often round-the-clock programming brought Radio Liberty and Radio Free Russia to the Soviet Union, Radio Free Europe and Radio in the American sector to Eastern Europe, and the Voice of America to all parts of the world. With the exception of the last, the stations were ostensibly private organizations financed by gifts from American corporations, donations from the American public, and other private sources. In actuality, the CIA covertly funded almost all of the costs until 1971. Exposure of the agency's role in 1967 led to Congress eventually instituting open governmental financing of the stations. The stations served the purpose of filling in some of the gaps and correcting the falsehoods of the communist media, but presented a picture of the world, both East and West, shot through with their own omissions and distortions. Emphasizing whatever can make the puppet regimes look bad is the way Sanche de Grammont, the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist, described the programming. To many in the CIA, wrote Victor Marchetti, former senior official of the agency, the primary value of the radios was to sow discontent in Eastern Europe and, in the process, to weaken the communist governments. The Russians claimed that Voice of America broadcasts to the Soviet Union were provocative and hostile, and grossly distorted Soviet foreign policy, but that this was not the case with Radio Moscow's broadcasts to the United States. This, said the Russians, constituted a violation of the agreement between the two countries that the broadcasts were to promote friendly relations between both countries and ease international tension. Many of the Russians who worked for the various stations, which broadcast at length about freedom, democracy, and other humanitarian concerns, were 128. Soviet Union late 1940s to 1960s. Later identified by the U.S. Justice Department as members of Hitler's notorious Einsatzgruppen, which rounded up and killed numerous Jews in the Soviet Union. One of these worthies was Stanislaw Stankovic, under whose command a mass murder of Jews in Belarusia was carried out, in which babies were buried alive with the dead, presumably to save ammunition. Stankovic wound up working for Radio Liberty. German war criminals as well were employed by the CIA in a variety of anti-Soviet operations. By every account, the sundry programs to collect strategic information about the Soviet Union, particularly via infiltration into the country and encountering Soviet nationals in the West, were a singular flop. The information reported was usually trivial, spotty, garbled, or out of date. Worse, it was often embellished, if not out and out fraudulent. Many post-war émigrés in Western Europe made their living in the information business. It was their most saleable commodity. From a real or fictitious meeting with a Soviet citizen they would prepare a report which was often just ordinary facts with a bit of political color added on. At times, as many as 4 versions of the report would be produced, differing in style and quantity of facts, written by 4 different people. The reports would then be sold separately to US, British, French and West German intelligence agencies. The CIA's version contained everything in the other 3 versions, which were eventually transmitted to the agency by the other countries without their source being revealed. Analysis of all the reports tended to bring the CIA to the conclusion that the NTS was giving them the fullest picture of all, and that the information all tallied. NTS looked good, and the files grew thick. The CIA's Russian files in Washington, meanwhile, approached mountainous proportions with the data acquired from opening mail between the Soviet Union and the United States, a practice begun in the early 1950s and continued at least into the 1970s. Happy Face, former CIA officer Harry Rossitsk, who was closely involved with anti-Soviet operations after the war, later wrote that the primary task of the émigrés infiltrated into the Soviet Union during the early years, and the same could probably be said of the overflights, was to provide early warning of a Soviet military offensive against the West, an invasion which, in the minds of cold warriors in the American government, appeared imminent. This apprehension was reminiscent of the alarms sounded following the Russian Revolution, and similarly flourished despite the fact of a Russia recently devastated by a major war and hardly in a position to undertake a military operation of any such magnitude. Nevertheless, wrote Rossitsk, it was officially estimated that Soviet forces were capable of reaching the English Channel in a matter of weeks. It was an axiom in Washington that Stalin was plotting war. When would it come? Happy Face, a secret report of the National Security Resources Board of January 1951 warned, as things are now going, by 1953 if not 1952, the 129 Soviet aggressors will assume complete control of the world's situation. Rossitsk, although a committed anti-communist, recognized the unreality of such thinking. But, as he explained, his was a minority opinion in official Washington. The facts available even at the time suggested the far greater likelihood that Moscow's post-war strategy, including the conversion of Eastern Europe into a Western buffer, was basically defensive. I argued this thesis with some of the CIA analysts working on Soviet estimates and with some Pentagon audiences, but it was not a popular view at the time. It is nonetheless a simple fact that no scenario was written then, nor has it been written since, to explain how the Russians would want to conquer Western Europe by force or to bomb the United States. Neither action would have contributed in any tangible way to the Soviet national interest and would have hazarded the destruction of the Soviet state. This basic question was never raised, for the Cold War prism created in the minds of the diplomatic and military strategists a clear-cut world of black and white. There were no grays. Several years were to pass, Rossitsk pointed out, before it became clear to Washington that there were no warnings to report. This, however, had no noticeable effect upon the United States military build-up or Cold War propaganda. 18 Italy 1950s to 1970s supporting the Cardinals, orphans and techno-fascism. After the multifarious extravaganza staged by the United States in 1948 to exorcise the specter of communism that was haunting Italy, the CIA settled in place for the long haul with a less flamboyant but more insidious operation. A White House memorandum, prepared after the 1953 election, reported that neither the Moscow war stick nor the American economic carrot was being visibly brandished over the voters in this election. Covert funding was the name of the game. Victor Marchetti, former executive assistant to the deputy director of the CIA, has revealed that in the 1950s the agency spent some $20 to $30 million a year, or maybe more, to finance its programs in Italy. Expenditures in the 1960s, he added, came to about $10 million annually. The CIA itself admits that between 1948 and 1968, it paid a total of $65,150,000 to the Christian Democrats and other parties, to labor groups, and to a wide variety of other organizations in Italy. It also spent an undisclosed 130 Italy 1950s to 1970s amount in support of magazines and book publishers and other means of news and opinion manipulation, such as planting news items in non-American media around the world which cast unfavorable light upon communism, then arranging for these stories to be reprinted in friendly Italian publications. It is not known when, if ever, the CIA ended its practice of funding anti-communist groups in Italy. Internal agency documents of 1972 reveal contributions of some $10 million to political parties, affiliated organizations, and to one individual candidates in the parliamentary elections of that year. And in January 1, 1976 it was disclosed that the CIA had funneled at least $6 million to political leaders in Italy during the previous month for the coming June elections. Moreover, the largest oil company in the United States, Exxon Corp., admitted that between 1963 and 1972 it had made political contributions to the Christian Democrats and several other Italian political parties totaling $46 million to $49 million. Mobil Oil Corp's contribution to the system of free and open elections came to an average of $500,000 a year from 1970 through 1973. There is no report that these corporate payments derived from persuasion by the CIA or the State Department, but it seems rather unlikely that the firms would engage so extravagantly in this unusual sideline with complete spontaneity. Much of the money given by the CIA to Italian political parties since World War II, said a former high-level U.S. official, ended up in villas, in vacation homes and in Swiss bank accounts for the politicians themselves. A more direct American intervention into the 1976 elections was in the form of propaganda. Inasmuch as political advertising is not allowed on Italian television, the U.S. ambassador to Switzerland, Nathaniel Davis, arranged for the purchase of large blocks of time on Monte Carlo TV to present a daily news commentary by the editorial staff of the Milan newspaper /Gaia Nuovo, which was closely associated to the CIA. Davis also arranged for news items which had been placed in other newspapers by the agency to be read on Monte Carlo TV and Swiss TV, both of which are received in Italy. The programs were produced in Milan by Franklin J. Tunnini of the U.S. Diplomatic Corps, and Michael Latine, a reporter on /Gaia Nuovo. The relentless fight against the Italian Communist Party took some novel twists. One, in the 1950s, was the brainchild of American Ambassador Claire Booth Luce. The celebrated Ms. Luce decided to make it known that no U.S. Department of Defense procurement contracts would be awarded to Italian firms whose employees had voted to be represented by the communist-controlled labor union. In the case of Fiat, this had dramatic results. The communist union's share of the vote promptly fell from 60% to 38%. Then there was the case of Cardinal Giovanni Battista Montini, another beneficiary of CIA largesse. The payments made to him reveal something of the agency's mechanistic thinking about why people become radicals. It seems that the good cardinal was promoting orphanages in Italy during the 1950s and 1960s and, says Marchetti, the thinking was that if such institutions were adequately supported, many young people would be able to live well there and so would not one day fall into communist hands. In a 1974 interview, the former CIA executive also spoke of the training provided by the agency to the Italian security services. They are trained, for example, to confront disorders and student demonstrations, to prepare dossiers, to make the best possible use of bank data and tax returns of individual citizens, etc. In other words, to watch over the population of their country with the means offered by technology. This is what I call technofascism. William Colby, later director of the CIA, arrived in Italy in 1953 and devoted the next 5 years of his life to financing and advising center-right organizations for the expressed purpose of inducing the Italian people to turn away from the leftist bloc, more specifically the Communist Party, and keep it from taking power in the 1958 elections. In his account of that period, he justifies this program on the grounds of supporting democracy or center democracy and preventing Italy from becoming a Soviet satellite. Colby perceived all virtue and truth to be bunched closely around the center of the political spectrum, and the Italian Communist Party as an extremist organization committed to abolishing democracy and creating a society modeled after the excesses of Stalinist Russia. He offers no evidence to support his conclusion about the Communists, presumably because he regards it as self-evident, as much to the reader as to himself. Neither, for that matter, does he explain what was this thing called democracy which he so cherishes and which the Communists were so eager to do away with. William Colby was a technocrat who carried out the orders of his side and mouthed the clichés of the party line without serious examination. When Oriana Fallaci, the Italian journalist, interviewed him in 1976, she remarked at the close of a frustrating conversation, "Had you been Blum on the other side of the barricade, you would have been a perfect Stalinist." To which, Colby replied, "I reject that statement. But, well, it might be. No, no. It might not." American policy makers dealing with Italy since Colby's time there have not suffered any less than he from hardening of the categories. Colby, after all, took pains to point out his liberal dealings. Yet, all these years, the Italian 132. Italy 1950s to 1970s. Communist Party was proceeding along a path revisionist enough to make Lenin turn in his grave if he were in one. The path has been marked by billboards proclaiming the democratic advance to socialism and the national road to socialism, the abandonment of the dictatorship of the proletariat and denunciation of the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia. The party has vaunted its national role as responsible opposition, participated in the drive for productivity, affirmed its support for a multi-party system and for Italy remaining in the common market and in NATO, and has been second to none in its condemnation of any form of terrorism. It has been the principal political force in numerous city governments including Rome, Florence, and Venice, without any noticeable return to barbarism, and has been a de facto participant in the running of the Italian state. In the files of the State Department and the CIA lie any number of internal reports prepared by anonymous analysts testifying to the reality of the Communist Party's historic compromise and the evolution of its estrangement from the Soviet Union known as Eurocommunism. In the face of this, however, in the face of everything, American policy has remained rooted in place, fixed in a time that is no longer, and probably never was, a policy that has had nothing to do with democracy and everything to do with the conviction that a communist government in Italy would not be the supremely pliant Cold War partner that successive Christian Democrat regimes were for over 3 decades. It would not be enough for such a government to be independent of Moscow. The problem is that it would probably attempt to adopt the same position towards Washington. 19 Vietnam 1950–1973 The Hearts and Minds Circus. Contrary to repeated statements by Washington officials during the 1960s that the United States did not intervene in Vietnam until, and only because, North Vietnam invaded South Vietnam, variously designated as having occurred from the late 1950s to the early 1960s, the U.S. was deeply and continually involved in that woeful land from the year 1950 onwards. The initial, fateful step was the decision to make large-scale shipments of military equipment to the French in Vietnam in the spring and summer of 1950. In April, Secretary of State Dean Acheson had 133 told French officials that the United States government was set against France negotiating with their northern-based Vietnamese foes, the Viet Minh. Washington was not particularly sympathetic to France's endeavor to regain control of its colony of 100 years and had vacillated on the issue, but the rise to power of the Communists in China the previous autumn had tipped the scale in favor of supporting the French. To the Truman administration, the prospect of another communist government in Asia was intolerable. There was a secondary consideration as well at the time, the need to persuade a reluctant France to support American plans to include Germany in West European defense organizations. American bombers, military advisors, and technicians by the hundreds were to follow, and over the next few years direct American military aid to the French war effort ran to about $1 billion a year. By 1954, the authorized aid had reached the sum of $1.40 billion and constituted 78% of the French budget for the war. The extensive written history of the American role in Indochina produced by the Defense Department, later to be known as the Pentagon Papers, concluded that the decision to provide aid to France directly involved the United States in Vietnam and set the course for future American policy. There had been another path open. In 1945 and 1946, Viet Minh leader Ho Chi Minh had written at least 8 letters to President Truman and the State Department asking for America's help in winning Vietnamese independence from the French. He wrote that world peace was being endangered by French efforts to reconquer Indochina, and he requested that the four powers intervene in order to mediate a fair settlement, and bring the Indochinese issue before the United Nations. Despite the fact that Ho Chi Minh and his followers had worked closely with the American OSS during the recently ended World War, while the French authorities in Indochina had collaborated with the Japanese, the United States failed to answer any of the letters, did not reveal that it had received them, and eventually sided with the French. In 1950, part of the publicly stated rationale for the American position was that Ho Chi Minh was not really a genuine nationalist but rather a tool of international Vietnam 1950–1973 communism, a conclusion that could be reached only by deliberately ignoring the totality of his life's work. He and the Viet Minh had, in fact, been longtime admirers of the United States. Ho was said to have a picture of George Washington and a copy of the American Declaration of Independence on his desk, and according to a former OSS officer, Ho sought his advice on framing the Viet Minh's own Declaration of Independence. The actual Declaration of 1945 begins with the familiar "all men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." But it was the French who were to receive America's blessing. Ho Chi Minh was, after all, some kind of communist. The United States viewed the French struggle in Vietnam and their own concurrent intervention in Korea as two links in the chain aimed at containing China. Washington was adamantly opposed to the French negotiating an end to the war which would leave the Viet Minh in power, at least in the northern part of the country, and, at the same time, free the Chinese to concentrate exclusively on their Korean border. In 1952, the U.S. exerted strong pressure upon France not to pursue peace feelers extended by the Viet Minh, and a French delegation, scheduled to meet with Viet Minh negotiators in Burma, was hastily recalled to Paris. Bernard Fall, the renowned French scholar on Indochina, believed that the cancelled negotiations could perhaps have brought about a ceasefire on a far more acceptable basis for the French than the one obtained 2 years later in the shadow of crushing military defeat. Subsequently, to keep the French from negotiating with the Viet Minh, the United States used the threat of a cessation of their substantial economic and military aid. In November 1953, the omnipresent CIA airline, CAT, helped the French Air Force airlift 16,000 men into a fortified base the French had established in a valley in the north called Dien Bien Phu. When the garrison was later surrounded and cut off by the Viet Minh, CAT pilots, flying U.S. Air Force C-119s, often through anti-aircraft fire, delivered supplies to the beleaguered French forces, in this their Waterloo. By 1954, the New York Times could report that the French Air Force is now almost entirely equipped with American planes. The United States had also constructed a number of airfields, ports and highways in Indochina to facilitate the war effort, some of which American forces were to make use of in their later wars in that area. In April 1, 1954, When a French military defeat was apparent and negotiations at Geneva were scheduled, the National Security Council urged President Eisenhower to inform Paris that French acquiescence in a communist takeover of Indochina would bear on its status as one of the Big Three and that US aid to France would automatically cease. A council paper recommended that it be U.S. policy to accept nothing short of a military victory in Indochina and that the U.S. actively oppose any negotiated settlements in Indochina at Geneva. The council stated 135. Further that, if necessary, the U.S. should consider continuing the war without French participation. The Eisenhower administration had for some time very seriously considered committing American combat troops to Vietnam. Apparently this move was not made only because of uncertainty about congressional approval and the refusal of other countries to send even a token force, as they had done in Korea, to remove the appearance of a purely American operation. We are confronted by an unfortunate fact, lamented Secretary of State John Foster Dulles at a 1954 cabinet meeting. Most of the countries of the world do not share our view that communist control of any government anywhere is in itself a danger and a threat. Happy face. In May, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Arthur Radford, sent a memorandum to Defense Secretary Charles Wilson on studies with respect to possible U.S. actions regarding Indochina, which stated that the employment of atomic weapons is contemplated in the event that such course appears militarily advantageous. By this time, 2 American aircraft carriers equipped with atomic weapons had been ordered into the Gulf of Tonkin, in the north of Vietnam. And Dulles is, in fact, reported to have offered his French counterpart, Georges Bidault, atomic bombs to save Dien Bien Phu. Bidault was obliged to point out to Dulles that the use of atomic bombs in a war of such close armed conflict would destroy the French troops as well as the Viet Minh. Dulles regularly denounced China, in the ultra-sanctimonious manner he was known for assisting the Viet Minh, as if the Chinese had no cause or right to be alarmed about an anti-communist military crusade taking place scant miles from their border. As the Geneva Conference approached, a CIA propaganda team in Singapore began to disseminate fabricated news items to advance the idea that the Chinese were giving full armed support to the Viet Minh and to identify the Viet Minh with the World Communist Movement. The CIA believed that such stories would strengthen the non-communist side at the Geneva talks. Joseph Burkholder Smith was a CIA officer in Singapore. His press asset was Li Huanli, an experienced local Jamaicist. It is instructive to note the method employed in the creation of one such news report about the Chinese. After Smith and Li had made up their story, Li attended the regular press conference held by the British High Commissioner in Singapore, Malcolm MacDonald. At the conference, Li mentioned the report and asked the commissioner if he had any comment. As expected, MacDonald had nothing to say about it one way or the other. The result was the following news item. More Chinese supplies and troops spotted en route to Haiphong. At the press conference of the British High Commissioner for Southeast Asia today. 136. Vietnam 1950–1973. Reports of the sightings of Chinese naval vessels and supply ships in the Tonkin Gulf en route from Hainan to Haiphong were again mentioned. According to these reports, the most recent of many similar sightings occurred 1 week ago when a convoy of ships were spotted. Among them were 2 armed Chinese naval vessels, indicating that the convoy consisted of troops as well as arms and supplies. High Commissioner Malcolm MacDonald would not elaborate further about these reports. The story was put onto a wire service in the morning, and by the evening had gone around the world, coming back to Singapore on the European relay to Asia. The Geneva Conference, on July 20, 1954, put a formal end to the war in Vietnam. The United States was alone in refusing to sign the final declaration, purely because it was peeved at the negotiated settlement which precluded any further military effort to defeat the Viet Minh. There had been ample indication of American displeasure with the whole process well before the end of the conference. 2 weeks earlier, for example, President Eisenhower had declared at a news conference, I will not be a party to any treaty that makes anybody a slave, now that is all there is to it. Happy face, but the US did issue a unilateral declaration in which it agreed to refrain from the threat or the use of force to disturb the accords. The letter and the spirit of the ceasefire agreement and the final declaration looked forward to a Vietnam free from any military presence other than Vietnamese or French, and free from any aggressive operations. While the conference was still in session in June, however, the United States began assembling a paramilitary team inside Vietnam. By August, only days after the close of the conference, the team was in place. Under the direction of CIA leading light Edward Lansdale *, fresh from his success in the Philippines, a campaign of military and psychological warfare was carried out against the Viet Minh. Over the next 6 months, this clandestine team executed such operations as the following. Encouraged the migration of Vietnamese from the north to the south through an extremely intensive, well-coordinated, and, in terms of its objective, very successful psychological warfare operation. Propaganda slogans and leaflets appealed to the devout Catholics with such themes as * Christ has gone to the south and the Virgin Mary has departed from the north 25. Distributed other bogus leaflets, supposedly put out by the Viet Minh, to instill trepidation in the minds of people in the north about how life would be under communist rule. The following day, refugee registration to move south. Lansdale's various activities in Vietnam were later enshrined in 2 semi-fictional works. The Ugly American and The Quiet American. 137. Tripled. Still other Viet Minh leaflets were aimed at discouraging people in the South from returning to the North. Infiltrated paramilitary forces into the North under the guise of individuals choosing to live there. Contaminated the oil supply of the bus company in Hanoi so as to lead to a gradual wreckage of the bus engines. Took the first actions for delayed sabotage of the railroad. Instigated a rumor campaign to stir up hatred of the Chinese, with the usual stories of rapes. Created and distributed an almanac of astrological predictions carefully designed to play on Vietnamese fears and superstitions and undermine life in the North while making the future of the South appear more attractive. A. Published and circulated anti-communist articles and news reports in newspapers and leaflets. Attempted, unsuccessfully, to destroy the largest printing establishment in the North because it intended to remain in Hanoi and do business with the Viet Minh. Laid some of the foundation for the future American war in Vietnam by sending selected Vietnamese to U.S. Pacific bases for guerrilla training, training the armed forces of the South who had fought with the French, creating various military support facilities in the Philippines, smuggling into Vietnam large quantities of arms and military equipment to be stored in hidden locations, developing plans for the pacification of Viet Minh and dissident areas. Happy face, at the same time, the United States began an economic boycott against the North Vietnamese and threatened to blacklist French firms which were doing business with them. Another development during this period that had even more profound consequences for the coming tragedy was the cancellation of the elections that would have united North and South Vietnam as one nation. The Geneva Accords specified that elections under international supervision were to be held in July 1956, with consultations to prepare for them to be held from July 20, 1955 onwards. The United States, in its unilateral declaration, had reiterated this pledge. In the case of nations now divided against their will, we shall continue to seek to achieve unity through free elections supervised by the United Nations to ensure that they are conducted fairly. 38. Vietnam 1950–1973. The elections were never held. On July 16, 1955, 4 days before the consultations were scheduled to begin, President Ngo Dinh Diem of South Vietnam issued a statement that made it clear that he had no intention of engaging in the consultations, much less the elections. Happy face, 3 days later. North Vietnam sent Diem a formal note calling for the talks, but Diem remained firm in his position. Efforts by France and Great Britain to persuade Diem to begin the talks were to no avail. The reason for Diem's intransigence is well known. He, like President Eisenhower and John Foster Dulles, knew that Ho Chi Minh would be a certain winner of any national elections. A CIA national intelligence estimate in the autumn concluded that the Diem regime almost certainly would not be able to defeat the communists in countrywide elections. Happy face. Later, Eisenhower was to write in his memoirs, "I have never talked or corresponded with a person knowledgeable in Indo-Chinese affairs who did not agree that had elections been held as of the time of the fighting, possibly 80% of the population would have voted for the communist Ho Chi Minh as their leader rather than chief of state Bao Dai." The Pentagon study cited State Department cables and National Security Council memorandums indicating that the Eisenhower administration wished to postpone the elections as long as possible and communicated its feelings to Mr. Diem. Happy face. This was support that Diem could not have done without, for, as the Pentagon historians point out, without the threat of U.S. intervention. South Vietnam could not have refused to even discuss the elections called for in 1956 under the Geneva Settlement without being immediately overrun by the Viet Minh armies. Happy face. The public statements of Diem and Dulles spoke only of their concern that the elections would not be free, which served to obscure the fact that Ho Chi Minh did not need to resort to fraud in order to win, as well as ignoring the announcements of both the United Nations and the International Control Commission that they were ready to supervise the elections. In any event, Diem's commitment to free elections may be surmised from a referendum he held later in the year in South Vietnam, to invest his regime with a semblance of legality, in which he received 98.2% of the vote. Life magazine later reported that Diem's American advisors had told him that a 60% margin would be quite sufficient and would look better, but Diem insisted on 98%. With the elections cancelled, the nation still divided, and Diem with his mandate free to continue his heavy, tyrannical rule, the turn to violence in South Vietnam became inevitable. As if in knowledge of and preparation for this, the United States sent 350 additional military men to Saigon in May 1956, an example of the U.S. ignoring the Geneva Accords, stated the Pentagon study. Happy face. Shortly afterwards, Dulles confided to a colleague, "We have a clean base there now, without a taint of colonialism." Dien Bien Phu was a blessing in disguise. 139. The later phase. If you grab em by the balls, the hearts and minds will follow. Give us your hearts and minds or we'll bum down your goddamn village, the end result of America's anti-communist policy in Vietnam, also its beginning and its middle. There was little serious effort to win the hearts and minds of the Vietnamese people, even less chance of success, for the price of success was social change, of the kind that Diem was unwilling to accept in Vietnam, the kind the United States has not been willing to accept anywhere in the Third World. If Washington had been willing to accept it, there would have been no need to cancel the elections, no need for intervention in the first place. There was, consequently, no way the United States could avoid being seen by the people of Vietnam as other than the newest imperialist occupiers, following in the footsteps of first the Chinese, then the French, then the Japanese, then the French again. We will not go into a detailed recounting of all the horror, all the deceptions, the destruction of a society, the panorama of absurdities and ironies, only a selection, a montage. Lest we forget. To the men who walked the corridors of power in Washington, to the military men in the field, Indochina, nay, Southeast Asia was a single, large battlefield. Troops of South Vietnam were used in Laos and Cambodia. Troops of Thailand were used in Laos, Cambodia, and South Vietnam. Thailand and the Philippines were used as bases from which to bomb the three countries of Indochina. CIA-supported forces carried out incursions and invasions into China from Laos, Burma, and Taiwan. When there was a pause in the bombing of North Vietnam, more American planes were thus available to increase the bombing of Laos. And so it went. From 1955 to 1959, Michigan State University, under a U.S. government contract, conducted a covert police training program for the South Vietnamese. With the full knowledge of certain MSU officials, 5 CIA operatives were concealed in the staff of the program and carried on the university's payroll as its employees. By the terms of a 1957 law, drawn up by the MSU Group, every Vietnamese 15 years and older was required to register with the government and carry ID cards. Anyone caught without the proper identification was considered as a National Liberation Front suspect and subject to imprisonment or worse. At the time of registration, a full set of fingerprints was obtained and information about the person's political beliefs was recorded. Happy Face, 140. Vietnam 1950–1973. When popular resistance to Ngo Dinh Diem reached the level where he was more of a liability than an asset, he was sacrificed. On November 1, 1963, some of Diem's generals overthrew him and then murdered both him and his brother after they had surrendered. The coup, wrote Time magazine, was planned with the knowledge of Dean Rusk and Averell Harriman at the State Department, Robert S. McNamara and Roswell Gilpatrick at the Defense Department, and the late Edward R. Murrow at the U.S. Information Agency. Happy Face. Evidently Washington had not planned on assassinations accompanying the coup, but as General Maxwell Taylor, President Kennedy's principal military advisor, has observed, the execution of a coup is not like organizing a tea party, it's a very dangerous business. So I didn't think we had any right to be surprised when Diem and his brother were murdered. Happy Face. Donald Duncan was a member of the Green Berets in Vietnam. He has written about his training, part of which was called Countermeasures to Hostile Interrogation, ostensibly how Americans captured by communists could deal with being tortured. Translations of an alleged Soviet interrogation manual were handed out to the class. The manual described in detail such methods as the airplane ride, the cold hot water treatment, and the lowering of a man's testicles into a jeweler's vice, while the instructor, a Sergeant Lacey, explained some variations of these methods. Then a student had a question. Sergeant Lacey, the name of this class is Countermeasures to Hostile Interrogation, but you have spent most of the period telling us there are no countermeasures. If this is true, then the only reason for teaching them during the March on Washington, November 27, 1965. The original commitment in Vietnam was made by President Truman, a mainstream liberal. It was seconded by President Eisenhower, a moderate liberal. It was intensified by the late President Kennedy, a flaming liberal. Think of IHE men who now engineer that war, those who study the maps, give the commands, push the buttons, and tally the dead: Bundy, McNamara, Rusk, Lodge, Goldberg, the President himself. They are not moral monsters. They are all honorable men. They are all liberals. ***. Hiring the heat of the fighting in 1966–67, the Soviet Union sold to the United States over $2 million worth of magnesium, a metal vital in military aircraft production when there was a shortage of it in the United States. This 143 occurred at a time when Washington maintained an embargo on supplying communist nations with certain alloys of the same metal. At about the same time, China sold several thousand tons of steel to the United States in South Vietnam for use in the construction of new air and army bases when no one else could meet the American military's urgent need. This, while Washington maintained a boycott on all Chinese products, even wigs imported into the U.S. from Hong Kong had to be accompanied by a certificate of origin stating that they contained no Chinese hair. The sale of steel may have been only the tip of the iceberg of Chinese sales to the United States at this time. In 1975, a Senate investigating committee began looking into allegations that the CIA had counterfeited American money during the Vietnam War to finance secret operations. Degree. 2 Viet Cong prisoners were interrogated on an airplane flying toward Saigon. The first refused to answer questions and was thrown out of the airplane at 3,000 feet. The second immediately answered all the questions. But he, too, was thrown out. Variations of the water torture were also used to loosen tongues or simply to torment. Other techniques, usually designed to force onlooking prisoners to talk, involve cutting off the fingers, ears, fingernails or sexual organs of another prisoner. Carrot. It is not clear whether these particular Vietnamese were actual prisoners of war, i.e., captured in combat, or whether they were amongst the many thousands of civilians arrested as part of the infamous Phoenix program. Phoenix was the inevitable consequence of fighting a native population. You never knew who was friend, who was enemy. Anyone was a potential informer, bomb thrower, or assassin. Safety demanded that, unless proved otherwise, everyone was to be regarded as the enemy, part of what the CIA called the Viet Cong infrastructure. In 1971, CIA officer William Colby, the director of Phoenix, was asked by a congressman, "Are you certain that we know a member of the VCI from a loyal member of the South Vietnam citizenry?" "No, Mr. Congressman," replied Colby, "I am not 52. Phoenix was a coordinated effort of the United States and South Vietnam to wipe out this infrastructure. Under the program, Vietnamese citizens were rounded up and jailed, often in tiger cages, often tortured, often killed, either in the process of being arrested or subsequently. By Colby's records, during the period between early 1968 and May 1971, 20,587 alleged Viet Cong cotters met their death as a result of the Phoenix program. Happy Face, a similar program, under different names, had existed since 1965 and been run by the United States alone. Colby claims that more than 85% of the 20,587 figure were actually killed in military combat and only identified afterward as members of the VCI. It strains credulity, however, to think that the tens of thousands of Viet Cong 144. Vietnam 1950–1973. Killed in combat during this period were picked over, body by body, on the battlefield, for identification, and that their connection to the VCI was established. The South Vietnam government credited Phoenix with 40,994 VCI deaths. Happy Face, the true figure will probably never be known. A former U.S. military intelligence officer in Vietnam, K. Barton Osbaum, testified before a House committee that suspects caught by Phoenix were interrogated in helicopters and sometimes pushed out. He also spoke of the use of electric shock torture and the insertion into the ear of a 6-inch dowel which was tapped through the brain until the victim died. Osbaum's colleague, Michael J. Ewell, testified that most suspects were captured during sweeping tactical raids and that all persons detained were classified as Viet Cong. None of those held for questioning, said Osbaum, had ever lived through the process. Osbaum later helped to found an organization of former intelligence officers which stood opposed to Colby's designation as CIA director, calling his appointment nothing more than rewards for his having been the CIA's apologist for Phoenix to Congress. Mr. Colby's professional qualifications as a mass murderer are not in question here, his appointment to a powerful government position is. Happy Face. Arthur Sylvester, Assistant Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs, was the man most responsible for giving, controlling, and managing the war news from Vietnam. One day in July 1, 1965, Sylvester told American journalists that they had a patriotic duty to disseminate only information that made the United States look good. When one of the newsmen exclaimed, "Surely, Arthur, you don't expect the American press to be handmaidens of government," Sylvester replied, "That's exactly what I expect," adding, "Look, if you think any American official is going to tell you the truth, then you're stupid. Did you hear that? Stupid." And when a correspondent for a New York paper began a question, he was interrupted by Sylvester, who said, "Ah, come on. What does someone in New York care about the war in Vietnam?" Happy Face. Meanwhile, hundreds of U.S. servicemen in Asia and Europe were being swindled by phony American auto dealers who tummed up to take down payments on cars which they never delivered. Commented an Illinois congressman, "We cannot expect our servicemen to fight to protect the free enterprise system if the very system which they fight to protect takes advantage of them." On January 27, 1973, in Paris, the United States signed the Agreement on Ending the War and Restoring Peace in Vietnam. Among the principles to which the United States agreed was the one stated in Article 2.1 of the agreement. 145. In pursuance of its traditional policy, the United States will contribute to healing the wounds of war and to post-war reconstruction of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam and throughout Indochina. 5 days later, February 1, President Nixon sent a message to the Prime Minister of North Vietnam reiterating and expanding upon this pledge. The first two principles put forth in the President's message were: the government of the United States of America will contribute to post-war reconstruction in North Vietnam without any political conditions. Preliminary United States studies indicate that the appropriate programs for the United States contribution to post-war reconstruction will fall in the range of $3.25 billion of grant aid over 5 years. Other forms of aid will be agreed upon between the two parties. This estimate is subject to revision and to detailed discussion between the government of the United States and the government of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. Since that time, the only aid given to any Vietnamese people by the United States has been to those who have left Vietnam and those who have been infiltrated back in to stir up trouble. Are the victims of the Vietnam War also to be found in generations yet unborn? Tens of millions of pounds of herbicide were unleashed over the country. Included in this were quantities of dioxin, which has been called the most toxic man-made substance known. 3 ounces of dioxin, it is claimed, in the New York City water supply could wipe out the entire populace. Studies in Vietnam since the war have pointed to abnormally high rates of cancers, particularly of the liver, chromosomal damage, birth defects, long-lasting neurological disorders, etc. in the heavily sprayed areas. The evidence collected is not yet conclusive. The statistics that have been kept in the devastated land that is Vietnam are not up to the standards of certain developed nations. But thousands of American veterans of Vietnam have fought for years to receive disability compensation, claiming irreparable damage from simply handling the toxic herbicides. In 1984, several herbicide manufacturers finally agreed to a settlement. After the Second World War, the International Military Tribunal convened at Nuremberg, Germany. Created by the Allies, the tribunal sentenced to prison or execution numerous Nazis who pleaded that they had been only following orders. In an opinion handed down by the tribunal, it declared that the very essence of the charter is that individuals have international duties which transcend the national obligations of obedience imposed by the individual state. During the Vietnam War, a number of young Americans refused military service on the grounds that the United States was committing war crimes in Vietnam and that if they took part in the war they too, under the principles laid down at Nuremberg, would be guilty of war crimes. 146. Vietnam 1950–1973. One of the most prominent of these cases was that of David Mitchell of Connecticut. At Mitchell's trial in September 1965, Judge William Timbers dismissed his defense as tommyrot and degenerate subversion, and found the Nuremberg principles to be irrelevant to the case. Mitchell was sentenced to prison. Conservative columnist William F. Buckley, Jr., not celebrated as a champion of draft resistance, noted shortly afterward, "I am glad I didn't have Judge Timbers' job. Oh, I could have scolded Mr. Mitchell along with the best of them. But I'd have had to cough and wheeze and clear my throat during that passage in my catechism at which I explained to Mr. Mitchell wherein the Nuremberg doctrine was obviously not at his disposal. In 1971, Telford Taylor, the chief United States prosecutor at Nuremberg, suggested rather strongly that General William Westmoreland and high officials of the Johnson administration such as Robert McNamara and Dean Rusk could be found guilty of war crimes under criteria established at Nuremberg. Yet every American court and judge, when confronted by the Nuremberg defense, had dismissed it without according it any serious consideration whatever. The West has never been allowed to forget the Nazi Holocaust. For 40 years there has been a continuous outpouring of histories, memoirs, novels, feature films, documentaries, television series. Played and replayed, in every Western language, museums, memorials, remembrances, ceremonies. Never again. But who hears the voice of the Vietnamese peasant? Who can read the language of the Vietnamese intellectual? What was the fate of the Vietnamese and Frank? Where, asks the young American, is Vietnam? 20 Cambodia 1955–1973, Prince Sihanouk walks the high wire of Nutra USM. John Foster Dulles had called on me in his capacity as Secretary of State, and he had exhausted every argument to persuade me to place Cambodia under the protection of the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization. I refused. I considered SEATO an aggressive military alliance directed against neighbors whose ideology I did not share but with whom Cambodia had no quarrel. I had made all this 147 quite clear to John Foster, an acidy, arrogant man, but his brother soon turned up with a briefcase full of documents proving that Cambodia was about to fall victim to communist aggression and that the only way to save the country, the monarchy and myself was to accept the protection of SEATO. The proofs did not coincide with my own information, and I replied to Alan Dulles as I had replied to John Foster, Cambodia wanted no part of SEATO. We would look after ourselves as neutrals and Buddhists. There was nothing for the Secret Service chief to do but pack up his dubious documents and leave. Prince Norodom Sihanouk, in his memoirs. My War with the CIA Carried. The visits of brothers Dulles in 1955 appear to have been the opening salvos in a campaign of extraordinary measures aimed at pressuring the charismatic Cambodian leader into aligning his nation with the West and joining the holy war against communism. The coercion continued intermittently until 1970 when Sihanouk was finally overthrown in a coup and the United States invaded Cambodia. In March 1956, after Sihanouk had visited Peking and criticized SEATO, the two countries which sandwich Cambodia, Thailand and South Vietnam, both heavily dependent upon and allied with the United States, suddenly closed their borders. It was a serious move, for the bulk of Cambodia's traffic with the outside world at that time passed either along the Mekong River through South Vietnam or by railway through Thailand. The danger to the tiny kingdom was heightened by repeated military provocations. Thai troops invaded Cambodian territory and CIA-financed irregulars began to make commando raids from South Vietnam. Deep intrusions were made into Cambodian airspace by planes based in the two countries. To Sihanouk, these actions looked more and more like preliminary softening up probes for his overthrow. He chose to thrust matters out into the open. At a press conference he scolded the U.S., defended Cambodia's policy of neutrality, and announced that the whole question would be on the agenda of his party's upcoming National Congress. There was the implication that Cambodia would turn to the Socialist Bloc for aid. The United States appeared to retreat in the face of this unorthodox public diplomacy. The State Department sent a couple of rather conciliatory messages which nullified a threatened cut-off of certain economic aid and included this remarkable piece of altruism: the only aim of American policy to Cambodia is to help her strengthen and defend her independence. 2 days before the National Congress convened, Thailand and South Vietnam opened their frontiers. The local disputes which the two countries had cited as the reasons for the blockade had not been resolved at all. The measures taken against Cambodia were counterproductive. Not only did Sihanouk continue to attack SEATO, but he established relations with the Soviet Union and Poland and accepted aid from China. He praised the latter lavishly for treating Cambodia as an equal and for providing aid without all the strings which, he felt, came attached to American aid. 148. Cambodia 1955–1973. Such sentiments should not obscure the fact that Sihanouk was as genuine a neutralist as one could be in such a highly polarized region of the world in the midst of the Cold War. He did not shy away from denouncing China, North Vietnam, or communism on a number of occasions when he felt that Cambodia's security or neutrality was being threatened. I foresee perfectly well, he said at one time, the collapse of an independent and neutral Cambodia after the complete triumph of communism in Laos and South Vietnam. In May 1957, a National Security Council paper acknowledged that the United States has been unable to influence Cambodia in the direction of a stable government and non-involvement in the communist bloc. The following year, 5 battalions of Saigon troops, supported by aircraft, crossed the Cambodian border again, penetrated to a depth of almost 10 miles and began putting up new boundary markers. Sihanouk's impulse was to try and repel the invaders, but, to his amazement, he was informed by the American ambassador to Cambodia, Karl Strom, that American military aid was provided exclusively for the purpose of opposing communist aggression and in no case could be used against an American ally. The ambassador cautioned that if a single bullet were fired at the South Vietnamese or a single US-supplied truck used to transport Cambodian troops to a military confrontation with them, this would constitute grounds for canceling aid. Ambassador Strom was called back to Washington, told that Sihanouk would now have to go and that U.S. aid would be cut off to precipitate his fall. Strom, however, did not think that this was the wisest move to make at that point and was able to convince the State Department to hold off for the time being. William Shawcross, in his elaborately researched book, Sideshow, Kissinger, Nixon, and the Destruction of Cambodia, notes that NSC papers of the period cited in the Pentagon Papers confirm that Washington saw Thai and Vietnamese pressure across the borders as one of the principal weapons to be used in an effort to move Sihanouk toward a more pro-American position. In addition to Thai and South Vietnamese troops, the CIA had at its disposal 2 other forces, the Khmer Saray and the Khmer Krom, composed largely of ethnic Cambodians opposed to Sihanouk's rule, who operated out of the 2 neighboring countries. The Khmer Saray were described by Shawcross as the Cambodian organization with which American officials had had the closest contact. Sihanouk once equated them to the Free Cubans the United States maintained in Florida. These forces recruited, financed, armed, and trained by the CIA and the U.S. Special Forces began to infiltrate into Cambodia in the latter part of 1958 as part of a complex conspiracy which included, amongst others, a disloyal Cambodian general named Dap Chhuan who was plotting an armed uprising inside the country. At its most optimistic, the conspiracy aimed at overthrowing Sihanouk. Sihanouk discovered the plan, partly through reports from Chinese and French intelligence. The French were not happy about the American intrusion into what had been their domain for close to a century. 149. By February 1959 the conspirators had been apprehended or had fled, including Victor Masao Matsui, a member of the CIA station in Cambodia's capital city Phnom Penh, who hurriedly left the country after Sihanouk accused him of being a party to the plot. Matsui, an American of Japanese descent, had been operating under State Department cover as an attaché at the embassy. The intrigue, according to Sihanouk, began in September 1, 1958 at a SEATO meeting in Thailand and was carried a step further later that month in New York when he visited the United Nations. While Sihanouk was away in Washington for a few days, a member of his delegation, Slat Pia, held several conferences with Americans in his New York hotel room which he did not mention to any of his fellow delegates. Slat Pia, it happened, was a close friend of Victor Matsui and was the brother of General Dap Chhuan. In the aftermath of the aborted conspiracy, Slat Pia was executed for treason. Happy face, Sihanouk was struck by the bitter irony of the circumstance that while the CIA was plotting against him in New York, he was in Washington being honored by President Eisenhower with a 21-gun salute. Happy face, in a similar vein, several years later, President Kennedy assured Sihanouk on his honor that the United States had played no role in the affairs of the Khmer Saray. I considered President Kennedy to be an honorable man, wrote Sihanouk, but, in that case, who really represented the American government? The Cambodian leader has attested to several other plots he lays at the doorstep of the CIA. Amongst these was a 1959 effort to murder him which was foiled when the police picked a nervous young man, Ratvat by name, out of a crowd surrounding Sihanouk. He was found to be carrying a hand grenade and a pistol. Investigation showed, writes Sihanouk, that the would-be assassin was instigated by the CIA and the Khmer Saray. Happy Face, Sihanouk also cites 3 incidents occurring in 1963, an attempt to blow up a car carrying him and the visiting president of China, Liu Shaoqi, an attempt to smuggle arms into Cambodia in a number of crates addressed to the U.S. Embassy, and a partially successful venture aimed at sabotaging the Cambodian economy and subverting key government personnel through the setting up of a bank in Phnom Penh. On November 20 of the same year, 2 days before the assassination of John F. Kennedy, the Cambodian National Congress, at Sihanouk's initiative, voted to end all aid granted by the United States in the military, economic, technical, and cultural fields. It was perhaps without precedent that a country receiving American aid voluntarily repudiated it. But Sihanouk held strong feelings on the subject. Over the years he had frequently recited from his register of complaints about American aid to Cambodia, how it subverted and corrupted Cambodian officials and businessmen who wound up constituting a clientele necessarily obedient to the demands of the lavish bestower of foreign funds, and how the aid couldn't be used for state institutions, only private enterprise, nor, as mentioned earlier, used against attacks by U.S. allies. After some American bombings of Cambodian villages near the South Vietnam border in pursuit of North Vietnamese and Viet Cong, the Cambodian government, in October 1, 1964, announced that in case of any new violation of 150 I. Cambodia 1955-1973. Cambodian territory by U.S. ground, air, or naval forces, Cambodia will immediately sever diplomatic relations with the United States. The government did just that the following May when American planes bombarded several villages, killing or wounding dozens of peasants. This incident may have been the immediate incitement to breaking relations, but, as we have seen, discontent between the two countries had been simmering for some time. The pattern over the next few years, as the war in Indochina intensified, was one of repeated forays into Cambodian territory by American, Saigon, and Khmer Saray forces in search of communist supply lines and sanctuaries along the Ho Chi Minh Trail, bombing and strafing, napalming, and placing landmines, with varying numbers of Cambodian civilian casualties, angry accusations by the Cambodian government, followed on occasion by an American apology, promise of an investigation and the taking of measures to prevent any recurrence of such incidents. Sihanouk did not at all relish the intrusions into Cambodia by the Vietnamese communists, nor was he wholly or consistently antagonistic to American pursuit of them, particularly when there was no loss of Cambodian lives. On at least one occasion he disclosed the location of communist bases, which were promptly bombed by the U.S. However, Sihanouk then went on the radio and proceeded to denounce the bombings. Degree opportunist that he often revealed himself to be, Sihanouk was nonetheless truly caught between the devil and the deep blue sea, and by the late 1960s his predicament had compelled him to resume American aid and re-establish diplomatic relations with the United States. Despite all the impulsiveness of his personality and policies, Sihanouk's neutralist high-wire balancing act did successfully shield his country from the worst of the devastation that was sweeping through the land and people of Vietnam and Laos. Cambodia had its own communist insurgents, the Khmer Rouge, who surely would have unleashed a full-scale civil war if faced with a Cambodian government nestled comfortably in the American camp. This is precisely what later came to pass following the overthrow of Sihanouk and his replacement by the pro-American Lon Nol. In March 1969, the situation began to change dramatically. Under the new American president, Richard Nixon, and National Security Affairs Advisor Henry Kissinger, the isolated and limited attacks across the Cambodian border became sustained, large-scale B-52 bombings, carpet bombings, in the euphemistic language so dear to the hearts of military men. Over the next 14 months, no less than 3,630 B-52 bombing raids were flown over Cambodia. To escape the onslaught, the Vietnamese communists moved their bases further inside the country. The B-52s of course followed, with a concomitant increase in civilian casualties. The Nixon administration artfully played down the nature and extent of these bombings, going so far as to falsify military records, and was largely successful in keeping it all a secret from the American public, the press, and Congress. 22 Not until 1973, in the midst of the Watergate revelations, did a fuller story begin to emerge. 151. It was frequently argued that the United States had every right to attack Cambodia because of its use as a sanctuary by America's foes in Vietnam. Apropos of this claim, William Shawcross has pointed out that during the Algerian War of Independence the United States rejected France's claimed right to attack a Tunisian town inhabited by Algerian guerrillas, and in 1964 Adlai Stevenson, at the UN, condemned Britain for assaulting a Yemeni town used as a base by insurgents attacking Aden. Even Israel had frequently been criticized by the United States for attacks on enemy bases outside its territory. Happy face. On 1 March 8, 1970, Sihanouk, while on a trip abroad, was deposed as head of state by two of his leading ministers, Lon Nol and Sirik Madhok. To what extent, if any, the United States played a direct role in the coup has not been established, but there are circumstances and testimony pointing to American complicity, among which are the following. According to Frank Snepp, the CIA's principal political analyst in Vietnam at this time, in early 1970 the agency was cultivating both Lon Nol and Sun Ngoc Ton, leader of the Khmer Rouge, as possible replacements for Sihanouk. The CIA believed, he says, that if Lon Nol came to power, he would welcome the United States with open arms and we would accomplish everything. Both men, as matters turned out, served as prime minister in the new government, for which diplomatic recognition was immediately forthcoming from Washington. The United States could seemingly also rely on Sirik Madhok, a committed anti-communist who had been profiled by the Pentagon's Defense Intelligence Agency as a friend of the West and cooperative with U.S. officials during the 1950s. Happy face. Investigative journalist Seymour Hersh, in his biographic work on Kissinger, states that Sihanouk's immediate overthrow had been for years a high priority of the Green Berets reconnaissance units operating inside Cambodia since the late 1960s. There is also incontrovertible evidence that Lon Nol was approached by agents of American military intelligence in 1969 and asked to overthrow the Sihanouk government. Sihanouk made similar charges in his 1973 memoir, My War with the CIA, but they were not taken seriously then. Throughout the period surrounding the coup, writes William Shawcross, various United States agencies were in touch with Lon Nol and Sirik Madhok and their associates. Happy face. An opponent of Sihanouk, Pram Das, who became a minister in the new government, has said that whether Lon Nol had specific promises of 152. Cambodia 1955–1973. American help before the coup is unimportant, we all just knew that the United States would help us. There had been many stories of CIA approaches and offers before then. The CIA's intimate links to the conspiratorial circle are exemplified by an agency report prepared 6 days before the coup, entitled Indications of Possible Coup in Phnom Penh. It disclosed that anti-communist demonstrations against the Viet Cong and North Vietnamese embassies in the capital the previous day had been planned by Sirik Madhok and Nol as part of a showdown policy against Sihanouk and his followers, and that the two men had put the army on alert to prepare for a coup against Sihanouk if Sihanouk refused to support them. General William Rawson, deputy to General Creighton Abrams, the commander of U.S. forces in Vietnam at the time, has declared that American commanders were informed several days beforehand that a coup was being planned and that United States support was solicited. Happy face. Roger Morris, who was serving under Henry Kissinger on the National Security Council staff when the coup took place, reported that it was clear in the White House that the CIA station in Phnom Penh knew the plotters well, probably knew their plans, and did nothing to alert Sihanouk. They informed Washington well in advance of the coup. William Shawcross asserts that had Sihanouk returned quickly and calmly to Phnom Penh he would most likely have been able to avert disaster. That he did not do so may not have been by chance. Frank Snepp has revealed that the agency exacerbated the crisis by throwing up misinformation. It persuaded Sihanouk's mother, the Queen, to send a message to her son abroad reassuring him that the situation was not serious enough to warrant his return. After this, the CIA disseminated worldwide the idea that there was absolutely no chance of Sihanouk returning, although what form this took was not explained. Happy face. With Sihanouk and his irritating neutralism no longer an obstacle, American military wheels began to spin. Within hours of the coup, U.S. and South Vietnam forces stationed in border districts were directed to establish communication with Cambodian commanders on the other side and take steps toward military cooperation. The next day, the Cambodian army called in an American spotter plane and South Vietnamese artillery during a sweep of a Viet Cong sanctuary by a battalion of Cambodian troops inside Cambodia. The New York Times declared that the battle appeared to be the most determined Cambodian effort yet to drive the Viet Cong out of border areas. Happy face. The Great Cambodian War had begun. It was to persist for 5 terrible years. Before long, the enemy confronting the United States and its Saigon and Phnom Penh allies was not simply the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong. The Cambodian Communists, the Khmer Rouge, had entered the conflict, as had sundry Cambodian supporters of Prince Sihanouk. In an effort to enlist peasant 153 support, Lon Nol exploited the Cambodians' traditional fear and hatred of Vietnamese by unleashing a bloodbath against the many ethnic Vietnamese in the country, branding them all as Viet Cong ***. On April 30, 1970, the first full-scale American invasion of the new war was launched. It produced a vast outcry of protest in the United States, rocking university campuses from coast to coast. Perhaps even more extraordinary were the angry resignations of 4 men from Henry Kissinger's National Security Council staff, including Roger Morris. Happy face. William Shawcross has vividly captured one aspect of the invasion. All that day United States and South Vietnamese troops, tanks, and planes churned across the earth and the air into the provinces of Ratnakiri, Mondulkiri, Kampong Cham and Svay Rian. Reporters flying westward by helicopter to cover the invasion noticed that the unmarked border was easily discerned. On the South Vietnamese side the buffalo grazed calmly, well used to the noise of the war above and around them. In Cambodia the animals ran into each other and scattered, terrified. Happy face. By the end of May, scores of villages were reduced to rubble and ashes by U.S. air power, hundreds of innocent civilians had been bombed, burned, and machine-gunned to death by American and Saigon troops. The long train of Cambodian refugees had begun their march. By autumn, Cambodia's traditional economy had almost vanished. 3 years and 100,000 tons of bombs later, January 27, 1973 to be precise, an agreement was signed in Paris putting an end to a decade of American warfare in Vietnam. The bombing of Cambodia, however, continued. Prior to the Paris Agreement, the official position of the Nixon administration, repeatedly asserted, was that the sole purpose of bombing Cambodia was to protect American lives in Vietnam. Yet now, the U.S. not only did not cease the bombing, it increased it, in a last desperate attempt to keep the Khmer Rouge from coming to power. During March, April, and May, the tonnage of bombs unloosed over Cambodia was more than double that of the entire previous year. The old Cambodia was being destroyed forever. It does appear rather ludicrous, in the light of this application of brute force, that the CIA was at the same time carrying out the most subtle of psychological tactics. As an example, to spread dissatisfaction about the exiled Sihanouk amongst the Cambodian peasantry who revered him, a CIA sound engineer, using sophisticated electronics, fashioned an excellent counterfeit of the prince's distinctive voice and manner of speaking, breathless, high-pitched, and full of giggles. This voice was beamed from a clandestine radio station in Laos with messages artfully designed to offend any good Khmer. In one of the broadcasts, Sihanouk exhorted young women to aid the cause by sleeping with the valiant Viet Cong. In a farewell press conference in September, 1973, the American ambassador. 154. Cambodia 1955–1973. To Cambodia, Emery Swank, called what had taken place there Indochina's most useless war. Later, Californian Congressman Pete McCloskey, following a visit to Cambodia, had harsher words. He was moved to declare that what the United States had done to the country is greater evil that we have done to any country in the world, and wholly without reason, except for our own benefit to fight against the Vietnamese. Incredibly, the victorious Khmer Rouge were later to inflict yet more misery upon that unhappy land, although, knowing what we do of the CIA's extraordinary ability to orchestrate world news coverage, what former agency official Frank Wisner proudly referred to as his mighty Wurlitzer, we have to approach the claims of the extent of Khmer Rouge mass executions with caution. To the CIA, the issue was a natural. Most ironically, the United States later wound up supporting the Khmer Rouge, both at the United Nations and in the field, in their struggle with the Vietnamese. 21 Laos 1957–1973 L'Armée clandestine. For the past 2 years the U.S. has carried out one of the most sustained bombing campaigns in history against essentially civilian targets in northeastern Laos. Operating from Thai bases and from aircraft carriers, American jets have destroyed the great majority of villages and towns in the northeast. Severe casualties have been inflicted upon the inhabitants. Refugees from the plain of Jars report they were bombed almost daily by American jets last year. They say they spent most of the past 2 years living in caves or holes. Far Eastern Economic Review, Hong Kong, 1970. Tum to warfare because of their experiences in working within the system. In 1957 the Pathet Lao held 2 ministerial posts in the coalition government of National Union. This was during John Foster Dulles' era, and if there was anything the fanatic Secretary of State hated more than neutralism, it was a coalition with communists. This government featured both. There could be little other reason for the development of the major American intervention into this impoverished and primitive land of peasants. The American ambassador to Laos at the time, J. Graham Parsons, was to admit later, "I struggled for 16 months to prevent a coalition." In addition to its demand for inclusion in the coalition government, the Pathet Lao had called for diplomatic relations with the countries of the Soviet bloc and the acceptance of aid from them. Agreement to these conditions, said Washington, would have given the Communists their most significant gains in Southeast Asia since the partition of Indochina. Others would say that the Pathet Lao's conditions were simply what neutralism is all about. In May 1958, the Pathet Lao and other leftists, running a campaign based on government corruption and indifference, won 13 of 21 contested seats for the National Assembly and wound up controlling more than 1/3 of the new legislature. 2 months later, however, Prime Minister Suvarna Phumma, a man universally categorized as a neutralist, resigned to form a new government which would exclude the Pathet Lao ministers. Then, in January 1959, the non-left majority in the National Assembly voted, in effect, to dissolve the assembly in order to counteract communist influence and subversion. The left was now altogether excluded from the government, and the elections scheduled for December were cancelled. If this wasn't enough to disenchant the Pathet Lao or anyone else with the Laotian political process, there was, in the late 1950s and early 1960s, the spectacle of a continuous parade of coups and counter-coups, of men overthrown winding up in the new government, regimes headed by men who had sided with the French in their war against Indochinese independence, government-rigged elections, with the CIA stuffing ballot boxes, different regimes come. Warlords governing simultaneously from different capitals, their armies fighting each other, switching allies and enemies when it suited them, hundreds of millions of US dollars pouring into a tiny kingdom which was 99% agricultural, with an economy based more on barter than money. the result being unimaginable bribery, graft, currency manipulation, and waste. The CIA and the State Department alone could take credit for engineering coups, through force, bribery, or other pressures, at least once in each of the years 1958, 1959, and 1960, if not in others. By merely withholding the monthly payment to the troops, wrote Roger Hilsman, The United States. 156. Laos 1957 to 1973. Could create the conditions for toppling any Lao government whose policies it opposed. As it turned out, in fact, the United States used this weapon twice to bring down the government of one Lao leader and to break the will of another. The American wheeling and dealing centered around giving power to the CIA's hand-picked rightist strongman Phumi Nosavan, ousting Savannah Phuma and other neutralists, and jailing Pathet Lao leaders, including the movement's head, Suphanavong. Suphanavong insisted that neither he nor the Pathet Lao were communist, but were rather ultranationalist. Crucial to understanding his statements, of course, is the question of exactly what he meant by the term communist. This is not clear, but neither is it clear what the State Department meant when it referred to him as such. Semantics aside, the Pathet Lao were the only sizable group in the country serious about social change. In August 1, 960, Kong Le, a military officer with his own troop following, staged a coup and set up a neutralist government under Savannah Phuma, rejecting Pathet Lao help. But when this government became a casualty of a CIA coup in December, Kong Le allied himself with the Pathet Lao. Later he turned to the United States for aid and fought against the Pathet Lao. Such was the way of the Laotian circus. No study of Laos of this period appears to have had notable success in untangling the muddle of who exactly replaced whom, and when, and how, and why. After returning from Laos, writer Norman Cousins stated in 196.1 that if you want to get a sense of the universe unraveling, come to Laos. Complexity such as this has to be respected. One thing that comes through unambiguously, however, is the determination of the CIA and the State Department to save Laos from communism and neutralism. To this end, the CIA set about creating its famous Armée clandestine, a process begun by the U.S. Army in the mid-1950s when it organized Mio Hill tribesmen. Over the years, other peoples of Laos were added, reaching as many as 40,000 in the mid-1960s, 15,000 of them more or less full-time soldiers. 15,000 more from Thailand. Hundreds of other Asians came on board. South Vietnamese, Filipinos, Taiwanese, South Koreans, men who had received expert training from their American mentors in their home countries, now being recycled. An army, said the New York Times, armed, equipped, fed, paid, guided, strategically and tactically, and often transported into and out of action by the United States. Trained and augmented by the CIA, by men of every branch of the U.S. military with their multiple specialties, the many pilots of the CIA's Air America, altogether some 2,000 Americans in and over Laos, and thousands more Americans in Asia helping with the logistics. A secret army, secret, that is, from the American people and Congress. U.S. military personnel were there under various covers, some as civilians in mufti, having resigned from the service for the occasion and been hired by a private company created by the CIA, others served as embassy attaches, CIA pilots. 157. Were officially under contract to the Agency for International Development. Americans who were killed in Laos were reported to have died in Vietnam. All this in addition to the official government forces, the Royal Laotian Army, greatly expanded and totally paid for by the U.S. government as well. 8. Laos was an American plantation, a CIA playground. During the 1960s, the agency roamed over much of the land at will, building an airstrip, a hangar or a base here, a warehouse, barracks, or a radar site there, relocating thousands of people, entire villages, whole tribes, to suit strategic military needs, recruiting warriors through money and / or the threat or use of force and / or promises of independent kingdoms which it had no intention of fulfilling, and then keeping them fighting long beyond the point when they wished to stop. Happy face. The legendary pilots of Air America roamed far and wide as well, hard drinking, daredevil flying, death defying, great stories to tell the guys back home. If you survived carrot at the same time, the hearts and minds of the Laotian people, at least of those who could read, were not overlooked. The U.S. Information Agency was there to put out a magazine with a circulation of 43,000, this, in a country where the circulation of the largest newspaper was 3,300, there were as well USIA wall newspapers, films, leaflet drops, and radio programs. In the face of it all, the Pathet Lao more than held their own. The CIA was overextended, and, unlike the motley band of Asians assembled by the agency, the soldiers of the Pathet Lao had some idea of what they were fighting. 4. The Soviet Union, aware of what the United States was doing in Laos, even if Americans were not, acceded to a Cold War near reflex by sending military supplies to the Pathet Lao, though nothing on the order of the U.S. commitment. Beginning in the early 1960s, the North Vietnamese were aiding them as well. Hanoi's overriding interest in Laos was not necessarily the creation of a communist state, but the prevention of a belligerent government on its border. In January 1, 1996, IHE New York Times reported that many Western diplomats in Vientiane feel the communists would have been content to leave Laos alone provided she remained neutral and outside the United States' sphere of influence. Hanoi was concerned not only by the American political and military operations in Laos, but by the actions of U.S. Special Forces teams which were entering North Vietnam to engage in espionage, sabotage, and assassination. And by the bombings of the country being carried out by the U.S. Air Force. At a time when the war in South Vietnam was still but a shadow of what was to come. Later, as the wars in Vietnam and Laos became intertwined. Laos formed part of the Ho Chi Minh Trail, the principal route by which Hanoi supplied its comrades in South Vietnam, and the North Vietnamese fought to protect it as well as attacking American radar installations in Laos used to aid U.S. bombing of North Vietnam. The nature and extent of North Vietnam's aid to the Pathet Lao before this period is difficult to ascertain from Western sources, because such charges. 58. Laos 1957 to 1973. Typically emanated from the Laotian government or the State Department, and their credibility on the subject is questionable. On a number of occasions, their report of a North Vietnamese military operation in Laos turned out to be a fabrication. William Lederer and Eugene Burdick, in A Nation of Sheep, summarized one of these non-events. In the summer of 1959, the people of the United States were led to believe that Laos physically had been invaded by foreign communist troops from across its northern border. Our Secretary of State called the situation grave, our ambassador to the UN called for world action, our press carried scare headlines, our senior naval officer implied armed intervention and was seconded by ranking congressmen. The entire affair was a fraud. No military invasion of Laos had taken place. There seemed no doubt that a war embracing thousands of troops, tanks, planes, and mass battles, was raging. Regardless of how the accounts were worded, this was the picture given the nation. Happy face, it had all been a ploy to induce Congress not to reduce aid for Laos. Something seriously being considered because of the pervasive corruption which had been exposed concerning the aid program. Happy face, the Laotian government and the large American establishment in Laos, each for their own reasons, were not about to let the golden goose slip away that easily. On the last day of 1960, the Laotian government announced to the world that 7 battalions of North Vietnamese troops had invaded the country. By all accounts, and by the utter lack of evidence, this claim as well cannot be taken seriously. Happy face, and in 1962, reported Bernard Fall, the renowned French scholar on Indochina, after a battle between government forces and the Pathet Lao, in spite of the fact that Col. Edwin Elder, the American commander in the area of the battle, immediately stated that there was no evidence to show that Chinese or like commuters by Air America, whose entire helicopter operation was based in Udom. Happy Face, Air America, by the early 1970s, had no less than 4,000 employees in Thailand. Thus it was that the fighting dragged on, though only sporadically. In April 1964, the coalition government, such as it was overthrown by the right wing, with the CIA's Manfumi Nosavan emerging as part of a rightist government headed by the perennial survivor Savannah Phuma. To give it a neutralist fig leaf. The Pathet Lao were once again left out in the cold. For them it was the very last straw. The fighting greatly intensified, the skirmishes were now war, the Pathet Lao offensive soon scored significant advances. Then the American bombing began. Between 1965 and 1973, more than 2 million tons of bombs rained down upon the people of Laos. Considerably more than the US had dropped on both Germany and Japan during the Second World War, albeit for a shorter period. For the first few years, the bombing was directed primarily at the provinces controlled by the Pathet Lao. Of the bombing, Fred Branfman, a former American community worker in Laos, wrote, "Village after village was leveled, countless people burned alive by high explosives, or burned alive by napalm and white phosphorus, or riddled by anti-personnel bomb pellets." Happy Face, the United States has undertaken, said a Senate report, a large-scale air war over Laos to destroy the physical and social infrastructure of Pathet Lao-held areas and to interdict North Vietnamese infiltration. Throughout all this there has been a policy of subterfuge and secrecy. Through such things as saturation bombing and the forced evacuation of population from enemy-held or threatened areas we have helped to create untold agony for hundreds of thousands of villagers. Happy Face, the American military, however, kept proper records. Aid could report to Congress that wounds suffered by civilian war casualties were as follows. 1 type, soft tissue, 39%. Compound fracture, 30%. Amputation, 12%. Intra-abdominal, 10%. Intrathoracic, 3%. Intracranial, 1%. To location, lower extremities, 60%. Upper extremities, 15%. Trunk, 18%. Head, 7%. 160. Laos 1957 to 1973. The fledgling society that the United States was trying to make extinct, the CIA dropped millions of dollars in forged Pathet Lao currency as well, in an attempt to wreck the economy. Was one which Fred Branfman described thus. The Pathet Lao rule over the plain of jars begun in May 1, 964 brought its people into a post-colonial era. For the first time they were taught pride in their country and people, instead of admiration for a foreign culture. Schooling and massive adult literacy campaigns were conducted in Laotian instead of French, and mild but thorough social revolution ranging from land reform to greater equality for women was instituted. Beginning in the late 1960s, the Ho Chi Minh Trail in southern Laos became the principal target of American bombing, though the people of the north were still hurting. In October 197 for example, one could read in The Guardian of London. Although U.S. officials deny it vehemently, ample evidence exists to confirm charges that the Mio villages that do try to find their own way out of the war, even if it is simply by staying neutral and refusing to send their 3-year-olds to fight in the CIA army, are immediately denied American rice and transport, and ultimately bombed by the U.S. Air Force. Following on the heels of events in Vietnam, a ceasefire was arrived at in Laos in 1973, and yet another attempt at coalition government. Laos had become a land of nomads, without villages, without farms, a generation of refugees, hundreds of thousands dead, many more maimed. When the U.S. Air Force closed down its radio station, it signed off with the message, "Goodbye and see you next war." Thus it was that the worst of Washington's fears had come to pass. All of Indochina, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos had fallen to the Communists. During the initial period of U.S. involvement in Indochina in the 1950s, John Foster Dulles, Dwight Eisenhower, and others regularly issued doomsday pronouncements of the type known as the domino theory, warning that if Indochina should fall, other nations in Asia would topple over as well. In one instance, President Eisenhower listed no less than Taiwan, Australia, New Zealand, the Philippines, and Indonesia amongst the anticipated falling dominoes. Such warnings were repeated periodically over the next decade by succeeding administrations and other supporters of U.S. policy in Indochina as a key argument in defense of such policy. The fact that these ominous predictions have turned out to have no basis in reality has not deterred Washington officialdom from promulgating the same dogma to the present day about almost each new world trouble spot, testimony to their unshakable faith in the existence and interworkings of the international communist conspiracy. 161. 22 Haiti 1959, the Marines land again. Duvalier has performed an economic miracle, remarked a Haitian of his country's dictator. He has taught us to live without money, to eat without food, to live without life. Carrot. And when Duvalier's voodoo magic wore thin, he could always turn to the U.S. Marines to continue his people's education. During the night of 1–1 August 3, 1959, a boat landed on the northern coast of Haiti with a reported 30 men, Haitians and Cubans and perhaps others, aboard. The men had set sail from Cuba some 50 miles away. Their purpose was to overthrow the tyrannical Haitian government, a regime whose secret police, it was said, outnumbered its army. In short order, the raiding party, equipped with heavy weapons, captured a small army post and began to recruit and arm villagers for the cause. The government reported that about 200 persons had joined them. Haitian exiles in Venezuela, in an apparently coordinated effort, broadcast appeals to their countrymen to aid the invaders. They set at 120 the number of men who had landed in Haiti, although this appears to be an exaggeration. Asterisk. The initial reaction of the Duvalier government was one of panic, and the police began rounding up opposition sympathizers. It was at this point that the U.S. military mission, in Haiti to train Duvalier's forces, stepped in. The Americans instituted an air and sea reconnaissance to locate the rebels. Haitian soldiers, accompanied by U.S. Marines, were airlifted to the area and went into the field to do battle with them. 2 other U.S. Navy planes and a helicopter arrived from Puerto Rico. According to their commander, Col. Robert Debs Heinel, Jr., the American Marines took part in the fighting, which lasted until 22 August. The outcome was a complete rout of the rebel forces. Information about the men who came from Cuba derives almost exclusively from the Haitian government and the American mission. These sources claim that the raiding party was composed of about 30 men and that, with the exception of 1 or 2 Haitians who led them, they were all Cubans. Another report, referred to in the New York Times, stated that there were 10 Haitians and 2 Venezuelans amongst the 30 invaders. The latter ratio is probably closer to the truth, for there was a considerable number of Haitian exiles living in Cuba, many of whom had gained military experience during the revolution. For obvious reasons of international politics and fighting incentive, such men. 162. Haiti, 1959. Were the most likely candidates to be part of an invasion of their homeland. The Castro government readily admitted that the raiding party had come from Cuba but denied that the government had known or approved of it. This claim would seem rather hollow were it not for the fact that the Cuban Coast Guard had thwarted a similar undertaking in April. The first members of the American military mission had arrived in Haiti in January, largely in response to another invasion attempt the previous July. Regardless of all the horror stories about the Haitian regime such as the one Col. Heinel tells of his 12-year-old son being arrested when he was overheard expressing sympathy for a group of hungry peasants he saw Duvalier was Washington's man. After all was said and done, he could be counted upon to keep his black nation, which was usually accorded the honor of being Latin America's poorest, from turning red. 23 Guatemala 1961 good coup deserves another. In November 1960, as John F. Kennedy was preparing to succeed Dwight Eisenhower, the obsessive priority of American foreign policy to invade Cuba proceeded without pause. On the beaches and in the jungles of Guatemala, Nicaragua, and Florida, the Bays of Pigs invasion was being rehearsed. On the 13th of the month, 5 days after Kennedy's victory, Guatemalan military personnel broke out in armed rebellion against the government of General Miguel Ydígoras Fuentes, seizing 2 military bases and the port city of Puerto Barrios. Reports of the number of officers involved in the uprising vary from 45 to 120, the latter figure representing almost half the Guatemalan Army's officer corps. The officers commanded as many as 3,000 troops, a significant percentage of the armed forces. Their goals, it later developed, were more nationalistic than ideological. The officers were fed up with the corruption in the Ydígoras regime and in the army, and were particularly incensed about the use of their country by a foreign power as a springboard for an invasion of Cuba. Some of them admired Castro for his nationalist policies. One of the dissident officers later characterized the American training base in Guatemala as a shameful violation of our national sovereignty. And why was it permitted? Because our government is a puppet. The rebellion was crushed within a matter of days, reportedly by the sole power of the Guatemalan Air Force. Some years later, a truer picture was to emerge. 163. The rebels were a force to be reckoned with. The ease with which they had taken over the 2 garrisons and the real possibility of their mutiny spreading to other bases set alarms ringing at the CIA base, a large coffee plantation in a remote comer of southwestern Guatemala, where the agency and the U.S. Air Force were training the army of Cuban exiles who were to launch the attack upon their homeland. The CIA feared, and rightly so, that a new regime would send them, the Cubans, and the whole operation packing. In Washington, President Eisenhower ordered U.S. naval and air units to patrol the Caribbean coast and shoot if necessary to prevent any communist-led invasion of Guatemala or Nicaragua. Eisenhower, HKE Ydígoras, saw the hand of international communism, particularly Cuba, behind the uprising, although no evidence of this was ever presented. It was almost ironic in light of the fact that it was the conspiracy of the 2 leaders to overthrow Cuba that was one of the reasons for the uprising. And that the U.S. naval fleet ordered into action was deployed from Guantanamo Naval Base in Cuba, an American military installation present in that country against the vociferous objections of the Cuban government. In Guatemala, meanwhile, the CIA decided upon a solution to the dilemma that was remarkably simple and close at hand. American and Cuban pilots took off from their training ground and bombed and strafed rebel headquarters outside Guatemala City, and bombed the town and airfield of Puerto Barrios. Caught completely by surprise, and defenseless against this superior force, the rebels' insurrection collapsed. Asterisk. Back at the coffee plantation, the CIA resumed the function which had been so rudely interrupted, the preparation for the overthrow of the Cuban government. No announcement about the bombings was made in Washington, nor did a report appear in the American press. The CIA actions were probably not widely known about in Guatemala either, but it became public knowledge that President Ydígoras had asked Washington for the naval and air support, and had even instructed the Guatemalan ambassador in Washington to get in touch immediately with Thomas Mann to coordinate your action. Thus it was that the Guatemalan president, needing afterward to distance himself a little from so much Yankee protection, was moved to state that countries like Guatemala are at a disadvantage because Cuba is a satellite of powerful Russia, but we are not a satellite of the United States. The final irony was that some of the dissident officers who went into hiding became more radicalized by their experience. During their revolt they had spumed offers of support from some of the peasants, though this would necessarily have been very limited in any case because fighting for social change was not at all what the officers had in mind at the time. But as fugitives, they were moved by the peasants' pressing need for land and for a way out of. 164. Guatemala 1960. their miserable existence. In 1962, several of the officers were to emerge as leaders of a guerrilla movement which incorporated November 13 as part of its name. In their opening statement, the guerrillas declared, "Democracy vanished from our country long ago. No people can live in a country where there is no democracy. That is why the demand for changes is mounting in our country. We can no longer carry on in this way. We must overthrow the Adiguras government and set up a government which represents human rights, seeks ways and means to save our country from its hardships, and pursues a serious self-respecting foreign policy." A simple sentiment, stated even simpler, but, as we shall see, a movement fated to come up against the wishes of the United States. For if Washington could casually do away with an elected government in Guatemala, it could be moved by a guerrilla army only as rocks by waves or the moon by howling wolves. 24 France/Algeria 1960s L'État, c'est la CIA. When John F. Kennedy assumed office in January 1961, he was confronted with the CIA at the zenith of its power and credibility. In the agency's first 14 years, no formal congressional investigation of it had taken place, nor had any watchdog committee been established. 4 investigations by independent task forces during this period had ensured that everything relating to things covered remained just that, with the exception of the U-2 incident the year before. No page 1 embarrassments, scandals, or known failures. What had received a measure of publicity, the coups in Guatemala and Iran, were widely regarded as CIA success stories. It is probable that the CIA had more staff officers overseas, under official and unofficial covers, than the State Department, and this in addition to its countless paid agents. Often the CIA chief of station had been in a particular country longer than the American ambassador, had more money at his disposal, and exerted more influence. When it suited their purposes, agency officers would completely bypass the ambassador and normal protocol to deal directly with the country's head of state and other high officials. The CIA had its own military capabilities, including its own air force, for all intents and purposes, its own foreign service with, indeed, its own foreign policy, though never at cross purposes with fundamental U.S. Cold War, anti-communist ideology and goals. 165. It was all very heady stuff for the officers of the CIA, playing their men's games with their boys' toys. They recognized scarcely any limitation upon their freedom of action. British colonial governors they were, and all the world was India. Then, in mid-April, came the disaster at the Bay of Pigs in Cuba. The international repercussions had barely begun to subside, when the CIA was again catapulted into world headlines. On April 22, 4 French generals in Algeria seized power in an attempt to maintain the country's union with France. THQ Putsch, which held out but 4 days, was a direct confrontation to French President Charles de Gaulle, who had dramatically proclaimed a policy leading not to an Algeria governed from France, but to an Algerian Algeria. The next day, the leftist Italian newspaper, Il Paese, stated that it is not by chance some people in Paris are accusing the American Secret Service headed by Allen Dulles of having participated in the plot of the 4 ultra generals. Whether / Paese was the original source of this charge remains a mystery. Dulles himself later wrote that the Italian daily was one of the first to launch it. He expressed the opinion that this particular myth was a communist plant, pure and simple. The New York Times reported that the rumors apparently began circulating by word of mouth on the day OHHE Putsch. A report echoed by the Washington Star, which added that some of the rumors were launched by minor officials at the Élysée Palace itself, who gave reporters to understand that the general's plot was backed by strongly anti-communist elements in the United States government and military services. Whatever its origins, the story spread rapidly around the world, and the French Foreign Office refused to refute the allegation. Le Monde asserted in a front-page editorial on April 28 that the behavior of the United States during the recent crisis was not particularly skillful. It seems established that American agents more or less encouraged Chala Putsch. President Kennedy, of course, knew nothing of all this. Reports from all sources were in agreement that if the CIA had indeed been involved in the putsch, it had been so for two reasons: 1, the concern that if Algeria were granted its independence, communists would soon come to power, being those in the ranks of the National Liberation Front, which had been fighting the French army in Algeria for several years. The legendary Battle of Algiers, it was with the NLF that de Gaulle was expected to negotiate a settlement. 2, the hope that it would precipitate the downfall of de Gaulle, an end desired because the French president was a major stumbling block to U.S. plans to build an integrated military command under NATO. De Gaulle refused to incorporate French troops into the alliance. By all accounts, it appears that the rebel officers had counted on support from important military and civilian quarters in France to extend the rebellion to the home country and overthrow de Gaulle. Fanciful as this may sound, the fact remains that the French government took the possibility seriously. French Premier Michel de Bressuix went on television to warn the nation of an imminent paratroop invasion of the Paris area and to urge mass opposition. 166. France/Algeria J960s. Reaction in the American press to the allegations had an unmistakable motley quality. Washington Post columnist Marquis Childs said that the French were so shocked by the general's coup that they had to find a scapegoat. At the same time, he quoted one of the highest officials of the French government as saying, "Of course, your government, neither your State Department nor your president, had anything to do with this. But when you have so many hundreds of agents in every part of the world, it is not to be wondered at that some of them should have got in touch with the generals in Algiers." Time magazine discounted the story, saying too that the United States was being made a scapegoat and that the CIA had become a favorite target in recent weeks. James Reston wrote in the New York Times that the CIA was involved in an embarrassing liaison with the anti-Gaullist officers who staged last week's insurrection in Algiers. Increased the feeling in the White House that the CIA has gone beyond the bounds of an objective intelligence-gathering agency and has become the advocate of men and policies that have embarrassed the administration. However, C.L. Sulzberger, who had been the man at the New York Times closest to the CIA since its founding, stated flatly that no American in Algeria had to do with any insurrectional leader. No consular employee saw any rebel. The affair, wrote Sulzberger, was a deliberate effort to poison Franco-American relationships begun in Moscow but abetted by anti-American French officials and naive persons in Washington. When one checks, one finds all this began in a Moscow Izvestia article April 25. This last, as we have seen, was incorrect. Dean of American columnists, Walter Lippmann, who had seen de Gaulle in Paris shortly before the putsch, wrote, "The reason why the French government has not really exculpated the CIA of encouraging the Algerian rebel generals is that it was already so angry with the CIA for meddling in French internal politics. The French grievance, justified or not, has to do with recent French legislation for the French nuclear weapon, and the alleged effort of CIA agents to interfere with that legislation." Newsweek repeated the claim that it was French officials who had been the main sources of the rumors in the first place. When challenged by the American administration, the French denied their authorship and tended to soften the charges. Some French officials eventually declared the matter to be closed, though they still failed to explicitly rule out the allegations about American involvement. In Era May 1961, L'Express, the widely read French liberal weekly, published what was perhaps the first detailed account of the mysterious affair. 167. Their Algerian correspondent, Claude Crieff, reported, both in Paris and Washington the facts are now known, though they will never be publicly admitted. In private, the highest French personalities make no secret of it. What they say is this: the CIA played a direct part in the Algiers coup, and certainly weighed heavily on the decision taken by ex-General Challa to start his putsch. Not long before, Challa had held the position of NATO Commander-in-Chief, Allied Forces, Central Europe, as a result of which he had been in daily contact with U.S. military officers. Krief wrote that certain American officials in NATO and the Pentagon encouraged Challa, and that the general had had several meetings with CIA officers who told him that to get rid of de Gaulle would render the free world a great service. Krief noted that Challa, despite an overweening ambition, was very cautious and serious-minded. All the people who know him well are deeply convinced that he had been encouraged by the CIA to go ahead. At a luncheon in Washington the previous year, Jacques Soutelly, the former Governor-General of Algeria who had made public his disagreement with de Gaulle's Algeria policy, had met with CIA officials, including Richard Bissell, head of covert operations. Soutelly convinced the agency officials, according to Krief, that Algeria would become, through de Gaulle's blundering, a Soviet base. This luncheon became something of a cause célèbre in the speculation concerning the CIA's possible role. The New York Times and others reported that it had been given by the agency for Soutelly *. U.S. officials, however, insisted that the luncheon had been arranged by someone at the French embassy at Soutelly's request. This French official, they said, had been present throughout the meeting and thus there could have been no dark conspiracy. Why the French embassy would host a luncheon for a prominent and bitter foe of de Gaulle, a man who only 2 months earlier had been kicked out of de Gaulle's cabinet for his ultra sympathies, was not explained. Nor, for that matter, why in protocol-minded Washington of all places, the CIA would attend. In any event, it seems somewhat fatuous to imply that this was the only chance Soutelly and the CIA had to talk during his stay in the United States, which lasted more than a week. A clandestine meeting in Madrid also received wide currency within the controversy. Krief dates it April 12, 1961, and describes it as a meeting of various foreign agents, including members of the CIA and the Algiers conspirators, who disclosed their plans to the CIA men. The Americans were reported to have angrily complained that de Gaulle's policy was paralyzing NATO and rendering the defense of Europe impossible, and assured the generals that if they and their followers succeeded, Washington would recognize the new Algerian government within 48 hours. It may well be that the French government did have evidence of the CIA's involvement. But in the unnatural world of international diplomacy, this would 168. France/Algeria 1960s. Not necessarily lead to an unambiguous public announcement. Such a move could result in an open confrontation between France and the United States, a predicament both sides could be expected to take pains to avoid. Moreover, it would put the French in the position of having to do something about it. And what could they do? Breaking relations with the United States was not a realistic option, neither were the French in any position to retaliate economically or militarily. But French leaders were too angry to simply let the matter pass into obscurity. Thus, to complete the hypothetical scenario, they took the backdoor approach with all its shortcomings. In a similar vein, the Soviet Union knew about the American U-2 flights over its territory for years before making it public. The Soviets were not prepared to admit that they were unable to do anything about the incessant overhead espionage. And the United States knew that the Russians, for at least 1 year, were intercepting telephone calls in the U.S. of governmental and congressional officials, but said nothing publicly because it was unable to end the practice for technical reasons. Between 1958 and the middle of the 1960s, there occurred some 30 serious assassination attempts upon the life of Charles de Gaulle, in addition to any number of planned attempts which didn't advance much beyond the planning stage. A world record for a head of state, it is said. In at least one of the attempts, the CIA may have been a co-conspirator. In 1975, the Chicago Tribune featured a story on page 1 which read in part, "Congressional leaders have been told of Central Intelligence Agency involvement in a plot by French dissidents to assassinate the late French President Charles de Gaulle." Within the last 2 weeks, a CIA representative disclosed sketchy details of the scheme. Sometime in the mid-1960s, probably in 1965 or 1966, dissidents in the de Gaulle government are said to have made contact with the CIA to seek help in a plot to murder the French leader. Which party instigated the contact was not clear. According to the CIA briefing officer, discussions were held on how best to eliminate de Gaulle, who by then had become a thorn in the side of the Johnson administration because of his ouster of American military bases from French soil and his demands that United States forces be withdrawn from the Indochina War. Thus the following plan is said to have evolved after discussions between CIA personnel and the dissident French. There is, however, no evidence the plot got beyond the talking stage. A hired assassin, armed with a poison ring, was to be slipped into a crowd of old soldiers of France when General de Gaulle was to be the host at a reception for them. The killer would make his appearance late in the day when it could be presumed de Gaulle's hand would be weary and perhaps even numb from shaking hundreds of hands. The assassin would clasp the general's hand in lethal friendship and de Gaulle would fail to detect the tiny pinprick of poison as it penetrated his flesh. The executioner would stroll off to become lost in the crowd as the poison began coursing through de Gaulle's veins either to his heart or brain, depending on the deadly poison used. How quickly death would come was 169. Not divulged, if that was even discussed at the time. In the outline presented to the congressional leaders, there is no hint of what the CIA's actual role might have been had the plot reached fruition. The dissidents involved in the alleged plot were embittered French army officers and former Algerian settlers who still bore deep resentment toward de Gaulle for having sold out French honor by his retreat from the North African colony. There was no mention in the reported CIA testimony about any involvement of Lyndon Johnson, although it was well known that there was no love lost between Johnson and de Gaulle. The French leader was firmly convinced that the United States was behind the failure of his trip to South America in 1964. He believed that the CIA had used its network of agents in South America to prevent a big turnout of crowds. Happy face, there is some evidence to indicate that the general was not just paranoid. In 1970, Dr. Alfred Stepan, a professor of political science at Yale, testified before Congress about his experience in South America in 1964 when he was a journalist for The Economist. When de Gaulle was going to make his trip through Latin America, many of the Latin Americans interviewed said that they were under very real pressure by various American groups not to be very warm towards de Gaulle, because we considered Latin America within the United States area of influence. After the appearance of the Chicago Tribune story, CIA Director William Colby confirmed that foreigners had approached the agency with a plot to kill de Gaulle. The agency rejected the idea, Colby said, but he did not know if the French government had been advised of the plot. It is not clear whether the incident referred to by Colby was related to the one discussed in the Tribune. In the early evening of Monday, November 9, 1970, Charles de Gaulle died peacefully at the age of 80, sitting in his armchair watching a sentimental television serial called Nanu. 25 Ecuador 1960–1963, a textbook of dirty tricks. If the Guinness Book of World Records included a category for cynicism, one could suggest the CIA's creation of leftist organizations which condemned poverty, disease, illiteracy, capitalism, and the United States in order to attract committed militants and their money away from legitimate leftist organizations. 170. Ecuador 1960–1963. The tiny nation of Ecuador in the early 1960s was, as it remains today, a classic of banana republic underdevelopment, virtually at the bottom of the economic heap in South America, a society in which 1% of the population received an income comparable to United States upper-class standards, while 2/3 of the people had an average family income of about $10 per month. People simply outside the money economy, with little social integration or participation in the national life, a tale told many times in Latin America. In September 1, 1960, a new government headed by José María Velasco Ibarra came to power. Velasco had won a decisive electoral victory, running on a vaguely liberal, populist, something for everyone platform. He was no Fidel Castro, he was not even a socialist, but he earned the wrath of the U.S. State Department and the CIA by his unyielding opposition to the two stated priorities of American policy in Ecuador, breaking relations with Cuba, and clamping down hard on activists of the Communist Party and those to their left. Over the next 3 years, in pursuit of those goals, the CIA left as little as p.x.-able to chance. A veritable textbook on covert subversion techniques unfolded. In its pages could be found the following, based upon the recollections of Philip Agee, the CIA officer who spent this period in Ecuador. Almost all political organizations of significance, from the far left to the far right, were infiltrated, often at the highest levels. Amongst other reasons, the left was infiltrated to channel young radicals away from support to Cuba and from anti-Americanism, the right, to instigate and coordinate activities along the lines of CIA priorities. If, at a point in time, there was no organization that appeared well suited to serve a particular need, then one would be created. Or a new group of concerned citizens would appear, fronted with noted personalities, which might place a series of notices in leading newspapers denouncing the penetration of the government by the extreme left and demanding a break with Cuba. Or one of the noted personalities would deliver a speech prepared by the CIA, and then a newspaper editor would praise it, or a well-known columnist would do the same, both gentlemen being on the CIA payroll. Some of these fronts had an actual existence, for others, even their existence was phony. On one occasion, the CIA officer who had created the non-existent Ecuadorian Anti-Communist Front was surprised to read in his morning paper that a real organization with that name had been founded. He changed the name of his organization to Ecuadorian Anti-Communist Action. Wooing the working class came in for special emphasis. An alphabet soup of labor organizations, sometimes hardly more than names on stationery, were created, altered, combined, liquidated, and new ones created again, in an almost frenzied attempt to find the right combination to compete with existing left-oriented unions and take national leadership away from them. Union leaders were invited to attend various classes conducted by the CIA in Ecuador or in the United States, all expenses paid, in order to impart to them the dangers of communism to the union movement and to select potential agents. 171. This effort was not without its irony either. CIA agents would sometimes jealously vie with each other for the best positions in these CIA-created labor organizations, and at times Ecuadorian organizations would meet in international conferences with CIA labor fronts from other countries, with almost all of the participants blissfully unaware of what was actually going on. In Ecuador, as throughout most of Latin America, the agency planted phony anti-communist news items in cooperating newspapers. These items would then be picked up by other CIA stations in Latin America and disseminated through a CIA-owned news agency, a CIA-owned radio station, or through countless journalists being paid on a piecework basis, in addition to the item being picked up unwittingly by other media, including those in the United States. Anti-communist propaganda and news distortion written in CIA offices would also appear in Latin American newspapers as unsigned editorials of the papers themselves. In virtually every department of the Ecuadorian government could be found men occupying positions, high and low, who collaborated with the CIA, for money as well as, perhaps, their own particular motivation. At one point, the agency could count amongst this number the men who were second and third in power in the country. These government agents would receive the benefits of information obtained by the CIA through electronic eavesdropping or other means, enabling them to gain prestige and promotion, or consolidate their current position in the rough and tumble of Ecuadorian politics. A high-ranking minister of leftist tendencies, on the other hand, would be the target of a steady stream of propaganda from any or all sources in the CIA arsenal. Staged demonstrations against him would further increase the pressure on the president to replace him. The Postmaster General, along with other post office employees, all members in good standing of the CIA payroll club, regularly sent mail arriving from Cuba and the Soviet bloc to the agency for its perusal, while the Director of Immigration and Customs officials kept the agency posted on who went to or came from Cuba. When a particularly suitable target returned from Cuba, he would be searched at the airport and documents prepared by the CIA would be found on him. These documents, publicized as much as possible, might include instructions on how to intensify hatred between classes, or some provocative language designed to cause a split in Communist Party ranks. Generally, the documents verified the worst fears of the public about communist plans to take over Ecuador under the masterminding of Cuba or the Soviet Union, at the same time, perhaps, implicating an important Ecuadorian leftist whose head the agency was after. Similar revelations, staged by CIA stations elsewhere in Latin America, would be publicized in Ecuador as a warning that Ecuador might be next. Agency financing of conservative groups in a quasi-religious campaign against Cuba and atheistic communism helped to seriously weaken President Velasco's power among the poor, primarily Indians, who had voted overwhelmingly for him, but who were even more deeply committed to their religion. If the CIA wished to know how the president was reacting to this campaign, it need. 172. Ecuador 1960 to 1963. Only turned to his physician, its agent, Dr. Felipe Ovalle, who would report that his patient was feeling considerable strain as a result. CIA agents would bomb churches or right-wing organizations and make it appear to be the work of leftists. They would march in left-wing parades displaying signs and shouting slogans of a very provocative anti-military nature, designed to antagonize the armed forces and hasten a coup. During the election campaign, on March 19, 1960, two senior colonels who were the CIA's main liaison agents within the National Police had participated in a riot aimed at disrupting a Velasco demonstration. CIA officer Bob Weatherwax had been in the forefront directing the police during the riot in which 5 Velasco supporters were killed and many wounded. When Velasco took office, he had the two colonels arrested and Weatherwax was asked to leave the country. All these CIA-supported activities were carried out without the knowledge of the American ambassador. When the Cuban embassy publicly charged the agency with involvement in various anti-Cuban activities, the American ambassador issued a statement that had everyone in the station smeeing. Stated the ambassador, the only agents in Ecuador who are paid by the United States are the technicians invited by the Ecuadorian government to contribute to raising the living standards of the Ecuadorian people. Finally, in November 1, 1961, the military acted. Velasco was forced to resign and was replaced by Vice President Carlos Julio Orozmana. There were at this time two prime candidates for the vice presidency. One was the vice president of the Senate, a CIA agent. The other was the rector of Central University, a political moderate. The day that Congress convened to make their choice, a notice appeared in a morning paper announcing support for the rector by the Communist Party and a militant leftist youth organization. The notice had been placed by a columnist for the newspaper who was the principal propaganda agent for the CIA's Quito station. The rector was compromised rather badly, the denials came too late, and the CIA man won. His agency salary was increased from $700 to $1,000 a month. Orozmana soon proved no more acceptable to the CIA than Velasco. All operations continued, particularly the campaign to break relations with Cuba, which Orozmana steadfastly refused to do. The deadlock was broken in March 1962 when a military garrison, led by Col. Aurelio Naranjo, gave Orozmana 72 hours to send the Cubans packing and fire the leftist Minister of Labor. Orozmana complied with the ultimatum, booting out the Czech and Polish delegations as well at the behest of the new cabinet which had been forced upon him. At the CIA station in Quito there was a champagne victory celebration. Elsewhere in Ecuador, angry, desperate people took to arms. But on this occasion, like others, it amounted to naught. A small band of people, poorly armed and trained, infiltrated by agents, their every move known in advance confronted by a battalion of paratroopers, superbly armed and trained by the United States. That was in the field. In press reports, the small band grew to 173. Hundreds, armed not only to the teeth, but with weapons from outside the country, and the whole operation very carefully planned at the Communist Party Congress the month before. On July 1, 1963, the presidential palace in Quito was surrounded by tanks and troops. A Rosmana was out, a junta was in. Their first act was to outlaw communism. Communists and other extreme leftists were rounded up and jailed, the arrests campaign being facilitated by data from the CIA's Subversive Control Watch List. Civil liberties were suspended, the 1964 elections cancelled, another tale told many times in Latin America. And during these 3 years, what were the American people told about this witch's brew of covert actions carried out, supposedly, in their name? Very little, if anything, if the New York Times is any index. Not once during the entire period, up to and including the coup, was any indication given in any article or editorial on Ecuador that the CIA or any other arm of the US government had ever played any role whatever in any event which had ever occurred in that country. This is the way the writings read, even if one looks back at them with the advantage of hindsight and reads between the lines. There is a solitary exception. Following the coup, we find a tiny announcement on the very bottom of page 20 that Havana Radio had accused the United States of instigating the military takeover. The Cuban government had been making public charges about American activities in Ecuador regularly, but this was the first one to make the New York Times. The question must be asked, why were these charges deemed unworthy of reporting or comment, let alone investigation? 26. The Congo 1960–1964. The assassination of Patrice Lumumba. Within days of its independence from Belgium on June 30, 1960, the land long known as the Belgian Congo, and later as Zaire, was engulfed in strife and chaos as multiple individuals, tribes, and political groups struggled for dominance. 4. The next several years the world press chronicled the train of Congolese governments, the endless confusion of personalities and conspiracies, exotic place names like Stanleyville and Leopoldville, stories of white mercenaries and European hostages, the brutality and the violence from all quarters with its racist overtones. Into this disorder the Western powers were naturally drawn, principally Belgium to protect its vast mineral investments, and the United States, mindful of the fabulous mineral resources as well, and obsessed, as usual, with fighting communism. Successive American administrations of Eisenhower, Kennedy, and Johnson, looking through Cold War binoculars, perceived an East-West battleground. The CIA station in the Congo cabled Washington in August that embassy and station believe Congo experiencing classic communist effort takeover government. And CIA Director Allen Dulles cabled a warning of a communist takeover of the Congo with disastrous consequences for the interests of the free world. At the same time, Dulles authorized a crash program fund of up to $100,000 to replace the existing government of Patrice Lumumba with a pro-Western group. In actuality the lines were never so sharply drawn, although the Soviet Union at times seemed caught up in the same Cold War logic. Patrice Lumumba was the most prominent of the handful of leftist-sounding leaders of the time, the Congo's first prime minister, who called for the nation's economic as well as political liberation and did not shy away from contact with socialist countries. When the United States and the United Nations refused to supply him with transport for his troops to put down the secession in Katanga province, Lumumba turned to the Soviet Union for aid, and received it. It is entirely inconclusive, however, what radical convictions and perceptions lay behind the rhetoric of the flamboyant Lumumba. For he lasted but 2 months in office before being deposed, a step taken by President Joseph Kasavubu, with the CIA's encouragement. Despite the strong support for Lumumba in the Congolese parliament. During the early 1960s, according to a highly placed CIA officer, the agency regularly bought and sold Congolese politicians. It would be surprising if Kasavubu, the only high official to hold power continuously throughout this entire period, was not one of the recipients. American authorities were apprehensive about even a Lumumba out of office. His talents and dynamism appear overriding factor in re-establishing his position each time it seems half lost. Lumumba was a spellbinding orator with the ability to stir masses of people to action. If he started to talk to a battalion of the Congolese army, he probably would have had them in the palm of his hand in 5 minutes, were their succinct comments. In September, the CIA sent one of its scientists, Joseph Scheider, to the Congo carrying lethal biological material specifically intended for use in Lumumba's assassination. The virus, which was supposed to produce a 75 fatal disease indigenous to the Congo area of Africa, was transported via diplomatic pouch J-degree in 1975. The U.S. Senate committee which investigated intelligence activities went on record with the conclusion that Alan Dulles had ordered Lumumba's assassination as an urgent and prime objective. After hearing the testimony of several officials who believed that the order to kill the African leader had emanated originally from President Eisenhower, the committee decided that there was a reasonable inference that this was indeed the case. As matters evolved in the Congo, the virus was never used. The committee observed, however, that the CIA station in Leopoldville continued to maintain close contact with Congolese who expressed a desire to assassinate Lumumba. CIA officers encouraged and offered to aid these Congolese in their efforts against Lumumba, although there is no evidence that aid was ever provided for the specific purpose of assassination. Fearing for his life, Lumumba was on the run until he was taken into custody on December 1, 1960 by troops of Joseph Mobutu, the army strongman who had taken over the government after Lumumba had been ousted. A November 28 CIA cable indicates that the agency was involved in tracking down the charismatic Congo leader. The cable spoke of the CIA station working with the Congolese government to get the roads blocked and troops alerted to close a possible escape route of Lumumba's. Mobutu, whom author and CIA confidant Andrew Tully describes as having been discovered by the CIA, kept Lumumba prisoner until January 17, 1961, the date of his murder as determined by the United Nations Commission of Investigation. On that day, Mobutu transferred Lumumba into the hands of Moise Tshombe of Katanga province, Lumumba's bitter enemy. In 1978, former CIA Africa specialist John Stockwell related in his book how a ranking agency officer had told him of driving around with Lumumba's body in the trunk of his car, trying to decide what to do with it. What he did do with it has not yet been made public. During the period of Lumumba's imprisonment, U.S. diplomats in the Congo were pursuing a policy of deploring his beatings and trying to secure humane treatment for him, albeit due to considerations of international opinion and not from tender feelings toward him. The immediate and the long-term effect of Lumumba's murder was to make him the martyr and symbol all over Africa and elsewhere in the Third World which such American officials had feared. Less than 2 weeks after independence, the copper-rich province of Katanga under Moise Tshombe announced that it was seceding from the rest of the Congo. The fighting which quickly erupted as a consequence of this development revealed the perplexity of American policymakers when treading in terrain that lacked a clear-cut communist enemy. 176. The Congo 1960–1964. On the one hand, the Eisenhower administration officially opposed the secession and supported the military steps undertaken by the United Nations to end it. John F. Kennedy, who came into power on January 20, 1961, echoed this policy. On the other hand, Tshombe had outspoken support in the American Congress. Sentiment amongst officials at the State Department and the White House mirrored this division. Similarly, U.S. Air Force C-130s were flying Congolese troops and supplies against the Katangese rebels. At the same time, however, the CIA and its covert colleagues in the Pentagon put together an air armada of heavy transport aircraft, along with mercenary units, to aid the very same rebels. Soviet policy in the Congo reflected a touch of schizophrenia as well. The Soviets supported Lumumba in his drive to end the Katanga secession, but after Lumumba was out of the picture, they condemned the United States and the United Nations for pursuing the same goal. The Russians accused the UN of following a colonialist line, and the US for using the UN as a means of getting a military foot in the door of the Congo. American foreign policy makers were more in unison when another potential communist, Antoine Gizengat, achieved a measure of prominence in the continuous, bloody musical chairs game of Congolese politics. Gizengat, though vice premier in the central government in Leopoldville, was the leader of a rebel force which had set up a regime in the Stanleyville area which it proclaimed as the legitimate government of the entire Congo. He fancied himself the political and spiritual successor to Lumumba. The Soviet Union may have believed him, for apparently they were sending him arms and money, using Sudan, which borders the Congo on the north, as a conduit. When the CIA learned that a Czech ship was bound for Sudan with a cargo of guns disguised as Red Cross packages for refugee relief in the Congo, the agency turned to its most practiced art, bribery, to persuade a crane operator to let one of the crates drop upon arrival. On that day, the dockside was suddenly covered with the new Soviet Kalashnikov rifles, adding to the enlightenment of Sudanese port officials. Through an equally clever ploy at the Khartoum airport, the CIA managed to separate a Congolese courier from his suitcase of Soviet money destined for Gizengat. Happy Face, the State Department, meanwhile, was, in its own words, urging Adula to dismiss Gizengat and declare him in rebellion against the national government so that police action can now be taken against him. We are also urging the UN to take military action to break his rebellion. We are making every effort to keep Gizengat isolated from potential domestic and foreign support. We have taken care to ensure that this aid has been channeled through the central government in order to provide the economic incentive to encourage support for that government. In January 1962, United Nations forces with strong American backing ousted Gizengat and his followers from Stanleyville, and a year later forced Chombe to end his secession in Katanga. These actions were carried out in the name of uniting the Congo, as if this were a matter to be decided by other than Congolese. In any event, the operations served only to temporarily slow down the dreary procession of changing leaders, attempted coups, autonomous armies, shifting alliances, and rebellions. Shortly after the UN actions, Alan Dulles informed a television audience that the United States had overrated the danger of Soviet involvement. It looked as though they were going to make a serious attempt at takeover in the Belgian Congo. Well, it did not work out that way at all. Happy Face, nonetheless, by the middle of 1964, when rebellion was more widespread and furious than ever and the collapse of the central government appeared as a real possibility, the United States was pouring in a prodigious amount of military aid to the Leopoldville regime, reaching, by one estimate, $1 million a day for a sustained period. Happy Face, the government was now headed by none other than Moise Chombe, a man called Africa's most unpopular African for his widely recognized role in the murder of the popular Lumumba and for his use of white mercenaries, many of them South Africans and Rhodesians, during his secession attempt in Katanga. Chombe defended the latter action by explaining that his troops would not fight without white officers. In addition to providing arms and planes, the United States dispatched some 200 military personnel to the Congo to train government troops while Congolese officers were undergoing training at Fort Knox, Kentucky in what the Defense Department at the time called techniques for protecting legally constituted governments against subversion and domestic disorder. Happy Face, yet Lumumba's government had been at least as legally constituted as Chombe's. Lumumba had been chosen prime minister by the newly elected National Assembly. Chombe was appointed to his office by President Kasavubu. Chombe once again called upon his white mercenary army, numbering 400-500 men, and the CIA called upon its own mercenaries as well, a band which included Americans, Cuban exile veterans of the Bay of Pigs, Rhodesians, and South Africans, the latter having been recruited with the help of the South African government. Bringing in our own animals was the way one CIA operative described the operation. The agency's pilots carried out regular bombing and strafing missions against the insurgents, although some of the Cubans were reported to be troubled at being ordered to make indiscriminate attacks upon civilians. Looking back at the affair in 1966, the New York Times credited the CIA with having created an instant air force in the Congo. Happy face. 178. The Congo 1960–1964. When China protested to the United States about the use of American pilots in the Congo, the State Department issued an explicit denial, then publicly reversed itself, but insisted that the Americans were flying under contract with the Congolese government. The next day, the department said that the flights would stop, after having obtained assurances from other arms of the government, although it still held to the position that the matter was one between the Congolese government and civilian individuals who were not violating American law. 3 weeks later, the Soviet Union lodged an official protest at the United Nations about the air operations being carried out by the United States. By this time, the CIA reportedly was using only Cuban pilots. Happy face. The Congolese against whom this array of military might was brought to bear were a coalition of forces. Some of the leading figures had spent time in Eastern Europe, the Soviet Union or China, and were receiving token amounts of arms and instruction from those quarters, but they were never in the communist camp any more than the countless third-worlders who have gone to university in the United States and have been courted afterwards are necessarily in the Western/capitalist camp. Africa scholar M. Crawford Young has observed that amongst the coalition leadership, the destruction of the regime, a vigorous reassertion of Congolese control over its own destiny, and a vague socialist commitment were recurrent themes. But at bottom it appeared far more a frame of mind and a style of expression, than an interrelated set of ideas. The rebels had no revolutionary program they could, or did, proclaim. Coexisting with this element within the coalition were currents of various esoteric churches, messianic sects, witch-finding movements, and other occult inspirations, as well as plain opportunists. The insurgents were further divided along tribal lines and were rent by debilitating factionalism. No single group or belief could dominate. Happy face. Rebel success created the image of unified purpose and revolutionary promise, wrote Young. Only in its subsequent phase of decay and disintegration did the coalition's dramatic lack of cohesion and disparity in purpose and perception become fully evident. In the coalition-controlled area of Stanleyville, between 2,000 and 3,000 white foreigners found themselves trapped by the war. Rebel leader Christopher Gbeni conditioned their safe release upon various military concessions, principally a cessation of American bombing, but negotiations failed to produce an agreement. Instead, on November 24, 1964, the United States and Belgium staged a dramatic rescue mission in which over 500 Belgian paratroopers were dropped at dawn into Stanleyville from American transport planes. Much chaos followed, and the reports are conflicting, but it appears that more than 2,000 hostages were rescued, in the process of which the fleeing rebels massacred 179. About 100 others and dragged several hundred more into the bush. American and Belgian officials took great pains to emphasize the purely humanitarian purpose of the mission. However, the rescuers simultaneously executed a key military maneuver when they seized the strategic points of the city and coordinated their operation with the advancing columns of Chambé's mercenary army that was moving swiftly towards the city. Happy face. Moreover, in the process of the rescue, the rescuers killed dozens of rebels and did nothing to curtail Chambé's troops when they reached Stanleyville and began an orgy of looting and killing. Happy face. Chambé may have provided a reminder of the larger-than-humanitarian stake at hand in the Congo when, in the flush of the day's success, he talked openly with a correspondent of the Times of London who reported that Chambé was confident that the fall of Stanleyville would give a new impetus to the economy and encourage investors. It would reinforce a big development plan announced this morning in collaboration with the United States, Britain, and West Germany. Happy face. The collapse of the rebels' stronghold in Stanleyville marked the beginning of the end for their cause. By spring 1965 their fortune was in sharp decline, and the arrival of about 100 Cuban revolutionaries, amongst whom was Che Guevara himself, had no known effect upon the course of events. Several months later, Guevara returned to Cuba in disgust at the low level of revolutionary zeal exhibited by the Congolese guerrillas and the local populace. Happy Face, the concluding tune for the musical chairs, was played in November, when Joseph Mobutu overthrew Tshombe and Kasavubu. Mobutu, later to adopt the name Mobutu Sese Seko, has ruled with a heavy dictatorial hand ever since. In the final analysis, it mattered precious little to the interests of the U.S. government whether the forces it had helped defeat were really communist or not, by whatever definition. The working premise was that there was now fixed in power, over a more or less unified Congo, a man who would be more cooperative with the CIA in its African adventures and with Western capital, and less accessible to the socialist bloc, than the likes of Lumumba, Gizenga, et al. The CIA has chalked this one up as a victory. What the people of the Congo have won is not clear. Under Mobutu, terror and repression are facts of daily life, civil liberties and other human rights are markedly absent. The country remains one of the poorest to be found anywhere despite its vast natural riches. Mobutu, however, is reputed to be one of the richest heads of state in the world. William Atwood, U.S. ambassador to Kenya in 1964–65, who played a part in the hostage negotiations, also saw the U.S. role in the Congo in a positive light. Bemoaning African suspicions toward American motives there, he wrote, "It was hard to convince people that we had provided the Congo with $420 million in aid since independence just to prevent chaos. They couldn't believe any country could be that altruistic." 180. The Congo 1960–1964. Atwood's comment is easier to understand when one realizes that the word chaos has long been commonly used by American officials to refer to a situation over which the United States has insufficient control to assure that someone distinctly pro-Western will remain in, or come to, power. When President Eisenhower, for example, decided to send troops into Lebanon in 1958, he saw it as a move, he later wrote, to stop the trend towards chaos. 27 Brazil 1961–1964 introducing the marvelous new world of death squads. When the leading members of the U.S. diplomatic mission in Brazil held a meeting one day in March 1964, they arrived at the consensus that President João Goulart's support of social and economic reforms was a contrived and thinly veiled vehicle to seize dictatorial power. The American ambassador, Lincoln Gordon, informed the State Department that a desperate lunge for totalitarian power might be made at any time. The Army Chief of Staff, General Humberto de Alencar Castelo Branco, provided the American embassy with a memorandum in which he stated his fear that Goulart was seeking to close down Congress and initiate a dictatorship. Within a week after the expression of these sentiments, the Brazilian military, with Castelo Branco at its head, overthrew the constitutional government of President Goulart, the culmination of a conspiratorial process in which the American embassy had been intimately involved. The military then proceeded to install and maintain for 2 decades one of the most brutal dictatorships in all of South America. What are we to make of all this? The idea that men of rank and power lie to the public is commonplace, not worthy of debate. But do they as readily lie to each other? Is their need to rationalize their misdeeds so great that they provide each other a moral shoulder to lean on? Men use thoughts only to justify their wrongdoings, wrote Voltaire, and speech only to conceal their thoughts. The actual American motivation in supporting the coup was something rather less heroic than preserving democracy, even mundane as such matters go. American opposition to Goulart, who became president in August 1961, rested upon a familiar catalogue of complaints. 181. U.S. Defense Secretary Robert McNamara questioned Brazil's neutral stand in foreign policy. The Brazilian ambassador in Washington, Roberto Campos, responded that neutralism was an inadequate term and explained that what was involved was really a deep urge of the Brazilian people to assert their personality in world affairs. American officials did not approve of some of the members of Goulart's cabinet, and said so. Ambassador Campos pointed out to them that it was quite inappropriate for the United States to try to influence the composition of the cabinet. Attorney General Robert Kennedy met with Goulart and expressed his uneasiness about the Brazilian president allowing communists to hold positions in government agencies. Goulart did not see this as a danger. He replied that he was in full control of the situation, later remarking to Campos that it was as if he had been told that he had no capacity for judging the men around him. The American defense attaché in Brazil, Col. Vernon Walters, reported that Goulart showed favoritism towards ultranationalist military officers over pro-US officers. Goulart saw it as promoting those officers who appeared to be most loyal to his government. He was, as it happens, very concerned about American-encouraged military coups and said so explicitly to President Kennedy. Goulart considered purchasing helicopters from Poland because Washington was delaying on his request to purchase them from the United States. Ambassador Gordon told him that he could not expect the United States to like it. 8. The Goulart administration, moreover, passed a law limiting the amount of profits multinationals could transmit out of the country, and a subsidiary of ITT was nationalized. Compensation for the takeover was slow in coming because of Brazil's precarious financial position, but these were the only actions of significance taken against U.S. corporate interests. Inextricably woven into all these complaints, yet at the same time standing apart, was Washington's dismay with Brazil's drift to the left, the communist/leftist influence in the labor movement. Leftist infiltration wherever one looked. Anti-Americanism among students and others, the general erosion of U.S. influence and the power of people and groups friendly to the United States. One might go so far as to suggest that Washington officials felt unloved, were it not for the fact that the coup, as they well knew from much past experience, could result only in intensified anti-Americanism all over Latin America. Goulart's predecessor, Jânio da Silva Quadros, had also irritated Washington. Why should the United States trade with Russia and her satellites but insist that Brazil trade only with the United States? He asked, and proceeded to 182. Brazil 1961 to 1964. Negotiate with the Soviet Union and other communist countries to establish diplomatic and commercial relations. He was, in a word, independent. Quadros was also more or less a conservative who clamped down hard on unions, sent federal troops to the northeast hunger dens to squash protest, and jailed disobedient students. But the American ambassador at the time, John Moores Cabot, saw fit to question Brazil's taking part in a meeting of uncommitted nations. Brazil has signed various obligations with the United States and American nations, he said. I am sure Brazil is not going to forget her obligations. It is committed. It is a fact. Brazil can uncommit itself if it wants. In early 1961, shortly after Quadros took office, he was visited by Adolph Burley, Jr., President Kennedy's advisor on Latin American affairs and formerly ambassador to Brazil. Burley had come as Kennedy's special envoy to solicit Quadros backing for the impending Bay of Pigs invasion. Ambassador Cabot was present and some years later described the meeting to author Peter Bell. Bell has written, Ambassador Cabot remembers a stormy conversation in which Burley stated the United States had $300 million in reserve for Brazil and in effect offered it as a bribe for Brazilian cooperation. Quadros became visibly irritated after Burley refused to heed his third no. No Brazilian official was at the airport the next day to see the envoy off. Quadros, who had been elected by a record margin, was, like Goulart, accused of seeking to set up a dictatorship because he sought to put teeth into measures unpopular with the oligarchy, the military and/or the United States, as well as pursuing a pro-communist foreign policy. After but 7 months in office he suddenly resigned, reportedly under military pressure, if not outright threat. In his letter of resignation, he blamed his predicament on reactionaries and the ambitions of groups of individuals, some of whom are foreigners, the terrible forces that arose against me. Asterisk. A few months later, Quadrouche reappeared, to deliver a speech in which he named Burley, Cabot, and U.S. Treasury Secretary Douglas Dillon as being among those who had contributed to his downfall. Dillon, he said, sought to mix foreign policy with Brazil's needs for foreign credits. At the same time, Quadrouche announced his intention to lead a people's crusade against the reactionaries, the corrupt and the communists. As Quadrouche vice president, Goulart succeeded to the presidency in August 1996 despite a virtual coup and civil war initiated by segments of the military to block him because he was seen as some sort of dangerous radical. Only the intervention of loyalist military units and other supporters of the constitutional process allowed Goulart to take office. The military opposition to Goulart arose, it should be noted, before he had the opportunity to exhibit his alleged tendencies toward dictatorship. Indeed, as early as 1954, the military had demonstrated its antipathy toward him by forcing President Vargas to fire him. 183. From his position as Minister of Labor. The American doubts about Goulart also predated his presidency. In 1960, when Goulart was elected vice president, concern at the State Department and the Pentagon turned to panic according to an American official who served in Brazil. Happy face, Goulart tried to continue Quadrouche's independent foreign policy. Speaking before the U.S. Congress in April 1, 1962, he affirmed Brazil's right to take its own stand on some of the Cold War issues. He declared that Brazil identified itself with the democratic principles which unite the peoples of the West, but was not part of any politico-military bloc. His government went ahead with resumption of relations with socialist countries, and at a meeting of the Organization of American States in December 1, 1996, Brazil abstained on a vote to hold a special session aimed at discussing the Cuban problem, and stood strongly opposed to sanctions against the Castro government. Happy face, Time magazine, in common with most U.S. media, had a difficult time understanding the concept and practice of independence amongst America's allies. In November 1961, the magazine wrote that Brazil's domestic politics were confused and that the country was also adrift in foreign affairs. Goulart is trying to play the old Quadrouche game of international independence, which means wooing the East while panhandling from the West. Time was critical of Goulart in that he had sought an invitation to visit Washington, and on the same day he received it he called in Communist Poland's visiting foreign minister, Adam Rapacki, awarded him the Order of the Southern Cross, the same decoration that Quadrouche hung on Cuba's Marxist mastermind, Che Guevara. Happy face, former Time editor and Latin America correspondent, John Garrissy, commented that every visiting foreign dignitary received this medal, the Cruzeiro do Sol, as part of protocol. He added, "Apparently Time thinks that any president who wants to visit us must necessarily hate our enemies as a consequence, and is confused whenever this does not occur." But, of course, Time magazine is so unused to the word independent that an independent foreign policy must be confusing indeed. In South America, where everyone would like to follow an independent foreign policy but where only Brazil has, at times, the courage, no one was confused. Goulart, a millionaire landowner and a Catholic who wore a medal of the Virgin around his neck, was no more a communist than was Quadrouche, and he strongly supported the United States during the Cuban Missile Crisis of October 1, 1962. He offered Gordon a toast to the Yankee victory, perhaps unaware that only 3 weeks earlier, during federal and state elections in Brazil, CIA money had been liberally expended in support of anti-Goulart candidates. Former CIA officer Philip Agee states that the agency spent between $12 and $20 million on behalf of hundreds of candidates. Lincoln Gordon says the funding came to no more than $5 million. Happy face, in addition to the direct campaign contributions, the agency dipped into its bag of dirty tricks to torment the campaigns of leftist candidates. And the agency for 184. Brazil 1961 to 1964. International development, at the express request of President Kennedy, allocated monies to projects aimed at benefiting chosen gubernatorial candidates. Happy Face, AG adds that the CIA carried out a consistent propaganda campaign against Goulart which dated from at least the 1962 election operation and which included the financing of mass urban demonstrations, proving the old themes of God, country, family, and liberty to be as effective as ever in undermining a government. CIA money also found its way to a chain of right-wing newspapers, Diana's Associates, to promote anti-communism, to the distribution of 50,000 books of similar politics, to high school and college students, to the formation of women's groups with their special Latin mothers' emphasis on the godlessness of the communist enemy. The women and other CIA operatives also went into the rumor-mongering business, spreading stories about outrages Goulart and his cronies were supposed to be planning, such as altering the constitution so as to extend his term, and gossip about Goulart being a cuckold and a wife-beater. The intra-service confrontation which had attended Goulart's accession to power apparently kept a rein on coup-minded officers until 1963. In March of that year the CIA informed Washington, but not Goulart, of a plot by conservative officers. During the course of the following year, the plots thickened. Brazilian military officers could not abide by Goulart's attempts at populist social reforms, though his program was timid, his rhetoric generally mild, and his actions seldom matched either. The military men were particularly incensed at Goulart's support of a weakening of military discipline and his attempts to build up a following among non-commissioned officers. Happy Face, this the president was genuinely serious about because of his paranoia about a coup. Goulart's wooing of NCOs and his appeals to the population over the heads of a hostile Congress and state governors were the kind of tactics his enemies chose to label as dictatorial. In early 1964, disclosed Fortune magazine, after the coup, an emissary was sent by some of the military plotters to ask U.S. Ambassador Lincoln Gordon what the U.S. position would be if civil war broke out. The emissary reported back that Gordon was cautious and diplomatic, but he left the impression that if they could hold out for 48 hours they would get U.S. recognition and help. The primary American contact with the conspirators was Defense Attaché Vernon Walters, who arrived in Brazil after having been apprised that President 185 Kennedy would not be averse to the overthrow of João Goulart. Walters, who later became deputy director of the CIA, had an intimacy with leading Brazilian military officers, particularly General Castelo Branco, going back to World War II when Walters had served as interpreter for the Brazilian Expeditionary Force then fighting in Italy with the AUS. Brazil was the only Latin American country to send ground combat troops to the war, and it allowed the United States to build huge aircraft staging bases on its territory. Happy Face, the relationship between U.S. and Brazilian officers was continued and enhanced after the war by the creation of the Higher War College Escola Superior de Guerra, in Rio de Janeiro in 1949. Latin America historian Thomas E. Skidmore has observed, under the U.S. Brazilian military agreements of the early 1950s, the U.S. Army received exclusive rights to render assistance in the organization and operation of the college, which had been modeled on the National War College in Washington. In view of the fact that the Brazilian War College became a rallying point for leading military opponents of civilian populist politicians, it would be worth examining the extent to which the strongly anti-communist ideology bordering on an anti-political attitude was reinforced by their frequent contacts with United States officers. There was, moreover, the ongoing U.S. military assistance program, which Ambassador Gordon described as a major vehicle for establishing close relationships with personnel of the armed forces and a highly important factor in influencing military to be pro-us. A week before the coup, Castelo Branco, who emerged as the leader of the conspirators, gave Walters a copy of a paper he had written which was in effect a justification for a military coup, another variation on the theme of upholding the Constitution by preventing Goulart from instituting a dictatorship. To Lincoln Gordon and other American officials, civil war appeared a real possibility as the result of a coup attempt. As the scheduled day approached, contingency plans were set up. A large quantity of petroleum would be sent to Brazil and made available to the insurgent officers, an especially vital commodity if Goulart supporters in the State Oil Union were to blow up or control the refineries. A U.S. Navy task force would be dispatched to Brazilian coastal waters, the presence of which would deliver an obvious message to opponents of the coup. Arms and ammunition would be sent to Branco's forces to meet their fighting needs. Concerned that the coup attempt might be met by a general strike, Washington discussed with Gordon the possible need for the U.S. to mount a large material program to assure the success of the takeover. The conspirators. From a cable sent by Gordon to Washington. In this and following quotations from cables, I have inserted missing articles and prepositions for the sake of readability. 186. Brazil 1961–1964. Had already requested economic aid from the United States, in the event of their success, to get the government and economy moving again, and had received a generally favorable response. At the same time, Gordon sent word to some anti-Goulart state governors emphasizing the necessity, from the American point of view, that the new regime have a claim to legitimacy. The ambassador also met with former President Juscelino Kubitschek to urge him to take a stronger position against Goulart and to use his considerable influence to swing a large congressional group and thereby influence the legitimacy issue. Of the American contingency measures, indications are that it was the naval show of force which, it turned out, included an aircraft carrier, destroyers, and guided missiles which most encouraged the Brazilian military plotters or convinced those still wavering in their commitment. Another actor in the unfolding drama was the American Institute for Free Labor Development. The IFLD came formally into being in 1961 and was technically under the direction of the American labor movement, but was soon being funded almost exclusively by the U.S. government and serving consistently as a CIA instrument in most countries of Latin America. In May 1963, the IFLD founded the Instituto Cultural Trabalho in Brazil which, over the next few years, gave courses to more than 7,000 union leaders and members. Other Brazilians went to the United States for training. When they returned to Brazil, said IFLD executive William Doherty, some of them became intimately involved in some of the clandestine operations of the revolution before it took place on April 1. What happened in Brazil on April 1 did not just happen, it was planned and planned months in advance. Many of the trade union leaders, some of whom were actually trained in our institute, were involved in the revolution, and in the overthrow of the Goulart regime. Doherty did not spell out any details of the IFLD role in the coup, although Reader's Digest later reported that one of the IFLD-trained labor leaders set up courses for communication workers in combating communism in the labor movement in Brazil, and after every class he quietly warned key workers of coming trouble and urged them to keep communications going no matter what happened. Additionally, Richard Martinez, an unwitting CIA contract employee, who was sent to Brazil to work with the agency's Post, Telegraph, and Telephone Workers International, has revealed that his field workers in Brazil burned down Communist Party headquarters at the time of the coup. The coup began on 3 March 1, 1964 with the advance upon Rio of troops and tanks. Officers obtained the support of some units of enlisted men by telling them they were heading for the city to secure it against Goulart's enemies. But at the main Air Force base, pro-Goulart enlisted men, hearing of the move toward Rio, seized the base and put their officers under arrest. Indecision and cold feet intervened, however, and what might have reversed the course of events instead came to naught. 187. Here and there a scattering of workers went out on strike, several short-lived, impotent demonstrations took place, but there was little else. A number of labor leaders and radicals were rounded up on the orders of certain state governors. Those who were opposed to what was happening were not prepared for violent resistance. In one incident, a group of students staged a protest. Some charged up the stairs of an army organization, but the guard fired into their midst, killing 2 of them and forcing the others to fall back. Most people counted on loyal armed forces to do their duty, or waited for the word from Goulart. Goulart, however, was unwilling to give the call for a civil war. He did not want to be responsible, he said, for bloodshed amongst Brazilians, and fled to Uruguay. Happy face, Lincoln Gordon cabled Washington the good news, suggesting the avoidance of a jubilant posture. He described the coup as a great victory for the free world, in a remark that might have had difficulty getting past the lips of even John Foster Dulles, that without the coup there could have been a total loss to the West of all South American republics. Following a victory parade in Rio on April 2 by those pleased with the coup, a march of Family with God for Liberty, Gordon informed the State Department that the only unfortunate note was the obviously limited participation in the march of the lower classes. Happy face, his cable work done, the former Harvard professor turned his attention back to trying to persuade the Brazilian Congress to bestow a seal of legitimacy upon the new governments. 2 years later, Gordon was to be questioned by a senator during hearings to consider his nomination as Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs. "I am particularly concerned," said the senator, "with the part you may have played, if any, in encouraging, promoting, or causing that overthrow." Said Lincoln Gordon, "The answer to that, Senator, is very simple. The movement which overthrew President Goulart was a purely, 100% not 99.44 but 100% purely Brazilian movement. Neither the American embassy nor I personally played any part in the process whatsoever." Gordon artfully combined fast talk with omission of certain facts of life about Brazilian politics. His summary of Goulart's rise and fall made no mention at all of a key event, the military's move to keep him from taking office in 1996. To convince the assembled senators that Goulart was indeed seeking to set up a personal dictatorship, depending on the setting, either saving Brazil from dictatorship or saving Brazil from communism, has been advanced as the rationale for what took place in 1964. Command had it both ways. He told a House. Dean Rusk, when asked about Cuban charges that the United States was behind the coup, responded, "Well, there is just not one iota of truth in this. It's just not so in any way, shape, or form." Robert Kennedy's view of the affair, stated to Gordon, was, "Well, Goulart got what was coming to him. Too bad he didn't follow the advice we gave him when I was there." 188. Brazil 1961–1964. Committee that the coming to power of the Castelo Branco government in Brazil last April saved that country from an immediate dictatorship which could only have been followed by communist domination. Happy face, the rescue from communism position has been especially difficult to support, the problem being that the communists in Brazil did not, after all, do anything which the United States could point to. Moreover, the Soviet Union was scarcely in the picture. In 1964, reported a Brazilian newspaper, Russian leader Khrushchev told the Brazilian Communist Party that the Soviet government did not wish either to give financial aid to the Goulart regime or to tangle with the United States over the country. In his reminiscences, albeit, as mentioned earlier, not meant to be a serious work of history in its 1,100 pages, Khrushchev does not so much as mention Brazil. A year after the coup, trade between Brazil and the USSR was running at $120 million per year, and a Brazilian mission was planning to go to Moscow to explore Soviet willingness to provide a major industrial plant. The following year, the Russians invited the new Brazilian president to be General Costa e Silva, to visit the Soviet Union. Washington is willing to accept this type of independence from a conservative government, even the occasional nationalization of American property, when it knows that the government will keep the left suppressed at home and that it can be relied upon to do its bit in the vital Cold War, anti-communist confrontations abroad. In 1965, Brazil sent 1,100 troops to the Dominican Republic in support of the U.S. invasion, the only country in Latin America to send more than a token force. And in 1971 and 1973, the Brazilian military and intelligence apparatuses contributed to the American efforts in overthrowing the governments of Bolivia and Chile. The United States did not rest on its laurels. CIA headquarters immediately began to generate hemisphere-wide propaganda, as only the agency's far-flung press asset network could, in support of the new Brazilian government and to discredit Goulart. Dean Rusk, concerned that Goulart might be received in Uruguay as if he were still Brazil's president on the grounds that he had not resigned, cabled the American embassy in Montevideo that it would be useful if you could quietly bring to the attention of appropriate officials the fact that, despite his allegations to the contrary, Goulart has abandoned his office. Happy face. At the same time, the CIA station in Uruguay undertook a program of surveillance of Brazilian exiles who had fled from the military takeover, to prevent them from instigating any kind of insurgency movement in their homeland. It was a simple matter for the agency to ask their friend, the head of Uruguayan intelligence, to place his officers at the residences of Goulart and other key Brazilians. The officers would keep logs of visitors while posing as personal security men for the exiles, although it is unlikely that the exiles swallowed the story. Happy face. In the first few days following the coup, several thousand Brazilians were arrested, communist and suspected communist. All Eiffel graduates were promptly appointed by the new government to purge the unions, though Ambassador Gordon had assured the State Department before the coup that the armed forces would be quick to restore constitutional institutions and return power to civilian hands. This was not to be. Within days, General Castelo Branco assumed the presidency, and over the next few years his regime initiated all the features of military dictatorship which Latin America has come to know and love. Congress was shut down, political opposition was reduced to virtual extinction, habeas corpus for political crimes was suspended, criticism of the president was forbidden by law, labor unions were taken over by government interventors, mounting protests were met by police and military firing into crowds. The use of systematic disappearance as a form of repression came upon the stage of Latin America. Peasants' homes burned down, priests brutalized. The government had a name for its program, the moral rehabilitation of Brazil. Then there was the torture and the death squads, both largely undertakings of the police and the military, both underwritten by the United States. Happy face. In the chapters on Guatemala and Uruguay, particularly the latter, we shall see how the U.S. Office of Public Safety, the CIA, and aid combined to provide the technical training, the equipment, and the indoctrination which supported the horrors in those countries. It was no less the case in Brazil. Dan Mitrian of the Ops, whom we shall encounter in his full beauty in Uruguay, began his career in Brazil in the 1960s. By 1969, Ops had established a national police force for Brazil and had trained over 100,000 policemen in the country, in addition to 523 receiving more advanced instruction in the United States. About 1/3 of the students' time at the police academies was devoted to lectures on the communist menace and the need to battle with it. The bomb school and techniques of riot control were other important aspects of their education. Tortures range from simple but brutal blows from a truncheon to electric shocks. Often the torture is more refined. The end of a reed is placed in the anus of a naked man hanging suspended downwards on the pau de arara, and a piece of cotton soaked in petrol is lit at the other end of the reed. Pregnant women have been forced to watch their husbands being tortured. Other wives have been hung naked beside their husbands and given electric shocks on the sexual parts of their body, while subjected to the worst kind of obscenities. Children have been tortured before their parents and vice versa. At least one child, the 3-month-old baby of Virgilio Gomes da Silva, was reported to have 190. Brazil 1961 to 1964 I. Died under police torture. The length of sessions depends upon the resistance capacity of the victims and have sometimes continued for days at a time. 1 Amnesty intimation afterward. Judge Agamemnon Duarte indicated that the CCC and the CIA are implicated in the murder of Father Enrique Nito. He admitted that the American Secret Service was behind the CCC. Jamal do Brasil / In 1970, a U.S. Congress study group visited Brazil. It gave this summary of statements by American military advisors there. Rather than dwell on the authoritarian aspects of the regime, they emphasize assertions by the Brazilian armed forces that they believe in, and support, representative democracy as an ideal and would return government to civilian control if this could be done without sacrifice to security and development. This withdrawal from the political arena is not seen as occurring in the near future. For that reason they emphasize the continued importance of the military assistance training program as a means of exerting U.S. influence and retaining the current pro-U.S. attitude of the Brazilian armed forces. Possible disadvantages to U.S. interests in being so closely identified with an authoritarian regime are not seen as particularly important. 1. The CIA never rests. A footnote, the New York Times reported in 1966. When the CIA learned last year that a Brazilian youth had been killed in 1963, allegedly in an auto accident, while studying on a scholarship at the Lumumba University in Moscow, it mounted a massive publicity campaign to discourage other South American families from sending their youngsters to the Soviet Union. 79. 28 Peru 1960 to 1965 Fort Bragg moves to the jungle. It was a CIA dream come true. A commando raid by anti-Castro Cubans upon the Cuban embassy in Lima had uncovered documentary proof that Cuba had paid out hundreds of thousands of dollars in Peru for propaganda to foster favorable attitudes toward the Cuban Revolution and to promote communist activities within the country. This was no standard broad brush, Cold War accusation, for the papers disclosed all manner of details and names the culprits who had been on the 191 receiving end of the tainted money, men in unions and universities and in politics, men who had secretly visited Cuba, all expenses paid. To top it all off, these were men the CIA looked upon as enemies. The only problem, and it wasn't really a problem, was that some of the documents were counterfeit. The raid had certainly taken place, on November 8, 1960 to be exact. And documents had indeed been seized, at gunpoint. But the most incriminating of the documents, presented a month later with the authentic ones, had been produced by the experts of the CIA's Technical Services Division. It was a propaganda windfall. The story received wide media coverage in Latin America and the United States, accompanied by indignant anti-communist articles and editorials. The Wall Street Journal was moved to run an extremely long, slightly hysterical piece, obviously based on Washington handouts, strikingly unquestioned, which warned that mountainous stacks of intelligence data from the 20 nations stretching from Mexico to Argentina tell of a widening communist push into the hemisphere. To be sure, the Cubans insisted that the documents were not genuine, but that was only to be expected. The affair was to cast a shadow over Castro's foreign relations for some time to come. The most propitious outcome, from the CIA's standpoint, was that within days after the disclosure the Peruvian government broke diplomatic relations with Cuba. This was a major priority of the agency in Lima, as in most other CIA stations in Latin America, and led further to the Cuban news agency, Prensa Latina, being barred from operating in Peru. The news agency's dispatches, declared the Peruvian authorities, were controlled from Moscow. If true, this did indicate rather flexible deadlines. A week later, there was further welcome fallout from the incident. The government enacted legislation making it easier to arrest members of the Communist Party, although this was repealed a year later. During its deliberations, the Peruvian legislature accepted a sworn statement from one Francisco Ramos Montejo, a recent defector from the Cuban embassy who had been present during the raid, who confirmed that all the documents were genuine. Ramos, who was now living in Miami and working for the CIA, added fresh revelations that there had been detailed plans for the assassination of Peruvian officials and for the overthrow of the government, and that arms had been smuggled into Peru from Bolivia and Ecuador, presumably for these purposes. Of such stuff is the battle for the hearts and minds of Latin Americans made. The political history of Peru has been of the classic South American mold: an oligarchy overthrown by a military coup replaced by another oligarchy. Periodically punctuated by an uprising, sporadic violence from the forgotten below to remind those above that they are still alive, albeit barely. Veteran Latin American newsman John Garrissy described the state of those below in the Peru of the early 1960s. 192. Peru 1960 to 1965. In Lima, the capital, whose colonial mansions enveloped by ornate wooden balconies help make it one of the most beautiful cities in the world, half of the 1.3 million habitants live in rat-infested slums. One, called El Monton, is built around, over, and in the city dump. There, when I visited it, naked children, some too young to know how to walk, competed with pigs for a few bits of food scraps accidentally discarded by the garbage men. A credibility far higher than I would have. In reporting a Castro/communist plot, however wildly implausible, it is obviously safer to evaluate it as could be true than as nonsense. Degree John F. Kennedy also soured on Bosch, particularly for his refusal to crack down on radicals. Said the president to Ambassador Martin one day, "I'm wondering if the day might not come when he'd like to get rid of some of the left. Tell him we respect his judgment, we're all for him, but the time may come when he'll want to deport 30 or 50 people, when it'd be better to deport them than to let them go. I suppose he'd have to catch them in something." When the United States failed to commit any new economic assistance to the Dominican Republic and generally gave the indication that Juan Bosch was a doomed venture, right-wing Dominican military officers could only be encouraged in their craving to be rid of the president and his policies. Sam Halper, former Caribbean bureau chief of TZM magazine, later reported that 200. Dominican Republic 1960 to 1966. The military coup ousting Bosch went into action as soon as they got a wink from the U.S. Pentagon. In July, a group of officers formally presented Bosch with an ultimatum: their loyalty to his regime was conditioned upon his adoption of a policy of rigorous anti-communism. Bosch reacted by going on television and delivering a lecture about the apolitical role required of the military in a democratic society, surely an occult subject to these products of 31 years of Trujilloism. The beleaguered president could see that a premature demise lay ahead for his government. His speech on television sounded very much like a farewell. The failure of Washington to intervene on his behalf could only enlarge the writing on the wall. Indeed, Bosch and some of his aides strongly suspected that the U.S. military and the CIA were already conspiring with the Dominican officers. Several American military officers had disregarded diplomatic niceties by expressing their reservations about Bosch's politics loud enough to reach his ears. A week before the inevitable coup, the CIA created Union Federation in the Dominican Republic, CONATRAL, which had been set up to counter and erode Bosch's support in the labor movement, placed an ad in a leading newspaper urging the people to put their faith in the army to defend them against communism. The end came in September, a scant 7 months after Bosch had taken office. He had not had the time to accomplish much that was worthwhile in this hopelessly corrupt society before the military boots marched, as they have always marched in Latin America. The United States did nothing to stand in the way of the coup. There would be no display of military might this time, although Bosch asked for it, unless a communist takeover were threatened, said the State Department. Democracy, SMD Newsweek magazine, was being saved from communism by getting rid of democracy. Happy face. There were the customary expressions of regret in Washington about the death of democracy, and there was the de rigueur withholding of recognition of the new regime. But 2 months later, when opposition to the repressive dictatorship began to manifest itself noticeably, the junta yelled communist and was quickly embraced by the United States with recognition and the other perquisites which attach to being a member in good standing of the free world. 19 months later, a revolution broke out in the Dominican Republic which promised to put the exiled Bosch back in power at the hands of a military civilian force that would be loyal to his program. But for the 5th time in the century, the American Marines landed and put an abrupt end to such hopes. In the early morning of Saturday, April 24, 1965, a group of young army officers of middle rank, acting in concert with civilian Bosch partisans, declared themselves in revolt against the government. The Constitutionalists, as they 201 called themselves, were soon joined by other officers and their units. Spurred by ecstatic radio proclamations, thousands of Dominicans poured into the streets shouting "Viva Bosch" and grabbed up the arms handed out by the rebel military forces. The television station was taken over, and for 2 days a potpourri of politicians, soldiers, women, children, adventurers, hoodlums, and anyone who wished to, shouted against the status quo. Happy face. The participants in the uprising were a mixed bag, not all of them sympathetic to Bosch or to social reform. There were others, to the right, with their own varied motivations. But the impetus clearly lay with the Constitutionalists, and the uprising was thus viewed with alarm by the rest of the military, and the U.S. Embassy, as a movement to restore Bosch to power with all that implied. Philip J. Allen of the Wall Street Journal, who had access to the official embassy cables and the key actors in the drama, has written, "What the record reveals, in fact, is that from the very outset of upheaval, there was a concerted U.S. government effort, if not actually a formal decision, to checkmate the rebel movement by whatever means and at whatever cost." By Sunday, April 25, the Santo Domingo embassy had clearly cast its lot with the loyalist military cabal and against the rebellion's original aim, the return of Juan Bosch. Restoration of the Bosch regime would be against U.S. interests, the embassy counseled. Blocking Bosch could mean further bloodshed, the embassy conceded. Nonetheless, Washington was advised. The embassy military attachés had given loyalist leaders a go-ahead to do everything possible to prevent what was described as the danger of a communist takeover. Happy face. The attachés as well as the U.S. consul made emergency visits to several still uncommitted Dominican military commanders to persuade them, apparently with notable success, to support the government. A bloody civil war had broken out in the streets of Santo Domingo. During the first few days, the momentum of battle swung to one side, then the other. By the night of April 28, however, the military and police inside Santo Domingo had collapsed, and the Constitutionalists were preparing to attack the military's last bastion, San Isidro, their main base about 10 miles away. The generals at San Isidro were dejected, several were weeping, and one was hysterically urging retreat. Read the cable sent by the American ambassador W. Tapley Bennett to Washington in the early evening of the 28th. Bennett added, whether in the same cable or another one is not clear, that if U.S. troops did not immediately land, American lives would be lost and Castro-type elements would be victorious. Within hours, the first 500 U.S. Marines were brought in by helicopter from ships stationed a few miles off the coast. 2 days later, American forces numbered over 4,000. At the peak, some 23,000 troops, Marine and Army, were 202. Dominican Republic 1960–1966. To take up positions in the beleaguered little Caribbean country, with thousands more standing by on a 35-ship task force offshore. The American action was in clear violation of several international agreements, including the Charter of the Organization of American States, which prohibited intervention directly or indirectly, for any reason whatever, in the internal or external affairs of any other state. During the entire course of the U.S. military occupation, American pronouncements would have had the world believe that its forces were in the Dominican Republic in a neutral capacity, to protect the lives of Americans and other foreigners, establish a ceasefire, ensure free elections, etc. As we have seen, however, the United States had committed itself to one side from the start of hostilities. This continued to be the case. The morning after the landing of the 1st Marines, Ambassador Bennett was instructed by the State Department that U.S. military officers should be used to help San Isidro develop operational plans to take the rebel stronghold downtown. Within a few days, American troops were deployed in an armed corridor through the center of Santo Domingo so as to divide the Constitutionalist zone and cut off their main body from access to the rest of the country, bottling them up in a small downtown area with their backs to the sea. Other American forces were stationed throughout the countryside. The rebel offensive against San Isidro had been prevented. It was the end of their revolution. The American forces came to the aid of the Dominican military in a number of ways, supplying them with equipment, food, and even their salaries, but it was the direct military involvement that was most telling. On one striking occasion, the sea of American troops parted to allow the Dominican military to pass through and brutally attack and mop up the northern section of the rebel zone while the main rebel force in the south remained helplessly blocked behind the American line. This smashing victory, the New York Times reported, was visibly aided by United States troops. Other American journalists also reported that U.S. troops took part in the fighting, although Washington officials angrily denied it. The rebels were reduced to little more than sniping attacks on American soldiers, for which they paid a heavy price. U.S. forces blasted apart a building in downtown Santo Domingo from which sniper fire was coming, advancing into a constitutionalist zone. Again, after sniper fire, they killed some 67 rebels and bystanders. American paratroops were seen firing at rebels who were retreating, and the Constitutionalists' Minister of Justice and Police was reported to have been killed by United States machine gun fire as he attempted to capture the empty presidential palace in Midtown with a squad of his troops. Happy face. When the Johnson administration was not denying such actions outright, it was claiming that they were either contrary to orders, individual indiscretions, or isolated incidents. A cover team of Green Berets arrived at one point to help assure the safety of American civilians. But when they discovered that some of the Americans were assisting rebel forces, their main objective shifted from protecting their 203 fellow countrymen to spying on them. The Green Berets also found the time to lay the groundwork for the assassination of one of the leading constitutionalist leaders, Col. Francisco Camano. The plot was cancelled at the last moment due to the excessive risk involved. Happy face. Another group of American visitors was that of some leaders of the National Student Association, ostensibly come to the Dominican Republic to talk with their counterparts about educational matters, but actually there at the behest of the CIA to gather information on local students. This was still 2 years before the expose of the long-lasting relationship between the CIA and the prominent student organization. Throughout this period, the communication guns of the U.S. government were aimed at the people of the United States, the Dominican Republic and the world to convince them that communists were a dominant element amongst the constitutionalists, that they represented a threat to take over the movement, or that they had already taken it over, with frightening consequences for all concerned. At various times the Johnson administration released lists of communists and Castroites in the ranks of the rebels. These lists totaled 53 or 58 or 77 names and became a cause célèbre as well as an object of media ridicule. Besides the laughably small numbers involved, several of those on the lists, it turned out, were in prison while others were out of the country. The American embassy in Santo Domingo assured reporters that if they went to rebel headquarters, they would see the named communist agents in the flesh. The news people went and looked but could find no identifiable communists. Subsequently, administration officials explained that the reason that news people had seen such little evidence of communist activity was that the American landings had scared the Reds into hiding. Eventually, officials admitted their doubt that they could prove that communists had gained control of the constitutionalists, although President Johnson had pressed the CIA and FBI into an intensive search for evidence. Former CIA officer Philip Agee, stationed in Uruguay at the time, wrote later that the new password at his station became 58 trained communists. The proper reply was 10,000 Marines. The embassy, and Ambassador Bennett in particular, poured forth a rising stream of hysterical rumors, atrocity stories, and alarmist reports about the rebels, reminiscent of the Bolshevik horror stories which had filled the pages of the American press following the Russian Revolution, embassies being ransacked. Castroite-style mass executions. Rebels parading in the streets with the heads of their victims on poles. A CIA cable to Washington on April 25, 1965 reported that the Communist Party had been unaware of the coup attempt. 204. Dominican Republic 1960–1966. President Johnson made reference to the atrocities in public statements, but none of the stories were ever proven, for none were true. No one ever located any of the many headless Dominicans, and American officials, in a monument io chutzpah, later denounced the press for reporting such unverified rumors. Meanwhile, the CIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency and the U.S. Information Agency were conducting their own intensive propaganda campaign in the Dominican Republic to give credence to the American position and discredit Dominican groups opposed to it. Experts on psychological warfare arrived to ply their trade. Radio stations and newspapers were covertly set up, rebel radio stations jammed, leaflets airdropped in the countryside. The USIA also secretly subsidized the publication of pro-administration material aimed for distribution in the United States. From all the wild charges and the frequent contradictory statements made by American officials, the expression credibility gap entered the American popular language and soon came to haunt the Johnson presidency. Historian Richard Bamett has noted another interesting side to the American propaganda effort. To justify the intervention, which had aroused violent opposition from traditional friends of the United States because of its crudeness and the swathe of lies in which it was wrapped, had obvious tactical motives. On the part of neutralists and pacifists it betrayed intellectual and moral confusion. The confusion lay, it seems, in not seeing clearly who were the good guys and who were the bad guys, for the purpose of the US bases was not to blackmail Russia but to strengthen the defense system of NATO, which had been created as a safeguard against Russian aggression. As a member of NATO, Turkey welcomed the bases as a contribution to her own defense. Cuba, which had been invaded only the year before, could have, it seems, no such concern. Time continued its sermon. Beyond these differences between the two cases, there is an enormous moral difference between US and Russian objectives. To equate US and Russian bases is in effect to equate US and Russian purposes. The US bases, such as those in Turkey, have helped keep the peace since World War II, while the Russian bases in Cuba threatened to upset the peace. The Russian bases were intended to further conquest and domination, while US bases were erected to preserve freedom. The difference should have been obvious to all. Equally obvious was the right of the United States to maintain a military base on Cuban soil, Guantanamo Naval Base by name, a vestige of colonialism. 207. Staring down the throats of the Cuban people which the United States, to this day, refuses to vacate despite the vehement protest of the Castro government. By way of contrast, apart from the American reaction to a Soviet or Cuban base in the United States, Washington has been insisting for over a decade that Cuban military forces leave Angola, though they are there at the express request of the Angolan government to defend the country against attacks by South Africa. In the American lexicon, in addition to good and bad bases and missiles, there are good and bad revolutions. The American and French revolutions were good. The Cuban Revolution is bad. It must be bad because so many people have left Cuba as a result of it. But at least 100,000 people left the British colonies in America during and after the American Revolution. These Tories could not abide by the political and social change, both actual and feared, particularly that which attends all revolutions worthy of the name. Those looked down upon as inferiors no longer know their place. The Tories fled to Nova Scotia and Britain carrying tales of the godless, dissolute, barbaric American revolutionaries. Those who remained and refused to take an oath of allegiance to the new state governments were denied virtually all civil liberties. Many were jailed, murdered, or forced into exile. After the American Civil War, thousands more fled to South America and other points, again disturbed by the social upheaval. How much more is such an exodus to be expected following the Cuban Revolution? A true social revolution, giving rise to changes much more profound than anything in the American experience. How many more would have left the United States if 90 miles away lay the world's wealthiest nation welcoming their residents and promising all manner of benefits and rewards? After the Cuban Revolution in January 1959, we learned that there are also good and bad hijackings. On several occasions Cuban planes and boats were hijacked to the United States, but they were not returned to Cuba, nor were the hijackers punished. Instead, some of the planes and boats were seized by U.S. authorities for non-payment of debts claimed by American firms against the Cuban government. Asterisk. But then there were the bad hijackings, planes forced to fly from the United States to Cuba. When there began to be more of these flights in the opposite direction, Washington was obliged to reconsider its policy. It appears that there are as well good and bad terrorists. When the Israelis bombed PLO headquarters in Tunis in 1985, Ronald Reagan expressed his approval. The president asserted that nations have the right to retaliate against terrorist attacks as long as you pick out the people responsible. But if Cuba were to bomb any of the headquarters of the anti-Castro exiles in Miami or New Jersey, Ronald Reagan would likely go to war, though for 208 years the Castro government has been on the receiving end of an extraordinary series of terrorist attacks carried out in Cuba, in the United States, and in many other countries by the exiles and their CIA mentors. Bombing and strafing attacks of Cuba by planes based in the United States began in October 1959, if not before. In early 1960, there were several firebomb air raids on Cuban cane fields and sugar mills, in which American pilots also took part. At least 3 died in crashes and 2 others were captured. The State Department acknowledged that one plane which crashed, killing 2 Americans, had taken off from Florida, but insisted that it was against the wishes of the U.S. government. In March, a French freighter unloading munitions from Belgium exploded in Havana, taking 75 lives and injuring 200, some of whom subsequently died. The United States denied Cuba's accusation of sabotage but admitted that it had sought to prevent the shipment. And so it went. Reaching a high point in April of the following year in the infamous CIA-organized invasion of Cuba at the Bay of Pigs. Over 100 exiles died in the attack, as well as 4 Americans flying for the CIA. Close to 200 other exiles were taken prisoner by the Cubans. The Bay of Pigs assault had relied heavily on the Cuban people rising up to join the invaders, but this was not to be the case. As it was, the leadership and ranks of the exile forces were riddled with former supporters and henchmen of Fulgencio Batista, the dictator overthrown by Castro, and would not have been welcomed back by the Cubans under any circumstances. Despite the fact that the Kennedy administration was acutely embarrassed by the unmitigated defeat, indeed, because of it a campaign of smaller-scale attacks upon Cuba was initiated almost immediately. Throughout the 1960s, the Caribbean island was subjected to countless sea and air commando raids by exiles, at times accompanied by their CIA supervisors, inflicting damage upon oil refineries, chemical plants, and railroad bridges, cane fields, sugar mills and sugar warehouses, infiltrating spies, saboteurs, and assassins. Anything to damage the Cuban economy and promote disaffection, taking the lives of Cuban militia members and others in the process. Pirate attacks on Cuban fishing boats and merchant ships, bombardments of Soviet vessels docked in Cuba, an assault upon a Soviet army camp with 12 Russian soldiers reported wounded, a hotel and a theater shelled from offshore because Russians and East Europeans were supposed to be present there. These actions were not always carried out on the direct order of the CIA or with its foreknowledge, but the agency could hardly plead rogue elephant. It had created an operations headquarters in Miami that was truly a state within a city, over, above, and outside the laws of the United States, not to mention international law, with a permanent staff in excess of 300 Americans directing a few thousand Cuban agents in just such types of actions, with a budget of more than $50 million a year. Title 18 of the U.S. Code declares it to be a crime to launch a military expedition or enterprise from the United States against a country with which the United States is not at war. Although U.S. authorities now and then aborted an exile plot or impounded a boat employing a selectiveness, the criteria of which is unclear, no Cubans were prosecuted under this act. This was no more than to be expected, inasmuch as Attorney General Robert Kennedy had determined after the Bay of Pigs that the invasion did not constitute a military expedition. The commando raids were combined with a total U.S. trade and credit embargo which continues to this day and which has genuinely hurt the Cuban economy and chipped away at the society's standard of living. So unyielding was the embargo that when Cuba was hard hit by a hurricane in October 1, 963, and Casa Cuba, a New York social club, raised a large quantity of clothing for relief, the United States refused to grant it an export license on the grounds that such shipment was contrary to the national interest. Moreover, pressure was brought to bear upon other countries to conform to the embargo, and goods destined for Cuba were sabotaged, machinery damaged, chemicals added to lubricating fluids to cause rapid wear on diesel engines. A manufacturer in West Germany paid to produce ball bearings off-center, another to do the same with balanced wheel gears. "You've talking about big money," said a CIA officer involved in the sabotage efforts, "when you ask a manufacturer to go along with you on that kind of project because he has to reset his whole mold. And he is probably going to worry about the effect on future business. You might have to pay him several $100,000 or more." One manufacturer who defied the embargo was the British Leland Company, which sold a large number of buses to Cuba in 1964. Repeated expressions of criticism and protest by Washington officials and congressmen failed to stem deliveries of some of the buses. Then, in October, an East German cargo ship carrying another 42 buses to Cuba collided in thick fog with a Japanese vessel in the Thames. The Japanese ship was able to continue on, but the cargo ship was beached on its side. "The buses would have to be written off," said the Leland Company. In the leading British newspapers it was just an accident story. In the New York Times it was not even reported. A decade was to pass before the American columnist Jack Anderson disclosed that his CIA and National Security Agency sources had confirmed that the collision had been arranged by the CIA with the cooperation of British intelligence. Subsequently, another CIA officer stated that he was skeptical about the collision story, although admitting that it is true that we were sabotaging the Leland buses going to Cuba from England, and that was pretty sensitive business. 210. What undoubtedly was a yet more sensitive undertaking was the use of chemical and biological weapons against Cuba by the United States. It is a remarkable record. In August 1962, a British freighter under Soviet lease, having damaged its propeller on a reef, crept into San Juan harbor for repairs. It was bound for a Soviet port with 80,000 bags of Cuban sugar. The ship was put into dry dock and 14,135 sacks of sugar were unloaded to a warehouse to facilitate the repairs. While in the warehouse, the sugar was contaminated by CIA agents with a harmless but unpalatable substance. When President Kennedy learned of the operation, he was furious because it had taken place in U.S. territory and, if discovered, could provide the Soviet Union with a propaganda field day and could set a terrible precedent for chemical sabotage in the Cold War. He directed that the sugar not be returned to the Russians, although what explanation was given to them is not publicly known. Similar undertakings were apparently not cancelled. The CIA official who helped direct worldwide sabotage efforts, referred to above, later revealed that there was lots of sugar being sent out from Cuba, and we were putting a lot of contaminants in it. Degree. The same year, a Canadian agricultural technician working as an advisor to the Cuban government was paid $5,000 by an American military intelligence agent to infect Cuban turkeys with a virus which would produce the fatal Newcastle disease. Subsequently, 8,000 turkeys died. The technician later claimed that although he had been to the farm where the turkeys had died, he had not actually administered the virus, but had instead pocketed the money, and that the turkeys had died from neglect and other causes unrelated to the virus. This may have been a self-serving statement. The Washington Post reported that according to U.S. intelligence reports, the Cubans and some Americans believe the turkeys died as the result of espionage. Authors Warren Hinkle and William Turner, citing a participant in the project, have reported in their book on Cuba that during 1969 and 1970, the CIA deployed futuristic weather modification technology to ravage Cuba's sugar crop and undermine the economy. Planes from the China Lake Naval Weapons Center in the California desert, where high-tech was developed, overflew the island, seeding rain clouds with crystals that precipitated torrential rains over non-agricultural areas and left the cane fields arid. Happy face. In 1997-1, also according to participants, the CIA turned over to Cuban exiles a virus which causes African swine fever. 6 weeks later, an outbreak of the disease in Cuba forced the slaughter of 500,000 pigs to prevent a nationwide animal epidemic. The outbreak, the first ever in the Western Hemisphere, was called the most alarming event of the year by the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization. Happy face. 10 years later, the target may well have been human beings, as an epidemic of dengue fever swept the Cuban island. Transmitted by blood-eating insects, usually mosquitoes, the disease produces severe flu symptoms and incapacitating bone pain. Between May and October 1981, over 300,000 cases were reported. 211. In Cuba with 158 fatalities, 101 of which were children under 15 in 1956 and 1958, declassified documents have revealed, the U.S. Army loosed swarms of specially bred mosquitoes in Georgia and Florida to see whether disease-carrying insects could be weapons in a biological war. The mosquitoes bred for the tests were of the Aedes aegypti type, the precise carrier of dengue fever as well as other diseases. Happy face. In 1967 it was reported by Science magazine that at the U.S. government center in Fort Detrick, Maryland, dengue fever was amongst those diseases that are at least the objects of considerable research and that appear to be among those regarded as potential BW agents. Happy face. Then, in 1984, a Cuban exile on trial in New York testified that in the latter part of 1980 a ship traveled from Florida to Cuba with a mission to carry some germs to introduce them in Cuba to be used against the Soviets and against the Cuban economy, to begin what was called chemical war, which later on produced results that were not what we had expected, because we thought that it was going to be used against the Soviet forces, and it was used against our own people, and with that we did not agree. Happy face. How it was expected that the germs would confine their actions to only Russians was not explained. The full extent of American chemical and biological warfare against Cuba will never be known. Over the years, the Castro government has blamed the United States for a number of other plagues which afflicted various animals and crops. It may be significant that CIA documents released in 1977, as reported by the Washington Post, disclosed that the agency maintained a clandestine anti-crop warfare research program targeted during the 1960s at a number of countries throughout the world. Happy face. There was no indication in the documents of any actual attack against crops, but if such did take place it is reasonable to assume that one of the targets was Cuba*. The ingenuity which went into the chemical and biological warfare was apparent in some of the dozens of plans to assassinate or humiliate Fidel Castro. Devised by the CIA or Cuban exiles, with the cooperation of American mafiosi, the plans ranged from poisoning Castro's cigars and food to a chemical designed to make his hair and beard fall off and LSD to be administered just before a public speech. There were also of course the more traditional approaches of gun and bomb, one being an attempt to drop bombs on a baseball stadium while Castro was speaking. The B-26 bomber was driven away by anti-aircraft fire before it could reach the stadium. It is a combination of such Cuban security measures, informers, incompetence, and luck which has served to keep the bearded one alive to the present day. Attempts were also made on the lives of Castro's brother Raúl and Che Guevara. The latter was the target of a bazooka fired at the United Nations building in New York in December 1964. Various Cuban exile groups have engaged in violence on a regular basis in the United States with relative impunity during a quarter of a century. One of them, going by the name of Omega 7 and headquartered in Union City, New Jersey, was characterized by the FBI in 1980 as the most dangerous terrorist organization in the United States. Attacks against Cuba itself began to lessen around the end of the 1960s, due probably to a lack of conclusive results combined with aging warriors, and exile groups turned to targets in the United States and around the world. During the next decade, while the CIA continued to pour money into the exile community, more than 100 serious incidents took place for which Omega 7 and other groups claimed responsibility. There occurred repeated bombings of the Soviet UN mission, its Washington embassy, its automobiles, a Soviet ship docked in New Jersey, the offices of the Soviet airline Aeroflot, with a number of Russians injured from these attacks, several bombings of the Cuban UN mission and its interests section in Washington, many attacks upon Cuban diplomats, including at least one murder, a bomb discovered at New York's Academy of Music in 1976 shortly before a celebration of the Cuban Revolution was to begin, a bombing 2 years later of the Lincoln Center after the Cuban ballet had performed, a bomb explosion in luggage at JFK Airport about to be loaded on a flight to Los Angeles. The single most violent act of this period was the blowing up of a Cuban Airlines plane shortly after it took off from Barbados on October 6, 1976, which took the lives of 73 people including the entire Cuban championship fencing team. Cuban exiles themselves have often come in for harsh treatment. Those who have visited Cuba for any reason whatever, or publicly suggested, however timidly, a rapprochement with the homeland, they too have been the victims of bombings and shootings in Florida and New Jersey. American groups advocating a resumption of diplomatic relations or an end to the embargo have been similarly attacked, as have travel agencies handling trips to Cuba and a pharmaceutical company in New Jersey which shipped medicines to the island. Dissent in Miami has been effectively silenced, while the police, city officials, and the media look the other way, when not actually demonstrating support for the exiles' campaign of intimidation. In Miami and elsewhere, the CIA has long been employing exiles to spy on their countrymen, to keep files on them. 213. As well as on Americans who associate with them. Ostensibly carried out to uncover Castro agents, the tactic has had other obvious uses. Although there has always been the extreme lunatic fringe in the Cuban exile community insisting that Washington has sold out their cause, over the years there has been only the occasional arrest and conviction of an exile for a terrorist attack in the United States, so occasional that the exiles can only assume that Washington's heart is not wholly in it. The exile groups and their key members are well known to the authorities, for the anti-Castroites have not excessively shied away from publicity. They continue to train openly in southern Florida and southern California, pictures of them flaunting their weapons appear in the press. Happy face, the CIA, with its countless contacts come informers amongst the exiles, can fill in many of the missing pieces for the FBI and the POHCE, if it wished to. In 1980, in a detailed report on Cuban exile terrorism, The Village Voice of New York stated, 2 stories were squeezed out of New York police officials. You know, it's funny, said one cautiously, there have been 1 or 2 things. But let's put it this way. You get just so far on a case and suddenly the dust is blown away. Case closed. You ask the CIA to help, and they say they aren't really interested. You get the message. Another investigator said he was working on a narcotics case involving Cuban exiles a couple of years ago, and telephone records he obtained showed a frequently dialed number in Miami. He said he traced the number to a company called Zodiac, which turned out to be a CIA front. He dropped his investigation. In 1961, amid much fanfare, the Kennedy administration unveiled its showpiece program, the Alliance for Progress. Conceived as a direct response to Castro's Cuba, it was meant to prove that genuine social change could take place in Latin America without resort to revolution or socialism. If the only alternatives for the people of Latin America are the status quo and communism, said John F. Kennedy, then they will inevitably choose communism. The multi-billion-dollar alliance program established for itself an ambitious set of goals which it hoped to achieve by the end of the decade. These had to do with economic growth, more equitable distribution of national income, reduced unemployment, agrarian reform, education, housing, health, etc. In 1970, the 20th Century Fund of New York, whose list of officers reads like a who's who in the government/industry revolving door world, undertook a study to evaluate how close the alliance had come to realizing its objectives. One of the study's conclusions was that Cuba, which was not one of the recipient countries, had come closer to some of the alliance objectives than most alliance members. In education and public health, no country in Latin America has carried out such ambitious and nationally comprehensive programs. Cuba's centrally planned 214 economy has done more to integrate the rural and urban sectors than the market economies of the other Latin American countries. Cuba's agrarian reform program as well was recognized as having been more wide-sweeping than that of any other Latin American country, although the study took a wait-and-see attitude towards its results. These and other economic and social gains achieved despite the U.S. embargo and the inordinate amount of resources and labor Cuba was obliged to devote to defense and security served finally to still announcements of the collapse of the Cuban economy and the imminent downfall of Fidel Castro, which were a regular feature of Time and other American publications throughout the 1960s. This was but one aspect of what has been a relentless effort to disparage the Cuban government. The CIA and the State Department have counted that day lost in which one or the other did not add to the folklore, from the 1963 scheme to affix a Cuban connection to Lee Harvey Oswald, to the 1980s campaign to link the Cuban government to drug smuggling, mafia criminality, and international terrorism. Many other examples appear elsewhere in this book. In addition to its vast overseas journalistic empire, the agency has maintained anti-Castro news article factories in the United States for over 2 decades. The CIA has reportedly subsidized in Miami such publications as Avance, El Mundo, El Prensa Libre, Bohemias and El Diario de las Americas, as well as IP, a radio news agency that produced programs sent free of charge to more than 100 small stations in Latin America. 2 agency fronts in New York, Foreign Publications Incorporated and Editors Press Service, also served as part of the propaganda system. Carrot. Was it inevitable that the United States would attempt to topple the Cuban government? Could relations between the 2 neighboring countries have taken a different path? Based on the American record of invariable hostility towards revolutionary governments, the answer would appear to be simply that there is no reason to believe that Cuba might have been an exception. Washington officials, however, were not immediately ill-disposed towards the Cuban Revolution. There were those who even expressed their tentative approval or optimism. This was evidently based on the belief that what had taken place in Cuba was little more than another Latin American change in government, the kind which had occurred with monotonous regularity for over a century, where the names and faces change but subservience to the United States remains fixed. Then Castro revealed himself to be cut from a wholly different cloth. It was not to be business as usual in the Caribbean. He soon became outspoken in his criticism of the United States. He referred acrimoniously to the 60 years of American control of Cuba, how, at the end of those 60 years, the masses of Cubans found themselves impoverished, how the United States used the sugar quota as a threat. He spoke of the unacceptable presence of the Guantanamo base, and he made it clear enough to Washington that Cuba would pursue a policy of independence and neutralism in the Cold War. It was for just such reasons that Castro and Che Guevara had forsaken the prosperous bourgeois careers awaiting them in law and medicine to lead the revolution in the first place. Compromise was not on their agenda, nor on Washington's, which was not prepared to live with such men and such a government. Inevitably, communist became the description of choice when referring to Castro or his regime. In April 1959, after meeting with Castro in Washington, Vice President Richard Nixon wrote a memo in which he stated that he was convinced that Castro was either incredibly naive about communism or under communist discipline, and that the Cuban leader would have to be treated and dealt with accordingly. Nixon says that his opinion at this time was a minority one within the Eisenhower administration. But before the year was over, CIA Director Allen Dulles had decided that an invasion of Cuba was necessary. In March of 1960, it was approved by President Eisenhower. Happy face, then came the embargo, leaving Castro no alternative but to turn more and more to the Soviet Union, thus confirming in the minds of Washington officials that Castro was indeed a communist. Some speculated that he had been a covert red all along. If Castro had toned down his early rhetoric and observed the usual diplomatic niceties, but still pursued the policies of self-determination and socialism which he felt were best for Cuba, he could only have postponed the day of reckoning, and that not for long. Arbenz of Guatemala, Mossadegh of Iran, and many other leaders have gone out of their way to avoid stepping on Washington's toes unnecessarily, and have been much less radical in their programs and in their stance toward the United States than Cuba, yet, nonetheless, all of them fell under the CIA axe. In 1974, by way of marking 15 years of American hostility towards Cuba, Castro observed that Cuba is the only country in the world where John Foster Dulles is still Secretary of State. ****216. 31 Indonesia 1965 liquidating President Sukarno. And 500,000 others. Armed with wide-blade knives called parangs, Muslim bands crept at night into the homes of communists, kill entire families. Travelers tell of small rivers and streams that have been literally clogged with bodies. River transportation has at places been seriously impeded. Time, December 1965. Nearly 100 communists, or suspected communists, were herded into the town's botanical garden and mowed down with a machine gun, the head that had belonged to the school principal, a PKI, and carry out a bloodbath to eliminate once and for all the PKI with whom Sukarno had obliged them to share national power for many years. Here at last was the situation which could legitimize these long-desired actions. Anti-communist organizations and individuals, particularly Muslims, were encouraged to join in the slaying of anyone suspected of being a PKI sympathizer. Indonesians of Chinese descent as well fell victim to crazed zealots. The Indonesian people were stirred up in part by the display of photographs on television and in the press of badly decomposed bodies of the slain generals. The men, the public was told, had been castrated and their eyes gouged out by communist women. The autopsies, however, revealed no such mutilations. What ensued was called by the New York Times one of the most savage mass slaughters of modern political history. Violence, wrote Life magazine, tinged not only with fanaticism but with bloodlust and something like witchcraft. Though the massacre put an end to the well-organized PKI national organization, it did not put to rest the basic questions underlying the events of 1965, to wit, was there in actual fact a general's council aiming to take over the government within a matter of days? A semi-official account of the whole affair published in Indonesia in 1968 denied the existence of the council. However, a study written and published by the CIA the same year confirmed that there was indeed a general's council, but that its purpose was only to plan how to protect itself from a purported plan of Sukarno to crush the army. What was the nature and extent, if any, of PKI involvement in the aborted coup? Did some members of the party know of the junior officers' plans in advance and simply lend moral support, or did they take a more active role? The semi-official account stated that the PKI's aim was not to seize political power for itself but to prevent the army from eliminating the party after Sukarno's death. The CIA study comes to a similar conclusion. It now seems clear that the Indonesian coup was not a move to overthrow Sukarno or the established government of Indonesia. Essentially, it was a purge of the army leadership. What was the role, if any, of the CIA. Was the coup attempt instigated by an agent provocateur who spread the story of the General's Council and its imminent putsch? Was PKI participation induced to provide the excuse for its destruction? There are, in fact, indications of an agent provocateur in the unfolding drama, one Kamaruzaman bin Ahmed Mubaida, known as Sham. According to the later testimony of some of the arrested officers, it was Sham who pushed the idea of the hostile General's Council and for the need to counteract it. At the trials and in the CIA study, the attempt is made to establish that, in so doing, Sham was acting on behalf of PKI leader Aidit the Obvious. 218. Indonesia 1965. Purpose behind the agency taking the unique step of publishing such a book was clearly to assign responsibility for the coup attempt to the PKI so as to justify the horror which followed. But Sham could just as easily have been acting for the CIA and/or the generals in the same manner. He apparently was a trusted aide of Aidit and could have induced the PKI leader into the plot instead of the other way around. Sham had a politically checkered and mysterious background, and his testimony at one of the trials, in which he appeared as a defendant, was aimed at establishing Aidit as the sole director of the coup attempt. The CIA, in its intimate involvement in Indonesian political affairs since at least the mid-1950s, had undoubtedly infiltrated the PKI at various levels, and the military even more so, and was in a good position to disseminate disinformation and plant the ideas for certain actions, whether through Sham or others. The desire of the U.S. government to be rid of Sukarno, a leader of the non-aligned and anti-imperialist movements of the Third World, and a protector of the PKI, did not diminish with the failure of the 1958 military uprising. Amongst the various reports of the early 1960s indicating a continuing interest in this end, a CIA memorandum of June 1962 is strikingly to the point. The author of the memo, whose name is deleted, was reporting on the impressions he had received from conversations with Western diplomats concerning a recent meeting between President Kennedy and British Prime Minister Macmillan. The two leaders agreed, said the memo, to attempt to isolate Sukarno in Asia and Africa. Further, they agreed to liquidate President Sukarno, depending upon the situation and available opportunities. Whatever was intended, Sukarno was now, for all practical purposes, eliminated as an international thorn in the flesh. Of even greater significance, the PKI, which had been the largest communist party in the world outside the Soviet bloc, had been decimated, its tattered remnants driven underground. It could not have worked out better for the United States and the new military junta if it had been planned. If the generals had been planning their own coup as alleged, the evidence is compelling that the United States was intimately involved before, during and after the events of October 1. One aspect of this evidence is the closeness of the relationship between the American and Indonesian military establishments which the United States had been cultivating for some years. President Kennedy, his former aide Arthur Schlesinger has written, was anxious to strengthen the anti-communist forces, especially the army, in order to make sure that, if anything happened to Sukarno, the powerful Indonesian Communist Party would not inherit the country. Roger Hilsman, whose career spanned the CIA and the State Department, has noted that by 1963, one-third of the Indonesian General Staff had had some sort of training from Americans and almost half of the officer corps. As a result of both the civic action 219 project and the training program, the American and Indonesian military had come to know each other rather well. Bonds of personal respect and even affection existed. This observation is reinforced by reports of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs. At the time of the attempted communist coup and military counter-coup of October 1965, more than 1,200 Indonesian officers, including senior military figures, had been trained in the United States. As a result of this experience, numerous friendships and contacts existed between the Indonesian and American military establishments, particularly between members of the two armies. In the post-coup period, when the political situation was still unsettled, the United States, using these existing channels of communication, was able to provide the anti-communist forces with moral and token material support. Carrot. When the average MAP trainee returns home, he may well have some American acquaintances and a fair appreciation of the United States. This impact may provide some valuable future opportunity for communication, as occurred in Indonesia during and immediately after the attempted communist-backed coup of October 1965. Carrot. The CIA, wrote the New York Times, was said to have been so successful at infiltrating the top of the Indonesian government and army that the United States was reluctant to disrupt CIA covering operations by withdrawing aid and information programs in 1964 and 1965. What was presented officially in Washington as toleration of President Sukarno's insults and provocations was in much larger measure a desire to keep the CIA fronts in business as long as possible too. Finally, we have the testimony of Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara before a Senate committee in 1966. Senator Sparkman, at a time when Indonesia was kicking up pretty badly, when we were getting a lot of criticism for continuing military aid at that time, we could not say what that military aid was for. Is it secret anymore? McNamara, I think in retrospect, that the aid was well justified. Sparkman, you think it paid dividends? There are other statements which may be pertinent to the question of American involvement. Marshall Green, the U.S. ambassador to Indonesia at the time of the coup attempt, speaking in Australia in 1973 where he was then ambassador, is reported as saying, "In 1965 I remember, Indonesia was poised at the razor's edge. I remember people arguing from here that Indonesia wouldn't go communist. But when Sukarno announced in his August 1 speech that Indonesia would have a communist government within a year, then I was almost certain. What we did we had to do, and you'd better be glad we did, because if we hadn't, Asia would be a different place today." Happy Face, 220. Indonesia 1965. James Reston. Writing in the New York Times in 1966. Washington is being careful not to claim any credit for this change from Sukarno to Suharto, but this does not mean that Washington had nothing to do with it. There was a great deal more contact between the anti-communist forces in that country and at least one very high official in Washington before and during the Indonesian massacre than is generally realized. General Suharto's forces, at times severely short of food and munitions, have been getting aid from here through various third countries, and it is doubtful if the coup would ever have been attempted without the American show of strength in Vietnam, or been sustained without the clandestine aid it has received indirectly from here. Happy Face, Neville Maxwell, Senior Research Officer, Institute of Commonwealth Studies, Oxford University. A few years ago I was researching in Pakistan into the diplomatic background of the 1965 Indo-Pakistan conflict, and in foreign ministry papers to which I had been given access came across a letter to the then foreign minister, Mr. Bhutto, from one of his ambassadors in Europe reporting a conversation with a Dutch intelligence officer with NATO. According to my note of that letter, the officer had remarked to the Pakistani diplomat that Indonesia was ready to fall into the Western lap like a rotten apple. Western intelligence agencies, he said, would organize a premature communist coup. But it was essential to neutralize the United States. For the Indonesian army relied heavily on U.S. arms which, under our laws, could not be used for aggression. As it happened, President Gerald Ford was on his way to Indonesia for a state visit. An intelligence report forewarned that Suharto would bring up the Timor issue and would try and elicit a sympathetic attitude. That Suharto succeeded is confirmed by Ford himself. The United States had suffered a devastating setback in Vietnam, leaving Indonesia as the most important American ally in the area. The U.S. national interest, Ford concluded, had to be on the side of Indonesia. Ford gave his tacit approval on December 6, 1975. 5 days after the invasion, the United Nations voted to condemn the attack as an errant act of international aggression. The United States abstained. Thereafter, the U.S. delegate maneuvered behind the scenes to resist UN moves aimed at forcing Indonesia to give up its conquest. ____. Since the invasion, U.S. State Department officials, in statements to the press and in testimony before Congress, have consistently supported Indonesia's claim to East Timor and have downplayed the slaughter to a remarkable extent. Meanwhile, the omnipresent American military advisors, the training, the weapons, the helicopter gunships, and all the other instruments indispensable to efficient, modern counterinsurgency warfare, have been kept flowing into the hands of the Indonesian military. This may not be all, for Friedland has reported on a number of occasions that American advisors have been directing and even participating in the combat. 222. 32 Ghana 1966 Kwame Nkrumah steps out of line. In October of the year 1965, Kwame Nkrumah, the president of Ghana, published his now famous book, Neocolonialism: The Last Stage of Imperialism, dedicated to the freedom fighters of Africa, having and dead. In the book, Nkrumah accused the CIA of being behind numerous setbacks and crises in the Third World and Eastern Europe. Nkrumah later wrote that the American government sent me a note of protest, and promptly refused Ghana $35 million of aid. 4 months later he was overthrown in a CIA-backed military coup. To be sure, the coup-makers, members of the Ghanaian army and police, had their own motivations. They were fearful of having their powers stripped from them by a suspicious Nkrumah who was building up his own private army, and they were intent upon furthering their individual professional careers and status. Within days, even hours, of the successful coup in February 1966, majors had become colonels and colonels had become generals. There was more than a touch of the Keystone Cops to the whole episode. Kwame Nkrumah was a man who, during the Great Depression, had roamed Harlem, slept in the subway and lined up at Father Divine soup kitchens. Later he was to be hailed as Africa's brightest star, a leader in the call for an anti-imperialist, Pan-African organization and an international non-aligned movement. But from all accounts, Nkrumah engaged in idiosyncratic, one-man rule and thought that socialism could be promoted by edict from above. And though he spoke out boldly against neocolonialism, he was unable, ultimately, to keep Ghana from falling under the sway of the multinationals. When Nkrumah attempted to lessen Ghana's dependence on the West by strengthening economic and military ties to the Soviet Union, China, and East Germany, he effectively sealed his fate. The United States wanted him out. Great Britain, the former colonial power in Ghana when it was known as the Gold Coast, wanted him out. France and West Germany wanted him out. Those Ghanaians who carried out the coup suffered from no doubts that a move against Nkrumah would be supported by the Western powers. At the time of the coup, the Soviet press charged that the CIA had been involved, and in 1972 the Daily Telegraph, the conservative London newspaper, reported that by 1965 the Accra CIA station had 20 active operators, distributing largesse among President. 223. Nkrumah's secret adversaries. By February 1966, the report continued, the CIA had its plans ready to end Nkrumah's regime. The patient and assiduous work of the Accra CIA station was fully rewarded. It wasn't until 1978, however, that the story broke in the United States. Former CIA officer John Stockwell, who had spent most of his career in Africa, published a book in which he revealed the agency's complicity. Shortly afterwards, the New York Times, quoting first-hand intelligence sources, corroborated that the CIA had advised and supported the dissident Ghanaian army officers. Stockwell disclosed that the CIA station in Accra was given a generous budget, and maintained intimate contact with the plotters as a coup was hatched. So close was the station's involvement that it was able to coordinate the recovery of some classified Soviet military equipment by the United States as the coup took place. The CIA station had also proposed to headquarters in Washington that a small squad of paramilitary experts, members of the agency's Special Operations Group, be on hand at the moment of the coup, with their faces blacked, storm the Chinese embassy, kill everyone inside, steal their secret records, and blow up the building to cover the fact. This proposal was squashed, Stockwell wrote, but inside CIA headquarters the Accra station was given full, if unofficial credit for the eventual coup, in which 8 Soviet advisors were killed. Other intelligence sources who were in Ghana at the time of the coup have taken issue with Stockwell's view that the CIA deserved full credit for Nkrumah's downfall. But they considered the agency's role to have been pivotal, and at least some officials in Washington apparently agreed, for the CIA station chief in Accra, Howard T. Bain, was quickly promoted to a senior position in the agency. When he was successful, one of the New York Times sources said of Bain, "Everyone in the African division knew it. If it had failed, he would have been transferred and no CIA involvement revealed." Bain, nevertheless, was enraged by the CIA's high-level decision not to permit the raid on the Chinese embassy, at the time the Peking government's only embassy in Africa. They didn't have the guts to do it, he subsequently told an associate. After the coup, the CIA made a payment of at least $100,000 to the new Ghanaian regime for the confiscated Soviet material, one item of which was a cigarette lighter that also functioned as a camera. The Ghanaian leaders soon expelled large numbers of Russians as well as Chinese and East Germans. Virtually all state-owned industries were allowed to pass into private hands. In short order the channels of aid, previously clogged, opened wide, and credit, food and development projects flowed in from the United States, the European powers, and the International Monetary Fund. Washington, for example, 3 weeks after the coup, approved substantial emergency food assistance in response to an urgent request from Ghana. 1 month later, the international price of cocoa, Ghana's economic lifeblood, had risen 4%. The CIA's reluctance to approve the action at the Chinese embassy may have stemmed from the fact that the National Security Council had specifically refused to authorize the agency's involvement in the coup at all. This was, as we have seen, not the first instance of the CIA taking American foreign policy into its own hands. On such occasions, the modus operandi calls for putting as little into writing as feasible, or keeping records out of official CIA files, thus making them immune to Freedom of Information disclosures or congressional investigations. Technically the records do not exist, legally they can be destroyed at any time. This was the case with the Ghanaian coup and may explain why more details of the CIA role have never been revealed. 33 Uruguay 1964–1970 Torture as American as apple pie. The precise pain, in the precise place, in the precise amount, for the desired effect. The words of an instructor in the art of torture. The words of Dan Mitrian, the head of the Office of Public Safety Mission in Montevideo. Officially, OPS was a division of the Agency for International Development, but the director of OPS in Washington, Byron Engel, was an old CIA hand. His organization maintained a close working relationship with the CIA, and agency officers often operated abroad under OPS cover, although Mitrian was not one of them. OPS had been operating formally in Uruguay since 1965, supplying the police with the equipment, the arms, and the training it was created to do. 4 years later, when Mitrian arrived, the Uruguayans had a special need for OPS services. The country was in the midst of a long-running economic decline, its once heralded prosperity and democracy sinking fast toward the level of its South American neighbors. Labor strikes, student demonstrations, and militant street violence had become normal events during the past year, and, most worrisome to the Uruguayan authorities, there were the revolutionaries who called themselves Tupamaros. Perhaps the cleverest, most resourceful, and most sophisticated urban guerrillas the world has ever seen, the Tupamaros had a deft touch for capturing the public's imagination with outrageous actions, and winning sympathizers with their Robin Hood philosophy. Their members and secret partisans held key positions in the government, banks, universities, and the professions, as well as in the military and police. 225. Unlike other Latin American guerrilla groups, the New York Times stated in 1970, the Tupamaros normally avoid bloodshed when possible. They try instead to create embarrassment for the government and general disorder. A favorite tactic was to raid the files of a private corporation to expose corruption and deceit in high places, or kidnap a prominent figure and try him before a people's court. It was heady stuff to choose a PUBHC villain whose acts went uncensored by the legislature, the courts and the press, subject him to an informed and uncompromising interrogation, and then publicize the results of the intriguing dialogue. Point zero Bailan Todos o no Baila Nadia, went one of their slogans. Either everyone dances or no one dances. Dan Mitrian did not introduce the practice of torturing political prisoners to Uruguay. It had been perpetrated intermittently from at least the early 1960s by the police. However, in a surprising interview given to a leading Brazilian newspaper in 1970, the former Uruguayan chief of police intelligence, Alejandro Otero, declared that U.S. advisors, and in particular Mitrian, had instituted torture as a more routine measure. To the means of inflicting pain, they had added scientific refinement, and to that a psychology to create despair, such as playing a tape in the next room of women and children screaming and telling the prisoner that it was his family being tortured. Asterisk. The violent methods which were beginning to be employed, said Otero, caused an escalation in Tupamaro activity. Before then their attitude showed that they would use violence only as a last resort. Carrot. The newspaper story greatly upset American officials in South America and Washington. Byron Engel later tried to explain it all away by asserting, the 3 Brazilian reporters in Montevideo all denied filing that story. We found out later that it was slipped into the paper by someone in the composing room at the Jornal do Brasil. Otero had been a willing agent of the CIA, a student at their International Police Services School in Washington, a recipient of their cash over the years, but he was not a torturer. What finally drove him to speak out was perhaps the torture of a woman who, while a Tupamaro sympathizer, was also a friend of his. When she told him that Mitrian had watched and assisted in her torture, Otero complained to him about this particular incident as well as his general methods of extracting information. The only outcome of the encounter was Otero's demotion. William Cantrell was a CIA operations officer stationed in Montevideo, ostensibly as a member of the ops team. In the mid-1960s he was instrumental in setting up a Department of Information and Intelligence, and providing it with funds and equipment. Some of the equipment, innovated by the CIA's Technical Services Division, was for the purpose of torture, for this was one of the functions carried out by the DI*. One of the pieces of equipment that was found useful, former EU York 226. Uruguay J 964 to 1970. Times correspondent A.J. Langguth has written, was a wire so very thin that it could be fitted into the mouth between the teeth and by pressing against the gum increase the electrical charge. And it was through the diplomatic pouch that Mitrian got some of the equipment he needed for interrogations, including these fine wires. Degree. Things got so bad in Mitrian's time that the Uruguayan Senate was compelled to undertake an investigation. After a 5-month study, the commission concluded unanimously that torture in Uruguay had become a normal, frequent, and habitual occurrence, inflicted upon Tupamaros as well as others. Among the types of torture the commission's report made reference to were electric shocks to the genitals, electric needles under the fingernails, burning with cigarettes, the slow compression of the testicles, daily use of psychological torture. Pregnant women were subjected to various brutalities and inhuman treatment. Certain women were imprisoned with their very young infants and subjected to the same treatment. Eventually the DI came to serve as a cover for the Escuadrón de la Muerte, composed, as elsewhere in Latin America, primarily of police officers, who bombed and strafed the homes of suspected Tupamaro sympathizers and engaged in assassination and kidnapping. The death squad received some of its special explosive material from the Technical Services Division and, in all likelihood, some of the skills employed by its members were acquired from instruction in the United States. Between 1969 and 1973, at least 16 Uruguayan police officers went through an 8-week course at CIA/ops schools in Washington and LX, Fresnos, Texas in the design, manufacture and employment of bombs and incendiary devices. The official ops explanation for these courses was that policemen needed such training in order to deal with bombs placed by terrorists. There was, however, no instruction in destroying bombs, only in making them. Moreover, on at least one reported occasion, the students were not policemen, but members of a private right-wing organization in Chile. Another part of the curriculum which might also have proved to be of value to the death squad was the class on assassination weapons. A discussion of various weapons which may be used by the assassin is how ops put it. Asterisk. Equipment and training of this kind was in addition to that normally provided by ops: riot helmets, transparent shields, tear gas, gas masks, communication gear, vehicles, police batons, and other devices for restraining crowds. The supply of these tools of the trade was increased in 1968 when public disturbances reached the spark point, and by 1970 American training in riot control techniques had been given to some 1,000 Uruguayan police. Dan Mitrian had built a soundproofed room in the cellar of his house in Montevideo. In this room he assembled selected Uruguayan police officers for a demonstration of torture techniques. Another observer was Manuel Javier Cosculluela, a Cuban who was with the CIA and worked with Mitrian. Javier, 227, was later to write that the course began with a description of the human anatomy and nervous system. Soon things turned unpleasant. As subjects for the first testing they took beggars, known in Uruguay as bichicums, from the outskirts of Montevideo, as well as a woman apparently from the frontier area with Brazil. There was no interrogation, only a demonstration of the effects of different voltages on the different parts of the human body, as well as demonstrating the use of a drug which induces vomiting, I don't know why or what for, and another chemical substance. The 4 of them died. In his book Javier does not say specifically what Mitrian's direct part in all this was, but he later publicly stated that the ops chief personally tortured 4 beggars to death with electric shocks. On another occasion, Javier sat with Mitrian in the latter's house, and over a few drinks the American explained to the Cuban his philosophy of interrogation. Mitrian considered it to be an art. First there should be a softening up period, with the usual beatings and insults. The object is to humiliate the prisoner, to make him realize his helplessness, to cut him off from reality. No questions, only blows and insults. Then, only blows in silence. Only after this, said Mitrian, is the interrogation. Here no pain should be produced other than that caused by the instrument which is being used. The precise pain, in the precise place, in the precise amount, for the desired effect, was his motto. During the session you have to keep the subject from losing all hope of life, because this can lead to stubborn resistance. You must always leave him some hope, a distant light. When you get what you want, and I always get it, Mitrian continued, it may be good to prolong the session a little to apply another softening up. Not to extract information now, but only as a political measure, to create a healthy fear of meddling in subversive activities. The American pointed out that upon receiving a subject the first thing is to determine his physical state, his degree of resistance, by means of a medical examination. A premature death means a failure by the technician. It's important to know in advance if we can permit ourselves the luxury of the subject's death. Not long after this conversation, Manuel Javier disappeared from Montevideo and turned up in Havana. He had been a Cuban agent, a double agent all along. About half a year later, July 31, 1970 to be exact, Dan Mitrian was kidnapped by the Tupamaros. They did not torture him, they demanded the release of some 150 prisoners in exchange for him. With the determined backing of the Nixon administration, the Uruguayan government refused. On August 10, Mitrian's dead body was found on the back seat of a stolen car. He had turned 50 on his 5th day as a prisoner. Back in Mitrian's hometown of Richmond, Indiana, Secretary of State William Rogers and President Nixon's son-in-law David Eisenhower attended. 228. The funeral of the city's former police chief. Frank Sinatra and Jerry Lewis came to town to stage a benefit show for Mitrian's family. And White House spokesman, Ron Ziegler, solemnly stated that Mr. Mitrian's devoted service to the cause of peaceful progress in an orderly world will remain as an example for free men everywhere. A perfect man, his widow said. A great humanitarian, said his daughter Linda. Degree. The military's entry into the escalating conflict signaled the beginning of the end for the Tupamaros. By the end of 1972, the curtain was descending on their guerrilla theater. 6 months later, the military was in charge, Congress was dissolved, and everything not prohibited was compulsory. For the next 11 years, Uruguay competed strongly for the honor of being South America's most repressive dictatorship. It had, at one point, the largest number of political prisoners per capita in the world. And, as every human rights organization and former prisoner could testify, each one of them was tortured. Torture, said an activist priest, was routine and automatic. No one was dancing in Uruguay. The film State of Siege appeared in 1972. It centered around Mitrian and the Tupamaros and depicted a Uruguayan police officer receiving training at a secret bomb school in the United States, though the film strove more to provide a composite picture of the role played by the U.S. in repression throughout Latin America. A scheduled premiere showing of the film at the federally funded John F. Kennedy Arts Center in Washington was canceled. There was already growing public and congressional criticism of this dark side of American foreign policy without adding to it. During the mid-1970s, however, Congress enacted several pieces of legislation which abolished the entire public safety program. In its time, OPS had provided training for more than 1 million policemen in the Third World. 10,000 of them had received advanced training in the United States. An estimated $1.50 million worth of equipment had been shipped to police forces abroad. Now, the export of repression was to cease. That was on paper. The reality appears to be somewhat different. To a large extent, the Drug Enforcement Administration simply picked up where OPS had left off. The drug agency was ideally suited for the task, for its agents were already deployed all over Latin America and elsewhere overseas in routine liaison with foreign police forces. The DEA acknowledged in 1975 that 53 former employees of the CIA were now on its staff and that there was a close working relationship between the two organizations. The following year, the General Accounting Office reported that DEA agents were engaging in many of the same activities the OPS had been carrying out. In addition, some training of foreign policemen was transferred to FBI schools in Washington and Quantico, Virginia. The Defense Department continued to supply police-type equipment to military units engaged in internal security operations, and American arms manufacturers were doing a booming. 229. Business furnishing arms and training to third world governments. In some countries, contact between these companies and foreign law enforcement officials was facilitated by the U.S. Embassy or military mission. The largest of the arms manufacturers, Smith & Wesson, ran its own academy in Springfield, Massachusetts, which provided American and foreign public and industrial security forces with expert training in riot control. Happy face, said Argentine Minister José L.X. Pez Riga at the signing of a US-Argentina anti-drug treaty, "We hope to wipe out drug traffic in Argentina. The guerrillas are the main drug users in Argentina. Therefore, this anti-drug campaign will automatically be an anti-guerrilla campaign as well." And in 1981, a former Uruguayan intelligence officer charged that U.S. manuals were being used to teach techniques of torture to his country's military. He said that most of the officers who trained him had attended classes run by the United States in Panama. Among other niceties, the manuals listed 35 nerve points where electrodes could be applied. Happy face, Philip Agee, after he left Ecuador, was stationed in Uruguay from March 1, 964 to August 1966. His account of CIA activities in Montevideo is further testimony to the amount of international mischief money can buy. Amongst the multifarious dirty tricks pulled off with impunity by AG and his cohorts, the following constitute an interesting sample. A Latin American students' conference with a leftist leaning, held Montevideo, was undermined by promoting the falsehood that it was nothing more than a creature of the Soviet Union, originated, financed, and directed by Moscow. Editorials on this theme authored by the CIA appeared in leading newspapers to which the agency had daily access. This was followed by publication of a forged letter of a student leader thanking the Soviet cultural attaché for his assistance. A banner headline in one paper proclaimed, "Documents for the break with Russia," which was indeed the primary purpose of the operation. An inordinate amount of time, energy, and creativity was devoted, with moderate success, to schemes aimed at encouraging the expulsion of an assortment of Russians, East Germans, North Koreans, Czechs, and Cubans from Uruguayan soil, if not the breaking of relations with these countries. In addition to planting disparaging media propaganda, the CIA tried to obtain incriminating information by reading the mail and diplomatic cables to and from these countries, tapping embassy phones, and engaging in sundry bugging and surreptitious entry. The agency would then prepare intelligence reports, containing enough factual information to be plausible, which then made their way innocently into the hands of officials of influence, up to and including the President of the Republic. Anti-communist indoctrination of secondary-level students was promoted by financing particular school organizations and publications. A Congress of the People, bringing together a host of community groups.